Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this space. I am the Logical Leftist here, and it's Wednesday, and it is going to be a fantastic show. Everybody, it's going to be great. Yes, I'm going to talk about Mom Donnie. Here comes Mom Donnie with a win over Cuomo. That is awesome. We also have, of course, other news to talk about, other than the great news of the primary win in New York City, which is just the establishment is not happy about it. Okay, but we are, which is great. So we've got that. We have, of course, the impeachment attempt on Trump. Yeah, not good there. We got big balls leaving the government. Fascinating. We've got the FBI no longer helping out with Stephen Miller's migrant duty, going after immigrants. We got all sorts of stuff. A tourist that was denied entry to the United States over a meme. So I'm going to show you that. But really amazing stuff happening. So, yeah, just a fantastic show. So if you haven't already, please like and share the stream. It's very, very important that you do so. Of course, it helps out. And especially, giving this space some traction here, you absolutely want to do that because it's not just me, but there is a ton of very talented creators on this platform, on this space, that could absolutely use the exposure and the help. So whenever you like and share these streams, you help expose more people to these fantastic creators. So, and that's why we're all here. That's why we're all on this space. So we're all on this space together in order to help boost each other. So, please do that. All right. With that said, let's do it. Let's first jump into some not so good news. The impeachment vote. All right. On Tuesday, an effort to hold President Donald Trump accountable for his unilateral unconstitutional strikes against Iran that had threatened to start and to get us involved in a war in the region failed. Representative Al Green had filed an impeachment inquiry into the administration's attacks on the 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. Despite the fact that our own intelligence agencies, I know, they actually had intelligence this time, right? But they didn't have any evidence that Iran was working on a nuclear weapon. Okay, so now that said, nuclear weapon. Numerous Democrats, as well as Representative Thomas Massie, a Republican, railed against those unconstitutional attacks because, well, they didn't get congressional approval and could have involved us into a war in the Middle East. So no, not a good thing. That said, when it came time to try to hold Donald Trump accountable for this, they decided, you know what? No, we're not. We're not. That's right. The majority of congressional Democrats showed to the world that they are not at all interested in fighting against fascism. Shocker. As such, of course, the impeachment inquiry vote was defeated. You had 128 Democrats joining with all the House Republicans in voting it down. Now, I'm not saying that had they voted with Green in order to hold Trump accountable, that this would have happened. No, but it is kind of a principle thing. Okay, you cannot claim to be against Donald Trump. You cannot call him a fascist, a king, a dictator, without also trying to do everything in your power to defeat him. Can't do it. Can't do it. And I'm going to read you off the list of every Democrat, all 128 of these bastards, that voted to not hold Trump accountable. Okay, so let's do that. Start with Pete Aguilar, okay, of California. Gabe Ammo of Rhode Island. Jake Auchincloss of Massachusetts. Wesley Bell of Missouri. Amy Barra of California. Don Byer of Virginia. Sanford Bishop of Georgia. Julia Brownlee of California. Nikki Budzinski of Illinois. Janelle Bynum of Oregon. Salud Carbajal of California. Andre Carson of Indiana. Ed Case of Hawaii. Sean Casson of Illinois. Kathy Castor of Florida. Sheila Sherfilis McCormick of Florida. Catherine Clark of Massachusetts. Emmanuel Cleaver of Missouri. Jim Clyburn, of course, South Carolina. Herb Conaway of New Jersey. Lou Coria of California. Jim Costa, California. Joe Courtney of Connecticut. Angie Craig of Minnesota. Jason Crow of Colorado. Henry Cuellar, of course, Texas. Sharice Davids of Kansas. Don Davis of North Carolina. Madeline Dean of Pennsylvania. Rosa DeLauro of Connecticut. Susan Del Bene of Washington. Chris DeLuzio of Pennsylvania. Debbie Dingle of Michigan. Sarah Elfreth of Maryland. Cleo Fields of Louisiana. Shomari Figures of Alabama. Lizzie Fletcher of Texas. Bill Foster of Illinois. Lois Frankel of Florida. Laura Gillen of New York. Jared Golden of Maine. Dan Goldman, New York. Vincente Gonzalez of Texas. Maggie Goodlander, New Hampshire. Josh Gottheimer, of course, New Jersey. Adam Gray of California. Josh Harder of California. Jim Himes of Connecticut. Stephen Horsford of Nevada. Chrissy Houlihan of Pennsylvania. Steny Hoyer of Maryland. Val Hoyle of Oregon. Hakeem Jeffries of New York. Julie Johnson of Texas. Marcy Captor of Ohio. Bill Keating, Massachusetts. Timothy Kennedy of New York. Rokana, California. Seriously, Rokana. What the hell, man? Greg Landsman of Ohio. Rick Larson of Washington. John Larson of Connecticut. George Latimer of New York. Susie Lee of Nevada. Michael Levin of California. Sam Licardo of California. Ted Lieu of California. Zoe Lofgren of California. Stephen Lynch of Massachusetts. Seth Magaziner of Rhode Island. John Mannion of New York. Lucy McBath, Georgia. Sarah McBride. Seriously, Sarah McBride of Delaware. April McLean Delaney of Maryland. Jennifer McClellan of Virginia. Betty McCollum of Minnesota. Kristen McDonald Rivet of Michigan. Morgan McGarvey of Kentucky. Gregory Meeks of New York. Grace Meng of New York. Kwesi Mfume of Maryland. Joe Morrell of New York. Kelly Morrison, Minnesota. Jared Moskowitz of Florida. Seth Moulton of Massachusetts. Frank Mervin of Indiana. Richard Neal, Massachusetts. Joe Nagoose, Colorado. Johnny Olzwecki, Maryland. Frank Pallone of New Jersey. Jimmy Panetta of California. Chris Pappas of New Hampshire. Nancy Pelosi, California, of course. I mean, so many of these people. Marie Glusenkamp Perez of Washington. Scott Peters, almost done though. Brittany Peterson of Colorado. Nellie Powell of New Jersey. Mike Quigley of Illinois. Jamie Raskin, which is a surprise to me actually to see this on this list. Maryland. Josh Riley of New York. Deborah Ross of North Carolina. Pat Ryan, New York. Andrea Salinas of Oregon. Mary Gay Scanlon of Pennsylvania. Brad Schneider of Illinois. Hillary Schulten of Michigan. Kim Schreier of Washington. Bobby Scott of Virginia. Terry Sewell of Alabama. Adam Smith of Washington. Eric Sorensen of Illinois. Darren Soto of Florida. Greg Stanton, Arizona. Haley Stevens, Michigan. Marilyn Strickland, Washington. Suhas Subramaniam of Virginia. Tom Swazi of New York. Emily Sykes, Ohio. Paul Tonko of New York. Richie Torres of New York. Big surprise there. Lori Trahan of Massachusetts. Derek Tran of California. Lauren Underwood of Illinois. Juan Vargas of California. Gabe Vasquez of New Mexico. Mark Veazey of Texas. Eugene Vidman of Virginia. Debbie Wasserman Schultz of Florida. George Whitesides of California. Every single one of those House Democrats that I just named and shamed, should have to answer as to why they decided not to fight against Donald Trump's unconstitutional unilateral strike on Iran. Maybe they have a good reason, or maybe they don't. I don't know. But I demand accountability, and you should too. Now, Al Green, of course, led the way to try to get some accountability, supported by progressives, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and others in the House. Notice that pretty much nobody on the squad there is in that list of people who voted against it. Okay, so they were there. In fact, in explaining her support, AOC wrote this, quote, of Trump: "He has impulsively risked launching a war that may ensnare us for generations. It is absolutely and clearly grounds for impeachment." Do you know how Trump responded? Oh, you're not going to be surprised. He called her stupid. Yeah. So that's President of the United States calling a Democratic Congresswoman stupid. Quote, "Stupid AOC. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, one of the dumbest people in Congress, is now calling for my impeachment." This motherfucker, right? Calling somebody stupid? You gotta be kidding me. No. And he added, Alexandria should go back home to Queens, where I was also brought up, and straighten out her filthy, disgusting, crime-ridden streets in the district she represents and which she never goes to anymore. She responded by saying, "Actually, I'm a Bronx girl. You should know that we can eat Queens boys for breakfast." Respectfully. Nice. Look, here's the thing. Okay, there are Democrats who want to fight against Donald Trump. And then they're the ones who are too afraid or too complicit or cowards. I don't know what their deal is, right? Maybe they just, oh no, we gotta work with him so that we can appear moderate and centrist, which really is synonymous with being weak. That's what these people are. They are weak. If you are calling yourself a centrist right now, you are saying that, oh man, I cannot tell the difference between a progressive and a fascist. I can't do it. Between people who are fighting for the rights of all people and those who are trying to take rights away from certain people, dehumanizing them. Okay. Now, the problem with the Democratic Party, and there are lots of them, okay, is that they consistently are ignoring their own base. They're ignoring their own voters. That's why they're at 27% approval rating. I mean, it's not because of trans people, okay? It's not because of, now Democrats are too far left. That's what's going on here. They're too far left. They overreach with the socialism. No, that is not it at all. They're at 27% approval rating despite all of the damage that Donald Trump has done. And by the way, Trump, guess what? He is also underwater on polling on just about every single issue. You would think that with Trump being underwater on all these things, that the Democrats get a boost, but no, they're not. And it's because of the so-called moderate centrists in the party leadership that refuses to fight against Donald Trump. Look, I've got polling here. This is a Reuters Ipsos poll. It was released on Thursday, which found that 62% of self-identified Democrats said that the party should replace Democratic leadership. Replace them. New leaders. Only 24% of voters disagreed with that statement. The Democratic voters are like, yes, get rid of these do-nothing morons. All right? Get rid of these weak, cowardly pieces of crap. Okay? Just get rid of them. Replace them with someone who is actually going to fight. Somebody who's actually going to represent me instead of this trash that we have. Okay? And look, a plurality of respondents at 49% said that they are unsatisfied with the current leaders. Now, when David Hogg attempted to do that, you know what happened? He was kicked out of leadership. He is no longer co-chair of the DNC. Which tells you what? That the party does not want to change. They do not want to fight. And so I got to ask, if their party doesn't want to change, they don't want to fight, they don't want to represent the people, their own voters, then what good are you? What good are you? If you're not going to fight, then why the hell is anybody going to send you money? Okay. I mean, yes, all the time, every day, getting texts from these do-nothing Democrats. Oh, you gotta send us $5. It's super, super important. We need that money to stand up to Donald Trump. We're desperate. Yeah. Well, what happened to all the money that people had sent you to fight Trump? Oh, right. You didn't use it to fight Trump. More often than not, your money, the money that you send to Democrats, is going to be used to fight against progressives, against AOC, against Zohran Mamdani, and more importantly, against progressive policies that the voters themselves support, a plurality of them. According to polling, 4 out of 5 Democrats want the party to prioritize passing universal health care, Medicare for all, affordable child care. They want them to raise taxes on the rich. Party leadership, however, hates all those things. They hate those policies because they work for the health insurance companies. They work for big corporations who don't want to pay more in taxes. And that's the reality. And so, yes, they hate those policies. They actively have tried to sabotage them. Senator Bernie Sanders, for example, he just, every year, he puts forward a Medicare for all bill, introduced. You know how many co-sponsors he got? 15. 15 out of 47 Democrats. He only got 15 co-sponsors. It's ridiculous. And by the way, Minority Leader Chuck Schumer was not one of them. Oh, no, of course not. These same so-called leaders actually suggested the Democrats should be trying to appeal to Elon Musk. Oh, yeah, no, let's get Elon Musk on board because he's having a falling out with Donald Trump. Elon Musk, the Nazi-adjacent billionaire that everyone hates. Oh, no, we got to invite him to the party. Oh, yeah, no, that'll work great. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's exactly what their plan is. To keep reaching out to court the right wing while ignoring progressives and their voters. Democratic leadership right now would rather cozy up with fascists than ally themselves with progressives. And that is the sad, pathetic truth of it. And understand, Democratic primary voters, you need to get that. Okay? You need to understand the party leadership only knows how to raise money from billionaires and use it to crush progressive policies that you support, like universal health care. That's what they do. And as long as those same leaders continue to get reelected, as long with all those other people on that list that I gave to you earlier, they will not do anything, take any real action to defeat Trump. Am I clear about that? Okay. Moving on. Let's get some new, good news. Hell yeah. The New York City mayoral primary is over, and we have a winner. Here comes Mamdani. That's right. The 33-year-old Democratic socialist Zohran Mamdani has won the New York City primary election and will be the Democratic candidate for mayor. That is awesome. That is defeating the much well-known and much, much better funded Andrew Cuomo, who conceded defeat Tuesday night. Mamdani won a total of 43.5% of first-place votes to Cuomo's 36.3%, according to the New York City Board of Elections. The board is expected to announce the full results and breakdown on July 1st. But overall, like I said, Mamdani took a majority, followed by Cuomo, followed in a distant third by Brad Lander, who got about 11%. Now, what's interesting is that you had Mamdani and Lander cross-endorse each other because ranked choice voting. So here we have an example of ranked choice voting leading to a progressive victory. Awesome. So now what's also amazing here is prior to this, Cuomo had led nearly every single public opinion survey. He was just about ahead on just about all of them. Okay. And that is the result, of course, being propped up by a $25 million super PAC, which flooded the airwaves and mailboxes with some of the most racist stuff that you could imagine. Okay. Anti-Mamdani and pro-Cuomo messaging. And what do I mean by that? Well, going after his background, he's an Indian Muslim, and that, anti-Semitic, scary socialist. He's going to destroy New York City. And by the way, that has absolutely continued. And so, that's what's going on here. Good guy, he's going to destroy New York City. How? By freezing the rent? Oh, no. Funding public transportation. Oh my God, taxing the rich. Oh no, things are going to be less expensive. But you don't understand. He's gonna create city-owned grocery stores, guys. Socialism. I know, it's absolutely ridiculous. Look, obviously, Mamdani's message resonated with people who were sick of the high prices, high cost of living in New York City. And so, yes, you had this primary that had increased turnout about 5% more than in 2021. You had South Asian voters in Queens who had supported Eric Adams in 2021. They broke for Mamdani. You had Latino neighborhoods in Queens breaking for Mamdani. You also had, of course, the white progressive vote that went for Mamdani. So, male, by the way. So, hey, if you're wondering, like, how are we going to get young men to support the Democratic Party? Well, all you got to do is look at Mamdani. Look at what he did and then emulate it. Yes, but actually mean it, of course. Okay. Because that right there is a victory. It is a blueprint for victory. Okay. So now, that said, it's not over for Mamdani or Cuomo or Eric Adams. Oh, no. This is just a primary election. There is a general election that will be happening as well. And he is going to face Eric Adams, who is an independent now. And Cuomo is looking at running as an independent as well. So here we go. Okay. They're going to have very likely to have another contest where they're going to face off. And then, of course, you've got Republican Curtis Silva and another very rich person, Jim Walden. I'm pretty sure that, and I don't know if it's going to go this way, but I'm almost guaranteed that they're going to be gunning together for Mamdani. These people are backed by millions of dollars, giant super PACs. There's developer money, the real estate industry. You're going to have AIPAC that's probably going to get involved. Oh, I can guarantee AIPAC or their, affiliate PACs, pro-Israel PACs are going to get involved. Absolutely. And so you're going to see all of this money in this general election race. And so Mamdani, yes, he got through that primary, and that is a very difficult thing, especially in a Democratic primary. Now we've got a general election where, again, now the establishment is absolutely spooked, and it's going to get real nasty, even more so than it is now. In fact, here is Kathy Wild, who lobbies for the city's business interests as president of the Partnership for New York City. Here's her quote. "This is a capitalist city that has a historic relationship with Israel. Should he win the primary," and this was before he won, obviously, "he's going to have to deal with that, or there will be a serious surge to try to prevent him from becoming mayor. So that's a little tasty taste of what's gonna come. Expect the racism and Islamophobia to be dialed up to 11, as well as, of course, the screeching about, oh, scary socialism. No, they're going to be absolutely ruthless, but I think Mamdani's ready for it. Okay. We're going to see how that campaign fares, but at the moment, this should show you that at least in New York City, the voters were not falling for it. Primary voters, they're tired of the establishment. Cuomo is absolutely the face of the establishment. He resigned in disgrace for being a sex pest and was still, by the way, endorsed by some of the worst people imaginable. Laura Loomer endorsed Cuomo. I kid you not. And along with that, Bill Clinton. You had Bill Clinton endorsing Cuomo, Jim Clyburn endorsing Cuomo, Richie Torres, former Mayor Michael Bloomberg, all of these corporate hacks lining up behind Andrew Cuomo against Mamdani. So, but here's the kicker about that, right? 40% of Cuomo's top endorsers came from people who have publicly condemned him back in 2021 after he was accused of sexual harassment, okay? Sexually harassing 11 women and covering up COVID-19 nursing home deaths. So there you go. I mean, for example, I've got names, Adriano Espillat, Farrell Lewis, and Rodney Bichot Hermelin. Apparently, those people would rather have a sex pest. And again, they criticized Cuomo and wanted him out in 2021. But now they're like, no, let's get him in to avoid the scary socialist. They would rather have the sex pest that killed grandma as their mayor instead of a 33-year-old Democratic socialist progressive. And so chew on that for a minute. By the way, speaking of people who supported Mamdani, AOC, Bernie Sanders, two of the most popular politicians in the country. And then, of course, you had former DNC co-chair David Hogg, who on Monday, by the way, but right before the primary, posted this, quote, the same establishment that is spending millions to destroy Zoran will say in a few months that we need to spend millions on polling and testing to win back young people. Open your goddamn eyes. It's free. He's right, though. He's right. Like him or not, the fact is that you don't need posters and focus groups to tell you what you should already know. That if you actually support policies that help average people, average voters, turns out you might actually win. Crazy. I know. Okay. Moving on. Let's get to let's get to big balls. Okay. Oh, too much. Too much. It appears that one of Doge's most infamous young blunderkins has left the non-department of government efficiency, the department hanging. Okay, hanging. Edward Korestein, known as Big Balls, submitted his resignation on Monday, according to a White House official speaking to Wired magazine. His government email account was deactivated as of Tuesday afternoon, according to the New York Times. The 19-year-old was brought in the early days of the Trump administration to work on Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency as a special government employee. Now, like Elon, who was also a special government employee, the most special of them all, you can only be in that position for so long. And it turns out Big Balls time is up. That's right. Person familiar with the matter confirmed Korestein's departure to the Daily Beast. He and several other young men with little to no government experience were hired into key roles at Doge and given unprecedented access into government systems, and of course given access to personal information for millions of Americans. Korstein, along with two other Gen Z Doge staffers, were elevated into full-time roles, making six figures, by the way, with top government salaries around the time of Musk's departure at the end of May. He retained his previous senior advisor title. Korstein, by the way, only 19 years old, had graduated from high school in New York just the previous year and had been enrolled as an engineering student at Northeastern University before landing the Doge gig, and had interned for a few months at Neuralink, which is, of course, Elon Musk's company where they want to put chips in your brain. That's a bad idea, okay? First of all, ain't nobody putting a chip in my brain, especially Elon Musk. His rockets explode all the freaking time. You know that guy with the exploding rockets, with the rapid unscheduled disassembly, okay, to put a chip in your brain? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Don't do that. Never do that. He ain't getting nowhere near my brain. Okay, no. So look, getting back to big balls, all right? I mean, it's pretty clear he doesn't have a very long resume. He's 19. Okay, now at Doge, he was, despite that, involved in work at multiple federal agencies and had even taken on roles within the State Department and Department of Homeland Security. This is very serious stuff. Okay, very serious stuff. Look, the kid might be pretty smart. He might be good at what he does and might even show a lot of promise. I don't know. That still doesn't mean, Jack, okay, that he should have unprecedented access to all of these very sensitive systems and all of this personal information. I'm just saying. Now, that said, one of the projects Korstein was helping to lead was Trump's gold card visa. Yeah. According to the New York Times, he had met with officials from various agencies about this plan to sell pathways to citizenship for $5 million a piece. So there you go. But okay, why was he called Big Balls again? Well, that was a nickname that he put on his LinkedIn and used on social media. And of course, it took off because, hey, this guy's name's Big Balls. Now, he told Fox News back in May in an interview, people on LinkedIn take themselves like super seriously and are pretty averse to risk. And I was like, I want to be neither of those things. That's right. I want to be known as Big Balls. Then he did add, honestly, I didn't think anyone would notice. Well, it looks like you're wrong about that one, kiddo. Okay. Just saying. Now, news of his separation from the government was met with a little bit of relief. A little bit. Brian Guest writes over on Blue Sky, Big Balls has been neutered from the U.S. government. John Moffat writes, Big Balls takes a powder. We have no idea how much money he's stolen or if his exit is good news. Yikes. Jersey John writes, anyone else wondering if Cuomo and Big Balls are going to start a podcast together now that they are both in between jobs? Yeah, or maybe, I don't know, he'll be a guest on Gavin Newsom's podcast or something. I have no idea. Zanadian writes, Wiener limp, Big Balls sacked. Now, the Wiener part, that refers to Anthony Weiner coming fourth place in his city council campaign. There are all sorts of double entendres and puns going on here. So just, bear with me on that one. Okay. Look, seriously though, the guy had access to these systems, and I really am hoping that he did not steal this data that to do whatever with it. I mean, whether or not, to take it to sell it off to third parties or give it to Palantir. I mean, that's really scary. Palantir is the Peter Thiel company that wants to track all American citizens. They are already working with ICE to track immigrants. Stephen Miller, actually owns stock in Palantir. Okay. And so currently he is making money off of deportations. That is an extra level of sick outside of what we expected from that guy, from Stephen Miller. Okay. And I wouldn't be shocked if some of these other former Doge employees end up working there. So there's that. So that is something to watch out for, to look out for. Yes, making money off this personal data, making money off deportations, all of that stuff. Yeah, just being one of the worst people imaginable. Okay. Speaking of Stephen Miller, the Trump FBI is apparently backing off with their assistance with Stephen Miller's immigration crackdown. So apparently, instead of going on immigration raids, sources told Fox News and NBC News that the majority of FBI agents that were on immigration duty will now be returning to their traditional roles. And what do we mean by that? By thwarting possible terror threats from Iran and their proxies. This comes just a month after Miller had mandated that ICE make at least 3,000 migrant arrests each day in a heated meeting at the D.C. headquarters. NBC News reported at the time that 2,000 agents from the FBI, DEA, and the Marshal Service were ordered to embed with ICE in order to boost those numbers. So they're like, those were rookie numbers. You got to boost those up, right? Turns out now many of those agents have to go back to doing their actual job. Yes. Now, one source with direct knowledge of the matter told NBC News, quote, guess they're realizing this whole national security thing is important after all. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? ABC News reported that many of the agents who were briefly ordered to work with ICE had been pulled from monitoring counterterrorism and cyber issues. Sources told the network that the FBI's recall of a couple thousand agents is a direct result of Trump's bombing of Iran, which has raised fears of retaliation stateside. So now, look, it is a bit ironic that this was caused by Donald Trump unilaterally attacking Iran. So now they can't focus as much on their immigration raids because they don't. Now they actually have to look for real threats. Oh, I know. Crazy. Look, Iran, yes, they could try to hack into our systems. They could order some of their proxies to attack U.S. troops abroad. That's a possibility. I seriously doubt they have the ability, the capability to do anything domestically, or, I don't even think they'd want to try it. But again, that is a possibility. Sure. Because after all, Trump did drop bombs on their country. So, yeah, I mean, yeah. That said, it obviously it's better to watch out for actual potential threats instead of helping ICE round up construction workers and seamstresses as they're doing now. Remember, ICE is not just prioritizing undocumented immigrants accused of crimes. No, there's not that many in this country. No, what they're doing is they're going after anyone that is undocumented. Doesn't matter. Farm workers in California, day workers at Home Depot, high school students, okay, asylum seekers, all of them. People going to their immigration court hearings. It doesn't matter. And again, that's because of Stephen Miller's instructions to try to pump up them numbers. Oh, we got to get them numbers. He wants 3,000 people deported every single day. And you know what? Even with all the support from all of these different government agencies, they still hadn't been able to hit those numbers. and get this, they're almost out of money, which is why they need Donald Trump's big nasty bill to pass in order to get the funding they need to keep targeting people whose only crime was crossing an imaginary border. Yes, that's right. Maybe now with the FBI going back to doing actual work, it might get a little bit more difficult for ICE to harass people that are just going to work and abduct them off the street. I guess we'll see. Perhaps, though, and this is the scary part, maybe he doesn't need the FBI anymore anyway, because he's got the backing of Palantir, which is, of course, Peter Thiel's company that is going to try to spy on us. According to a new report published on Tuesday by the Project on Government Oversight, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, owns a large portfolio that includes as much as $250,000 worth of Palantir stock. Okay, other notable people who own Palantir stock, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Ro Khanna. Jeez. So, and you know, plenty of people profiting off this company that is, that is helping ICE deport immigrants. And not just immigrants, but also American citizens. About 70 American citizens have been not deported. You can't deport American citizens to another country. No, that's not what that's called. It's called kidnapping them and sending them off human trafficking to another country that they don't belong to. That's what's going on here. Okay. So look, but getting back to Stephen Miller here, he is the official that is directly behind these mass deportation efforts, is also profiting financially from it, from these companies that are being boosted, that are, you know, boosting those efforts. Ethics experts say that Miller's involvement in ICE's efforts and his financial stake in Palantir are raising conflict of interest concerns. Oh, yes, of course. Palantir was given widespread access to government databases, probably through and from Doge, by the way, that they are now using to target immigrants, and even received an ICE contract without any competition. No bid contract for Palantir. I mean, look, Stephen Miller, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, all of these people, these, you know, you got the tech bros that are basically tech fascists, okay, that are trying to dismantle democracy and destroy immigration. That's it. And to be cruel for cruelty's sake. They're all working together. So I guess maybe now ICE does not need the FBI's help. I don't know. But nonetheless, it should be very, very concerning that you have government resources being used in this way by people who are obviously deeply corrupt and are profiting off of this. You know, if I were the Democrats, I might want to look into that. Oh, but then I forget, the Democrats right now, Democratic leadership, useless cowards. So there you go. Okay. Let's move on to something a little bit more fun here. A tourist from Norway is accusing American authorities of denying him entry into the United States because he had a meme on his phone. 21-year-old Mads Mikkelsen, no, not the famous one, okay, recently told his hometown newspaper, Nordlys, that he was subjected to, quote, abuse of power and harassment by U.S. officials at Newark Liberty International Airport. Now, this started out with immigration officials grilling him about drug trafficking and terror plots and right-wing extremism, all of which he said was, quote, totally without reason. He even claims that he was put in a holding cell. Quote, they took me into a room with several armed guards where I had to hand over my shoes, mobile phone, and my backpack. He was then threatened with fines or prison time if he did not grant them access to his cell phone. So, of course, he did. That's when agents found this on his device. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Wait, I don't know. What's the big deal there? That's just J.D. Vance. That's just what he looks like. I don't understand. He also claimed that agents were none too happy with him, with a photo of him with a homemade wooden pipe. Yes, homemade wooden pipe. Oh, very, very dangerous. Both pictures, he explained, had been automatically saved to my camera roll from a chat app. But I really didn't think that these innocent pictures would put a stop to my entry into the country. Now, Mickelson claims that he had pleaded with agents that the photos were just a joke, but they still searched him and forced him to even give blood samples and took his fingerprints. What is going on here? Quote, it felt like I was a terror suspect where I was sitting. I tried to pull myself together several times, but in the end, I just wanted to get home again. Well, I don't really blame him on that one. He told Nordlis that he was traveling to the U.S. to visit friends in New York City and then to Austin, Texas. He also planned to visit multiple national parks with his mother, who he said planned to fly to the country and meet up with him at a later date. They demanded full information about everyone I was going to meet in the U.S., including name, address, phone number, and what they did for work, their occupation. What the hell? I mean, what, you come here for some fun and instead you get treated like a criminal. Well, guess what? That is Trump's America. He added, I traveled for 12 hours. I slept poorly and was physically and mentally completely exhausted even before they started questioning me, interrogating him more like. So what happened afterwards? Well, he was sent back to Norway. So he didn't get to do any of his plans, really. So, I wonder, is there any wonder why tourism to the United States is in the crapper now? I mean, according to Oxford Economics, tourism is expected to drop by around 9% this year, costing a potential $8.5 billion. Other estimates suggest the potential economic losses may even be larger. For example, the World Travel and Tourism Council said this month that it expects the U.S. economy to lose a staggering $12.5 billion in spending from international visitors in 2025, a direct blow to the U.S. economy overall, impacting communities, jobs, and businesses from coast to coast. Well, I mean, what do you expect? You treat your visitors like crap, and you've alienated the international community. What did you expect? What did you expect? This is what you get. This is FAFO. Okay, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. And by the way, this man is not the only person to have been treated poorly coming into this country. In fact, an American citizen and her German fiance were detained near San Diego in February when they tried to re-enter the United States after taking a vacation to Mexico. The German national was held 22 days into a permitted 90-day visa stay, but was forced to spend 16 days in federal detention before being deported. So, yeah, this is what you get. Come to the United States. This is what you get. Welsh backpacker was also held for nearly 3 weeks at a U.S.-Canada land crossing this spring, and another German was detained for a month and a half, including 8 days in solitary confinement, which is torture. Yes, the Geneva Convention says that if you hold someone in solitary confinement, you are torturing them. And apparently, what was the suspicion there? Why was he held in solitary? I mean, what was it? Did they accuse him of planning a terror attack or something? No. He was under suspicion of intent to work. Wow. None of the terrorists that were involved in those incidents were ever charged with a crime. So here we have the American Gestapo literally kidnapping tourists and throwing them in solitary confinement for literally no reason. Gee, I wonder why no one wants to come here anymore. Wow. This is insane. This is ridiculous. This is extremely harmful, not just to tourism, obviously, and business, but also, of course, to our reputation across the world, which, because of Trump and the fascists in charge, is even lower now than it was before. I didn't think that you could go lower. Okay. I've got one more story that I could do. See if I can squeeze it in here. Oh man. Definitely need to squeeze one more story in here. So y'all getting a bonus. Senator Mitch McConnell has a message to people who are concerned about losing their health care as a result of Donald Trump's big nasty bill. Get over it. According to Punchbowl News, McConnell made those comments during a closed-door meeting with other Republicans about the reconciliation package, which will, of course, cut massively into Medicaid as well as the SNAP program in order to fund more ICE deportations and to give tax cuts to the rich. CBO has estimated the House's version of the bill would reduce Medicaid spending, or cut it, by $793 billion over the next 10 years, resulting in 10.3 million fewer people enrolled in Medicaid by 2034, including 1.3 million individuals currently on Medicare. According to Punchbowl News, McConnell made the comments while addressing the possibility that the Republican Party could face major electoral losses due to the bill. McConnell said, per Punchbowl, quote, I know a lot of us are hearing from people back home about Medicare, but they'll get over it. Oh, yeah, the people who are poorest of the poor. They're just going to get over it, losing their health care. Their health care. According to Kaiser Family Foundation, approximately 1.4 million people in McConnell's home state of Kentucky are enrolled in Medicaid. But they're going to get over it. It'll be fine. No worry. Keep going. I'm sure they'll be happy to make the sacrifice needed to give rich people more money in tax cuts. Oh, boy. Now, by the way, on this bill, and they really, really want the tax cuts, the former Senate Majority Leader added during Tuesday's closed-door meeting that failure to pass the bill isn't an option. Oh, that's right. That's right, because the donors want their return on investment, and they will have it. They will have it, no matter the cost, to, of course, other people. Always to other people. Okay. That's it. A spokesperson for McConnell told Newsweek in a statement, oh, no, you don't understand. You took him out of context. His statement, his comments were out of context, guys. Senator McConnell was speaking about people who were abusing Medicaid. Oh, the able-bodied Americans who should be working. Oh, really? The need to withstand the Democrats' scare tactics when it comes to Medicaid. Ah, yes, here we go. The waste, fraud, and abuse comments. Yes. You know what, though? Waste, fraud, and abuse is actually incredibly rare. And, by the way, It's not average people that are doing it. It's mainly committed by healthcare providers. Yeah, that screw over Medicaid, or companies like the one owned by Rick Scott. Yeah. In fact, look, among adults under age 65 with Medicaid who do not receive benefits from disability, SSI, and Social Security disability insurance, and who are also not covered by Medicare, 92% were working full-time, full or part-time. That's actually 64%, or not working due to caregiving responsibilities, it's 12%, illness or disability, 10%, or school attendance, 7%. So let me show you this graph here. That is the work status as of 2023. So you can see 44% work full-time, 20% work part-time. You have all of these people that are working, and then for the people who are not working, they have pretty good reasons. Disability, school, caregiving. That's it. These are the people that are going to be kicked off of this program. They are kicking off the poorest people, the ones who are already working. They're going to kick them off the rolls. And you know what's going to happen? People are going to die. Either that, or it's actually going to reduce the amount of people working. That's right. If you can't get health care, can't get medication that you need to function, what do you think is going to happen? Oh, right. They're not going to be able to function, which means they're not going to be able to go to work. So congratulations. But understand, though, that they don't give a damn. Senator Joni Ernst told people protesting against these cuts, well, we're all going to die. We're all going to die. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. See, understand that they don't give a damn about you. If you're a Republican voter and you are not rich, you're a sucker. You're a mark. You're getting taken advantage of by people who don't give a shit about you. It's true. That's the reality of the situation. And yes, you can argue that many Democrats in power also don't care. Fair. I'll concede that. But Republicans, they're going to get people killed. And they, of course, they know it, and they're counting on it. They're a death cult. They are slavishly working for their giant faceless corporate overlords while they themselves have the finest health care that our tax money can afford. Okay. All right. Right up to the wire. Andrea, take it away.
Hello. Welcome to another episodic installation of this show, everybody. My name is not important, but the message is. And today's show is going to be about language. In particular, certain things about language that I find to be a little important, maybe greatly important. And I would like to start off by listing out a couple of, I guess, cliches, as they are frequently referred to as, with the first one being, you are not immune to propaganda. This is something that, at least in left-wing spaces, you see this a lot. You're not immune to propaganda. What does that mean? Right? And is it even possible to be immune to propaganda? I'm not sure. But I'm going to be taking a look at that in today's episode. So, have you ever heard anyone say something like, they did the best they could? You ever hear that? They did the best they could. Like it's usually in reference to shitty parents or politicians that run on something and then somehow don't do it. Like someone like Joe Biden comes to mind, running on fixing the country and trying to help everyone, reach prosperity. And, we're going to do something about the, police brutality and all that kind of stuff. Rode that wave into victory and then didn't do any of that, right? But you often see a lot of people say that he did the best that he could. Your father who beat you, several times with a belt a week. Hey, that's all right, because he did the best that he could. You ever hear that phrase? Very interesting. Another one that's similar is, it is what it is. You ever hear that? It is what it is. Yeah, we're going to war with Iran. It is what it is. Very interesting phrase. I was watching Jeff's show, and Jeff mentioned one of my other favorites, waste, fraud, don't forget abuse. Waste, fraud, and abuse. What does that mean? Right? Do you ever sit down and analyze waste, fraud, and abuse? Well, aren't fraud and abuse basically the same? What's the difference between fraud and abuse, right? In this context, in the context of Medicaid fraud, right? What is the difference between fraud and abuse? They basically mean the same thing. So why would you say 3 words, 2 of which have the same meaning, right? And then the third one, waste. Well, that's not directly the same meaning as fraud and abuse. I would say fraud and abuse are wasteful. But, it's like squares and rectangles. Not all waste is necessarily as a result of fraud and abuse, right? But you see these phrases, these terms, they're often thrown around there in conversation, like, a certain military base. Does it have a right to exist? A certain military base, they have a right to defend themselves. But what does that mean? You have a right to defend yourself? I mean, that sounds reasonable. Someone comes up, on the street, they punch you in the face, and then you decide, oh, I got a pocket knife. I'm going to use this to defend myself. And then you end up cutting their throat, stabbing them 17 times, and then chopping their body up and throwing them in the river. But you have a right to defend yourself, right? That's what we're told, by people in charge. And this all boils down to the phrase, that I've said before, you are not immune to propaganda. And propaganda is all around you. Propaganda, by its very nature, is a neutral term. Propaganda just means, something, art. It could be art. It could be methods of speech. It could be movements. It could be any sort of thing. It could be, whatever, that is meant to sway somebody who is not on your side or that side of an issue, a particular issue, into becoming a part of your side, right? That's what we typically think of as the term propaganda. In the political context, propaganda is often telling people things like, we're going to cut waste, fraud, and abuse, and then all that money that we save, we're going to send it back to you in the form of Trump checks, right? That would be a form of propaganda. If someone was necessarily not on board previously with cutting Medicaid to the bone, and then someone says, hey, we'll give you some money to do it, I mean, you could call that bribery, but it's also a form of propaganda. The checks never came. They never will come because there is no actual money savings. And, even though we are living in a runaway inflation economy, they're not going to print $5,000 checks for anybody. Let's be honest, right? That's not going to happen. But again, propaganda as a term, as a philosophy, the philosophy of propaganda hinges on, getting people who are possibly able to join your side of an issue, with, the least amount of effort required, right? If you've ever done political work like canvassing or phone banking, you've been taught by, the people that teach you in these, instances, not to waste your time on people that are definitely not going to vote for that candidate. So if, by the way, if you are ever knocked on, your door is knocked on, your phone is called, and someone says that they're with the Joe Biden campaign, for example, or whatever shitfuck politician comes down the pike next, I recommend trying to waste their time as much as possible, not by just saying, hey, I'm a Bernie voter, man. I'm not gonna, like, if you say that, you might feel cool, like, yeah, woo, I told them what, right? But really, you're just giving them a method to go call someone else or knock on someone else's door as soon as possible. In my opinion, if you get canvassed by somebody who's, going for a candidate that you don't like, waste their time as much as possible. Say, oh yeah, I've heard about this guy. He seems cool, but tell me more about their position. Just waste their time, filibuster, right? But like the whole point of propaganda is you want to get people who are potentially able to be swayed, right? If you spend, let's just put a number on it because numbers are cool, $100 million, right, on an ad campaign, let's say you manufactured some new product and you think it's better than an existing product and you want to take some of their market share. So you could spend $100 million on an ad campaign. So who would you want to steer that ad campaign to? People that have, like, let's say that they have brand loyalty to the competitor product, the one you're trying to oust, the one you're trying to replace. Someone that's got stickers on their car that says that they love this product, they love this company, the people that their parents have been supporting this company and buying this product and it's in the family. Or would you rather sway somebody who maybe they bought that pair of jeans from that company or whatever, I'm just making shit up as I go here. But they're not dead set on them. They could go either way. If you offer a product that's like $1 or $2 cheaper and equivalent quality, they'll probably jump to it, right? So if you're spending an amount of money on an ad campaign to try to get people to do what you want, you would want to target the audience that is the most susceptible to that ad campaign, right? Does that make sense? Does anyone think that makes sense? I'm not looking at the chat, but if you're in the chat, let me know if that makes sense. I'm not going to see it, but I'm trying to boost engagement here on this channel. Another one of my favorite, cliches that people use in everyday speech is vote with your wallet. You ever hear this one? A lot of people are cringe posting about this new Nintendo product that's coming out. Ooh, Nintendo Switch. And then, they made the video games more expensive or whatever. So then you hear people complain about that. And then you hear other people go, well, if you don't like it, don't buy it. Vote with your wallet. Right? That's what people love to say. Vote with your wallet. But how many people actually do that? How many people, right, actually vote with their wallet? Because when you think about it, what does that phrase mean? Right? These phrases that I've mentioned are forms of propaganda. They are designed to make you stop thinking about a certain issue. Some would use the term a thought-terminating cliche. They're designed to make you to subvert what you were thinking into another direction and then not go back to the previous direction, right? But think about it. If you've heard the term vote with your wallet, do you genuinely vote with your wallet? Does every financial decision you make, do you actually look into the companies when you're at a convenience store and you want to buy a new drink? Do you go on your phone that you have in your pocket at all times, connected to the internet, and look up this company and see what they're doing? You could do that in 30 seconds with any new product at the grocery store. Oh, that looks interesting. You whip out your cell phone that we all have, of course, because this is cell phone land. And you just look up, type this in. Okay, who owns this company? What is this a subsidiary of? Oh, they're owned by a Zionist corporation. I'm not going to buy that. How many people actually do something like that, where they sincerely make thoughtful decisions about where they spend their money? And in this, what we would consider ourselves in the internet age is the attention economy. Do you, attention is the currency of the internet more so than dollars or whatever sort of government-backed financial currency or non-government-backed financial currency, whatever. Attention economy, right? So do you vote with your wallet, and your wallet in this instance being your attention span, when it comes to what videos you watch on YouTube or other platforms? Are you voting with your wallet right now by watching this show on this space? Is this the best thing you could be doing? Now, I am biased, of course, so I'm going to tell you, yes, there is nothing better that you could be doing right now. If your child is crying in the other room, let him cry, because you got to watch this space. In fact, you know what? Just instead of having put the, you have the baby monitor radio thing. I don't know. Put up a little phone next to the radio and just pipe in this space to your crying baby. That'll probably make them feel a lot better, right? So again, vote with your wallet. Something that I think that I didn't read that chat message that appeared on screen, but I'm sure it was profound. Vote with your wallet. In my opinion, you should be taking this ideology that a lot of people have said. How many people have said that? Probably everyone who's watching this or whatever has at least heard this phrase, if not said it themselves. You should take it literally. You should take it seriously. Every financial decision you make, and on the internet, attention is a financial decision. You might disagree with that, but it is. That's just how this world works. Every decision you make should be thoughtful, right? So when you are on the internet and you're letting algorithms, AI-driven algorithms by corporate-driven algorithms decide what kind of material that you want to view, is that voting with your wallet? And if so, where are you giving this money to? And let's bring up the subject of, things like super chats, Twitch subs, hype train, woo, choo-choo-choo, right? Is that a sound financial decision? Are you correctly voting with your wallet? Because if so, every time you give a super chat to a leftist creator, what you're doing is you're giving 30% of that money to Google, a corporation that is dead set on destroying our way of life in this world. Now, I like YouTube. It's a good website. I've been using this website before Google bought it, so I've been here first. Fuck you, Google, okay? Sincerely, me. So just think about that. When you give a super chat of $10, the creator, whatever the fuck that means, some corporate garbage lingo, content creator. Yeah, I'm a content creator, guys. What the fuck does that mean? That's another, propagandistic term. We're not artists. We're not philosophers. We're not entertainers. We're content creators, right? But that's a whole separate rant. When you subscribe on Twitch, that's 50% of that money that's going to Amazon. Arguably worse than Google. Is that a sound vote? If we are really voting with our wallets in every decision we make, do you really think that this is the best thing to do? Oh, but I want my message to pop up on screen. I want them to see my chats. Really? You're willing to pay a corporation that is basically declared war on humanity with the way that AI is unfolding and Amazon trying to destroy our economy? They have declared war on the human spirit, on humanity's will to live, on what we consider to be sacred. These companies have declared war on us, and you are giving them money. Now, it's one thing, right? I want to watch a YouTube video. Okay, right? Again, I mentioned the attention economy. It's one thing to just watch a YouTube video. Hey, you know what? YouTube, is there an equivalent to YouTube as it is in this moment in time? Not really. Right? So it's one thing to watch a YouTube video, let's say with ad block enabled or some sort of thing like that. Hell, I might even argue that it may be a good thing to purchase something like YouTube Premium. Think about it. How many super chats have you given people, right? YouTube Premium's like what, $10, $11? I'm just saying, right? If you've given like $20, $30 in super chats, you've essentially given Google the amount of money that you would have to have spent on YouTube Premium, and you're still watching ads, which is a little bizarre. And that's another question, like, shouldn't you have installed ad block a long time ago? Think about that, right? Shouldn't you be installing ad block, right, on these garbage websites because you don't want them to make money off of this shit fuck garbage? But then also you think about, well, installing ad block hurts the creators. The creators. So that's an argument in favor of something like YouTube Premium. But on the subject of super chats and memberships and subscriptions and hype trains, you ever think it would be better to just hit someone up on Cash App so that they can get 100% of the money? You ever send someone money on Cash App, send them $5, and then you look at their phone and then they say, I received $5. Where's the fee? Of course, that requires you to be spending money within the Cash App application economy, right? So if you're trying to bring your money back into your bank account, that's when they charge you a fee. But think about this. Shouldn't we, as lefties, shouldn't we be trying to reduce our contributions to corporations? And as creators of content, shouldn't we be trying to facilitate a method of financial gain for us to continue doing what we're doing here that both gives us more money and then also trains the audience to properly engage with other creators, right? Think about this. If you give someone $100 on a YouTube super chat, they're only seeing $70. Just think about that, right? What a waste of money. $30 you're giving to Google for nothing. So you can get your fucking message on the screen. You're paying $30 so that you can have a big, bright red message. How embarrassing and pathetic is that? But of course, are people still going to be giving super chats to people? Probably. I don't know. It's a little strange, the world we live in, right? Some would even refer to it as cognitive dissonance. You ever hear that phrase? Cognitive dissonance. What is that? It's where you say one thing, you do another. Hell, you might even do one thing and then do another the next day that undoes the thing you did previously. Or maybe you're just walking backwards and forwards at the same time, right? That's cognitive dissonance. In other words, you don't know what the hell's going on. And I would argue that every human being to some degree has to deal with cognitive dissonance. It's unfortunately part of our brains. Right? It's part of our brains. We are fucked up motherfuckers when it comes to what we know, what we understand about the world, and then what we do. I'm drinking a cup of coffee here. Now, I did purchase this coffee under the label of fair trade. What does that mean? Fair trade? Well, ideally, that means that they're not using slave labor, right, to get their coffee beans or whatever. They're paying actual wages, and that's why you're paying more for fair trade coffee. But really, think about this. I'm drinking coffee in the, I don't want to tell you where I'm at, but needless to say, I am nowhere near the equator of this planet that we call Earth. And yet I am drinking this coffee, right? The things that have facilitated coffee as a global commodity relies on slavery. Sure, I personally try to mitigate the harms that I cause by drinking coffee by purchasing things like fair trade coffee beans, right? That is what I do. I try to mitigate that. You could even say it's voting with my wallet. But at the end of the day, the entire coffee economy is foundational, the bedrock of being slavery. That is the entire coffee economy. Sure, you can buy fair trade coffee, but at the end of the day, buying fair trade coffee still makes coffee go up in value. People want to get coffee. People want to talk about coffee. You ever get coffee from a coffee shop like Starbucks? Which, by the way, let's be honest, low IQ move. Purchasing coffee from a coffee shop. Are you really that busy? Let's be honest. Are you really that busy? No, you're not. You're just a lazy bitch. You're a lazy dumb fuck, and you want to give your money to slavery. That's what you're doing, right? I'm sorry, man. I'm just being honest with you. Like, making coffee at home, it takes like 2 minutes. Now, I'm a little bit of I like to make my coffee the fancy way, but you can just get a pot of coffee, put that motherfucker on the night before, right? Whatever, man. Maybe it'll burn a little bit, but hey, whatever. You can drink your coffee cold in the morning, whatever, right? Coffee takes like -6 seconds to actually make it. And yet, people love going to coffee shops. Very interesting, right? I don't know, man. You can maybe say that that's a little bit of cognitive dissonance, right? And again, I bring up the phrase, you are not immune to propaganda. You can say stuff like, I don't support slavery. And then you can go buy coffee from low effort coffee shops, right? That definitely source their beans from slavery. And then you don't even think about it. I thought you're anti-slavery, right? Now, again, there are coffee shops that do sell fair trade coffee, and, that is fine, and I do endorse supporting small businesses to some degree if it's like a locally owned business, whatever, and that you can verify with 100% certainty that they get their beans in a fair way that doesn't support slavery, then that's a whole separate story. But if you're going to like Dunkies or whatever every morning for your stupid fucking shit fuck coffee, like, I'm going to be honest, you're just kind of dumb. I consider you to be like a dullard, okay? Like you're dim-witted, in my opinion. Maybe that's mean. I don't know. That's my opinion, okay? But again, we're talking about on this show the importance of language, right? Some people would say that language shapes thought. The words that you know and understand are the foundation of the ideas that you could potentially integrate into your being or express, even internally or externally. Right? Language is an extremely important thing. Have you ever spoken to somebody who doesn't know your language in any capacity? They just know nothing, right? There is no verbal or spoken communication at all that you can really grasp in any way. And then you have to resort to like doing these hand signs that no one understands, right? And then you got international sign language and American sign language. Maybe you know American sign language, someone else knows, and that's a whole different can of worms, right? Have you ever been in that environment and you ever get frustrated? Like, we just can't communicate. We don't have the same building blocks, right? It's frustrating. It's frustrating, right? So like, and the building blocks that you have are a prerequisite to the ideas that you can express, right? And the level of clarity that those ideas and expressions can have, right? So think about it when it comes to the shoveling down the throats of children of artificial intelligence applications like ChatGPT, right? Children are being inundated with the desire to use ChatGPT to pass all their quizzes, to pass all their exams. Just pop open ChatGPT and ask them everything, right? But what does that leave you with? As a child, you don't really understand this because you're a kid. You don't know what the hell is going on. It's the parent's responsibility to ensure that you can be set up. You can receive the building blocks that are necessary to have a thriving, successful life. At least ostensibly, that's what parents are for, right? Right? That's why we have parents, right? Huh? Isn't that the whole point of parenting? To set up your kids so that they can live in a happy, healthy life? Isn't that the whole point? I don't know. I don't think so in the modern age. I think the modern age, I think parenting is more of a fascistic tool to destroy the souls of children, but that's a whole separate, maybe I'll do a whole separate show on that subject, right? But think about this. If you are graduating college, and let's say 2029, and you breezed? See, this is why language is important. You cleared with extreme ease high school and college riding on ChatGPT, right? What does this do to your brain? Well, there's been a study recently that suggests it's not good, the things that happen to your brain. It's actually, I would go as far as to say bad, right? People that graduate high school or college and they've rode on ChatGPT, they know less words. Their brain is slower than someone who doesn't. You know, a peer who, for whatever reason, ideologically or they just don't know or care about this, right? They don't use ChatGPT. You're at a slower, on the brain level, you are slower, you know less words, you have less building blocks, right? And I want to hinge on that term building blocks, right? You can express ideas with a broad variety of words, right? That's the gift of language by our ancestors. They gave us one of the most beautiful gifts that we've ever invented as a species, and that is a language. Language brought down from the gods, also known as our ancestors in ancient history. They spent hundreds of thousands of years developing language so that we can build off of that to create a more prosperous society. And yet, look around you. Our society is fucked, right? So why is that? Why is that? Well, you know, that's the whole theme of this show, so I'm not going to go into that in this episode. But let's stick to language, right, and building blocks, because it's important, right? The more blocks you have to work with, the more variety of shapes you can construct. Like, sure, you could probably get by on just good and bad as the only words you know to describe something. Good, bad. You know? What is this? Good. I don't have anything around me that I don't like, so I can't give you a counterexample, right? But again, wouldn't it be more interesting if you used things like fantastic or magnificent, right? Doesn't that have like a more, don't you gain more information with just, they're both one word. They both kind of basically mean the same thing, but one is a little bit more specific and it gives you a little bit more of a breadth of personality. And that's one of my favorite parts about language is personality. The fashion of the mind, right? I don't personally care about fashion. I have like 4 sets of outfits. You probably see me wear the same purple, probably like every video I've done in the last 5 years. So I don't really have a physical outward fashion sense of any kind. I don't really care about that. Well, what I do care about immensely is the fashion of my speech, because the more words you have to use, the more specific and the more personal your language becomes, right? The more identifiable your language becomes. And this is why the fascists in charge are trying to make children stupider and dumber so that they have less building blocks, so that they're able to express less thought. And to get back to the start of this show, so that they are more susceptible to propaganda. Because somebody who is not well-versed in words or language, and especially well-versed in bullshit, because that, you got to be well-versed in bullshit. You got to know when someone is trying to sell you some snake oil, plain and simple. That's just something you need in America, especially, but broadly across the world, but especially in America, you need to know if someone's trying to fuck your shit up or scam you, right? So you need to be able to discern. Someone can say something that I agree with, but somehow they don't actually mean what they're saying, right? So that's a skill that you gain by knowing language. In a lot of instances, also body language, but sometimes, it's just you're looking at words on a screen. There's really no body language you can really discern there, right? So you need to be able, in order to defend yourself against propaganda, you need to be able to rigorously dissect what people are saying in a quick and also beneficial way. You need to actually make progress. When you learn something, you need to integrate it. You need to understand it so that you can update your model of the universe that you perceive outwardly into the world, so that you don't fall for the same scam ever again, right? Ideally. Now, again, I'm not saying that you need to pay intimate attention to every single word or letter you see in the world, because you never know when it's going to come up in handy later. Hey, if you just want to get drunk and watch some TV shows or whatever and chill for a while, hey, that's fine. I do that all the time, right? So I'm not saying you need to necessarily just be super aware at all times, because, that's bordering on mental illness. And that gets me to another phrase that I'd love to touch upon here: mental illness. What is that? What is mental illness? You ever think about that? What is mental illness? Right. Well, let's take a quick look at how the mentally ill are treated in our society. Well, actually, you know what? We got I think a Canadian should be coming on the show after this. So let's take a look at Canada for a moment. In Canada, there is a service. Again, language is important. A service. It's a service that they provide. And who provides this service that I'm about to mention? Caregivers. Right? You see how language shapes your understanding of the situation, but then also you need to have a bullshit detector, because what I'm about to give you is some fucked up shit. So in Canada, there is a service called Medical Assistance in Dying or Death. It's abbreviated MAID. You may have heard of this. And MAID, the point, the stated goal is to allow people who want to die the ability to do so in a way that is harmless to others and that is peaceful for the person in question. That is what their stated goal is. And by they, I mean the government, the so-called caregivers, right? But one thing that has been going on in the country Not for long. It's going to be a state very soon if Trump, you know, he's going to war with Iran. What's stopping him from going to war with Canada? But that's a whole separate can of worms. But the country of Canada, right? If you declare someone to be sick, right? Well, then now they're a different person. They're an other. They're a different group of people. They're disabled. They're mentally ill, right? And there have been several cases of caregivers basically just like twisting the arm of a patient saying like, hey, we could treat this illness, but what about this other option? It's called MAID. Yeah, it's MAID. You know, what does MAID remind you of? Oh yeah, that person who comes to your house and cleans for you, you know, or at least the one you see on TV because you can't afford a maid yourself. Yeah, it's called MAID. You know, I don't want to take care of you anymore. I think I want to go out and live my life. I gotta live my life. That's another one. We'll get back to it. Gotta live my life. So there are cases in Canada, and by the way, I'm getting a rainstorm, so it's possible that my power goes out. Just throwing that out there in case it happens. You know, just trying to put the producer on edge. Who knows? Oh, now the power might go out. Now I gotta. Oh no, right? But it's coming down on us hard. You know. You know. So there have been cases in stories of, let's say you are an elderly couple, or, you know, 60s, 70s. Is that elderly? Well, you know, I don't know, man. Maybe 70s. 70 is the new 40, right? I don't know. But there have been cases in Canada where a husband or a wife, a spouse of some kind, is the sole caregiver of someone who is unwell to some degree. And there have been cases where the sole caregiver is burned out. They got caregiver burnout, which, to be fair, is a real thing, because the idea that a spouse is somehow automatically qualified to be your nurse and doctor at all times is a little bizarre, right? Isn't that why Canada has a universal healthcare system? Allegedly, anyway. It's allegedly a universal healthcare system. It's not really. It's better than America, but it's not universal healthcare. Let's be honest, because universal healthcare means something. Again, language is very important. So I would argue Canada does not have a universal healthcare system, but it's a lot better than us. That is to say, us, the United States, USA. And so there have been cases where someone's got caregiver burnout. They go to the doctor, and like maybe they drop subtle hints along the way, like, you know, you're never going to get any better, or, oh man, this is killing both of us, or something like that, right? And also when people are sick, mentally or physically, they're depressed. And when someone is depressed, they might want to kill themselves. I know that from personal experience. And so if someone is in a depressed mindset, they can see the pain that their condition is giving to their spouse. And there's an option of MAID. Yeah, a MAID service. Yeah, it's super, super easy. MAID service, right? And you can free your spouse from having to take care of you. Well, this has happened many times in Canada, where either caregivers, a spouse or a family member, or doctors outright conspire to kill somebody. And it's not murder because there is a system in place called MAID. It's a service by caregivers. It's not murder. You're killing somebody, but it's not murder. You just ask them, hey, I can't treat you. I can't actually make you feel better. Well, I can, but I'm not going to. But have you considered killing yourself? Hey, I'll give you some morphine. Have fun, right? That's what's happening in Canada. There have been other cases where people have had something like Lyme's disease, right? Imagine getting bit by a tick. You start feeling fucked up. You go to the doctor and they say, I don't know. In a so-called universal healthcare system, by the way, in Canada, I don't know. Whatever, man. But you feel fucked up, and then you start thinking like, man, I got bit by a tick. Could it be that? So then you go and you say, I got bit by a tick. I might have Lyme's disease. And then they go, you look good to me. Right? They do that thing where they put that little plastic bullshit on your kneecap and your knee jumps or whatever. And they go, all right, you're ready to go. Right? Well, there was a case where somebody had Lyme's disease. They couldn't get a diagnosis in Canada because if Canada were to have given them a diagnosis, then all of a sudden, the universal healthcare system, the alleged universal healthcare system, all of a sudden needs to pay for that treatment, right? So if you don't diagnose someone, then they don't have to be treated for anything. Therefore, the government saves money. So they went to another country to get a Lyme's disease diagnosis. And that other country was like, You've had Lyme's disease for years. What took so long? Why are you here? Why did you get, don't you live in a country with universal health care, right? Then they went back to Canada with the certificate from another country that says that they have Lyme's disease with all the markers. And then Canada, a doctor suggested to them, have you tried MAID? That's the only treatment option available in this universal healthcare system in Canada. MAID. We can't treat you for the disease you clearly have because that's too expensive. And frankly, I don't feel like it. But have you considered killing yourself? And then think about this. There have also been studies done on the psychology of people that commit murder. Police, when they shoot and kill someone, are more likely to go home that night and rape their wife. Or spouse, I should say. Could be the other way around too. Right? And that same thing applies to doctors that suggest MAID to people. They go home and they jerk off to all the dead people that they've prescribed. Right? But that's a tangent maybe for another time. And maybe our Canadian correspondent could give us more information on MAID at another time. I want to go back to another phrase I like that I mentioned earlier. Gotta live your life. Gotta live my life. Gotta live my life. What are you doing? What are you doing with yourself? Don't you know that you got to be living your life? Now, what does that mean? I got to live my life. You ever hear that? Has anyone ever heard that? You got to live your life? You know? Well, I'm currently living. I'm alive. I think. And I'm currently living that life. You could live your life in solitary confinement. You could live your life on a private island. You could live your life on a raft in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Right? So when someone says, gotta live my life, what does that mean? Right? It's another one of these thought-terminating cliches. They don't want to actually have a conversation, so they say some fucked up bullshit like, gotta live my life. Gotta live my life. Right? You also hear something, this is another thing you might hear. Law and order. Law and order. Right? What is that? Law and order. Ostensibly people say that when they want to protect you. Right? From the criminals. The criminals. But the legal system, at least in the United States and in a lot of Western countries, is a little fucked up. There are people that have been sentenced to death because someone with a really bad memory said, I think that was him, at a trial, and then they get killed, and then DNA evidence comes out like 30, 40 years later that said actually they had nothing to do with it. So, I don't know, man, law and order, right? Doesn't that make you feel fuzzy inside? Yeah, I want to live in a country that's orderly. I want to live in a country of laws. But the people that are most often going to be saying a phrase like law and order, they want to do the opposite of those things. They don't want order, and they certainly don't give a fuck about laws, right? So, you ever think about that? You ever think about language? You ever think about how words enter your mind, and then they get rooted forever deep inside of your subconscious, and it changes you? Everything that you see and hear changes you forever. Irreversible. A phrase I like to use is cognitohazard. That is everything. Everything you see. What you're watching right now, your world will be altered forever as a result of every decision you've ever made, right? And so this goes into another subject that I'd like to, very related, about micro decisions. What is a micro decision versus a macro decision? Well, a macro decision could be like, I got to move. I'm going to move, whatever your circumstance is, you got to move out of your parents' house. You got to move into your parents' house. You and your parents got to move somewhere else, for whatever reason. That's a macro decision, right? You could maybe even say a macro decision is like, what movie am I going to watch? There's like 3 or 4 movies that I want to watch. I've got 3 hours to kill. Maybe I could watch 2 of them if I'm sacrificing sleep a little bit. But realistically, let's be honest, I'm only probably going to have time to watch 1 movie. You could maybe make an argument that is a macro decision, because in the sense that you are cognitively deciding what to do. So a micro decision is something that you, in the cognitive part of your brain, at least in your inner monologue, or I guess, a majority of people don't have inner monologues according to some study, but just whatever mechanism you use to think and interface with the world via thought, right? A micro decision is one that you really don't think about. You ever scratch your head? I got a little itch. And then you just scratch your head and you don't even think about it. You don't even think you have an itch. You just do this and you don't even notice it. You don't even know that you did that. Why would you? It's a micro decision. You don't even think about these things. And this is why, language is really important, because when people hear things, right, and they don't interrogate those things that they hear, they will integrate information into their brain, updating the way that they see the world and interface with that world based on information that's bunko, totally fucked up, not even true remotely, right? Is anyone following here? I don't have any fancy graphics like Mr. Waldorf. He's got those little fancy graphics on the side of the screen. Really cool stuff, by the way. I love those fancy graphics. I don't have any of that. I'm just some dumb bitch on a webcam, right? So, I don't know, man. Maybe you're not following along with what I'm saying. Maybe you are. Who knows? I can only hope. But my point being is that language is very important in how you interface with the world. Have you ever said something and then you go like, why did I say that? Has that ever happened to you? Maybe when you were younger, and maybe yesterday. Have you ever said something like you're in a conversation with somebody and they say something and then you just say this thing and then afterward you're thinking, I really hope they don't ask me to elaborate because I have no idea what the hell I just said. That happens to me sometimes, every once in a while. It happened to me a lot when I was younger. And when I was younger, I made the decision that if I ever said anything without knowing why I said it, that I would immediately interrogate where I heard that from, why I said it, and come up with a reason. That's something I decided when I was like maybe 15, 16. You can maybe say that that's mental illness. To interrogate everything you say to make sure you believe it, is that mental illness? What is mentally ill? What does that mean? You are not to the standard, the normal human. Well, what is normal? What is normal? What does it mean to be normal? There are a lot of people watching this program that may consider themselves normal. I personally don't. I'm a fucked up freak, right? But there are people that might be watching that are thinking to yourselves, you're normal. Whether that be physical health, whether that be mental health, whether that be what your job is, whether that be like your familial relationship and friend circles, right? Some people watching this program may consider themselves normal. It's possible. Maybe everyone doesn't. Maybe we're all a bunch of fucked up motherfuckers. That's totally possible. But hey. But what does it mean to be normal? Normal just means that you are presenting in a way that does not necessarily raise the suspicion or eyebrows of people in a position of power that could or would be willing to fuck you over, right? So let's just say this. Have you ever been walking down a street on a sidewalk or whatever, and you see someone like singing a song, on the street? I remember I have this memory when I was really young. And I was at some amusement park. I think it was like Six Flags or some shit. Shout out to New Jersey. And I remember like my mom who was accompanying me. I was like maybe, I don't know, like somewhere around 10, somewhere in that range. My mom who was accompanying me like pointed out to somebody who was loudly singing a song and just clapping while they were waiting in line. Now, could you make an argument it's annoying? I don't know, maybe. I personally wasn't annoyed. I enjoyed listening to the song. And then my mom was like, hey, look at that. They're acting weird. They're acting weird. They're strange. They might be on drugs. Stay away from them. That's what my mom, in her infinite stupidity, told me when I was young. And it stuck with me because it's like, what the fuck does that mean? This is somebody, hell, they may very well be on drugs, but this is somebody who's just like singing a song because they're waiting in line for 30 minutes to ride a fucking roller coaster. You know what I mean? Like, they're bored. It's perfectly acceptable to, I don't know, maybe try to entertain yourself, possibly everyone else in line, because you're fucking bored waiting to get in this roller coaster. You're waiting in line for 30 minutes for 98 seconds of fun, right? I never really enjoyed amusement parks when I was young, but that's something my mom would drag me to often because, she wants to be normal. And that's what normal people do. They take their normal family to the normal amusement park and they get normally excited for the normal roller coasters, right? And I just remember thinking, like, how strange is that? Someone just singing, being happy, just for no apparent reason. That's strange. That's cause for concern. So then that makes me really think about what is normal in our society. What is normal? You may have heard this phrase, back to normal, in regards to the COVID-19 pandemic. We're back to normal. That's what Joe Biden said. We're back to normal. Everything's normal. But if you look around yourself, do you feel like everything is normal? Look around you, right? Look at the world we're living in right now. Does this seem like a normal world? Does this seem like a world that was aberrant at some point in time and is now returned to normalcy, right? And this goes back to the concept of a micro decision. You may have heard of the phrase mild in regards to severe acute respiratory syndrome. Mild. I've got a mild case of severe acute respiratory syndrome. What is that? That's COVID. SARS is what it is. It is in the SARS family of viruses. Severe acute respiratory syndrome. But it's mild. You ever hear that? Where did that come from? You ever think about this, right? Where did the mild COVID come from? Oh yeah, I had COVID, but it was mild. Where did that come from? It actually came from, believe it or not, CEOs of major airlines. In December of 2021, there were major CEOs that said, hey, we want to get back to normal and we want to increase our profit margin. So what we are going to do is we are going to hire think tanks and lobbyists to get the Democratic government, the Joe Biden government, to just tell everyone that COVID is mild now. It's mild now. Remember that? Omicron? Remember that? Yeah, during COVID. Does anyone remember that? When back during COVID, when Omicron was happening, back then in the past, during COVID. You ever hear these phrases? During COVID, during the pandemic. What does that mean? COVID is still here. Most people acknowledge that when you ask them, where did COVID go? Well, it's still here. It's just mild now. Where did you hear it's mild? Oh, I heard it from the Delta Airlines CEO and Joe Biden. You certainly didn't hear that COVID was mild from a medical research paper on the virus. You certainly didn't hear it from a scientific research paper. You certainly didn't hear it from anything like that. Hell, you maybe even heard it from your doctors, the same type of doctors that love killing people in Canada, right? So there's a good chance that someone right there watching this program thinks that COVID is a mild disease. It's like a cold, just the flu. Yeah, it's just the flu. Hey, the flu kills tens of thousands of people a year, and that's good because that's normal. It's normal to live in a world that sacrifices tens of thousands of human beings. And that's just in America. Globally, hundreds of thousands of human beings sacrificed at the top of a volcano. No, I'm just kidding. Not at the top of a volcano. That would be savage. That would be savagery. That would be barbaric if we threw hundreds of thousands of people into a volcano. Throwing hundreds of thousands of people on ventilators because I wanted to go to Disneyland without a mask on, that's not savage. That's not barbaric. That's normal. And if you get sick, it's just mild. Don't worry about it. There's no long-term consequences from huffing in severe acute respiratory syndrome over and over and over again. There's no long-term negative factors involved. And certainly, I wouldn't want you to ever Google or Bing or Yahoo or whatever the actual effects of COVID on the brain and the body. Because if you did that, you might never be able to go back to normal. You may have been living in this facade, this fantasy of normal for years now because of a Delta Airlines CEO, because of someone like Joe Biden. Now, if you ask the average lefty I'm talking about the average lefty, not the weird fucked up super lefty that actually believes what I say. Not like, like me. I actually believe what I say and act accordingly, but the average lefty, right? Right? How many of them go to bars and restaurants and concerts and other super spreader events without a respirator on, get sick, cry and whine, oh, I'm sick for weeks and weeks, and then they feel better, but they never get back to baseline, right? How many of them would consider themselves normal? How many of them would consider themselves, relatively healthy? And also, consequently, how many of them have ever looked up the actual, illness, SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome, and what it does to the body? Because COVID can live in your organs indefinitely. There are people that got infected in 2020, and basically, SARS has created a military base inside of their liver. And then let's say their immune system bombs the military base. But SARS will then hop into the bloodstream because it enters your bloodstream, and therefore it can enter any organ in your body. And then it enters your gut. Then it enters your heart. Then it enters your lung. And it just goes, it's like a game of whack-a-mole. But we have all, as a society, decided that millions of people dying in the short term, no big deal. Millions of people getting sick and disabled, whatever you do not look up the rates of disability in the world. The United Kingdom actually recently redefined what is disability, what counts and qualifies as disability, so that they could hide the damage that severe acute respiratory syndrome has done to their society, right? All so that we could sacrifice millions of people so that we can go back to normal. But again, I ask you, does the world around us look normal? Again, do not look up what SARS-CoV-2 does to your reaction time. There have been numerous studies that suggest that COVID, even a quote-unquote mild case of COVID, can significantly impair your ability to react to things in a quick manner. Stuff that's required for flying planes. You ever think about that? So many more plane crashes recently. Hey, it's probably all Trump and the air traffic controllers. Has nothing to do with COVID, I'm sure. There's a lot more car crashes over the last few years. Something where you're driving a metal death machine or a styrofoam death machine at 80 miles per hour, and then someone, does something and you need to do a split-second reaction judgment, and then you fail that test, and then you fucking flip off the road and kill 7 people on accident, right? There's been a lot more of that. There's been a lot more foodborne illness. You ever see this listeria outbreaks every 15 minutes? Even during the Biden administration, people love to say, oh, it's Trump, 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 Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. Even leftists love saying Trump, 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 Trump. Although it was Joe Biden that convinced the average leftist that COVID was over. It disappeared. It magically went away. Because of what? The vaccine that 60% of the country took? That made COVID go away? I didn't know that 60% of a country getting a vaccine made a virus disappear. If that were the case, why is the flu still here? Oh, and by the way, the COVID shots are booster shots. You need to get one every year. And only 22% of Americans have kept up with getting annual booster shots. That's 1 in 5 Americans. When's the last time you got a COVID booster shot? I hope it was last November or December or in January, because the Trump administration is banning them. You will never get another booster shot. But don't worry, what you will get is back to normal. What you will get is to go see Taylor Swift. What you will get is to go see the hot new Lilo and Stitch movie. I don't know if that one's still new. That's the latest one I've heard about, right? What you will get is the ability to go to bars and restaurants and not feel bad about it because you took a vaccine that has a 18-month efficacy window 4 or 5 years ago. Somehow that gave us a new normal where hundreds of thousands of people all around the world are dying every year and millions and millions and millions are racking up disabilities. The average life expectancy has shattered. But don't worry, guys. We're normal again. Everything's fine. We're back to normal. And again, language matters. Have you heard this phrase, mild COVID? Mild SARS? Severe acute respiratory syndrome. But don't worry. I know severe is in the name, but it's mild now. How did that happen? It just became mild? Very interesting. And how many of you have actually questioned that? How many of you have said the phrase during COVID, even though COVID is still here, right? What you mean to say is during the small stretch of history where governments pretended to care about people, and then they said, whoa, this is too expensive, and then they threw everyone into the Colosseum for the lions to devour, because that's what we're dealing with. When Joe Biden came into office, right, there was a sweeping program called the Child Tax Credit that was given to everyday Americans. Money just for having kids, to take care of your children. And that money was stolen from you by the government because they said, we don't need to give it to you anymore because COVID is gone. It disappeared. If you remember, at every single one of Joe Biden's State of the Union addresses, I should say, every single one, he declared victory on COVID. Why would he have to do it more than once? Why would he have to keep reminding people that COVID is gone now? So that you stop asking for what you are owed by this government, so that you accept a new normal of human sacrifice, the levels of which humans have never seen before. So next time you go to say something like during the pandemic or during COVID, what you really mean to say is during the period of time where I had solidarity with disabled people, and now I don't. Because I don't care anymore. I want to go see Taylor Swift. I want to go to conventions and talk about comic books and toys and video games. I want to do all this fun stuff without a respirator on because I don't care about the hundreds of thousands of people that die because of my actions. I don't care about the people that are in quarantine. Some would say the term lockdown. Again, that's what language matters. I've never seen a lockdown where you can just go outside anytime you want. That's what happened in America. In the southern US, there was a quarantine period that lasted like 2 weeks, and there were no enforcement mechanisms for it at all. There was a mask mandate that lasted 2 weeks, and there was no enforcement mechanism for it at all. And if there's no enforcement mechanism, it's not a law. It's a suggestion. It's like, hey, you should do this. If you don't, nothing happens. That's not a mandate. That's not a law. That's a suggestion, right? So when you say during COVID, what you really mean to say is during that brief period of time that I cared about people that are sicker than me, I don't care about them anymore. I'm down to throw them into the volcano if I can go to a movie without a mask on, if I can go to a bar and restaurant and hang out with all my cool pals. I don't give a fuck about them. When you say during COVID, what you really mean to say is during that brief stint of time where you had solidarity with people that are sicker, right? But you don't want to say that, because then you sound like an asshole, because the language matters. So what you do is you cloud your really terrible decisions in these platitudes, in these thought-terminating cliches like, yeah, during COVID, things were really rough, but I gotta live my life. We gotta get back to normal. Lingua magni momenti est. Thank you for watching. Any questions? We got 3 minutes left. Any questions? Any questions? Anybody? Questions? We only got 3 minutes, and there's like a 1 minute stream delay. So you better get these motherfucking questions in this motherfucking bitch, because there's a vampiric invasion that's about to take hold in this space, right? So you better get your questions in right now. Or forever hold your peace. Lingua magni momenti est. Feel free to punch that into any of your favorite translation applications. Is there homework? The homework is to rigorously interrogate everything you say and do, and to make sure you actually genuinely believe it. I don't remember. What was my homework assignment from last week? I don't remember. Ever think about getting cat eye frames? I don't know what those are. Donald James says, I will out of respect, but I'm not going to stay cooped up out of fear. Living in fear. By the way, nice producer putting that up there, because that's the one that matters. I got to cope. I don't want to live in fear, so I don't put my seatbelt on. I don't want to live in fear, so I don't brush my teeth. I don't want to live in fear, so I don't cook my food. I eat meat raw from the package. I don't want to live in fear. Why be fearful? I don't wash my hands. I don't want to live in fear. You see how ridiculous that sounds? You're a fucking idiot, dude. I'm sorry. I don't want to be too mean, but that's some fucking idiot shit. Anyway, thank you all for watching. Have a good day. Left of the Box is up next. Bye-bye!
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the Box. No, I'm doing this as a favor. Now go, go, go. I think, oh, it's live. Okay, we'll talk later, sweetie. Hi, humans. You know, I really like my companion, Sandee. That's why I'm doing her these favors of coming on these live streams for her because, you know, I'm not exactly a public figure, but welcome everyone to what's supposed to be Left of the Box. But she asked me to come on to help promote the book she wrote about me. It is based on me. It's called Necroplasm. And she used me for inspiration. Like, granted, there's a lot of literary leeway in it, but you know how it goes. It is, you know, the weather these days. Do you have any idea how bad climate change has to be for me to get this type of tan? It is ridiculous that you humans have messed this up so much. But yeah, so she said that I could just ramble on about things that you might like. So put some questions in there. And if there's no real questions, then by all means, I can just start reading from the book too, the first chapter. But she did want me to go over something from her last live stream here. Let me see if I can find it. No, she didn't have it queued up right ahead of time, but let's see if I can get this going. Pause it. Okay. Yeah, you see, the thing is that when she makes a claim that sounds outrageous, like too outrageous, like that can't be true. That can't be true. She likes to actually have things to back it up. But since what she's doing live streams sometimes is too spontaneous and she doesn't exactly have the clips ready for you to go. So she did have this clip, and let's see if I can figure out how your technology works. Like, seriously, it should be much more intuitive than what it is. You humans, you don't make things for functionality. You make things for upgrades so that eventually, you know, older versions are no longer usable. You see, we don't do that consumerism so much. You know, we make things that last and things that just are sensible to use. Oh, okay. Whew. It is hot in here. The poor human has to live in this world. We prefer you know, more let's see, how do we share this screen? We prefer cooler temperatures. There we go. Oh, let's move it over here so that I can actually see what I'm doing. Okay, so last time she was on here, she was mentioning that this woman is a premier of Alberta, one of your leaders. And this premier said something really disgusting about trans children. And, you know, sometimes you have to hear it to believe it. So this is Danielle Smith. Now, there is a Danielle in my book, this one here, Necroplasm. She says that there's people in the chat off to the side that will be tossing the link on how to get this book in it at regular intervals. But yeah, there is a Danielle in my book, not related to this Danielle. This Danielle is worse in so many ways. Generally speaking, whenever you compare humans to vampires, it's always, you know, the humans are always worse. You call us monsters, but my God, we're just, this is our natural state. You guys, what you do to each other in the world. Okay, let's see. Did this play?
Support the journey of adults. I support the journey of adults who want to transition to another gender as far as they are adults and able to accept the consequences of those decisions. I certainly do not want children to be making decisions before maybe they've even had sex about whether they want to.
Wait a sec. I haven't heard this before. She just told me to play this video. Why is this adult human concerned about the sex lives of children? That is very inappropriate for this adult human to be concerned about whether or not children are having sex.
To stop that aspect of their life, or before they've even contemplated whether they want to have kids, to cut off that aspect of their life. I think that as adults, we have an obligation to ensure for kids that they preserve all of those important choices until they're adults, until they're able to make those decisions with the maturity that goes along with that.
You know, some of the problems with transitioning when you're an adult, you know, I figured, you know, I know some of you humans are behind in science, but the problem with transitioning as an adult is that you've already then gone through puberty, and trying to fit into the gender that you wish to present as is far more difficult to do after the fact. But this idea that trans children, if they start transitioning as children, they can't have kids of their own. There's multiple ways to have children. For one thing, they don't have to be biologically yours, but there are ways to biologically preserve elements of your body so that you can have children in the future. And if there's one thing I know about your human doctors and your humans in general, you have an obsession with breeding. There's so many human adults that want to not have children that their doctors won't permit them to stop the processes allowed. Like, you are just so obsessed with breeding. And if there's a trans child out there that thinks they might want children in the future, you can be damn sure those doctors would accommodate that child's needs. Like, I don't understand. Like, I would like to speak on behalf of vampires. We appreciate your overabundance. We are at no risk of going hungry anytime soon. You can back off on the breeding element just a little bit. You know, it's kind of damaging to the world that you keep on breeding out of control without taking into account the full usage of the resources that you have. And quite honestly, you're destroying the earth, and we happen to live on this earth too. And so that's very problematic. Like, we can outlive all of you, no doubt about it. But we do need a certain level of wild stock humans for us to feed on. And so we can't allow you to go below the sustainability line. That said, you're a long way from it. You're a long, long way from it. You don't need to be so focused on breeding that you're concerned that children might start transitioning before they've even had sex. Now, Sandee mentioned to me that there's another clip, she couldn't quite find it on time, where that woman, that adult human, was saying that, you know, children should try sex before they actually transition because they might like it. You humans are clueless. Gender and sexual orientation or sexual pleasure, like, that has nothing to do with each other. You humans don't transition because of any sort of like sexual gratification. That's not a thing. That's not what humans do. You see, as vampires, we have an acolyte society, and that is humans that work with us. You know, they're not slaves. We don't enslave them. What enslaves humans is capitalism. The way we keep humans loyal is by offering you a better quality of life than you would receive anywhere else on Earth. And we also don't care which gender you wish to be perceived as. And so we are more than happy to accommodate anyone's needs to transition if it keeps them more productive. We do have work quotas that humans need to meet and all that sort of stuff. And if it makes a human happier and healthier and more productive to transition, then by all means, it's no skin off our back to do that. Not that it matters, because it grows back really fast. Anyway, let's see if there's been any questions in this. Oh, it's not the sandbox, it's the coffin. Let's see if there's any questions here in the coffin for me, because it's not too often I present myself publicly like this. So don't go spraying around that you're talking to me, because we do have a secret society and all. So this is just between you and me right now. And of course, Sandee, she's my companion. And so what companions are to vampires are acolytes. So they are acolytes, and they do have to consent to this situation. We made that a rule back about 500 years ago with the new mandates that you humans have to actually consent to being a companion, and what we do with you as a companion. So fussy that way. And so she's my companion. So that is a human that a vampire will take on, kind of like a pet, but not really a pet, but basically a pet. And it can be for all sorts of reasons. Sometimes it's sexual, but sometimes it's just, I like her brain. Their brain is really nice. Their ability to write is really nice. Their artistic ability is really nice. She's done some wonderful portraits of me. And so I really appreciate that. So I've made her my companion. So she doesn't have to meet the regular work quotas or anything. And, I shower her with gifts and stuff. But her asking me to do this is pushing it, like really far. But, oh, yeah, she wanted me to show you something. Oh, there is a private chat here. Let's see. Oh, okay. She hasn't told me how to use all of this yet, so you'll have to forgive me again. I'm not too sure how to use your human technology. It is so antiquated. Like, you should be so much further advanced in science and technology than what you are, but because of this capitalist need, this consumerism need, this need to have things purposely malfunction, there's a human term for it, where there's things that will purposely malfunction, so then you're forced to go out and buy new things. We just make things that work and stick with it. I know it's shocking, but she wanted me to show you this. She just got it back in from a studio where she goes to get it scanned, and she says that you'll really appreciate it. And also it kind of shows you as to why I value her as a companion. She said you would recognize this person, this human of her. This is a human she knows, and she said that you would recognize this human. Oh, my allergies are acting up. I have a slight allergy to humans. Oh, well, I get over it because, well, we need to eat. It would suck if we're allergic to, like, really allergic to humans, but it's more of, you shed skin cells, and it can make my nose a bit runny. Oh, people seem to like that drawing. There's some wows. Oh, John Davis. Here, she said I could do this. That's still one of the best drawings I've ever seen, says John Davis. You need to see the rest of her artwork. Let's see. We got this one. Donald James. Sandee, you are a special person. I'll let her know you said that. Very accurate, says Stefan Task. Huh. Very nice. Well, let's see. Do you have any questions for a vampire while I'm here? Keep in mind, I'm not the same type of vampire that you might be used to. There's so much lore and genre out there about us, but that's usually made up from little things that you've come across throughout the past. And then it gets, blown out of proportion, and you add your religion into it and whatnot. So I'm not what you think of a vampire. There's a lot of differences. And she very accurately portrayed us in her book here, this necroplasm. What's that? Oh, okay. She's saying that I don't need to actually use gendered pronouns for her. That's good because we don't have gender as vampires. We don't breed with each other, so we don't have gender, and we don't even have gendered terms in our own language. But you keep that between us. So we're all non-binary and we're all polyamorous, because when you don't need it to breed, then what's the point? Our pronouns are broken down in different ways, and it's usually to do, it's based on, but not necessarily, the last syllable of the thing that you are most well known for, like your profession or something of that sort. I'm on the council, and I've been one of the vampires that have been on it since its creation about 800 years ago. So my pronoun is Sill. Council Sill. She, he would be Sill. Hers, his is Sillette. Herself, himself, a Sillette. So that would be my pronoun, but it would be really confusing, I think, for all of you if I were to start using that for myself. We really only use gendered pronouns when around humans so that we can blend in easier. Let's see what you humans are saying. I've just backed up there. Jam Tomb says, we have a vampire among us. Yes. Let's see. Climate vampire. Yeah, you see, I was born 1400 years ago. The climate was a lot cooler back then. I still haven't acclimated to it properly. Most vampires in general prefer cooler temperatures. Part of it is to do, we have a slower circulation than humans in our circulatory system. And so we actually do prefer cool. Like nothing is better than an ice cold bath with like ice cubes actually floating in it. And sometimes it's really cute. They get these little frozen like ice sculpture ducks to put into the tub for us. And that is really sweet. Some of our acolytes really like to spoil us by doing that. Let's see what you humans are saying. Robe life. We prefer robe temperatures. Is that because of your robe? You look familiar. Do I know you? Rich P. Humans are always the monsters. Yes, you should read this book that Sandee wrote, Necroplasm, which will be promoted a fair bit through this little live stream podcast that she has us doing. Let's see. Oh, okay. Robe Life is saying that there's no need to waste energy and resources cranking up the heat when you can wear a robe. Well, that doesn't work, again, so much when we travel and try to mingle and we have to blend in with humans. Like we have our own areas. We call them retreats, where we can go and just not worry about being around humans, and then we can do whatever we like. But when we're among humans, we have to try to blend in. Like I'm allowed to dress like this right now because I'm just staying with Sandee at the moment. And they don't really care how I dress. You know, those non-binary humans, they understand us. Albert C. So no virgins. You guys are so obsessed with sex and who's having sex and when. Think about it logically. What difference does it make if a human has had sex or not as to how they taste? Like there's not, their biology doesn't change. You know, there are differences in taste depending on region of the world that they come from. You know, diet and everything that they do if they're on medications or drugs and things of that sort. So there are differences in flavors depending on where you get the human from. But when it comes to something like sex, like why would it be any different? Like we do occasionally like to treat ourselves to children because they are hormone free, but that's really about it. There's nothing, you know, it's not a virtuous thing. It's nothing about to do with like an innocence or anything of that sort. Let's see. James Toom has said, so a woman wants children to have sex before they decide their gender. Please make that not sound so ew. Yes, that is basically what that human was saying. It is disgusting that she is so obsessed with the sexual lives of trans children. Like that seems to be her biggest hiccup, is she's worried they might not enjoy sex should they transition. And I don't know about you, but I've been around enough humans to know you take that sort of thing into account. You guys are horny. We don't really have a sex drive. Again, we don't breed. We enjoy sex, no doubt about it, but we don't have a sex drive. It's not an urge. It's something that we do indulge in and do enjoy and are very good at. You know, I've been around for 1400 years. You learn techniques. Whew. Let's see if you guys are saying anything or asking me any questions. As I scroll down, apparently she does this. Oh, sorry, they do this a lot too when they are doing their own live streams Sundays. They cover news, Canadian news in particular. They covered Canadian news Sunday afternoon evenings on a fairly regular basis. I'm shocked they can do anything regular. If you haven't noticed, they are extremely ADHD and not exactly medicated. They're all over the place. It's really hard having a conversation with them sometimes because they go all over the place. But, you know, their artwork, worth it. Let's see what all of you are saying. Oh, I've scrolled back down to where you were commenting on the art that they did. Yes, vampire. You have no idea how hot it is to be a vampire. Not hard, hot. Like, it's just this weather is killing me. And like, look at what it's done to my skin. I have tanned like 2 shades darker. It is ridiculous. Who's doing vampire cosplay? Who's doing the cosplay? I'm not entirely sure. What can you do? Minuet. Is my name not on screen? Do you not? Maybe it's not. Okay. Because if you saw that my name was on screen, that's not how you spell it. I'm a stickler for that sort of thing. Oh, my name is on screen. Okay. James Toom is wondering, do humans taste different if they are full of hate and bigotry? Like, do Republicans taste like assholes because they are so full of hate? Usually it does up our aggression a little bit more, which is nice when we're hunting them live. Because again, we are far more civilized than you humans. So when we hunt humans for food, we either kill them immediately or we knock them unconscious, never to awake again. So when we're allowed to go out on a hunt, because we do have to get permits, it's, you know, we can't all just go out whenever we will like, or else we would get noticed. We do like to try to find them because, you know, it does allow to get a little aggression out, and it feels good to just bite harder with them. It feels good. I don't, like, all you humans with your hate and bigotry, I don't get it. Again, we don't care about things like that. We really don't. Because, you know, it's how productive are you? What do you do? How do you contribute to society? Those are the things that we care about. How you present, where your background is from. The only time we care about your background is if we're looking for a particular flavor. There's this wonderful bar I go to called Eternal Night Lounge, and the vampire in charge of that sources blood from all around the world, because we do have blood stores. So, you know, we don't have to eat fresh blood every time we feed. And so what the owner, Alex, does is he'll get blood from like just different areas around the world, and then he has a menu that we can choose from, which is spectacular. And then he also will have some live humans there. Again, they're unconscious, so there's nothing wrong with it, which he hangs up behind the bar that we can select from. And he tries to go out of his way to find humans that aren't from around like where we currently live. So it's really nice, but because they're still alive, it's not like we can have a full feeding on them or anything. It's more, we just get a little sample, and it's still divine to get fresh blood like that. Like we feed on the acolytes all the time. We do passive feeding. So a passive feeding is, it's a little sip. We just nibble. And nothing happens to the acolyte. They're still fine. But full feeding is when we do, end the human's life. And that is sometimes necessary if we're injured or something of that sort, then we need it in order to heal better. Oh, somebody is mentioning I should show the portrait again. Let's see. Apparently, a lot of you are fans of this human. I'm not familiar with her. Would she be tasty, do you think? Where's she from? Oh, we got a question about vampires here from James Toom again. Can you be turned to a vampire or do you have to be born one? You see, this is where a lot of humans have a little bit of a love affair with vampires, is you think you can become one. And that's why you get so romanticized by us, is you like this idea of eternal life and being so powerful and blah, blah, blah. It's complicated. If I read the first chapter of their book, the book that Sandee wrote, you will find out how vampires are actually born. New York Chicken Wing is saying, Emma doesn't taste good. Have you tried? John Davis is wondering, do you conscious or unconscious human to feed on? Generally speaking, they're unconscious. Again, we don't like to prolong suffering. So if they're ones that we've brought in for food, they're knocked unconscious. They won't awake again. It is what it is. It's not as nice, feeding on a live human. You get that extra kick of adrenaline. It's nicer, but again, we're more civilized. We don't believe in just causing pain in humans. Like, yes, we're a predatory species and all, but we don't want to do the suffering that you guys tend to do on your food, like with the factory farms and food markets, the live food markets you do. It's all very disgusting how you treat your food. We have a little bit more respect for our food. And so we don't want to add to humans' discomfort. Like, I really don't care what you do to each other on a small scale. On a grand scale, I care, because again, if you go do things that will wipe out the population to a point where we're actually worried about our food supply, that's a little bit more problematic. But on an individual level, I really don't care. But we, as vampires, don't wish to add to that suffering. So we try our best. We might not get involved if we see something. In fact, we probably won't if we see something happening between humans. But we don't do anything that would add to that suffering. Let's see. James Toom, I'm excited to read this book. I have it on my Kindle waiting for me to finish the one I'm currently reading. Oh, nice. I'm sure Sandee would love to hear your feedback on it when you're done. Donald James X, do you have a certain palette that you prefer, or can a vampire do diet? We don't need to worry about diet. We heal to, if we were human, what our maximum health stature would be. So there's no extra calories in blood, depending on which blood you get. We never have to worry about that sort of thing. I do prefer the southern states. Florida, New Orleans, all that area, Texas. Whenever I go to Alex's bar, the Eternal Night Lounge, I do like to get something from one of those areas when he has them, with a little bit of a seasoning for a little extra kick. Rich P, why no humans farm? If we annihilate ourselves, you have no food. Well, you'll have to read their book to really understand. There's a problem with coming out to humans. Like, why don't I just read the back of the book so you can get a bit of an idea as to what it is all about? Again, there's some literary license in what she's done with it, but it's a good portrayal of our dilemma with humans right now. So the back of the book. It's inevitable. Humans will find out about the existence of vampires in their human acolyte society. After surviving the trials, which led to hundreds of years of peace among vampires, Minuet must once again choose the best path forward. One path leads to war, the other leads to the unknown. Fearing humans will attempt to eliminate vampires, Danielle is steadfast in her belief that the only way to save their kind is by launching an attack to take over the human world. But when Vincent discovers a blood substitute called necroplasm, a new option presents itself: the possibility of living in peace with the humans. The fate of vampires and humans rests with the success of necroplasm. However, not all vampires will give up their way of life, and not all humans welcome peace. Coming out to humans as vampires is very, very tricky because I don't know if you noticed, humans are particularly violent and monstrous and like to be in control. Many of us vampires believe humans will try to wipe us out no matter how we try to integrate with you. So, trying to get farms of humans and whatnot, it is a bit tricky because we'd have to prevent revolts and things of that sort. Like, we have our acolytes. And, they all have to give to our blood stores, donate blood to our blood stores. So it's not that big of a risk right now, but it will be with what you guys are doing to this world. It won't be too long before you really do break down everything. And so we might have to get involved. Vampires can still live on animal blood, right? No, not us. Again, it's the mix-up of the lores. Only human blood can sustain us. The ancients who created us, I think they did that on purpose so that we couldn't then just wipe out humanity, because the ancients wanted humans to survive as well. So by tying us to them in such a way would ensure their survival. John David says, seasoned human sounds delicious. Yeah, it's just seasoning that goes into the blood. It's not like we season the actual human. To a point. Okay, well, why don't you all start giving me some indication if you want to start hearing part of this book. I can start reading the first chapter so that you can get an idea as to whether or not you would like to read this book. I suggest you do. It is a fabulous book. It is loaded with political and social commentary because us vampires are actually extremely political. And our social commentary is very different than what you would normally think of or do. Because, we don't live in your society. We interact with it, but we don't live in it. We have our own society that we live in. So only 2 humans so far are interested in hearing part of the book, so I'll hold off a bit longer. There has to be more interest in that. Oh, look at what this weather is doing to my hair, making it all frizzy. I don't understand you humans. You know climate change is bad. You know it's destroying the earth. But I think maybe it's because of your short lifespans. I think a lot of you feel like it won't affect you because you'll be dead before the worst of it, which is true to the most part. Bo said, please don't assume my planetary origin. Okay, so we have a few people interested. Okay. Oh, is this a problem? I'll put it up. There we go. Yes, be nice. We don't run into these issues. We're a very social species. We don't run into these. And if you are on the YouTube, don't forget to switch it to live chat. I hear again, you humans make no sense. Why wouldn't it default to live chat? And then if people want to switch it to top chat, they can. You don't understand. You humans are. Okay, so we have some people interested in part of the first chapter. So we'll see how far this goes because there's only 25 minutes left. And I like how they wrote this book because they wrote it from my perspective. So you're going to hear it in my voice, which is kind of nice. In chapter 1, possible future, new possible future. You brought a human into the council chamber? Vincent's audacity astonished me. While humans coming into the chamber wasn't strictly prohibited, it was uncommon and, generally speaking, permission from council members was required. But I think part of my surprise was it was Vincent who did it. He was very meek, and doing something this bold was out of character for him. Before he could respond, Danielle spoke up. Minuet, it's all right. I asked him to be here. Since she oversaw security, her permission held a lot of value. However, I was still perturbed. You should have informed the rest of us before allowing him to bring that human here. Vincent said, her name is Stephanie, and I have a really good reason for hush. I snapped. Vincent appeared to be embarrassed by my scolding of him. He quickly brushed back the white streak in his hair he often let hang in front of his face. The human, Stephanie, a simple woman with no features that would catch an eye, took a step behind him. I could hear her heartbeat increase. My intention wasn't to frighten the poor thing. I turned back to Danielle. The celebration of treaties begins in a few nights. Now is not the time to bring a human before us. Actually, Minuet, I felt what Vincent had to say would be important for the council to hear before the celebration. This could change everything. Danielle often looked confident. Her background is from India. Mine is from Norway. The feature that ties all of us together is the white in our hair. Hers framed her face in stark contrast to the rest of her dark hair and eyes. In them, I noticed she seemed strangely uneasy. All right, Vincent, explain yourself. This is Stephanie. I came across her research on artificial blood 4 months ago. I applied it to my research and had a breakthrough on my project. You mean, yes, Vincent said. We're close to finding a substitute for human blood. I felt the wind taken out of me. That does change everything. I sat back, allowing this information to sink in. Glancing around at the other council members, I could see they were doing the same. Vampires have required human blood for all of our existence to survive. No other animal, no known substitute has ever maintained our life force. 4 months ago? She became an acolyte that fast, and she's accepting of everything she's come across? And Stephanie is of unusual talent and intellect. She knew that creatures like us were a possibility, even likely given what she's learned from her research. I believe her scientific curiosity helped her accept the reality of vampires. Keeping our presence hidden from humans had been vital to our survival. For a human to be made aware of us and brought into our society of acolytes, it takes a lot of investigation and testing. We were using a system Danielle set up for vetting humans. I shot her a quizzical glance. Danielle told me she passed everything and her test scores were quite high. I got up from my seat to approach this human. The eyes of the other council members were on me. While we don't have a leader, at least not in the same sense humans would think of one, I was aware my opinion held the most influence. Despite all the computer screens and electronics filling the room with noise, my footfall echoed on the tile floor. Operations were moved to this building in Ottawa, Canada, 60 years previously. The location was ideal for our future plans, and the architecture had remnants of when settlers first arrived to this land, a style fondly remembered by many of us. The modern buildings humans put up lack character, uniqueness, and are built as cheaply as possible, removing all embellishments. I enjoyed going to the most untouched parts of the building to feel the texture of the stone under my hand and breathe in its scent. No matter how often the stone had been washed, hints of its original time permeated the surrounding air. I saw a hopeful expression on Vincent's face. He was enthusiastic about his research. Also, I knew he was trying to impress me. His energy reached out to me, but I remained focused on the human. I asked her, Stephanie, as part of the socializing, I take it you've witnessed a full feeding? I did, she replied. And you've submitted to a passive feeding. I have. What did you think of them? I found it fascinating. I was relieved to learn there's no side effects with a passive feeding. The last thing I want is to turn into one of you, she shrugged. Why's that? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to offend. It's just that the full feeding, taking a life, I don't think that's something I could do. You take life all the time when you eat. Yes, I get that, but I'm not a predator. I've never had to kill my food. I guess it's different for you being born predators. Is that how you see us? As predators? Well, yes. That's how I could accept what you do. Humans can fall prey to many animals. It doesn't make those animals evil, at least so long as I'm not the meal. She gave me an apprehensive smile, no doubt hoping I wasn't about to make her my meal. You swore off going back to your own kind just like that? Realize once you've become part of our society, you can't go back to your old life. You're required to sever all ties, including with family. The only family I have is my father, and we're not close. My focus has been my research, which hasn't left much room for friendships. And, well, I have a hard time connecting with people, and I find it difficult to function in that society. With the opportunities, equipment, and advanced knowledge you have, how could I not want to be part of this society? Your people have been more open to me than mine ever have. Your people? Sorry, I mean, we're different species. I cut her off. Humans have more in common with apes than you do with us. Humans are people, vampires are kinfolk, acolytes are humans who serve and work with us. Yes, of course, the way kinfolk and acolytes have accepted me is unlike anything I've been a part of. Vampires can communicate with animals on an emotional level. Humans were too complex for us to read what they were feeling, leaving us to rely on verbal communication. However, we're very good at observing their behavior and physical responses. It's not impossible for a human to lie convincingly to us, but it's rare for that lie to go unnoticed. I studied her for any tick, any sign of disgust, any indication she was trying to deceive us. I found none. She certainly seemed accepting. I said, Vincent, you believe her work will help you accomplish your goal? I do. Continue your work. I turned from him and addressed the council members. As of this moment, nothing has changed, but we need to prepare ourselves for the possibility a substitute for human blood is close to becoming a reality. Thank you, Minuet, Vincent said to me. I'm glad you trust her. I trust you, Vincent. If you trust her, that's good enough for me. Later that night, Michael was with me in my residence. I had a penthouse that overlooked the city and the Rideau Canal. I kept my place simple, a couple pieces of furniture, an entertainment screen, but not much else. I didn't feel the need for decorations or displaying objects. Even the clothing in my closet were modest. The only thing I had in excess of were coverings for my bed. After Michael and I had finished our meal, I leaned on the balcony railing, licking the last bit of flavor from my fangs before retracting them, while taking in the scents from below. The sun would rise soon, and we would sleep for the day. Sunlight has no ill effect on us. Vampires are simply nocturnal. We avoid the daytime, especially in cities, because the noise pollution gives us headaches. When the Freedom Convoy was in town, even with our soundproofing of residence and work areas, many of us had to flee the city for our own sanity. A few of the more obnoxious occupiers just happened to go missing around then. This time of night before the city woke, I found it peaceful. Michael joined me on the balcony after putting the remains of our food in a vacuum bag for disposal. He put his arm around me, and I leaned into him. She was exquisite. You can always taste the difference with wild stock. How were you able to get a hunting permit this close to the treaty to the celebration? They wanted a few more items for the ballroom. I persuaded them to let me have one if I got them one as well. Where'd you find her? She was coming off a Rideau Canal day cruise with her husband. I overheard her say they were traveling here from Spain for their 10-year anniversary. I wanted to get you something special, not from around here. And people outside of Canada have this odd belief Canadians are friendly and trustworthy. I convinced them that I knew of the perfect off-the-beaten-path restaurant for them to go to. It didn't take much to get them to follow me. I sent her maid to the kitchen to be prepared for the celebration. She was perfect, thank you. I'm glad you liked her. Michael's Mediterranean features were very attractive. I stroked the white in his hair located by his right temple. It was very distinct. I never minded the white in my hair being at the top of my head and layered down, but I appreciate the look of a hard contrast in others. Vampires keep aspects of our culture and abilities from acolytes. One of the abilities we hide is when vampires have bonded romantically, we can speak telepathically to each other. What's on your mind? You seem more troubled tonight, I asked Michael. I knew him getting the hunting permit wasn't just to spoil me. He also wanted a way to distract himself from his loss. I watched the recording of the council meeting. Sorry I couldn't be there myself. Everyone involved with the celebration is pulled thin right now. He passed his hand through my hair. You know, you're a bit hard on him. Vincent is only doing what he thinks is best for our kinfolk. I know, it just caught me off guard. I knew this night would come, but the implications of what it means. Once we've exposed ourselves to the humans, there's no going back. Our way of life, the society we've built, will be changed forever. He seemed to take your reaction to heart. I think he loves you. He does. I've known for a while. So that means, yes, I love him as well. I leaned back on the railing and felt the breeze in my hair. Do you think if humans love the same way we do, they could write songs or have influence for poetry? It seems their best art is inspired by not understanding who loves who and why. The way we connect is so much more simple. Humans would probably feel it lacks passion, but they can never comprehend the intimacy and intensity of the love we share among ourselves. When a vampire loves another, they send out an emotional signal. If the one of their desire doesn't have feelings for them, they don't notice the signal. However, if they do have feelings, they can sense it and choose if they want to respond. Michael seemed surprised by my admission. Then why haven't you responded to him? It's complicated. Complicated? How could it be complicated? He would want me as his primary. You're my primary. So? Plenty of us have had relationships where one is the primary and the other is not. That's no reason not to respond. Is he in a relationship? No, he's only had casual relations since he parted ways with Danielle. What was it, 120 some odd years ago? And since then, he's been so focused on his work. I didn't think he could have room for a relationship. A while ago, I was watching him at a story gathering and I felt him reach out. I've always been fond of him, but I didn't realize how much my feelings had developed. I chose not to respond, hoping my feelings would fade. They didn't. Wait, you actively tried not to love him? It's complicated. There are things that... I let out a sigh. It's complicated. Even after all these years, I still don't understand everything you do. Of course, you don't have to respond to him. I'm just confused as to why you wouldn't. I have a feeling he would do anything to make you happy. I'm happy being with you and having casual relations. It's simple. I need simple right now. He hugged me close and stroked my hair. I know the celebration of treaties is a challenging time for you. At least kinfolk have stopped making you the center of attention for them. Well, not as much as they used to anyway. If it weren't for you, there'd be no celebration. Kinfolk want to show their appreciation. I've never wanted to be treated any different from any other kinfolk. You know that. One of the many reasons I love you is because you've never thought of me as being above everyone else. You know, connecting with Vincent could make things easier on you. He doesn't strike me as the type to love you for selfish reasons. Like me, he'd love you for you. It's more than that, I confessed. Maybe after all of this is done, the celebration, his research, maybe then I'll respond. Why rush? All I want is to stay with you in this moment. This is simple. It's perfect. I just want you to be happy. I don't want you to miss the chance to explore your feelings with him. You never know when... His voice trailed off and the pain he had been carrying swelled to the surface. I kissed him all over the face and squeezed him tight. Hey, listen to me. I tried my best to soothe him. We haven't given up hope of finding out what happened to Lucas. Danielle has kinfolk working on finding him non-stop. There hasn't been a new lead in months. I keep trying to reach out to him. Raphael does the same. All we feel is emptiness. Lucas had been missing for almost 2 years. I wanted so much to tell Michael we would find him and that everything was going to be all right. But I couldn't lie. It wasn't uncommon for our kinfolk to go off on their own for solitude, to meditate and contemplate elements of their lives, sometimes for years. However, if one were to do that, they would let others know where they were going and take communication devices with them. An alert feature is on these devices that automatically sends out a signal if high levels of stress are detected. But for Lucas to seek solitude and not tell anyone, that's not something he would do. He was a social butterfly and loved being around others. Raphael was his primary relationship, and he had many other romantic connections, including with Michael. Lucas and Raphael had been planning the treaties ball for 3 years before he went missing. There was no escaping it. Lucas was dead. Our focus was trying to find out what happened to him to bring us closure. The noise of the traffic picked up. We stepped inside and closed the soundproof glass doors. I put on music that was from a time before human recordings, music we kept alive in our society. It was gentle and melodic from what is now referred to as Shanghai China. Michael had taken what remained of our meal off the bed and had put it by the door. During the day, as we slept, an acolyte would be by to pick it up. We sat down on the soft furs of bed. I reached over to hold his hands. I asked Michael, "How's Raphael handling it? He hasn't come to me." "He's closed himself off from most kinfolk. It may be good if you don't wait for him to approach you." I was Raphael's mentor. What Stephanie had said in the council chamber, that we are born vampires, isn't exactly true, but it's the truth we let acolytes believe. We are born human by human parents. I think I might need to leave it there, just given time. I'll try for a bit more before I have to cut it off. Apparently, there's a time limit on how far I can go. So, we are born human by human parents. However, we are different. The easiest way to explain it is that there's a seed inside of some humans. If it's discovered and nurtured before puberty, they bloom into vampires. We can identify who has it by taste. Of course, now we have more modern ways of testing. When we discovered a child carrying the vampire gene, we take them. If that's problematic for the family is killed. That might sound tragic, but it's not. We feed the child vampire blood, which triggers changes in their bodies and mind, including becoming infertile and losing all desire to bond with humans. No one misses their families and no one remembers their lives before they were given vampire blood. When this happens, we refer to the child as a young one. While feeding on vampire blood, the child continues to eat human food and grow at human rates. Early in puberty, they white. And that's when a white streak appears in their hair and indicates they're ready for human blood. Vampires have a ceremony for this time in our life cycle when we become kin. They share their first full feed with a vampire who will become their mentor. During puberty, they require human food and blood and vampire blood, with their mentor being their sole source of vampire blood. During that time, the kin and mentor form a bond that resembles the bond between a human child and parent, but not as exclusive. All vampires look after young ones and kin and provide them with educations. The mentor is meant to provide stability with the intense changes they're going through. The kin stays with the mentor, who guides them through their transformation, answering questions as they grow. After puberty, they can no longer digest human food. Roughly 5 years after that, they're weaned off of vampire blood. Okay, I think I have to call it there so I can answer any potential questions. There's still a few more pages to go in this chapter, however. I don't know, unless I get an indication from the producer that I can go over, because there's still 1, 2, 3. Okay, so there's a few more pages to go. So might be another, oh, no, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4 more pages to go. So if I get a thumbs up that I can read finish the chapter, I'll let you know. But until I get the thumbs up or thumbs down, oh, private chat, let me know. Oh, okay. I have gotten the thumbs up that I can finish reading the chapter because it's just a video coming on after me. Okay, so, and it's just 2, 3, 4 pages more. So, after puberty, they can no longer digest human food. Roughly 5 years after that, they're weaned off of vampire blood. When kin are no longer reliant on vampire blood, the bond with their mentor softens, but it never goes away. My bond with Raphael never softened. He was my only kin, and the bond I have with him now is just as strong as when he went white 5 centuries ago. If anything, my love for him has only deepened over the centuries. The mentor continues to support them until they become independent members of society around the age of 50, which is when they become kinfolk. Once a kin has white, they experience a drastic slowdown in their apparent aging process compared to humans. So a 100-year-old vampire can look the same age as a human who is in their late teens. A vampire's physical aging appearance stabilizes around the time they turn 300, at which their peak health would have been as a human. Vampires are considered young until the age of 500 and commonly referred to as children, in the same sense a 60-year-old human would call a 20-year-old a child. After 500, age is no longer a factor in anything social. We view a kinfolk who is 600 the same as we view a kinfolk that is 3,000. Similarly, those under 500 develop romantic and sexual relationships with kinfolk who are within a few centuries of each other. While there's nothing technically wrong with a 100-year-old being with a 1,000-year-old, it would be extremely odd. But no one would bat an eye at a 700-year-old in a relationship with someone who is 4,000. During times of stress or conflict, vampires often seek out their mentors for support. My heart sat heavy that Raphael hadn't come to me yet. The pain he was feeling must have been so overwhelming that any attention to it would cause him to collapse into himself. I wanted to provide him with what little comfort I could give. Losing one of our own was a rarity, and to lose one with no knowledge as to how hadn't occurred in hundreds of years. I've tried talking to him. Of course I'll try again. I don't want to push things. When he's ready, I'm here for him. My ice blue eyes met Michael's coal black eyes. Everyone is concerned about Lucas. We all loved him in our own ways. We won't rest until we find out what happened to him. We were each other's primary for 400 years. Our relationship ebbed and flowed, grew and changed, but it was always strong. As my relationship with you became more intense, his relationship with Raphael also grew. We felt it was in time to embrace others as primaries, but our feelings for each other never changed. The time I spent with him, the time I spend with you is so precious. With the way things are changing, there's no telling what will happen after we come out to the humans. I don't want you to miss the opportunity to experience your love with Vincent. I don't think it will trouble him at all not being your primary, and who knows, that may change. We laid down on the bed and held each other close. Change, I said. That's what worries me. It worries me too. What Vincent said in the council meeting. Could it really be possible that we'll no longer need human blood? Possible? I think it's inevitable. How are the other council members handling it? Danielle is pushing harder for an aggressive takeover of humans. I think she knows with this new option, many will lean in the direction Vincent favors. If we no longer need human blood, if humans are no longer our prey, perhaps there's a chance we can coexist in our own societies. Danielle doesn't believe peaceful coexistence with humans is possible. But the thought of taking over the world, dominating over them, I don't think that's sustainable. And what would it do to us? How can our society freely develop if we have to devote so much of our resources to keeping the human population obedient? I sighed and put my hand under Michael's shirt to feel his skin. He undid the buttons so I could rest my head on him and listen to his heartbeat. The option I want can't go on much longer. Keeping things status quo, simple. But I'm too cognizant of reality. It's only a matter of time before the human world discovers us. Either we choose change now, or it will be done to us later. The only reason we haven't gone down Danielle's route yet is because I've been delaying it. Everyone's looking to me for guidance, and I have none to give. We get one chance to come out to the humans. If we mess it up, both our societies will suffer. For someone who likes to keep things simple, you sure do become the center of change. Maybe that's why kinfolk turn to you. They know whatever decision you come to will be the best for most kinfolk, even if it's one you don't want yourself. I wish it wasn't me. I know. He put his hand under my shirt and caressed my skin softly, the way he knows I like. Ever since the trials, kinfolk turned to you in times of upheaval because of what you did. Well, it led to hundreds of years of peace. I only did what I had to for us to survive. I never wanted to be a leader. Leader, but not in the sense humans would think. No one vampire has more power than others. We're all of equal status, filling the positions in society we're best suited for. The Vampire Council is fluid. No one is voted in, no one applies for a position. An unspoken coalescing takes place where we follow the one best qualified for the tasks. Very few of us, like me, have been on the council since its creation. Most of the time, I'm content to sit back and let others take charge. But in times like this, without me wanting it or asking, they follow my lead. I have the most influence, but I don't make the decisions for others. Michael sits on the council as the head administrator of our society. Vincent is our head scientist, but has chosen not to sit on the council. He wanted to focus on what his science could do, not how it would be used. You've led us this far. I have faith in what you decide. Michael formed a smile. Besides, it makes no difference to me. Either way will be a logistical calamity. I laughed. He always finds a way to make me feel better. Let's forget about the rest of the world and just focus on us. We finished undressing ourselves and relished the textures of the fur coverings under our bodies and our skins pressing against each other. Our internal bodies are quite different from humans, but our external features remain the same, though one pleasantry retained from when we were human. Sex is purely for pleasure and an expression of intimacy. We don't have a sex drive. We don't attach shame to our desires, nor do we feel the need to sexually dominate over another. Sexual aggression and violence have not existed among vampires since the trials. We're free to explore with whomever is interested in exploring with us. Over the centuries, our techniques for physical pleasure have expanded, and when making love with one you have a romantic bond with, the experience goes far deeper than the physical. Our minds touch, and we can feel the essence, or what humans would call the soul, of the other. Our expressions of intimacy include taking sips of each other's blood. That is, we cut the skin to taste, never biting through the skin. When a young one or kin feeds on a vampire, it's not in the same sense as when we feed on humans. Vampire blood is solely ingested to cause the body to change and grow into a vampire. To bite through the skin and feed on another vampire and take their life essence is immensely taboo, even in extreme circumstances. There have been no known instances of a vampire full feeding on another. With the blackout blinds automatically drawn and the music playing, Michael and I made love until the late hours of the morning. And that is chapter 1. And I only went 2 minutes over, but let's just check a couple questions first, see how the Coffin here has responded to it. And then we can move on to syndicated content of the Leftist Mafia. But please, if some of the moderators could be so kind as to toss up the link to my book, and you can read the whole thing and get further context. But Sandee has worked an arrangement with me so that the last Wednesday of every month, I will be here to give social and political commentary from the perspective of me, Minuet, a 1400-year-old vampire. And oh boy, do I ever have, thoughts on how you humans run society. Let's see. I'm not scrolling up too far. I just want to see what you humans are thinking of Sandee's book. Someone kidnapped Lucas. I would want to check to see if Raphael disappeared him. It's usually the partner. If you want to know more, you have to read the book. Raphael's closed off because he's hiding that he disappeared. Lucas, arg. If you want to know more, you have to read the book. From Glitch Master, damn humans and their scheduled regime. Yes. Well, everyone, thank the producer, Nicholas, for allowing us to go over a little bit so I could finish the first chapter. And also just thank Nicholas for all of the hard work he has put into this. Humans have a hard time remembering to compliment each other for doing good jobs. You have an easy time criticizing each other, but a much harder time just remembering to compliment randomly. And so everyone, let Nicholas know how much you appreciate what he is doing. I think he's a he. You humans and your gender. Bozed, please tell us when the next reading is. There won't necessarily be another reading. There are a couple chapters that I could read that don't give too many spoilers. But that's the thing. I don't want to give spoilers. I want people to buy the book. But the thing is that Sandee is also very much a fan of the book that she wrote, of course. And so what they're planning on doing is reading each chapter into a video and making that available for the highest tier members of her, she calls it a sandbox, and patron. But they also have this thing about not wanting to paywall anything related to their content. And that, generally speaking, is their political content for the Left of the Box YouTube channel, which everyone should be subscribing to. Very close to having 8,000 humans subscribe to it. I'm sure there's a couple vampires subscribed to it as well. I've plugged it among my kind. So people who are living with poverty, they will find a way to make sure that they can also get those links, because it's not fair that people have to be denied elements of society simply because they are forced to live in a society that keeps them in these cycles of poverty. Let's see. Just quickly scrolling through. Good reminder for Jam Tomb. Remember, even if you have no words, you can help the algorithm see this space by engaging the heart beside the chat. Choose one of 5 picks and click, click, click. Also, like, share every time there's a new element coming on. Just quickly checking. We do not claim her. Bella Lagrissi? No, we do not. She is not one of us. We're more humane than Tulsi. I'll let Sandee know that you thanked her. Good point. Good point. Sandee does live in poverty, so every little bit helps to support her by buying the book or becoming members and all that sort of stuff. There's Patreon. There's a wish list that she has available. You can go to her channel and find out all about this. Da, 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 da. Okay, I'm pretty much near the bottom. Okay, so I think with all of that, it's been a pleasure, and you can see me. The Wednesday, so what Wednesday is that? Let me just pull the calendar here. That will be July 30th. I will be back on to replace Sandee for this normal slot, but be sure to go to their channel and watch. There will be a news live stream this Sunday afternoon, evening. Again, this human's so ADHD, can never have a fixed schedule. You have no idea how much effort they have to put into having a regular schedule on MySpace. So everyone, enjoy. And what's that? Oh, you ended by saying this. Okay. Got it. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Minuet, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Moralists. Up yours.
Systematic bullying that's happening.
And they believe that they did that.
Cocaine.
But it's the wax that the Terminator X spun. Now they got me in a cell cause my records ain't sell. Cause a brother like me said, well,
it's one like this, immaculate conception. I transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts against the bed. This that I got realness, I just kill cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got dark, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stopped Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stopped Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
We'll see who cancels who. They want you to comply.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Mike was having Wi-Fi issues, so he
Oh, that's what happened. As soon as the broadcast started, I immediately heard him being like, my internet is dropping out.
Yeah,
right
I
now."
heard his voice after the video went, which you normally can't do. Other
No.
stuff was happening.
Or Mike.
He'll come back.
Is that because there's like the military in Oregon? Are they cracking down there too?
They're cracking that down on the internet.
Yeah.
I mean, once that goes, it's all over. But no, today's a happy show.
Oh, a happy show. Nice.
Trouble in Megaland. Let's focus on the positive things. Oh, he's back. The
True.
positive things like
there's a lot of fighting.
The rift.
There's a lot of infighting. No material action. I will be adding that, but
Hey, sorry.
Mike.
I had to restart my computer right before the show launched because it decided to die. But we're back for now. Knock on wood.
Yes.
How are you doing, everybody?
Good, I think.
Good.
We have a positive show today, I was saying.
Mm.
It's about a right-wing rift. And we
Right-wing
can ignore
rift.
all the bad things in the world. It's just positive vibes.
Positive vibes. Yes.
Nothing but
yes.
positive today, right? No, it's okay. We could talk about real news too. But
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that is the news. They are fighting. They are all, the leopards are quite mad. There's a distinct line that is between two different camps. And I wanted to make a chart at one point just to see who's on whose side. But there's a very clear, pro-war war pigs versus Christian nationalist
Yeah, I will say I'm not super encouraged by the MAGA divide to the extent that it exists. It does seem like the base is mostly in lockstep with Donald Trump, at least based on polls. And I will say that even the objectors, the Marjorie Greens, the Tucker Carlsons of the world, they are talking around the elephant in the room. I did a video about this, which is Donald Trump. I mean, this is the individual who you have to make an appeal to, not Mark Levin. So Tucker Carlson will take shots at Mark Levin and call him a warmonger, but he won't say the same about Donald J. Trump, which is a problem. And the only conservatives I've seen that supported Trump that's calling him out directly are Dave Smith, and now I think Candace Owens is the only other one. These are the prominent voices in MAGA. So I don't know. It kind of feels like the neocons are winning. They're beating out all of these chicken shit conservatives who aren't really doing enough to stop the war they say they oppose. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's supposed to be like anti-war. She has not signed on to the bill in Congress to stop that.
Really, any Republicans have. One Republican has. That's because he's the one who proposed the bill, and then otherwise it's all like deep left-leaning progressives. That's it. And then all the liberal blocks, they're not going to sign it. They are just frothing at the mouths, waiting for big old war. And yeah, no Republicans. That's what I'm trying to tell people, especially like janks of the world who are trying to be like, I told you that Tucker Carlson and the MAGA movement would be anti-war. I was like, I've not seen a single one of the pundits who says that they are like, I'm a nationalist, I'm America first, talk about those bills. There's a bill in the House and a bill in the Senate. Right. You could tell your audience right now, call your lawmakers, call them, phone them right now. There are 2 ways to stop Donald Trump. We could do it. Not a single one has said a thing. So they don't give a fuck. It's virtue signaling. The virtue signaling.
Which is why it feels so performative. Exactly.
I'm more amazed by people like Dave Smith who were fooled. Like he was legitimately fooled by Donald Trump. He thought Trump was some principled guy. I'm gonna play this Dave Smith clip because he was on Breaking Points. What was it, last week? And it's just I didn't know these people still existed. I just assumed that they knew what they were voting for because how could you not at this point? Like in the year 2024, you don't know who Trump is. But no, apparently some people were still fooled. This clown, though I guess, I don't know, does he deserve credit for now hating Trump? I don't understand how you were fooled to begin with.
2007 that the Pentagon told George W. Bush that we cannot go to war with Iran because we do not have escalation dominance against them, essentially meaning that they can hit all of our bases and embassies in the region, and we are very vulnerable to them. And we've already seen demonstrated since the Israeli attack that the Iranian, the missiles that they sent last year toward Israel, as many of us guessed, that wasn't really their best. They were intentionally making an attack that wouldn't really hurt anybody, that wouldn't really lead to a war, which Iran has done over and over again. But now we've pushed them to the point where they probably don't feel that they have the option not to respond. And Donald Trump telling them to come back to the negotiating table now is a joke. Yeah. I mean, what a impotent leader to be sitting there talking about coming back to the negotiating table. It's like sitting after Pearl Harbor and telling FDR, now's the time to go negotiate with the Japanese. Negotiations are over now. The time for negotiations was before this. And so, yeah, Donald Trump looks, and man, I supported him this last year. I apologize for doing so. It was a bad calculation. At the time, it seemed like the right one. But he should be impeached and removed for this one, and not on some not on some ridiculous Nancy Pelosi. Of course, the Congress will never do it because they're all a bunch of corrupt hacks.
This is the one thing they support. This is
Donald Trump should be impeached and removed for this. All of his supporters should turn on him. It's the absolute betrayal of everything that he ran and campaigned on and everything that he stood for. And I will say, despite the fact that, Donald Trump supporters have been labeled like a cult following, and that certainly is true for a percentage of his supporters, he is going to lose his coalition over this. I know I don't just speak for myself when I say there are a lot of us who simply will not go along with this. So it's just a devastating mistake. By the way, on top of that, he's also going to lose the deportation fight because of this. Because right now he needed all the political capital he could have to turn that, you know, you got a majority support for deportations, but the minority is very mobilized and they're out and they're protesting all around the country. He needed all of his political capital for that move. So here's what we got. The neocons win. More war abroad and, you know, bomb the world and invite the world. No matter who you vote for, you always get John McCain.
The I fell for it again award. Like, I don't know how you thought Trump was principled in anything. Like, he's just not a predictable he doesn't, it's whatever person is in the room or whatever whim he feels like following today. Like, there's no consistency for anything. It's amazing to me.
You know, it's interesting to say this specifically about Iran, because Donald Trump literally threw out Obama's crowning foreign policy achievement, the Iran deal, in his first term. So something like this would happen. And lo and behold, a simple, less than a decade later, Trump is back in office, and oh my God, it's happening. Like, you could claim ignorance, maybe, voting for Trump's first term, but we are now here in the year 2025. You voted in 2024. This is what was going to happen. Only someone who was a political moron didn't see this coming. And, you know, if you want to admit you were wrong, that's great. I appreciate that. But you should just never talk about politics again. You should just stay the fuck
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
You should retire from ever mentioning, like, go back to, I guess he's a comedian apparently, like, go back to doing jokes.
I was like, yeah, is this even that much of a win? Because it's just one comedian, one right-wing comedian.
Oh, I'm not even calling this, I don't think this is a win at all. I just think it's a showcase of how stupid people, like, this guy it's one thing, you know, I still wouldn't excuse the ignorance excuse like now, but this guy can't claim ignorance either because he follows politics closely and he was fooled. Like, he's like next level stupid to fall for this garbage again. Remarkable.
Like, this is why you should not be getting your daily news and political analysis from a fucking comedian. I mean, listen, I think comedians could be extremely smart. There are a number of comedians.
Except for us.
there are a number of comedians who are.
We're the exception.
Turn off that Sam
Cedar.
Cedar, that comedian.
Don't seem to be very bright. Honestly, it's just straight up. I'm sorry.
Yeah. In fact, if they're a comedian, I automatically assume that they are stupid. Not all comedians are stupid, but there's a negative connotation just because of the behavior of comedians. Like, they are bitch-made whiners who complain about everything. Oh, I'm getting canceled. My joke didn't land. Boo-hoo. It must be that they're too sensitive. Not that I'm a shitty joke writer. They're just, I think comedians, honestly, we have to throw them into the gulag or at least re-educate them at a minimum, mandatorily. Sorry, that's a side tangent.
I do think it's like comedians should talk about current events.
Yeah.
But also, they're going to actually weigh in beyond jokes about politics, which is clearly what this guy did. Literally advocating for people to joke. Like, listen, comedians want to go out there and joke about the left and the right, and the point is just funny jokes without any sort of, pushing their audience anywhere. Fine. Okay. But clearly a number of right-wing comedians, such as this guy, did not do that. And they openly advocated and endorsed Donald Trump and told people to vote for him. And here we are. So,
I do think it's sort of like, as Mike was saying, like, for me, it's sort of a default. I have to assume the comedian doesn't know what the hell he's talking about unless proven otherwise. Someone like Bill Burr,
exactly,
who, like, I think is fantastic. And, even if I'm sure there are things I disagree with him on, it doesn't matter, whatever. I think he's a great, especially right now, he understands what's important and what's not important, and he focuses accordingly. Whereas, there aren't many Bill Burrs out there, really. Like, I'm sure there are smaller comedians, but in terms of like his level, like there's not many people at his level who have the proper analysis right now of what is going on and who has the power, who holds the cards.
Yeah. Also, Bill Burr didn't tell anyone how to fucking vote.
Jimmy Dore actually is one of the other truth tellers. He told the truth about COVID. And
some people are going to
vaccines,
believe
so.
what you're saying right now because you're so
I'm just kidding. Please. Yeah, please. I'm just joking, everybody. Yeah.
Way ahead of us.
I didn't realize Jimmy Dore still counted as comedy.
Is it? I don't know. I don't think so. I feel like I make more jokes on my show than Jimmy Dore does.
Does he
And
even
at least
do
use
YouTube
more puns
videos?
than
Anyways, we are mentioning him too much.
Yeah, I actually don't know. Is he alive? I don't know if he's alive.
I don't hear about him ever. I don't know what's going on with him.
Yeah, it's been better since I've not known what he's been doing. So that's a positive, David. Wanted to start off on some positives. That's
There's a bright spot. There's a big bright spot. Nice.
Yeah, that makes me happy. Yeah, so
I want to try to find more clips of
well, in terms of the two camps, I can say the Warhawks seem to be Laura Loomer. Charlie Kirk has his foot in both pies. Definitely Lindsey Graham. He's getting real war horny.
Oh,
lots of children die. That Lindsey Graham. He's excited for that.
He's had an erection for like a week now straight. He's gonna have to check into the hospital soon. This is the first time he's got his little dick hard. Such a sick pervert.
Yeah, he's terrible. And then I guess on the other side, the anti-war side, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Candace Owens, for sure. Tim Pool's kind of fencing this one. Yeah, I think he's playing both sides. Oh, pro-war, Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder is pro-war.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
You got it on that side.
Interesting.
Jack Posobiec and Wokenix seems to be pro-Trump, but also America First. Again, kind of fencing there. Half and half.
I think a lot of them are trying to tread very lightly because they don't know which way this is going to go. I think that they fear repercussions if they get this wrong and they support a war and it blows up. But at the same time, they have to support Donald Trump. And since they have no principles and they don't actually have, like, they don't care about the outcome or the policy, they're doing this weird tap dance where they're trying to play both sides so they come out on top no matter what. But I hope that their viewers understand that, like, they're showing their true colors. Like, by not taking a side, you are taking a side. And it's bitch made to just not actually care about. I mean, again, they only care about the money, but like, how do you not genuinely have a core belief system if you do political commentary? It's so crazy. Mike loves to put the blame on me and my people. Who are you talking about? Probably me.
We got so there. I haven't watched this full interview yet, this Tucker interview, but this clip, from what I've seen, this clip like really got me. Just like these people exist, and they are in the highest levels of government. Like, listen to this insane garbage.
Growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of, it says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my... You pull out the phone and use the
It's in Genesis. But so you're quoting a Bible phrase. You don't have context for it. And you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology? I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two,
hold on.
I'm not holding on.
Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what? Hold on. Define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation of Israel, yes.
And so is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
the
God's referring to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
And by the way, it's not run by Benjamin Netanyahu as a dictator. It's a democratic country that elected.
He's the prime.
I'm just gonna pause there. Like, Ted Cruz brought up the dictator. Like, isn't like it's like he knows how fucking insane Netanyahu and the Israeli government is. Like, Tucker didn't even have to bring it up.
Or
right.
what?
But just like, you know, America is the country run by Donald Trump. No, actually, the American people elected Donald Trump. The same principle
This is
there.
silly. I'm talking about the political entity of modern Israel.
Yes, and that is
You believe
Israel.
that's what God was talking about
Yes.
in Genesis.
I do, but
that country's existed since when?
For thousands of years. Now, there was a time when it didn't exist, and then it was recreated just over 70
But
years ago.
I'm saying, I think most people understand that line in Genesis to refer to the Jewish people, God's chosen people.
That's not what it says.
Okay, Israel, but you don't even know where in the Bible it is.
So I read the Bible after seeing that clip, and it's Genesis 32:28. It's the name of a man named Jacob. Jacob was the grandson of Abraham, and the quote is, "Your name shall no longer be called Jacob, but now Israel, for you have striven with God and with men and have prevailed." AKA, Jacob's name was transformed to Israel. At that point, he had children. His children were known as the children of Israel. This is the origin of this. This is not the modern nation state of Israel, nor does it have anything to do with it. I only know that because it didn't exist for thousands of years later. But we're talking about a person who got a new name, and that name means one who strives with God. That's it. That's why it's so weird for like a human being or a lawmaker or a fucking state senator to be like.
But Lance, the Bible obviously knew the future, that there would be a place called Israel, and then they actually meant it for a place and not a man. And like, it's just.
Like,
I love how, like,
there's no, you can't logic these people. Like they lack.
It's
completely.
hilarious to me that that's like a story in the Bible where it's like, what is the takeaway? Thank you, Jacob. I am now calling you Israel. Oh, thank you, God. Like, what the fuck? That's so weird. The Bible's so idiotic. I swear to God, it was written by a 2-year-old.
I saw somebody on Twitter say, "I'm going to call myself Israel. Now I'll change my name to Israel so I could bomb my neighbors and not get in trouble and have Ted Cruz defend me." Like, it's just so fucking stupid. Like, forget the whole whatever story. To derive your entire politics from the fucking Bible, like, you should not be allowed anywhere near government, let alone like your own children. You should be locked away. You need help, serious help.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the terrifying thing. Like, genuinely, I don't think these people are like true believers, fire and brimstone. If that was the case, none of them would covet wealth, right? Like, you're not going to be able to get into the gates of heaven, you know, as a rich man. So they don't genuinely believe that, like, if I do X, Y, and Z, I can destroy the planet so Jesus returns and I can burn everyone, and then the Jews will be asked whether or not they can get into heaven. They're not actually thinking that every day, but that's what they're saying out loud to please a section of their base. Right? Like, Ted Cruz wants to please the Christian nationalists who are like, he's right. It's in the Bible. It's in the Bible. What is in the Bible? What are you referring to? A person's name? Like, it's changed and then he has children? Like, that's so weird. That's the nation's.
I just love the whole idea that Iran is evil because it's a theocracy.
Right.
And my worldview on Israel and Iran is completely formed by my religion. My politics as a sitting senator is formed by the book that my religion believes is God's word, telling us that we must do this, and that is how I'm going to live life and act out my role as a lawmaker. It is incredible to me. It's incredible to me. These guys are fools. We are literally a country run by like how do we, like, honestly, I'm trying to understand, like, how did like, when I grew up, I was raised to, like, you know, not be a bully and treat people with respect, and you know, there are things that I thought all children were taught, so when they grow up they become a fully formed grown adult human being. And now that I am one, and I see how all of that's just out the fucking window. The whole idea that you shouldn't lie, lying is bad, hurting people is bad, bullying is bad, and all I see is everyone is succeeding in life as they become adults through doing these things, becoming the most powerful people on earth. You know, it really makes you think, like, just throw it all the fuck away. Like, what is this?
All of Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
JD Vance is the first millennial vice president, and he's like a bad 4chan thread, and he just did the worst things in his life, all life, and succeeded. So did the tech bros who just don't jump out of college. You need a university degree to get a good job, get into the working force. And it's like they all dropped out and then got VC money, and they're like, we control your thoughts now. All of them, like all of conversation. It's ours. Whoa, Jesus.
Mike dropped out. What happened?
Oh no, his internet. They got him.
He was offended by all of our shit talking about Christianity. Had to get out of here.
Fair enough.
I don't know. Like, so what do you think is motivating Trump? Because he's not principled, obviously, but like why does he care to defend Israel? What's in it for him? Like, I get what's in it for the party, but he's someone who is such a personal, like, he cares so much about personal relationships. And it really seems like Netanyahu's just like dog walking him. Like, this guy pulled the chair out for Netanyahu. Like, do they have dirt on him? Like, why is he so willing to? This is like the one person where he will not bow down to, or he will not criticize in any way. He will not go against. Like, he has done everything and more that Netanyahu and the Israeli government have wanted him to do. Like, I don't get what's in this for him.
I don't know what you could leak on Trump at this point, though. Like, he's all over the Epstein files. He's like,
maybe he's gay.
Trump himself has wanted to attack Iran for a very long time. So, if anything,
but didn't he have tweets saying, like, he had a tweet criticizing Obama, like Obama's going to start a war with Iran to win the election or something. Like, he's been all over the map too. He was
criticizing Iran no matter what. If Obama went to war with Iran, he would criticize them for that. Iran secured a deal with Iran to make sure they didn't get go after pursue nukes, and he attacked him for that. There was no winning for Obama. Trump would have attacked him either way. But this is actually what Trump wants, and literally. This is what, going back to the video we watched to start the show, everyone who voted against Trump literally knew that was Trump, and except apparently for the very smart people who thought Trump was the peaceful dove out there to save the world. It's just amazing. People, I don't know what to say to these people.
Welcome back, Mike.
Yes. Are you here for good? Oh, I think he's
I think it's not going to work out for Mike tonight.
I don't think he even
I
hears
don't know
us.
what's wrong with my internet. I don't know if you can hear me. I can hear like, yeah, I can hear 10% of what you're saying. Let me try switching computers and see if that makes a difference. I think it's just my internet, but let me try the other computer and I'll be back.
All right. I can I don't know, try and find more Ted Cruz clips. Like, I was trying. There was one video where I had to like just stop watching because Ted Cruz is so hard to listen to, and so I mean, so was Tucker. So, but this is like a situation where I don't mind what Tucker was saying, but it's just like, out of any politician, I find Ted Cruz to be one of the most off-putting senators.
Oh, he made Tucker Carlson look great. That's how bad Ted Cruz is.
Yeah, anyone that makes Tucker look good, you really are out of your goddamn mind.
And I think this was mentioned. I forgot who mentioned it on the Majority Report today, but I think it's worth pointing out that like Tucker Carlson, like, this is who he is too. Like, he's not like he's clearly an Islamophobe. He's a white supremacist. We know this about Tucker Carlson. He's not some hero here. The thing is though, is that he's doing the basic bare minimum journalism here with a Israel supporting politician that no other journalist has ever done when interviewing mainstream journalists, because they would never give a left-wing journalist access to any sort of politician whatsoever. But CNN, all New York Times, Washington, you name it, all these mainstream outlets have never asked politicians supporting Israel lock and step, no matter what, through thick and thin, any of these very basic, bare minimum questions that Tucker is asking. And if they did, I believe we would see them fall apart, just like Ted Cruz did here.
Yeah. And for me, it's not even just about the question. It's about the attitude. Like, Tucker is treating him with so much, what's the word I'm looking for? Just like he contempt. Like, he just does not, like, I feel like this is how you should treat bullshitting politicians. It's not just about good questions. It's also about making them look like the clowns that they are. Like, he made Ted Cruz like stumble and stutter over like his like, there's the first clip that came out, stumble and stutter over his response for why he's defending Iran, doesn't know anything about the country, yet he wants to destroy the country. Like, just completely made him look like a clown. And part of it was because of Tucker laughing in his face about being an idiot. Like, I think that adds to it. And that element, I think, is important. And, people are saying in my comments, oh, Tucker's just doing this because he's doing the bidding of Russia or something. I don't even care for me, it's not about what goes into, like, why Tucker is doing what he's doing. For me, it's the output of what we are seeing. Like, for me, the story coming out of this interview is like, this shows us how low the bar is for our media, that Tucker Carlson, of all people, is making Ted Cruz look like a clown, when this should be easy for any other outlet that is, maybe a little more reputable, though not by much. Than
it also
Tucker
shows
Carlson.
you that Tucker knew his entire career how to do this and chose not to do it intentionally. At any given time, he sat across the most powerful people of the world, world leaders constantly. And if he wants to give them a glowing puff piece, he will. And if he wants to spread them for filth, he can clearly do that too. When it came to, like, I think, to David and Matt's point, you're both right in that everything that was coming out from that was absolutely stunning in terms of, like, you don't ever see people ask these kind of questions, let alone get responses, let alone have the logic of them questioned. Like, why is it that, like, we wouldn't treat any other nation like this, where they are influencing our politics to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars? They're putting in politicians of their choosing. They're influencing the way that we speak about these topics in media when it concerns our own lives, and billions of dollars and potential wars and all this kind of stuff. Why is it in this one case, it's all of a sudden, it's not America first. It's not, USA, baby. It's like, we have to support them no matter what they do.
So I think this is the clip that I was looking for.
Oh, this was great.
It's a quick one, but it's so funny.
Look, my father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba. I hate communists. It was actually Batista that tortured my dad. Look, my father was imprisoned and tortured in
Oh my God.
Whoops.
Yeah, like, what? Maybe it's the other people you should be angry at yourself.
I also hate communists, though. Unrelated.
It's just remarkable.
Wow.
I mean, you might want to talk to the dictator.
Yeah.
I mean, they think their audience is stupid. It's that simple.
Yeah, and in that case, I think he's clearly said that line so many times that he started to believe it. And it's the communist faults it is.
I want to find the APAC.
Whoa,
clip.
New angle.
I have no idea if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay. Maybe it's the computer. I have no idea. Either way.
Was it a Windows or a Mac you were using before?
It was a Mac. Yeah. It's
there goes my theory.
Yeah.
I was gonna blame
it's a
Windows.
newer one. It's like a 2021 M1 Mac. Like,
Really?
it's the cheapest one, but it's still new.
That's what I have.
Yeah.
Bizarre.
It's the blue one. I don't know what model that is, but it's blue. When they release their colors or whatever. But yeah, sorry.
And we could do one more clip here.
So I've never taken money from the Israel lobby. Have you?
Taken money from the Israel.
From APAC.
So APAC raises a lot of money for me, but it's actually a misnomer because the people who raise money are individuals. Right. So it's not the PAC itself, but they're individual members who believe in the American-Israeli friendship
Is
and
AIPAC
relationship.
a foreign lobby?
No, it's an American lobby. It's the AIPAC stands for the America-Israeli Political Action Committee.
What does it lobby for?
So, to be honest, not a whole lot effectively. Listen, I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate.
Great.
And I've worked every day to do that. AIPAC, a lot of times, AIPAC, I wish were much more effective. Like, there are folks online who are in the fever swamp of terrified of AIPAC, and AIPAC...
I'm not terrified of AIPAC at all. You're the one who seems a little uncomfortable when I'm asking.
No, not uncomfortable at all.
I'm just asking what AIPAC does. My understanding, having known a lot of people who work at AIPAC, is that it lobbies on behalf of the Israeli government.
Wrong.
Oh, okay.
It's
when was the last time AIPAC took a position that deviated from Prime Minister Netanyahu?
All the time.
Name one.
Okay. Let me go back and give a little history. If you want to do a deep dive on AIPAC,
I don't. I want to do a shallow dive that gets.
No.
I want to get to the core question. AIPAC is lobbying for a foreign government, and I don't. It's not. It's lobbying for the United States.
It is lobbying for a strong U.S.-Israeli relationship.
Okay. So it's not has nothing to do with the foreign government.
It wants America and Israel to be closely allied.
Okay, but it's lobbying on behalf of the interests of another country.
So that's not true at all. And if
it's not true.
No.
How much contact do you think AIPAC leaders have with the government of Israel?
No idea. I imagine some. I think the government of Israel is often frustrated with AIPAC because AIPAC is not nearly strong enough.
Do you think there's any coordination between the government of Israel and AIPAC?
Do they talk? Sure. If you're lobbying for more U.S.-Mexico trade, would you talk to people in the U.S. and Mexico and the government? Sure. Like if...
So I'm not mad about that. There are a million countries that lobby Washington. I like a lot of those countries, including Israel.
But AIPAC are Americans. They're not Israelis.
Hold on. There are tons of Americans who lobby on behalf of foreign governments. I know them. I'm related to some of them. I know how it works. I'm from here. So my question is not, is it outrageous that foreign governments lobby the United States? They all do, okay, including Israel. My only question is, why don't we admit that is what's happening? You're denying it, but it's true.
Yeah,
and
why
aren't they registered as a foreign lobby?
Because they're not.
What stands out to me, apart from Cruz, there is just Tucker's attitude towards Ted Cruz is so great. Like, this is more journalists need to be dicks. Like, that's why Tucker is so good in this interview, because he's an asshole. And
he's being an asshole. Right. Yeah.
He's usually an asshole for bad. Here he's an asshole for good. But like, that quality in a journalist and someone talking to a politician, interviewing a politician, is such a rare quality to have. At least I should say used in the way that Tucker's using it there, because a lot of them are assholes, but they don't often use it against other powerful people. But using it in that way is so effective. And look like how sad Ted Cruz looks. He's just like tying his own noose and he can't get out of it.
I don't know if when I was gone, you played the clip of them arguing about anti-Semitism, but later on at a different portion, I watched more of this, not all of it, but Ted Cruz called Tucker Carlson anti-Semitic because he was seemingly
play
obsessed.
that one. No, play the clip. Play the clip.
Well, I don't know.
I don't play the clip.
I don't know where it is. I wasn't. I don't know if there's a clip. I watched it from the full thing.
You can find it easily.
No, we can find it.
Yeah.
The feline.
He called him anti-Semitic, yeah, and then Tucker retorted by calling him a feline. And Ted Cruz said, "You seem obsessed with Israel," and Tucker Carlson was like, "You're the one who said that you ran for Congress to bolster Israel." It was something like that. I'm paraphrasing, but it was very funny because for the first time ever, Tucker Carlson actually tried to do a thing called like oppositional journalism, and it worked really well. He got probably lots and lots of views and clicks. And after this, Randy Fine, who's another bloodthirsty neocon Republican who supports genocide and called for nuking Gaza, canceled his appearance reportedly because AIPAC and other Republicans thought that he wasn't going to be prepared to deal with Tucker's minimal pushback. Like, he's not trying super hard to like own him or put him into gotchas. He's just asking so many questions. But if you have no core and you're just full of shit, you're going to get backed into a corner. So watching that was amazing.
I think this is the one. I'm guessing based on the quote.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yep.
It's interesting you're trying to derail my questions by calling me an anti-Semite, which you are.
I did not.
Of course you are. And rather than be honorable enough to say it right to my face, You
I'm
are
sitting-
in a sleazy feline way implying it, or just asking questions about the Jews. I'm not asking questions about the Jews. There's nothing to do with Jews or Judaism. It has to do with the foreign government.
Isn't Israel controlling our foreign policy? That's not about the Jews.
You said, I'm asking you.
And by the way, you're the one that just called me, I think, a sleazy feline. So let's be clear.
It's sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite, which you just did.
No, I just said, why is that the only question you're asking? You answer it. Give me another reason. If you're not an anti-Semite, give me another reason why the obsession is Israel.
I am in no sense obsessed with Israel. We are on the brink of war with Iran. And so these are valid questions.
But you're not asking about Iran or the
If I can
Ayatollah.
finish, you asked me why I'm obsessed with Israel.
Yep.
3 minutes after telling me that when you first ran for Congress, you elucidated one of your main goals, which is to defend Israel.
Yes.
And I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel. I don't see a lawmaker's job as defending the interests of a foreign government, period. Any government, including the ones that my ancestors come from. So that's my position. That does not make me an anti-Semite. And shame on you for suggesting otherwise. And I mean that. And that's low, and you know it's low. So why don't you just answer my questions
I'll
in a
answer any
straightforward,
question you'd
rational
like.
way? You certainly have the IQ to do it.
So shame on you is cute, by the way, Tucker.
It is. It's not cute. I'm offended. I'm obsessed with the Jews. You just told me
You
that
just called me a
ran-
sleazy feline.
It is sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite for asking questions about how my government
You
is
want to
run.
count how many questions you asked about? What about the Jews? What about Israel? What about
I
AIPAC?
never asked about the Jews. I have. This has nothing to do with the Jews, whatever that.
Fash on fash violence.
That's just incredible.
Let them fight. Let them fight. Love to see it.
I mean, listen again. Tucker Carlson is doing what journalists should be doing, and the failure is on the other journalists, not on Tucker Carlson being great. Like this is the bare minimum.
Exactly.
Tucker
That's a
Carlson
good
himself in the interview said Israel is one of the countries that he supports because Tucker Carlson is part of the problem. But he goes at Cruz here and gets exactly what other people should have gotten at, or should be getting out of all these politicians who refuse to deviate from anything Israel says and does.
Yeah, that's a really. I want to emphasize that point and piggyback off of what you said, Matt, because it's so important. It feels gross to watch an interview featuring Tucker Carlson and like low key root for him. But the problem is not that Tucker Carlson is good. It's that like this is such a bare minimum thing. Like they're threatening to go to war with another country. The fact that there's not more opposition from media is really frustrating to me. Fox News has been just like nothing but nonstop bloodthirsty warmongering. But if you watch CNN, for example, they're not as bad, but they've brought on Yoav Gallant. Why are we getting the advice of Yoav Gallant? This is somebody who's wanted by the International Criminal Court for crimes against humanity. Why do we need his expertise? Why do we need him to tell Americans that they have an obligation to go to war on Israel's behalf? So like just doing the bare minimum, asking questions that challenge their beliefs. This is what should be the standard. But the fact that we're so deprived of this that we have to root for fucking Tucker Carlson shows you how bad the state of media is.
I've also seen Netanyahu interviewed on several networks. ABC, he was on ABC News recently. Now, I didn't watch the whole interview, but I'm going to assume that they did not introduce him as the ICC arrest warrant haver. Netanyahu's now on our show, and we're going to interview him. Like, I guarantee that wasn't brought up, though I could be wrong, but I would be surprised if they brought that up. Like, anytime he's mentioned in any news article, they should always mention that these people, Netanyahu has an arrest warrant, like for war crimes. Like this is. Anytime they are brought up in any context, in any story about this, that should be mentioned, because without that context, you may be, inclined to think a certain way that does not comport to reality.
Also, Tucker apologized already, just so everyone knows.
Oh, that's right.
He called Trump to be like, "I'm sorry, Daddy. I reaffirm my commitment to the great and glorious Project 2025."
Yeah.
Did he apologize online, or just Trump said he apologized?
Trump said he apologized.
I don't. Okay, maybe he did, but it's Trump. Like,
no. But David,
conversations that
I thought the same thing as you did. But the fact that Tucker Carlson has not come out to say that this is bullshit kind of leads me to believe that maybe it's true, because it's embarrassing. Like, you have Tucker Carlson going on this tirade against war, supposedly this principled opposition to war, and you're apologizing to the president who's threatening to get us into a war. if somebody said that I had apologized in this situation and it wasn't true, I would immediately denounce it. But the fact that he hasn't said anything and he's still complimenting Trump, trying to say, oh, he's a good guy, I genuinely don't think that he wants war, it tells me that it's true. So these people, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Marjorie Taylor Greene, they're such paper tigers because to the extent that they're willing to challenge Trump, it's only indirectly. They'll challenge the people who are egging him on, and they'll criticize the people who led him to whatever decision he inevitably makes, but they'll never criticize Donald Trump himself, which is absurd. Like, they're stripping agency away from the most powerful man in the world, and I get that he has dementia and is in cognitive decline and is genuinely fucking stupid, but I mean, how do you talk around Donald Trump? He's the one making the fucking decision. So, like, to me, it's coward shit for them to do it like this. Like, credit to Tucker in a roundabout way for just doing the bare minimum as a quote journalist, if you want to even call him that. But at the same time, he very clearly isn't committed to fucking war, stopping war. Like, if this were Bernie Sanders and he were president and we all voted for him saying Bernie wanted to stop wars, do you not think we would all like be attacking the shit out of Bernie Sanders right now in this same predicament? Of course we would.
Did he sign on to, like, you know, some act that could limit his war powers? Like, they can do that right now, right? Like, any of them could recommend that 2 bills get signed by Republican lawmakers. They're not saying shit. Every single one of them. It's all just virtue signaling. You just want to get on the record as being like, I was against the war before it happened. All right, I didn't do anything to stop it, but I had strong words. America first.
Because it's easy now, since there's the Iraq War. Everybody can see that this is going to be a disaster, and in 5 years, 10 years, you want to be able to say, look, I was correct about that. Tucker was on the wrong side with the Iraq War. So they know where this is going, and it feels like they're doing the bare minimum so that way they can maintain their credibility. But I mean, it's not enough. If you genuinely, this is why having principles cares, because I feel like all of this is political. Like, Steve Bannon was on Tucker Carlson's show talking about why this is bad, and his pitch wasn't that, oh, well, war is bad because it's immoral, and he didn't even use the, oh, it's costly, we're going to go in debt because of war. He literally said that Trump shouldn't go into war because it's going to interfere with his agenda of deporting people. That is good and a priority to war. Like, these people are still sick, right? This is why you can never, like, even though Tucker Carlson is getting a lot of hype for this, or at least at a minimum, people are tuning in because they're curious, understand that these people are not your allies and never will be, because they are fundamentally opposed to every single thing that you stand for, and they are coincidentally on the same side of us, but not fighting as hard as they could be, as we are, to stop a war. Because if I had access to the fucking president, I would be calling him, I would be nagging him constantly, I would be doing whatever I could with my access and my giant platform to stop this. Like, he's not tuning into the Rational National or Humanist Report or Lance or Matt Bitt. He's not watching us. So it doesn't matter what the fuck we say. You know, we're farting in the wind. So if you have that influence, use it. And they're not using it enough.
I will say the most charitable read on why Tucker would apologize or why any of these people are talking around Trump is because, again, the most charitable read would be that they have a direct line to Trump and they know how much of a bitch he is, how soft he is, and if they criticize him publicly, there's a chance that there's less of a chance of them being listened to privately than otherwise. So, like, if that's how Trump is privately, which I wouldn't, I mean, considering how he acts publicly, I wouldn't be surprised that he just, you know, completely cuts you off if you say anything bad about him. So I could understand if that's what they are trying to do, but we've also seen how inconsistent Trump, like, I don't know if you can even really sway him. Like, I don't know what's driving him, because again, I don't think he's principled in anything. So I don't know what's motivating him in this instance.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm for a carrot and stick approach. Use whatever works, but it's very clearly the case that the carrot approach and the flattery approach by the neocons is working. So Trump needs to understand that there will be repercussions, and so he needs to see some actual forceful pushback from people that he respects, like Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene, because the niceness very clearly isn't compelling to him. So they've got to ramp it up if they actually do care. They're putting their reputation on the line by going to bat against Donald, or putting themselves at odds with Donald Trump, because that never ends well for anyone. But at the same time, do you care about stopping a war? Or do you not care about stopping the war? They don't care that much about like, they're against it, but it's mostly like on grounds of the deficit will go up and it'll add to the debt. They don't actually care about the human beings that will suffer, because these are people who thrive on suffering. They support mass deportation. They're jerking off to all these ICE raids. So it's it's why you can't put too much faith into these people, because even though the MAGA diehards who theoretically are anti-war and should be influential on Donald Trump, he doesn't give a fuck about them, because he knows that, to the extent that they criticize him, it'll be minimal and they'll always apologize and they'll start sucking him off like a day later if he pisses them off. It doesn't matter. So there's no hope. People like Cenk Uygur have been thoroughly discredited on this particular subject.
Well, it should also be added that every single America First account also is saying that one of the reasons they're against this is because those soldiers that could be used in Iran should be used on the cities that are falling into riots and chaos, aka like your own citizens.
Yeah.
Right? All of them just want the military to be attacking people in San Francisco, Chicago, New York, the blue cities, the blue states. Like, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, why waste bombs on them when you could use those on us when we protest? Actually, Jon Stewart did a really great segment about this, where he kind of juxtaposed the anti-war MAGA with them being pro-war domestically. And it was a really great segment. I would highly encourage people to watch that. It's just, I mean, that's who these people are.
Some of that really like haunting post on Blue Sky that was like, do I have to pay taxes so that I fund my own civil war against me? I was like, that's pretty fucked up if you think about it in that way.
The answer to that person is yes. Yes, you do.
The answer is yes.
Yep.
Pay those taxes.
We all do. That's the way she goes.
All right, not to make like a left turn here, but what's going on with Ethan Klein? What's this thing that's going, like, is he suing people?
Ethan Klein.
Yeah.
Your best friend.
Like, I don't know what's happening.
I don't know if Lance is more well versed than I am on this, but
come on, you all know the words. We can sing. He's suing 3 content creators by the name of Frogan, Denims, and CaseyTron for what he says was the great and 5D chess bait of getting them to react to his content, Nukon Hassan. But because they did it and they said that they wanted to get views taken from the original copyright owner, as he's claiming to be, he got basically his content nuke registered with the Library of Congress, and now he's using that as copyright material that he owns, and anyone who's reacting to it of his choosing, because he's also said he's going to exclude XQC and Asmongold from doing the exact same thing. He's now suing 3 women, two Muslim women, for apparently copyright infringement on
very
content.
small content creators by comparison, by the way, as well.
Yes.
So this feels
Isn't
like
that just
blatant
fair use? I don't understand.
Yeah. I mean, this is blatant DMCA abuse. What he's doing.
The answer is it depends. It's one of those things where if you were to actually speak to a lawyer, they'll most likely tell you it's case dependent, and it's going to come down to a lot of things. Were they transformative in their criticism? Did they walk away and go to the bathroom too much? Did they let more than a couple minutes play?
Isn't him admitting it's bait for a lawsuit not good for his case? Like, that seems like it's kind of counterintuitive.
You would think so,
we don't
right?
talk about this if you guys are afraid of him, but like,
I'm not at all, because
No,
I just covered this in my own chat. Sent me a clip where a year ago he on his own stream said, "I am waiving IP and copyright for people who want to use me or my material, including the H3H podcast or anything starring me." And he said that live on his show. And I was like, well, that one's probably going to hurt you a lot. I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah,
just
that one and the one where you're admitting you did something to sue somebody else. Like, isn't that like entrapment?
That
like,
you created a, he said he literally created a trap. They didn't use the word trap on his video. And I'm sorry, can we, like, somebody's got to crunch the numbers on this. If you combine Denims, Frogan, and CaseyTron, all the views that they got, the views that they stole, what's the ad revenue we're talking about here? Maybe $1,000 collectively between all of them? Like,
well, he addresses that. He says that that day Denims got more live viewers than she'd ever had before, which is technically true. I think she was at 46,000 people watching when she covered it. So
46,000? You mean
crazy.
4,600 or 46,000?
No, 46,000. It was above 46.
Wow.
It was huge.
I gotta get in on
I
this.
got a song rated.
Ethan, sue me! Sue me!
It is amazing to me the interest in like this. Like I really have, like my only experience with like Ethan Klein is when him and Hassan had that show. Like that's, you know, I watched that. I thought that was interesting, and then like I don't like when I see his like live viewership, it's like at like tens of thousands, whatever the hell it is now. Like I'm just like, why are people watching this? Like it's just just why are people watching him? He's just like a drama queen. Like I don't understand. Like it's so weird to me.
It's just drama, me. Yeah, I used to watch him. I used to really enjoy his show, because it was like kind of like low stakes comedy. They talk about politics once in a while. He'd debate right wing grifters like Ollie London here and there. He had a show with Hassan and whatnot. I liked him before that. I was watching since the Vape Nation days, but yeah, now. I mean, maybe it's just because I'm seeing the clips, so I'm not getting the full picture. But who wants to watch somebody complain about how the internet is being mean to them? Like we all have experience with this. People have reacted to Leftist Mafia streams, and they've uploaded it and monetized it. That's the way. That's the way
it. We're suing.
Yeah, this is the dude who got famous on YouTube because of his
finally
reaction
we can make some money off these streams.
It's crazy.
Yeah, Mike, I was watching the Legal Eagle, and he'll actually be referenced most likely in this is my own speculation, but he'll most likely be referenced as a case study for them in court for his previous lawsuit in the case of the defense. Like Denham's Frogan, they will be referencing the
oh my god
he won, because you have to. It's one of the most commonly cited references when it comes to fair use and dealing with YouTube videos specifically. Yeah.
The father of fair use is now trying to kill fair use on the internet. Like, what a world we live in. That's insane. Holy shit. Like, the audacity of somebody to try to use your millions and millions of wealth to bankrupt 3 smaller creators. I mean,
Yeah.
Denham's is relatively big. I'm not super familiar with the other one, with Casey Tron.
They're all smaller than
compared to him.
Oh, by a monstrously huge amount.
Right.
So, and like, you know, for someone who's now trying to rebrand himself as like, you know, I'm a feminist and stuff like that, like you're specifically targeting 3 women who, in this case, I'm assuming won't be as financially able to just draw this out in court for years, right? Like, Denham's already launch a GoFundMe for this.
Yeah, they all should launch GoFundMes for it. Yeah, it at the end of his video, I watched most of his video that he uploaded. I saw clips online, but I watched the full thing. At the very end, he like encourages people to donate to their GoFundMe so that way they have more money for him to take. He says something to that effect.
And then he brings and people who are calling me a hypocrite for having, you know, defended this in the opposite direction. I don't care.
Yeah, he's kind of just owning the villain narrative. I think that Gremlo put it best when he said that Ethan Klein has kind of become the Alan Dershowitz of the internet, where he just like doesn't care that he's the villain. He doesn't care that he is a narcissist. It's just it's just very petty bullshit. And I don't know. It's gross. The bathroom point that he made about, you know, Hassan getting up and going to the bathroom and these creators going to the bathroom. I'm sorry, but like these are people who are streaming for hours at a time. How is that different than like if David or I put like a 2-minute clip in our videos that we do? Just because it's streaming, it's different. Like I could be pissing during that time. You don't know. It's so strange.
Know. It's
like
full screen.
Fair use is so subjective. You know what I mean? Like you can't just say that they're stealing content because they get up to go to the bathroom. And like, listen, it depends on how well you react. Sure, some people abuse the system, but for the most part, like whenever somebody reacts to one of my videos, I get a boost. It's good. Like people who wouldn't otherwise see my content, and I appreciate that. If Hassan were to react to my video, I don't give a fuck if he's taking a shit while it's on. Like people are getting exposure. Like when Lance reacts to it, and when Denham's react, like she'll upload videos of her reacting to my content. I like it because I want people to know about my content. It's like a free advertisement. So it makes no fucking sense to me that he's like, no, you're stealing money from me. And I don't think that he's doing this in good faith. I think it's bad faith. As he said, it was a trap. He just wants to fuck these people who've been criticizing him. So I think that's what it's about. But it's so sad because honestly, like again, I was a fan of Ethan Klein, and so I feel so stupid that I supported somebody who's this evil. I should have seen the signs. There should have been some signs that this man was this fucking diabolical, and I missed them. I mean, putting aside the early days when he would say terrible things, but like I became a fan mostly like his podcast era. I still watch the React content, but in the podcast era, I thought it was better, and I liked it. But I should have known because I look fucking dumb now.
I think the funniest defense that has been thrown, or I guess the funniest accusation, is the weed one, where Casey Tron is like,
Right.
she smokes a ton of weed. And I don't know if you know this, David, but his argument is that she's too high to transform the content because she doesn't know where she is.
That's the argument.
And to be totally fair, in the clips that he picks up, she straight up's like, I have no idea what's going on.
So I gotta say A+ for comedy, at least.
In a fair use case before, that you were too high to successfully transform my content because you weren't aware. I love that part. I hope that one sees a judge. I hope a judge gets to read that.
I've thought about having like a patrons only like videos where I just get super high and I like I don't know, like
Play
watch
video
videos or like do
games.
like comment like do like commentary, but like do it really high, but just for patrons. If you guys want that, let me know. Maybe I'll.
That would be fun. I would get high with you, David, and do that. I would probably have a panic attack, but you know, if it's paywalled, I wouldn't be as embarrassed. Let's be honest. I started smoking weed again, and I started smoking too much weed, and I started to get anxiety again. But it's going back down, so I'm smoking more weed again. It's like a balancing act. But
yeah, you gotta find the right. Yeah, I've stopped a lot. Like I don't do it nearly as much as I used to. Because the same issue. Like it's just like I don't get panic attacks, but it's just like I get anxiety. Like just over the dumbest shit. Like I'll hear like a creak in the house. Like, oh my god, what's that? It's just like it's like I need to stop. This is not normal.
Yeah, I don't get paranoid like that per se, but I just kind of get more like oh my god, am I gonna die? Like things like that, like little things.
Little things like that. Am I gonna die?
Little things like that. You know, it's common. It's common. But yeah, I was basically like waking and baking. I was like, because it was helping me with the news cycle. It was really good for me, but then I kind of overdid it, you know. But I'm gonna get back to that again. Just have to work up my tolerance, because my tolerance, I built it up too much and then overdid it.
I'm like the prime example of the propaganda in the 90s where like it's going to make you so lazy. It absolutely makes me lazy. Like if I get high the night before, like the day after, that whole day I'm less productive. I don't want to admit it, but I definitely am. Like I'm
really
less,
see, it doesn't have that effect on me. It makes me hungry, but I don't feel like I'm lazy. If anything, I feel more motivated because things are more enjoyable to me. Like without it, it's like, okay, you know, I could watch TV, but it's 50% less enjoyable. I could play video games, it's 50% less enjoyable. Listen to music, you know, same thing. But if I do it on weed, then it's like, oh my god, so I should listen to music now. I want to clean because the smell of the cleaning supplies. Yeah, I don't know.
Cleaning supplies. That's a different high you're on.
Well, yeah. I'm not tweaking, but you know what I mean. Like, just everything is much more pronounced, and I really enjoy that.
Well, yeah, no. Like when you're actually high, yes, but I'm talking like the next day. Like I'm like groggy the next day. Like I don't sleep properly. Like I don't you
don't sleep properly.
No, if I have no dreams, so like I have no like REM sleep. Like it's just like I go like right in and I wake up. Like there's no like I think you're supposed to have like REM sleep to have a proper sleep. So if you're having no dreams, which was me for like months, that means you're not sleeping properly. So it's not good for you apparently.
See, I have the best sleeps when I'm high.
Do you have dreams?
Yeah. Okay, and they're actually nice dreams. If I'm not high, my dreams are like, okay, somebody's coming to kill me, or somebody just died, or my dad died again, and we're going through all the processions, the funeral. But if I have weed dreams, then it's just like, yeah, I'm playing Mario Kart. I'm getting a video ready for the humanist. It's just like life shit. Yeah.
Man, if I were you, I'd never stop smoking.
This is not it's just cheap shit. It's like those little pen tips. I just bought a little $20 pen tip. This motherfucker lasts me a long time.
It's definitely cheaper than drinking, that's for sure.
It is. Yeah, I've not drank in probably a year. No, that's not true. Since New Year's, I drank on New Year's, but I haven't drank since then. That makes me feel like shit. Yeah, it just makes me feel like shit. And
Are you flexing, Binder? Or are you like, I never drink or something?
Yeah, I am a little bit.
He doesn't do anything. He has 3 kids. He can't afford to do anything.
I would love to try so many other drugs, but I'm too paranoid. Ecstasy, I feel like I could try, but like acid, I feel like I'd freak out. And mushrooms, I'd probably freak out. But I would love to try ecstasy at least.
I can't give you a genuine answer to anything you just said, because if I ever try crossing the border into the United States, this clip will surface, and then I'll be looking at my face right now, being like, Lance.
Why
really,
would you ever try and cross the border, though? That's what
Well, at this point, no, but I'm just saying.
Lance, if it makes you feel any better, if I ever try to cross the border, I'd be detained as well, probably. So.
Yeah, especially like even coming in the way back, I've seen like, you know, a lot of different content creators post about how they've been hassled at the border for their social media history and stuff, and I'm like, oh, that sounds nightmarish. I don't want to.
Yeah, they will do it, and even though we're relatively small creators, they will look this shit up and they will see what we said, and they will fuck with us for sure. Yeah, the Canadians would be in a detention center for at least a week. That'd be my guess. So I wouldn't try your luck. Matt and I would be able to get away with a couple hour questioning. Well, they might detain me, but Matt would be okay.
Right.
Whatever will I do? I can't go see the Empire State Building. Oh no.
I know.
Woe is me.
You don't get to see all of our
experience fascism firsthand. Oh no.
Our beautiful public parks that are not maintained because they were defunded. No.
A lot of the cities I love and would love to go to, they've got the military in there right now, just straight up shooting people. So I'm like, I can't go to San Fran, can't go to New York.
Yeah, no, I joke. I actually really love New York. I would love to go to New York City again, and I cannot do that.
Yeah, and
One
ICE
day,
is everywhere too. You don't want to be
hopefully
in that
everything
environment.
improves in the next 10 years and everything's fixed and it's all perfect. Nothing wrong ever. Yeah.
We can dream. We can dream, right?
Which reminds me, I think it was you, Mike, that reposted that poll of like the happiness scale.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Conservatives are like so much happier than what they call liberals. And yeah, it's because one side doesn't know what the fuck's going on. I'd be happy too if I was so fucking stupid. Like it must be fantastic.
Yeah, to not have to worry about the impending doom of climate catastrophe, to not care at all about genocide. I mean, yeah, that it just makes sense why conservatives in general are significantly more happier. I think that if you controlled for lefties as well, they'd be even more miserable than liberals on here.
Probably. A really good thing I've seen that have actually had a couple of right-wingers actually change the way they speak about climate change online. Someone posted, it's like, if you ever think that climate change isn't real anymore, come to any home insurance conference. They're the most boring conferences in the world. They're all numbers based and it's all about margins and capitalism. And they take climate change exceptionally seriously because there's very large portions of the world that are uninsurable now and are in perpetuity. And their business models are basically organized so that is the over under on this entire area of California burning down worth us insuring all these homes? It's not. We no longer insure homes here ever again. Right? That's not a thing that's ever going to happen. And that's the way they do business. And it's like, there is no debate. There is no, well, 93% of scientists. No, it's just like, here is our bottom line. This is our industry. Climate change is real. We like,
yeah, it's unfortunate that they have to, see business to understand. Like it has to be a capitalist reaction to climate change for them to understand that it's real. They can't just listen to people that have been, dedicated their entire lives to one specific field. But whatever it takes, as long as people are maybe more aware, I guess.
Yeah. I saw this thread on Reddit. I think it's the millennial subreddit where they're talking about, hey, this person posted, has anyone else just not saved for their retirement because they think that it's not going to be a thing since there's climate apocalypse? Like, I'm paraphrasing what I saw and I'm like, you know what? I'm smart for not investing. Fuck yeah. That makes me feel better. True. We're all going to be dead. Can't retire if you're dead.
What a great way to live.
Yeah, right. Although I did try to
any
open
future at all.
I did try to open a Roth IRA after people bullied me about not having one because I'm almost 40 and I don't have a retirement at all. And they rejected me as a customer. They were like, "Fuck you," like literally. Like I opened an account and they blocked it, and then I called them. And I procrastinated for so long since we talked about this on the stream. Months later, I finally did it. And then I called them and they're like, well, we are declining to do business with you and we will not state otherwise. You can issue a subpoena to get more specific information, but we are not servicing you. I'm like, okay.
Do they look you up or something? Or like,
so my suspicion is that they think I was money laundering. because when you put your occupation, you know, I do self-employed because I'm a YouTuber, and then there's not really any categories for like content creators. So you do other, so they're like, this looks suspicious. That's my only like.
They should maybe update their categories. Like a lot of people
Yeah.
now make money out, like make a living off social media. Like,
Right. I mean, if you apply for an apartment and you have to show proof of income, you have an income, but it's not accounted for because people are like, well, boomers are in particular like, what the fuck? You're a YouTuber or a Twitch streamer. What is that? So they just think that like you're making it up when it's a legit thing. So like it's actually kind of fucking over some millennials and Gen Zers who do content creation as their career. Even if you're not big, you can. I mean, you could still make a living off of it, or at least supplement your living. So it's kind of a thing that the institutions have not adapted to yet. That's a first world problem, though. But you know.
if anything, like self-employment is more of a guarantee of income than anything. Like people get fired all the fucking time. Like there's so many layoffs. Like it's bizarre. Like, you know, applying for like apartments, for example. Like I felt weird being like, I'm self-employed because that's definitely going to give me less of a chance of getting the place. Whereas I have a steadier career than a lot of people who work in a large corporation who may just get laid off in a mass layoff, like which is consistent. But yeah,
I mean,
society hasn't really caught up.
Yeah, you'd think, right? Although one thing, there is maybe a little bit more instability in the sense that like content creators probably have incomes that like fluctuate from month to month. Like, you know, you don't have a steady like salary. It's just like high, low. You know, you don't really know.
Yeah, that part's
so maybe they don't like that. I'm not sure. Either way, somebody says I was debanked like Kanye. Yes, I was. They hate me. It's the anti-left bias.
It's now Yay. He changed his name again.
Oh, did he? Okay. Well, I will still be dead naming him and calling him Kanye. So appreciate his input, though.
Someone says David has a weird perception of employment. I was laid off from the same place like three times. So that's why. I was laid off by a big corporation 3 times. Laid off, hired back, laid off, hired back, laid off. So yeah, maybe I have a weird perception of employment, but that's just my experience.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Why'd you go back?
What?
Why'd you go back?
I needed money.
Classic.
I needed a job.
That'll get you.
Yeah. There it is.
And it was like one of these things where it's like, oh, they you know, to make the quarter, they got to lay off a bunch of people, so they make the quarter, like, and then they hire them back. It's just like a stupid companies, all because of the way the system works.
I swear to God. So there was a story, not really a story, just something that came across my radar. Let me see if I can find it really quick because it's Pride Month, and I feel like we have to at least touch on the other celebration taking place, if not Pride directly. Give me a second. Okay. So let me share my screen. For those who did not know and who were not partaking in the celebration, it's also Heterosexual Awareness Month. Let me bring it in. Sorry.
About time.
And what makes this so funny is the person who is the face of heterosexual awareness. It won't let me bring it in. Why is
it's slowly coming in? I see.
Is it? But it won't let me.
Should I hit add to stage?
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, you know why? Sorry, mine's up. That's why. Okay.
Oh, okay. There we go. Okay. So yeah, this is the
I gotta be honest, not who I was expecting.
So announcing Ian Carroll to speak at Heterosexual Awesomeness Fest at 2025. Join us on June 20th through the 21st for the Free Fest downtown Boise. In front of the Capitol building, one of our ambassadors, Ian Carroll, will be speaking live from the main stage. More details will be announced next week. When I say that the amount of dick sucking taking place at this event will be monumental, I am not joking about this. And I'm going to homo-vestigate a little bit here. If you'll indulge me, it's Pride. I can do what I want. So there was an interview with the guy who set this up, and he's wearing it's like
Wait, play it. I gotta see.
He's wearing a straight pride shirt, and then listen to him talk. This motherfucker is Lindsey Graham's like long lost cousin or something. Hang on. Okay. Oh, make America straight again. Okay. So I'm just gonna play so you can just listen to this shit. Okay. Tell me what you all think without my input. If I didn't already spoil it.
State, for Old State Saloon, we call it Old. I'm answering the phone. I'm like Old Straight Saloon, but. For this month last year, we were looking at this month, and I'm just like, what can we do just to like celebrate something else besides Pride? And I was like, well, heterosexuality is awesome, so heterosexual awesomeness is the
Nobody,
no homo, bro.
Nobody that's heterosexual talks like that about heterosexual. Like what? That is some next level, like. Just like projection, like I don't. What would you categorize this as? Like it's.
Why did he? I want to make sure it didn't freeze. Could you just rewind it a little bit for a second and play it again?
I'm already crying laughing. This is like so fucking funny. I live for this kind of shit.
I was like, well, heterosexuality is awesome. So,
sweetie, I told my girls heterosexuality is awesome. I'm like, oh my god, like I'm sorry. I'm like, who are you fooling, man? Come on, who are you fooling?
Heterosexual awesomeness is the phrase that we use. So heterosexual awesomeness month, and we decided we were going to give away a free beer on Mondays for breeders. Oh, hell yeah. Like we call beers for breeders.
So
those are it's a free beer
like
for a heterosexual male who's dressed like a heterosexual male, and that's
what does that even mean?
Yeah.
Right. Is that how you dress like it? Is that how you dress like it?
Costumes, boys. See how ready you are.
And he's so gay, he uses gay lingo like breeders. How many straight people do you hear use breeders? It's the homos that use breeders. Like, what the fuck? I'm sorry. Like, I'm not gonna make that joke. It's terrible. But like, let me just emphasize, this is not a straight male. Okay, if that wasn't already obvious. This is perhaps one of the gayest males, not just the 6 on the Kinsey scale. He breaks the Kinsey scale. He is exclusively attracted to men, and he probably engaged in intercourse with a man before doing this podcast. That's how gay this individual is.
Thank you. I'm gonna have a pile over here.
Yes, you will. And then we have Tuesdays. Is this year it's called Teton Tuesdays, and that's kind of a nod to the female figure.
I love female figures, guys. It's so sexy.
Deal, which is
China's
couple get 15% off. So we did all that.
God, whenever I think about coochies, I get so erect. Right, guys? Boobs are great, right, fellas? Like, stop. Brother, you're making it worse the more you fucking talk. I swear to God. This is not how you stay in the closet. God, like, I almost feel bad for him.
Happy Pride.
And everybody covered it all over the place. And because the line
it's skipping. I think it's skipping because of Mike.
Oh, Mike's freezing.
Mike, you're freezing.
God damn it.
Heterosexual awesome.
Do you want me to play it?
Okay, let me go back.
Send David the link. So
okay, yeah, because he says something so incredible. He says that he's getting discriminated against for being straight. This individual is getting discriminated against for being straight. Okay, I sent it to you, David. We're at the at around the 130 mark. Oh, this is so, I'm literally like I have tears in my eyes. This is so fucking funny. It's crazy.
It's really hilarious.
It's amazing.
Bulls get 15% off. So we did all that, and when we announced that last year, it blew up, and everybody covered it all over the place. And because of that, everybody came in, and we had a line out the door, and we had like a massive amount of hate from LGBTQ pride people.
So you're getting hate for celebrating being straight,
right? For heterosexual awesomeness.
Like, what's there? Are you putting
for heterosexual awesomeness? What? I want that on a sound drop. Like I got it. Heterosexuality is awesome.
It's so amazing. I don't know how I haven't discovered this guy sooner, but this is like a gem, truly.
Any hate towards gay people, or are you just saying being heterosexual is awesome.
So the way this started was just all I wanted to do was say, hey, we're just celebrating this. And that was just unacceptable. And it was, okay, I had a couple of people say, but you're going to celebrate LGBTQ also, right? And I said, no, we're just celebrating this. You guys can do whatever you decide you want to do, but we're celebrating this, right? And so the focus was just supposed to be positive on the other side, but that wasn't okay. It was, now we got reporters coming in and they interview me and dissecting, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? What do you think about this? And I told you earlier, so I have, I'm Christian, I have Christian values, biblical values. And I'm like, I told the reporter, I'm not going to disagree with what God put in his word. And in his word, this is a sinful activity. Not that there's not a bazillion other sinful activities, right? And we're all in that same boat because we're all sinners, myself included. But that's the thing is like, we just don't want to have to celebrate something that I don't believe is God's design for sexuality.
He got kind of straight.
Can I just point out?
No, but it is interesting that he said. It is interesting that he said, "Listen, I'm not going to celebrate it. It's a sin, but we're all sinners, myself included." I mean, I think he's telling you right there.
Who amongst us doesn't sin a couple times a day?
Listen, I'm not going to celebrate that I'm a sinner, but I am a sinner.
Once he brought up religion, it was like, okay, that's why he's like this. He's suppressing it. That's why. Okay.
He's been fighting them demons and losing for a very, very long time. Emphasis on the losing. He's been losing very badly to the demons. The big gay demon has absolutely won, and it's adorable that he thinks that he's fooling people with the Make America Straight Again shirt. Like, I want to get one of those. I don't want to give them money, but I would like to get a shirt that says Make America Straight Again.
What is on the shirt, though? I can't even make America. Like, what is under the...
Straight again.
Is it that?
No, it's like the male-female symbols.
Oh, that's such a...
Yeah, if he was actually serious about heterosexuality, he wouldn't be afraid to put a giant vagina and a penis on the shirt, but he had to go for the beta male version. The PC woke version with no dick and vagina. Shameful.
Also, like, Make America Straight Again implies that you're trying to change gay people back to straight, which says something about his mind as opposed to anything else.
Right.
Like, you're not flipping them. It doesn't work like that.
You can be tempted. What does that say?
I feel like this dude will meet up with a guy on Grindr, suck him off, and then be like, hey, have you ever thought about if this is wrong? And then like read the Bible to him and try to convert him after he has post-nut clarity. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's the life he's living.
It's a very specific example.
I just feel like you like, listen, all throughout my life, there's been these people, Ted Haggard, like so many of them that are so loud. And the ones who are the most flamboyantly heterosexual are the biggest fags ever, like on the planet. Yeah. So like this guy it's so funny. It's so funny. I should look at his timeline to see if he's posted anything else. So he's the owner of the Old State Saloon. Don't want to know what goes on back there.
The Old State Saloon? Where, in Idaho?
I don't know.
I mean, what is listen, if anyone lives in Idaho, nothing against you, but like, if your big event is happening in Idaho, it's not a big event. I'm sorry.
It's because it's called Boise.
Yeah,
that's why.
He does have interviews on his. David, I can send you the link. There's interviews on his Twitter where he talks to a Satanist. He also talks to other people who are pro-pride. I don't know if there's any good content here, but if you want to see more, I personally am very invested in his content.
Oh man,
him and Jesse Lee Peterson would make such an amazing couple, don't you think? Like,
what happened? Is that guy around? What happened to that guy?
Yeah,
he got exposed for being a predator by quite a number of men, one of whom was younger when he was being apparently abused by Jesse Lee Peterson, and he kind of got a lot more low profile after that. Like, He still does his show. But
He
like
still does a
people
show?
don't share his clips
Oh, okay.
anymore. People don't share his clips ironically for fun, being like beta and all that. It's like he may have been like a serial predator rapist
Yeah.
kind of thing, so of little boys. So it's not funny anymore to even ironically like him, I guess. It's
Yeah.
kind of what he went there. Yeah.
Interesting.
Sorry, I don't have a funnier end to that.
No, I
There's
didn't expect one.
not-
It was just I
not a
didn't
lot
know
of
he was still
memes
making videos. I thought he was just. I
to
thought
be
maybe he
mined.
just quit.
Yeah, he's just one of the long list of big old weirdos.
All right. What else? What time is it now? 10 o'clock.
You can super chat.
Did you start doing super chats?
You can go nuts.
We have a few things to get to, so we should let's get to them. First, we have a song that a listener sent and has been asking me to play.
We have things to get to.
They made this song as a potential song for Leftist Mafia to use. I have not listened to it. Shall we play it? It's
Going in
from,
cold. What if it's like?
They have been
rude.
asking me to. They have been asking me to.
You haven't played it? It's
play
not like the N word for 2 minutes straight.
Yeah, like, what if it's like really
not.
bad?
I've played. I've
Okay.
played a little bit of it. I
Okay,
haven't
okay.
listened to the whole thing, but I played a little bit of it.
All right.
It's
So it's not like
by
offensive. Okay.
and it's a regular listener. Oh, I don't know if it's not offensive, but it's not. It's,
Are you talking about the song, Matt?
yes, the song that me and Mike, you guys don't know about it because you usually don't stick around. But for the past 3 months, by the end of the super chats, I'm reminded about this song that was sent.
It's the
and
new
we don't
Johnny
have the time to
Somali.
get to it. Yeah,
Okay.
it's the new
The
Johnny
fucking
Somali.
song.
All right, let's
So
hear
let
it.
me hold on. All right, let me where is it? Hold on.
I'm excited to hear this. So is it supposed to be like an intro type song or just
it
like
could be,
a
I guess an intro or an interlude, whatever we need a
Okay.
song for. You know what I mean?
Or
All right, so here
closer.
we
You
go.
don't say ourselves
gonna-
out.
Oh, we don't have a closer. That's a good idea.
Yeah. All right. It's by Ridlor Villain, who's a regular IMer into this show, super chatter or whatever. Let's take a listen.
Island
I hope it's
Boys.
good.
No, I don't think so.
The mob wants victory, but more than that, it wants the total humiliation of its enemies.
Radical left-wing mob. Left-wing mob. Cave to the woke mob.
All type of hustles and all type of grips, pushing all stereotypes and all type of myths. Look how they
Is this them rapping?
Yeah, I think so, right?
Okay.
Know just how to recite a script, a formula to keep you mad. Tell you why your life's a bitch. These awful hypocrites with lies dripping off their lips, but they could give a shit about what you really dealing with. It's all for the bag, all for the cash, all for the drip. They here to get rich, but I ain't here to trip. It's all for my analysis and watch the stones start to get thrown at glass palaces. Cause when they spit that bullshit, I gotta challenge it, man. I manhandle it, break it down, dismantle it. Cause if it ain't true, then my dude, I can't stand on it. I can't stand with it. The stance is against it. Witnessing the slaughter of innocent Palestinians like cowboys and settlers killing off the indigenous. Y'all claim y'all in the right, but it's all wrong. I can't rock with you, something fishy going on. The stench is strong. Tilapia, so we formed a coalition here. My main mission is stopping you. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics.
I like
the leftist
it.
Mafia.
It is good,
Eclectic
yeah.
collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
You know what? My
Eclectic
one
collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
my one issue is that this is the part that you want in the intro, but it takes so long to get to. Do you know what I mean?
Of its enemies.
Yeah, like the name.
Oh,
Like the name, the part where he repeats it's a great song. The part where he repeats the name though, like we couldn't play that whole. How long was it? Let me check.
Be a good outro, perhaps.
Over a minute and a half, 1 minute 39-second long. I think it would work if it got to the repeating of the name of the show.
An intermission
earlier.
song. That's true. We don't actually take an intermission.
Intermission. Intermission.
Right.
5 minutes, everybody.
All right.
Oh,
I
real
like
quick.
it a lot though. We definitely should.
Shout out,
use
shout
it.
out to artists who made it, by the way. Like who
Yeah, yeah. It's
Riddlecore?
actually really good.
Yeah,
Riddlecore
okay, Riddlecore. I was not expecting a full ass song. I wasn't
really
sure what
good.
I was expecting. That was great.
Yeah,
I really liked it. The only issue, like we said, like I feel like for an intro, you need to get to like that part within the first like 20, 30 seconds.
Not too
It's a good
shabby.
outro.
Yeah, good
Yeah.
outro for sure. Because it ends
Yep,
by
so
saying the Leftist Mafia.
After sticking around for a 4-hour show, you'll hear that.
I mean, people watch to the end.
Maybe we could play it before we get to the IMs. You know, I don't know, the super chats.
Yeah.
Like officially end the first portion of the show. We could all take a break and get something to drink.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate.
That's good. You know, it'll give David an opportunity to leave during the song, so he's not just piecing out.
Hey, where did he
while we're
go?
live. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
I didn't want to
speaking of
forget about
leaving-
this. Real quick, before we get to super chats, can I just
Yep.
plug Ariana's GoFundMe?
Oh, yeah, of course.
I was gonna. This is the other thing I was.
Yeah, I
alluding
linked
to,
to it, or I pinned it in my comment section. I also put it in the description box. Ariana is doing a GoFundMe for funeral expenses for her father. He doesn't have much time. So if you can consider supporting her GoFundMe, that would be much appreciated. Yeah, so just wanted to plug that really quick.
Yeah. If you don't know, the reason Ariana hasn't been here for a few weeks is because her father's very sick and she needs to be there with him. And that is a completely, I mean, literally any reason you would want to not be here is completely legitimate. But that is a very legitimate reason
Right,
to
right.
be here. And I wish her and her family the very best, truthfully.
Mhm. That's a lot. Somebody
And
says
we dropped the link somewhere, right? If you can help.
it's in the description box on my page and in the pinned comment also.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right. It's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, I'll link it
Yeah.
in the chat as well, in my chat. Or
Somebody
should go
is
to all the chats if I do this.
asking, how much does one need to pay to get a guest spot on Leftist Mafia? Usually we charge anywhere between 5 to 10K.
I mean, if you listen,
yeah.
if you are a very wealthy benefactor here, then you could buy the show if you'd like.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, we don't charge for guest spots. We can't be bought.
Right. We don't charge. Right. We don't charge, but we also don't pay for guest spots either. So
That's right.
Exactly.
I mean, listen, that is actually like the industry standard. Like there are a few like news outlets that actually do pay guests like a stipend or something. But the industry standard is actually that you don't pay guests. Like it's a guest comes on so they can plug something. That's usually the mutually benefacting arrangement.
I used to be on the radio as a guest occasionally, like really early in the morning, talking like 6 in the morning. They didn't pay. And we're talking like major Toronto radio station that I had a show on, but they wouldn't pay. Maybe that's why they didn't pay, because I had a show on the network. But like, I barely got paid for that too. Like, it's, yeah, there's very little money in this industry.
Right.
So people typically go on, I guess, for, exposure.
Yeah. Yeah, which seems obvious, but if you're not like on the back end and you don't actually do it, then you might think, oh, well, you get paid for going on these shows, or people pay each other. We don't. It's just kind of like cross promotion,
Right.
which is
Yeah,
beneficial.
To be clear, whenever you guys hear me say, "Oh, I'm doing I'm asked to be a guest on insert network or outlet here," they're not paying me.
Yeah.
And
Even though
again,
it'll
it's
take,
not.
like, an hour
That's
of your
the
time.
industry standard.
Mhm.
Like that's just how it is. Yeah.
Right.
All right, super chat, which is Lance. You want to go first?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I don't have a lot. Thank you very much, Manny Spinoza, for becoming a member with the message 547 days sober. That's incredible.
Wow.
Congratulations. Very good for you.
Awesome.
Jacqueline Leitch, thank you for the 279. Lance, was Doug Ford's apology to the First Nations believable? No, he's a racist asshole, and Doug Ford is the Boris Johnson of Canada, in that everyone forgets how big of a piece of shit he is because he'll fall over every now and then, and that's all anyone remembers. Like, look at the funny man falling, and then he'll do something abhorrent that like fucks over people.
You could have said Doug Ford is the living Rob Ford, and anyone who was around for that would have remembered. Yeah,
that's true.
Apparently, there's a documentary coming out on Netflix on Rob Ford that's so bad that Doug Ford said it's like disgusting and wants to try and block.
Damn.
He's more offended
you
about
mean
that
so
than anything he's
good
done.
because what's in it is so bad. Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah. It makes me want to watch it really badly.
Yeah,
no,
I
actually,
wanna
yeah,
see that
exactly. I
now.
want to see it now.
Yeah, I know. Now I'm actually excited for it. Very Fire, thank you for the $10. Pride may be a sin, Mike, but Jesus sacrificed forgiveness for our sins. So by celebrating Pride, Mike is doing a good thing. Otherwise, Jesus suffered for nothing. So suck it, theologians.
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, you don't want him to die for nothing. So you have to sin as much as possible, mortal sins in particular. Otherwise, his sacrifice was in vain.
Thank you to Tigwit for gifted sub. Thank you to Vile Halfling for gifted sub. Thank you to Aussie Economy Plant Lady for the Prime. Thank you to Freddie Mercury, Botchler, Turtles Anon. Take it away, guys.
Turtles Anon.
Well, all y'all.
Who wants to go first? Matt, David.
Me.
What do we? Okay.
I had a feeling David could go first.
I will go. 85 Nostalgia Street. What a name. Thank you for your super chat. Says, hey y'all, Toon Streamer here for the getaway from what we now have to navigate. I don't know what that's referring to. Thank y'all for staying on top of everything. We need truth. Thank you so much.
That's so nice.
Cosmere Dragon, thank you for your $10 super chat. My parade theory, an insider undermined the imagery. He presented to his superiors, let's celebrate the history of the military. Yes, it will be mostly older equipment, but that will save on cost. I forgot that ever happened.
That happened.
Didn't even do a video on that.
That happened in between us doing our last show and today. I didn't. Even
think so.
realize
Yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm.
We totally should have watched some of that. Honestly,
I saw like
first,
images that look really sad, but
my first thought when I saw it, like the soldiers marching out of step, like they're not in rhythm together. The squeaky
tank,
tank equipment. The drone that a masked guy is just holding in the air instead of actually flying it, like and it was like, and it was like it wasn't like some big like military drone either. It was like the normal regular like drone like that you could buy at a store. And you didn't see this? The guy holding up, he literally is just holding it in the air as if he's flying it with his hand, like. Woo!
Was he making the noises? Was it good?
No.
Yeah.
Wait, we gotta really quickly find a clip of this. I'm sorry, we gotta find a clip of it.
I was also astonished how sad it was. I was just like, I thought this was going to be at least like just a show of force. You know, he gets what he wants. The military people get what they want. They're like, yeah, America, USA, you know, fucking flag boners and shit like that. And it was empty. It was rainy. There was no one there. It was depressing. They had to use covers for some famous songs because they didn't want to get like sued from the artists. Like I was actually very surprised to see how sad it was. I didn't think it would be that pathetic. I thought it would just be a show of force and annoying, not like sad.
I found a video. I think maybe it's like in between flights because there is one flying in the video, but it's not the one he's holding.
Okay.
Like,
I mean, he's holding one though.
yeah. It's a little ridiculous. But even the one flying is ridiculous. Like, this is just.
I mean, that's not impressive.
Every day on the street, people with drones.
Yeah, that's
like
in the
like theme parks do full on displays
empty
in the air
bleachers,
with like
half-empty
1,000 of them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was drone shows with thousands.
The crowd is utterly captivated.
Yeah.
What crowd? What are you talking about? Look at all those empty seats in the bleachers. What crowd?
Yeah.
I mean,
is there anybody in the crowd without white hair? Just to kind of give you a sense of the age. Like,
I mean,
demographic.
someone like spliced together a video. We don't have to find this one, but like of the Trump military parade and like the North Korean military parade and like how flamboyant and like showmanship, like all the showmanship in it and everything. And the fact of the matter is, what I think this really shows is this is what happens when you remove creative people, the LGBTQ community, theater people. I'm being serious. I'm being.
Cut
It's
the
funny,
woke,
but I'm also being
go
serious.
broke.
Like they even when it comes to a military parade, those people, the creatives, the theater people, a lot of people who are in the LGBTQ community, they know how to put on a show. There's a huge difference between just marching in a lame ass parade down the street and then an actual parade, like the type
Wait, so
you think of.
Are you saying that the parades in North Korea are specifically good because of all the gays who are orchestrating?
You don't. Absolutely, there are 100%. There are 100% gay people behind the North Korean parade. Absolutely. Look at the. Think about the seamstresses who put together those crazy flamboyant costumes and everything, and the sign stuff they do.
I gotta say,
it 100% is being done by.
I will say, I think I don't disagree with you, but I think it has more to do with the fact that if they fuck up, they're going to be killed. that's kind of my.
That's part of it.
There's maybe a little more pressure on them.
They also do it regularly as well. They have these parades every single year, so they practice. Whereas the U.S. military, they they do it in basic training, and then that's it.
There was no practice here. This was like walking through the streets. Like it was
but yeah, that's a good point. This is like food without any seasoning. Like it's a white people parade. You know, take away all the quote unquote woke people, and that's what you get. You get some boring ass fucking show.
Well, I'm not
DEI as well, so it's.
I'm not listening.
Right.
I'm just saying that it requires gay people to do, but someone who knows showmanship and stuff, and
they need to be able to serve cunt, is what Matt is saying. Okay, nobody's serving there.
The reason you become a conservative politician, the reason you get into conservative politics, is because you failed at your dream of being an actor or a director or whatever, which means you don't got the juice to put on a show like that. You just don't.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what that's the gist of what I'm saying.
Rolando, thank you for your $10 super chat. Very generous of you. Miami, oh God, was in euphoria on Tuesday night. Fans were celebrating up into sunrise, pun intended. Dare I say we are witnessing the era of the Florida Panthers dynasty. If you sent the first two sentences of that message to the state of Florida, maybe 5% would know what you're talking about, because apparently the ratings came in for the Stanley Cup final in Florida, and it had less viewers than a regular season, like I forget what team they compared it to, like the Buccaneers or something, like their baseball team, or the Tampa Bay baseball team, or one of the baseball teams, but like less viewers than a regular season Florida baseball team game is how many people watch the Florida Panthers in Florida win a Stanley Cup. I think it's a travesty, quite honestly, that Florida has two hockey teams, the same amount as I was almost at the state of Ontario, the province of Ontario. I think that's absolutely insane. It's wild. It's wild to me that there is even an ability for the Florida Panthers to exist as a franchise. That said, of course, they did fantastic. They're clearly the best team in the league. It's not even close. It's.
Oh, I hate that.
How many NHL teams does Canada have?
7.
The only province that has two is Canada.
All right, but I think the simple thing to fix this, obviously, the quickest and easiest way to fix this problem is that Canada becomes the 51st state, and then they are the state with the 7 teams.
State, cherish.
But also, seriously, how did the Panthers build this team if there's not really the fan base there for it? Like, how do they do? Who owns them? Or was this just a team that wasn't expected to be as good? Like, these were prospects.
I mean,
I was going to say,
I don't know how they've been able to exist as long as they've existed. Like, I don't know the math on it. Like, I think part of it is that there's revenue sharing, I believe. So the teams that make a shit ton of money, there's like, it benefits the less advantageous teams. But at the same time, like there's you need an owner behind it who's willing to spend the money on talent. And as long as you have that, as long as you have an owner who doesn't mind paying up, then it's going to exist. But
Apparently, state taxes give them a huge advantage.
That's also an advantage as well. Yeah, for sure. But that's enough about the Florida Panthers. I didn't even. This is one of the first times I didn't even watch like the celebration. Like once the game was over, I turned the TV off. I don't need to see anything. I don't need to hear any of these people.
Isn't this the? Isn't this the? I think I was reading this. It was. Am I correct here? In the past 6 years, is it the 5th time the Oilers have made it to the finals and lost?
No, so no, second time in a row. It's the 5th or 6th time that 5th time that a team from Florida has been in the finals over the. So actually, there's been a Florida team in the finals since COVID, since 2020. Every year there has been either the Tampa Bay Lightning or the Panthers have been in the finals. It's stupid, and people try to argue, no state tax does nothing. No, there's something there. Obviously, you need to have the environment, the management of these teams to be able to foster a place where that people want to play. But if you have the bare minimum, and they do now, both those teams, then of course players are going to want to go there if they can keep more of their money in an easier way. There's still, there's ways around certain taxes in other states that, they can try and play that game. But it's easier just to go to Florida and pay nothing and then, win a cup. But I hope it doesn't happen next year. This team is so good that they could probably win again next year, but they need to bring back most of the players. But then again, they lost a few last year, came back, and they were fine. So I don't know. That's enough about the Panthers. Where is this message so I can delete it? No, wrong one. Forrest, thank you for your super chat. What's the bet that Jank will call Tucker an ally? 99.9%. If it hasn't already happened, hey, it'll be something like, "Oh, we can work with him on this," or something, to that effect.
Speaking of speaking of TYT, did you guys see that moment with Anna Kasparian on her show with her conservative view show that she's on?
What happened? Was it the tampon moment?
The tampon thing.
I heard about it.
I saw that on Vanguard.
I did not watch the video. Like this guy actually threw a tampon at her?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
He said
Pretty
she's getting a
messed
little
up.
too emotional. He gave her a Kleenex and he threw a tampon across the table.
Jesus.
That's insane. How did she react to that?
She kind of just brushed it aside. But she was actually making great points. It was about war with Iran. So I have no criticism of her commentary there. She was cooking. She was actually doing a good
I saw
job.
her on CNN this week. She was really good on CNN too.
We talked about the majority report today. We defended her in terms of that was completely disgusting,
insane.
and inappropriate, and misogynist.
Yeah.
But at the same time, honestly, she brushed it off in a way that she didn't afford people who use the term birthing person. One thing really pissed her off, and the other thing didn't.
Landing,
very,
didn't get a win. First time
very weird. It was very weird. I mean, this is the show she goes on.
Yeah.
This is as Emma said on the show earlier, on the majority report earlier. Like this is who you lay in bed with. This is who you want to get in bed with, and this is how people treat you.
When you roll around in the mud with pigs, you're gonna get shitty. Anna, you're getting shitty right now. They don't care
also,
about
it's amazing because this is supposed to be like the their version of The View, like 4 women from different political backgrounds talking, whatever, and they invite a guy on the show to speak over the women. He literally told that Lindy Lee, the one we talked about, the former Democratic grifter, she's about to say something, and he literally tells her like I'm talking, and she it's very bizarre. The whole clip is very bizarre.
Is it still as super low budget as it was the first time? Like it looked really.
Yes, maybe we should play. Maybe we should play it. Honestly,
sorry, did he bring that as a prop to throw at them? Was he just?
Unless it was his tampon.
Right.
That's so fucking weird. Who does that? Who shows up?
Conservatives that are fucking weird.
He intended to do the tampon thing. He brought it with him to a panel of women so he could throw a tampon at them. Like, what the fuck?
That's
it sounds like whoever this guy was definitely looking for his moment.
yeah.
It was Adam something. I don't know his name. He's the guy who's
I don't
like
think we need
is
to know his name personally. Like,
is
it
a
sounds like he
Zionist
wants
on-
attention.
He's in
Yeah.
on the PBD show with Paul
Right.
Bet David, whatever his name is.
Oh,
I
yeah.
still,
The
I,
tomato
I,
guy.
I still get made fun of for forgetting his name in the Majority Report, and I
PB&J.
combined his name with Paul Joseph Watson.
I mean,
I think
also
I said like, I said something like Paul. I think I said like, something like Peter Bet Davidson or something like that.
Ever since R.M. Brown called him PB&J, that's all I think about now is peanut butter and jelly. The peanut butter and jelly show.
Sounds good.
I hate
Bet
how
Davidson.
there's a rap song at the beginning of his show that R.M. Brown plays, and it's something about like it says his name. It's so cringeworthy. Like this is a 60-year-old man with his own rap hype intro. I hate it so much.
Yeah.
Like this is some boomer, not some fucking like young artist about to like hype everybody up. He's gonna talk about Fox News, like give Fox News talking points and some boomer shit. Like what the fuck? Why do we need a rap intro hype song?
It's fucking the mortgage rates.
Yeah. A fucking MLM scam artist. Why does he need to like that? I just don't get it. Some people are so high on their own supply. Holy shit.
That's exactly what.
Hello and welcome to this space, or American Wasp on this space. I am your host, Deter McBizness, joined as regularly by Devil's Advocate Productions.
Hello.
How are you, my man?
Still hot.
Yeah.
Still hot in New York.
Big win.
Big win.
I felt a
but
little.
also temperature-wise.
So for those of you who didn't notice, who might not have been paying attention last night, I was at the beginning of the stream, and I had to go to a steering committee for my local DSA chapter, and then by the time I came back, the Cuomo had already conceded, so I didn't get to enjoy the in the moment reaction. But you know,
But I
it's
wanted
like
to
finding
ask-
out your it's fine. It's like finding out your team won the game like a day after they
Yeah.
won or something like that. You had to watch on DVR or something like that.
I wanted to ask, what was the energy like at the meeting when you found out?
You know, it's funny. I was the only one really kind of paying attention.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
We had a lot of work to cover. Yeah, it was not really at top of mind. It's a testament to how siloed DSA is. But with that said, I think that was a minority experience for most DSA people yesterday. I think it was a huge win.
Yeah.
For that institution, and I'm excited to be a part of it. And
Very
I had a
excited.
good conversation with Jeff from Good Morning Comrades
Oh, yeah?
yesterday. Or I had to talk to him earlier today, and he gave me some valuable knowledge about the DSA. I'm going to the convention next month in Chicago, or in August in Chicago.
Nice.
And so that'll be fun. And they have a YouTube channel, but they just don't use it. They have like 8,000 subscribers, but they just don't use it. They had like one piece of content last month, and then the piece of content prior to that was like 2 months. So
That seems like a need that can be
yeah,
filled.
and that's something that I'm gonna and I'm trying to pursue. I'm like, who runs this?
Yeah.
Who runs this channel? Because I'll run it. Like
Mhm.
the DSA is a great brand. Like, let's get it out there. Let's get
Yeah.
some and you know, I don't know. I think it's pretty topical. That it's like, what does the DSA do with this momentum, right? What are
Mhm.
they gonna do to get their name out there? Because I want to assert the DSA as the spearhead of the anti-MAGA movement. I really think that.
And I think with Zoran winning, that can really get some momentum going. Like the No Kings protests, all the protests, like you have been saying, is really good recruitment tools. Rune, we'll talk about DSA.
Every relationship starts on a superficial level, and then you have to get into stickiness. And that's what I was trying to do on the megaphone during the No Kings rally in my town, was make your activism matter. Join the DSA today. We've been right since the 80s. Bernie was right. Who wants health care? I know I do. You know, these basic things that it's like, and this is why I keep trying to get the organization oriented towards FDR's second Bill of Rights, because that's something I think Zoran did really well, was stay focused on problems and solutions.
Yeah.
Don't get caught up in the labels. Don't get caught up in reacting to the right-wing media machine. He
Mhm.
didn't bite the bait on Israel. He walked the high road, which is what I guess you got to do.
Yeah, and he did, but he didn't run from it either. He was
Right, he
able
addressed
to
it.
address it, state what is the most common sense position, and then just keep it moving and tie it into his platform. I'm running for mayor. Vote for me.
Plus, I also think New Yorkers are pretty politically savvy. They're definitely above average IQ voters, I would say. And they know that Israel has been starting shit again and again and again. And it's just like, I don't know if I've mentioned this to you before, but I say it a lot. Ever since I started watching the news in 1989 with my dad, NBC Nightly News with Tom Brokaw, first news memory was the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. I remember even before Clinton took office that there was just always Israel going to war with someone in the Middle East. Like every other year, if not every year, there was Israel's going to war with so-and-so. Israel's going to war with so-and-so. And I'm sick of it. And I don't care if that's if that comes across as an overly simplistic view.
I don't think so. I think it is a simple thing. Like they have been starting shit, getting shit back. It's always been framed here as they're being attacked, they're surrounded by enemies, blah 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 blah. Yeah. But finally, and because of internet, social media, technology, people's fatigue, war fatigue, being at war in Afghanistan and Iraq for 20 years, like the American people do not want it. Trump knows. That's why he's trying to quickly be like, we're done. We did it. We bombed it. We won. It's over.
Yeah.
And Netanyahu's trying to still drag him in.
Yeah, because historically the U.S. has been an umbilical cord to Israel. And I've been saying for years now, let them stand on their own 2 feet, cut off weapon sales for 20 years. I actually would go for 100 years, but that's just me because I just want to make a point. Like I want to use the big stick, use our position of power to assert certain boundaries. And this is Israel-Iran is just the history repeating itself. It's not complicated, man. Like none of this shit is complicated. Politics, especially international politics, has the veneer of being really complicated, and in certain places it definitely is, but in the Middle East, I gotta say, I think it only looks complicated in terms of the functionality of the region. It seems like the other countries can get along pretty well. We had some problems with Syria, obviously, and Lebanon. But it seems like the rest of the region gets along pretty well. It's just Israel picking fights and thinking and acting like.
And Saudi Arabia also has. I don't understand. I don't understand a lot when it comes to foreign policy. Period. But I don't understand how they kind of just sit there and just watch it all, and they don't have a say. Yeah,
I think the Saudis let America lead the way, man. Everybody gets out of the big bully America.
Sure.
And it's like we supplanted the Brits, right? Back in the day, it was the British doing this shit. And they fucked it up royally. And we've fucked it up royally.
Yeah.
And it's time to take responsibility for that. Like this part of growing up, right?
Yes.
Like it's like again back to my spoiled teenager metaphor for the States. It's just a spoiled teenager with a credit card, and we use the credit card to buy junk food and guns. And that's our fucking culture. At least that's the culture that gets Trump elected. So yeah, I think it was a huge win with Zoran. I thought it ran a tight campaign. I said on this space yesterday that if you look like that and you have that name, you better be A-level talented, and he sure is. So it's nice to see.
He's got it.
I hope he maxes out his time as mayor. I hope he doesn't skip and try to go to a higher office too early.
Yeah, me
like
too.
Obama.
I hope he
want him
sticks
to
around.
I want him to become the standard.
So I want those policies as a New Yorker. I want,
and it would
I want
time
to
up
see
really
those implemented.
It would time up really well for him too, because
Yeah.
he'd be like 41 when he started running for the next office, and that's that's prime.
And it would be
real estate there.
An example for national Democrats or DSA rather to point at and say, "Hey, look how great New York is doing with this guy. This is how we can bring it to your city." But I do want to talk about the election last night. I do want to indulge in some right-wing copium, and I want to begin with the man himself, Andrew Cuomo. Nick, if you could pop this up. This is him today being interviewed. And no question, we predicted this is what he would do.
Vibrant campaign through November. I am qualified. I have an independent line. That's done. And I am right now assessing that landscape and looking at the information, talking to people, talking to the stakeholders in my campaign about what that general election is going to look like. I can tell you there are a lot of people who have a lot of concerns. Are you predisposed to consider staying on and having a vibrant campaign through November? I am qualified.
Yeah, so that's just clip one. That's him announcing that he's gonna explore running as an independent.
I think he's just holding on to the attention. We'll see if he actually does it. The arithmetic says that he would just siphon votes off of Adams, right?
Yeah.
And maybe make it even easier for Zoran to win.
Right. That's what I was saying last night. Like it's gonna be both of them, Silwa and Zoran, and then
it's amazing to me that Eric Adams. It's amazing to me that Eric Adams has any standing in New York City. I'll be interested to see the results that he gets.
Me too, because
it is absolutely ridiculous that piece of shit is still like a public figure that is considered legitimate, considering the explicit and obvious corruption associated with him.
Yeah. It's quite amazing. New York hates him. I'll tell you, from left to right, up to down, he is not a popular guy in the city. This next clip is from CNBC, and this just made me laugh.
Is this Kramer?
No, it's not Kramer.
It's
this guy.
Fucking Wasp. This guy's total Wasp right here.
Yeah.
I don't want to go here, but Gotham. Have you seen what Batman is up against in Gotham, and what the guy running for mayor is up against? That's what it reminds me of. They're taking Wall Streeters and make him walk out onto the ice in the East River as and then they fall through. I mean, there is a
if only
warfare that's going.
So what's happened here, I think,
is the rich type.
There's a division within the Democratic Party in New York City and New York State, and it's emblematic of the division that we see nationally. How far left does the Democratic Party want to go?
We had Kathy Wild sitting in the chair you were in yesterday.
All right, so
She said
that's
the business community.
That's the comparison, and then can I throw my screen up on the stage? Let me see. Yeah. Oh, there we go. I just retweeted that with because that's the scene he's talking about. It's from The Dark Knight Rises, where they got the elites walking out, and like, you know, if only that was happening.
Well, I think wasn't it in The Dark Knight that they went out onto the ice?
No, The Dark Knight was with Joker. Dark Knight Rises,
but didn't they go out to the ice? No, they did.
No, that was the boats.
Ice in Dark Knight Rises. You're right.
That was the boats.
Yeah,
it was Dark Knight Rises.
Right
after Bane takes over,
because the ice was the theme in the third one, whereas fire was the theme in the second one, and Earth was the theme in the first one.
Yeah, a little movie critique from Deter McBizness over here.
Yeah, man, it's almost as if I went to film school.
I was in the industry for over a decade.
Yeah, but not everybody in the industry has taste. Let's be clear about that.
Of course.
And the market speaks as much. Yeah, I'm not surprised by how scared that CNBC guy is. Like, the only way to deal with that guy is for someone like me to just intellectually deconstruct, like make him aware of
to
his
be on that
cultural
panel.
assumptions.
To be on
make
that
him
panel.
but to make him aware of his assumptions.
Mhm.
That, like, of course we live in a consumption-based economy. Of course the stock market is an indication of the economic health of the country. Of course there should be a wealth gap that's this bad, or there's always going to, you know, these kinds of, like, yeah, it's just the way it is. Like,
Conventional
competition
rules,
is the best. A competition-based society works all the time. And it's like, no, man, it doesn't. Look at the inequality numbers. It's not a hard argument to make. So that guy just, it's, again, he's intellectually immature because the success that he has is corrupting the integrity of his worldview. You know, he's on TV, he's rich. He doesn't know what the plight of the working class is.
And then we got to check in, of course, with dear leader here, Donald Trump, truthing out. It's finally happened. The Democrats have crossed the line. Zoran Mamdani, 100% communist lunatic, has just won the Dem primary and is on his way to becoming mayor. We've had radical lefties before, but this is getting a little ridiculous. He looks terrible. His voice is grating. He's not very smart. He's got AOC +3, dummies all backing him, and even our great Palestinian senator, crying Chuck Schumer, is groveling over him. Yes, this is a big moment in the history of our country. It's always interesting which words he chooses to capitalize, or like it's just interesting. He's really sticking with the Palestinian
Why does he look?
senator.
Why does he look terrible? I think he's actually a pretty damn good looking guy.
Yeah, I mean,
understand that.
do not ask the internet to put comparisons of you two.
Right. His voice is great. I think he's the opposite of.
He's one of the
those
best
three things.
speakers I've seen.
Yeah,
in
he's
a long
fantastic.
time.
I mean, crying Chuck Schumer.
Yeah. So Marjorie Taylor
what's nice
Greene-
about Clyburn and Clinton endorsing Cuomo is just like you can hang that over their heads from now until they retire. Like, dude, you endorsed Cuomo against Zoran.
Yeah,
Fuck
really.
you.
Against
Like,
the most
fuck you,
popular candidate in like a generation.
Kiss it.
Marjorie Taylor Greene hopping in with the Islamophobia right away.
Yes.
Like, that's crazy.
No surprise. No surprise. Don't be surprised. Never be surprised.
Ted Cruz agreeing with Stephen Miller. NYC is the clearest warning sign yet of what happens to a society when it fails to control migration. Going with it was the immigrants who voted him in. It was all the millions of people who came under Biden straight to New York.
Yeah, it's not
that
gonna
they
hold up.
bust
I think
there from Texas and Florida.
The MAGA fortress, I think, is, at least from a PR perspective, really.
They're hitting the classics.
Yeah.
And Shapiro, you finally did it. You maniacs, you blew it up, which is hilarious since me and my lady actually went through all of the Planet of the Apes movies this past weekend.
Oh, cool.
She had never seen the original, so I made her watch it after we watched all the Matt Reeves ones. And just, first of all, reminded me of this old tweet from Ben Shapiro. Israelis like to build, Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage. Like, even just using the Planet of the Apes.
Harvard's got to be so proud.
You know, yeah, right. Or the New York Times touting him as the cool kids philosopher. What was it? His puff piece back
Ben
in the day?
Shapiro?
Yeah.
Yeah, the cool kids nerd or something like that.
Yeah.
He was, he's a joke. What did Matt Walsh say?
Matt Walsh said this, responding to Stephen Miller, the commentary about NYC Democrats nominating an anarchist socialist for mayor amidst one point, how unchecked migration fundamentally remade the NYC electorate. Same thing with immigrants. Then Matt Walsh, this is correct. They tell us that the Great Replacement is a conspiracy theory, yet we look at New York City and see it's happening right in front of our eyes. Alejandro Carbello, I agree. Yeah, they're trying to mainstream, like she's saying here. They're trying to mainstream the Daily Stormer shit from the early days of the internet. Like, conservatives really did jump on the internet quick, because I remember like neo-Nazi sites being up in the late 90s, early 2000s. that you could just
Yeah.
stumble upon by accident.
Well, there's a reason for that. I mean, so
yeah.
it's not like it doesn't encompass all of it, but this politics to conservatives in a very real way is either their entertainment or their religion, right? Politics to conservatives is either their entertainment or their religion. And they're just not aware of it. They don't, if you ask them, they would say, no, that's not true. But then if you look at their consumption behavior, it's absolutely true. So
yeah, it's a sports
I mean,
team for them.
Remember, they're not adults; they're children. So you just got to flash the shiny object in front of them, the Islamophobia, the xenophobia. It's interesting that they're going hard at the xenophobia. I would have thought just the Islamophobia, but
I mean,
yeah,
I guess
they're
ice
going to
raids are
break
super
out every.
popular.
They're going to make every play they can. I mean,
Yeah.
they're going to just throw shit up on the wall and see what sticks.
Matt Walsh also saying, after hearing the news out of New York, I may have to reconsider my stance against regime change wars. So he's still playing like he's an isolationist and wants to stay out of things, but would not be opposed to, I don't know, what is he calling for here? Donald Trump sending the military to depose him as mayor?
He's just being a bully.
He's being a shithead, but you know.
Yeah.
Tim Pool requoting End Wokeness, talking about the grocery stores. And this is an idea that I thought was one of my favorites on the policy agenda, is having city-owned grocery stores with fixed prices that don't go up because some greedy CEO wants to pad his pockets.
Right.
This will end small business, he says. They can't compete with profitless competition. Create food. That's the first time I've seen Tim Pool say food desert. So he knows what it is, folks. And then
that was Charlie Kirk, my favorite.
Yeah, the Charlie Kirk one, Nick, if you could play that. I actually haven't watched this. I was waiting to react to it with you.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
He's such a bastard.
His face
Now, you
is
might
so
say,
tiny.
"Oh, let New York do whatever New York's going to do. It doesn't matter." Everybody, first of all, this is part of our turf too. It's still in the United States of America. It's not some foreign land.
Don't
But
you tell New York
understand
City, bro.
the biggest looming issue
My
in
turf
front of
too,
us
Charlie.
is Project 10 million. Project 10 million is us removing 10 million illegal invaders in the interior of the United States. We have to deport 10 million people in 4 years, minimum. Be nice to get to 15, 20. 10 million is a realistic number. We're probably around 1.3 or 1.4 right now, if you count self-deportations. Big, beautiful bill will help. But if that is the pace after 6 years, after 6 months, we're going to need more work to get done. Now, mind you, if Mamdani becomes the mayor of New York City, this is all part of a Democrat strategy to fortify the major cities against President Trump. They want to fortify Los Angeles. They want to fortify San Francisco,
Good. Yeah,
Chicago,
not wrong.
and New York against any of the mass deportation effort.
Yeah, that's right.
And what's fascinating about who is actually supporting Mamdani is that it's not the working class, it's not the muscular class, it's not the plumbers, not the electricians, not the guys that make New York work. No, the
Yes, it
people
is.
that are supporting Mamdani's biggest thrust of support is from who?
Thrust.
Is from people that have college degrees. Andrew Cuomo, that's right. We even covered this all.
weird.
Did you know Mamdani is running against Andrew Cuomo, the former disgraced governor of New York, who, by the way, would be like a moderate compared to Mamdani at this point? Cuomo leads Mamdani among voters without a 4-year college degree, 61% to 39%.
Why does he think a
So
college
Cuomo
degree is a
kinda fitting
weakness?
that
He's such an idiot.
Trump working class mold.
Because the billionaire who paid him to
Mamdani
skip
leads
college told him
Cuomo
so.
Among college-educated voters, 62% to 38%. And some of Mamdani's support is coming from the Upper East Side. It's coming from people that are very college-educated, very affluent, very secular. I'm not going to comment on this.
Very
I get
secular.
attacked too much on this. But I am curious because I'm seeing more and more images of this, of Jewish groups that are endorsing Mamdani. I'm not going to get involved in that. If you guys want to go do that, you have the agency to do that. I'll allow Josh Hammer to hit them at a different time on this program. I'm literally not going to comment on it because
Josh
everything gets spliced and taken out of context every time I even mention that topic. So have fun. Go at
No, it doesn't.
Go vote for Mamdani, Jewish Voice for Peace, or whatever, organization that is. But
Jewish
more
Voice for Peace is
broadly,
legit.
Yeah, they are.
if you live
And
in New
he's
York
calling
City,
them out
do
to
you
cause
want
violence.
to
to
vote for Muhammad Mao. That's basically what it is. You have Muhammad
Muhammad
Mao
Mao.
as
Holy
a
shit.
blended political dynamic. You see, we sent out a tweet the other day. We said, you know that New York City is about to elect a Muslim socialist. It went totally viral. People said, what are you talking about? No one's even heard of this guy. His base of support are the people that have been educated to a place of stupidity. I wrote the entire book, The College Scam, for a reason, because I said the colleges are introducing idea toxins and philosophical
Idea
pathogens
toxins.
that will deteriorate and will destabilize
Says the guy
United
who
States of
couldn't
America.
finish college,
His base
like-
are the
Yeah.
people that have the most college degrees. So basically the people that are the richest, the
The
most
most
sheltered,
college degrees.
and the most out of touch with the everyday concerns. Oh, yeah, I earn $600,000 in New York. Sure. Nationalize the grocery stores.
wish.
It won't be nationalized. Confiscate the grocery stores. He supports ideas that have failed literally everywhere. And everywhere they have been tried, but they come back because they're driven by resentment. And then on top of it, you have white guilt. Do not underestimate the white guilt element of Zoran Mamdani.
Gotta
You
bring
better
back the
believe
white
that
guilt.
Secular,
White guilt.
miserable
Ooh, since OJ, I haven't heard this.
people throughout New York, they feel
culture
good
is all
voting for
bag.
Mamdani because they say, see, I'm not a racist.
Oh, God.
He is the candidate for freaks who hate normal people and resentful immigrants who hate the West. And we
remember-
imported his
I'll wait
base
till
in
it's
New York
done.
City. And if we are serious about taking back America and taking out Western civilization, if we are serious about the reclamation project in front of us, if we are serious about
Reclamation.
then
That's a word to
Zoran Mamdani must be defeated. How is a story like this possible? In a city that was attacked and the towers fell. Remember when there was all this outrage about whether or not
There it is.
they were going to be able to
What an
build a
asshole.
mosque at Ground
You
Zero? Do you remember that story
He's
like
such a
20
piece
years
of
ago? It was a national news story. Forget
About
a
the
mosque.
mosque? Is he talking about the
You're a
mosque?
mayor.
I remember that.
You're not just going to get like a singular place of religious gathering. There will be a potential Muslim mayor of New York City, the largest city in America and one of the most important cities on the planet. Civilization's on the line.
Which
We'll
hates
keep our
you, by
eyes
the
very closely on this Democrat primary.
Okay. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I mean,
Please go.
pretty
go
self-aware
at it.
there. Like, if Charlie Kirk ever showed up in New York City, he would get his ass kicked, I would think.
Except for when he shows up at the Young Republicans Club, which is uptown somewhere.
Yeah, and it's weird how actually he doesn't get protested more, because he is really dangerous. He has all kinds of connections with the most powerful conservative billionaires in the country.
Yeah.
And it to see how the conservatives worship him and think that he and Ben Shapiro, I don't think Matt Walsh they really respect as like an intellectual, but they see Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro as their like attack dogs.
I mean, they did send Matt Walsh to the Tennessee State Congress, Senate, to talk about trans rights, and they dismantled him when on the witness stand. That was hilarious.
Oh, good.
A few months ago.
Yeah, I try to avoid Matt Walsh. I'll listen
Yeah.
to Ben Shapiro from time to time and criticize him because he's just such a revenge. I call him revenge nerds. Like he's one of those guys, Ben Shapiro,
Exactly.
that like never got the girl, never won the big game, and so he decided that he was gonna do school really well, and at some point he decided that he was gonna go conservative because he's super judgmental and not empathetic. And, just pissed off that he never won the big game and never got the girl. And so this is his revenge tour. His life is about revenge against the people that made fun of him in high school.
Well, he wanted to be a screenwriter, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. And have you seen that interview when
a while back.
that early interview? Yeah.
A while back. Yeah, no, I mean, he's like, well,
We're
dude,
just
I
like
mean,
it's not good. It's just not good.
Like,
like
there's nothing wrong with being a failed artist. There are plenty of failed artists that end up doing other interesting things, but when you're a failed artist and you become a conservative luminary, you know, people start drawing the Hitler comparison, right?
Yeah.
Like it's like you make art. The great artists make art for themselves, and if the market likes it, then great. If it doesn't, whatever. They're not gonna give up on their artistic integrity just to please the audience, right? It's not like they're making a movie or a TV show. Like they're just, you know, the artists like will just do what they want. And if he doesn't have that attitude, he went into it saying, I got to sell something and please the audience. And it's impossible for a conservative to really do that in Hollywood, because according to Hollywood storytelling paradigms, conservatives are just not empathetic. They don't understand the fundamentals.
Usually the villains.
And they are the villains, because stories are all about change. Stories are all about some situation that happened and some hero had to go in and either save the day or kill the bad guy or solve the problem in some way. And the solving of the problem is the change. They want the problems to continue, because they, like he just said, like Charlie Kirk just said, that, oh my God, look at the amount of educated people that supported Mamdani. It's like, yeah, because they did the homework, dude.
Right.
They know about government. They know about fascism, and they know you're a fascist fuck. And America should want nothing to do with you. Like, you're ruining America with your fascism. And he, you know, there's no way Charlie Kirk would ever admit to being a fascist, but it's more testament to both his ignorance and his evil that he won't admit that.
Ever? You think maybe eventually, like
You think
he'll go the
someday
way
he'll
Nick,
use the word
Nick,
fascist?
like Nick Fuentes? And kind of
No. I don't think he'll do the fascism. I don't think he'll ever self-identify as a
because I think Walsh does.
Really?
Or at least he says like Western chauvinist or some shit.
Well, that makes
some
sense.
workaround. All these examples are great lead-ins to talk about one of your videos that I watched today. I watched two of them.
Okay.
The first was part 5, so that was about
who are MAGA?
Gun nuts and Confederate flag wavers, which I think are also good examples of what we just saw.
Yep.
But also, I watched your video about scapegoats because you've been talking about it the last couple times we talked.
Yeah,
so I
scapegoat
wanted to,
politics.
And I think Zoran's going to have to deal with a lot of that coming up for sure.
Yeah, scapegoat politics, for those who haven't seen my video, is about fascism's favorite formula. And it's what we've talked about on here in other various terms. But I think scapegoat politics is a particularly sexy label for this type of politics, where it's your life doesn't suck because you suck. Your life sucks because that black guy took your job, or that Latino took your job and committed crime down the street, and the gays are coming after your kids, and your women are vulnerable, and all that shit. So that's that scapegoat politics is the specific application of fear-driven politics.
Yes,
and
it blame versus responsibility.
And it works very well within a diverse society that has it integrated well. And because, we still haven't integrated well, man. I'm from Boston, and it's like a self-segregated city. African Americans are in like Roxbury and Mattapan and a couple other places, and then they're sprinkled throughout the rest of the town. But Boston has that reputation of being like fairly racist as far as blue cities go.
Yeah. I mean, I
and-
went there for college, and I was worried, like, am I gonna get any kind? And the most I got was just wearing my Yankees hat.
Right.
And all I had to say was, I don't care about baseball. I'm just from New York in college. And they're like, oh, okay. But fuck the Yankees. I'm like, oh, all right. I don't care.
Yeah.
We always win anyway.
Yeah, not always, not in baseball. But you got the 2 Super Bowl losses are what really hurt the most. But anyway, so blame versus responsibility was an interesting dichotomy. Let's see, which number was that? Anyway, it doesn't matter.
But they're blaming
people that are different from
immigrants.
them.
They're
Yeah.
blaming, college educated people, elites, scapegoating and trying to avoid the responsibility of you are in charge of the country. You're fucking up. People don't like it. People want to come out and do an act of resistance. And this is an act of resistance. Is to be like, hey, we want, yes, 24 years ago, there was an attack by radical religious fundamentalists. And now 20 years later, our country is run by radical religious fundamentalists.
Yeah.
And we have a representative of a community who was blamed and scapegoated and ostracized and attacked as mayor, possibly, hopefully, crossing everything, knocking on wood, as at least the nominee. And the conversation is different. New York recognizes it was not his fault. It was not the brown person's fault.
No.
It was America's fault.
Yeah.
Really.
No, the question that, so two things. One is a little tangent about 9/11 really quick, and it works really well for the government is the problem from Reagan. A counterattack to that is that on 9/11, the last line of defense after the intelligence community had failed, after whatever, all these other protective systems to prevent something like that from happening have failed. What was the last line of defense? Airport security. They brought in knives and the airport security didn't get it. Who ran airport security on 9/11/2001? The airlines, not the government. The airlines ran the security.
Private companies.
On 9/11. So kiss my ass with government is the problem, because government was not involved in the last line of defense that could have protected us on 9/11. In terms of his identity, I just, again, don't think that New Yorkers care. The big divide that matters most in American politics, you can see on a map, it's rural versus urban. And the reason why scapegoat politics works so well with rural voters is because, unlike urban and suburban voters who see minorities and people that are different from them on the subway, train, in traffic,
on
at
the street,
and the restaurant,
open your door and it's there
at
in
the
your
bar,
front face.
like they're actually part of community without even realizing it. They have empathy through social conditioning like that, and the scapegoat politics don't work as well with them. Whereas the rural people, it's so easy. It's like they're aliens from Mars. So you might as well tell them that these people who are not anywhere near them, but far away, like raining terror down on these cities, is that they're the problem. And they believe it because they don't know any better. Like,
I wouldn't be
children.
surprised
Here
if
we are
people
again.
thought that picture of the Empire State Building covered was real.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. I mean, we've reached the place of insanity, right? There's different kinds of insanity, and the drug addict's insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Well, they're doing the same thing except more extreme every time since 1980. It's the same devolution of conservatism. That's the thing that people need to realize, is that we were always going to get some version of this if we stayed committed to conservatism like we did since 1980. And we have. And we have.
There's two other points in that scapegoat video that I wanted to bring up. One is the civil Cold War, because I've been thinking about this topic for a while, and I'm glad you said it in this video. And the other was, like you're saying, history repeats the Marx quote. History repeats itself, first as tragedy, then as farce. And in the video, you then go on to say, we got Donald Trump. We got the reality star as president.
Yes.
But this civil Cold War, I think, you say it started around like 2016.
Yes.
When Trump got elected. I think it's been going on since the Civil War. And the real, being hush-hush about it was civil rights around that era. Is when they really realized, we can't just say the N-word out loud anymore. And like really just attack the race itself. We got to make it so, oh, it's poor people, it's homeless people, it's change the language up a little bit.
Yeah, I buy that. I mean, it's not a perfect pattern, but I do think that the 80-year, I forget the name of it, but the 80-year phenomenon lines up with it pretty well. With 1865 being the end of the Civil War, plus 80 is 1945. So that's World War II, right? Oh yeah, that's the 80-year rule. And then now this is the 2025. We're right in the middle of it.
Yeah.
So here we are. It's supposed to be the end
it's
of
back.
it. I think it's right in there. So yeah, like the Civil Cold War, you're probably right. Like it was after Reconstruction failed, I would say. I would say there was a window of opportunity there for it not to happen. But when Reconstruction failed, then ultimately the Civil Cold War was begun. And then over time, I would say it got hot during the Civil Rights Movement, or at least close to hot.
Yeah.
And, almost like the Cuban Missile Crisis in the Cold War.
Yeah. Like, are we really going to do this?
I'm just making your interpretation work right now. So I buy it, but I do think there's something to Marx's quote about history repeating itself first as a tragedy, second as a farce. And there's also an election comparison too. So the election between Nixon and Kennedy in 1960 repeated as a tragedy in 2000 with Bush and Gore, with W. Bush and Gore. And because W won, and that was obviously a tragic presidency. And that repeated as a farce in 2020 when Biden defeated Trump and Trump cried election fraud. And it just wasn't true.
Yeah.
So that's a farce, obviously. So, I mean, Marx was brilliant, man. He and the whole funny thing about conservatives is they pride themselves on being great competitors. And that usually means being at least good at strategic thinking. And if you want to beat your enemy, I say it in one of my decrees, if you want to defeat your enemy, you have to know your enemy. So they would do well to actually study Marx and study the ideology behind the progressive movement, because then they could deconstruct it better. But their people aren't very smart, so all they have to do is say things like Mamdani Mao or Mayor Mao, and they're like, oh, the Mao revolution was
I was thinking I was watching Majority Report earlier, and Sam was talking about how words like socialist, communist, Marxist just don't carry the same weight with people like under 45 as they do with people over 50.
Right.
So it just doesn't. They're trying anything. Like Stephen Miller in one of the tweets said anarchist, trying to like, hey, is that one gonna stick and scare you?
Right.
They're just kind of throwing shit at the wall.
And they're all inside the DSA, and there's a lot of internal politics related to those competing ideologies. I try to argue against the absolutism that comes from ideological conversations, particularly related to labels.
Yeah.
Because Marx could never have conceived of today's world, ever. There's no way. As brilliant as he was, that's Marxism. You have to qualify Marxism with the time in which it was conceived. But his pattern recognition was amazing. Then you look at communism, which the best example of like a functionally applied communism is China today, but it's not even really communism. It's a hybrid government where there's a ruling class aristocracy that keeps the rest of the country nice and ignorant, and thinking that the state is the religion, and if China wins, then everybody's winning. And they take care of their people too. Like, they do give them healthcare in China. And they do have like reasonably priced emergency services. But to call China communist is not really legit because of the inequality. So that's actually, I think, where maybe I differ, or I just haven't gotten there yet, is I don't want America to be a communist nation, but I want us to be a socialist nation. I want socialist policies. And I still want competition in the workplace to be a thing, but I don't want it to be the only thing.
Yeah. I mean, again, to bring it back to Majority Report, Sam Cedar has said, like, the utopia that you want, whether you're a fascist or a libertarian or a socialist, communist, whatever, you're never going to get the utopia. There's always going to be someone who's greedy, with someone who want, bad people. Just
the utopia is defined. The utopia is defined by the fairness of the society, not the equality of the society. Because even in an equal opportunity society, which is what I aspire for the U.S. to become, an equal opportunity society, there are going to be some people that are just fantastic winners. Like, they're just really talented, really hardworking, really intelligent, and they do really well. But it's still, everybody should still have, a decent job, a decent place to live, never have to worry about going bankrupt because of healthcare. I mean, that's one thing you can get people on. I threw in the face of some people recently, was medical bankruptcies aren't a thing in other countries. So eat a dick with our healthcare being even close to an acceptable system, because it's not.
Yeah. And bringing up that point is a good way to get people on board. Hey, do you want to be able to see a doctor and not have to pay through the nose? Like, it's just simple and resonates. Going back to conservatives not reading. I thought in the early days when I was getting into the news, and I would be in the chat boards on Breitbart and Huffington Post and Daily Caller, I thought the conservatives, I could definitely tell the liberal sites that they were reading. They had points in history to bring up, like you do, like your shit. You did the homework. The Republicans would bring up quotes from like the Quran a lot. And I'm like, okay, so they're reading up on their enemies because a lot of them are veterans or ex-cops or whatever, and that's their art of war bullshit. But they're really only looking at certain quotes, and it's the same quotes repeated over and over. And it's not, you're not reading the text. You're just gobbling up these little catchphrases that you've got from whatever other site or
effectively sound bites. Clipping out the stuff.
And this is the red meat for the Confederate flag wavers, which you talk about in episode 5. Look how good I am at segueing. You start out that video by saying MAGA is Reaganism, and I couldn't agree more. I would add it's member berries too. It's nostalgia for the 80s. That generation, the boomers, the Gen X, they were doing all right in the 80s. So it's the nostalgia for that time. They remember seeing Trump around on Lifestyles and the Rich and Famous and shit like that.
Well, don't forget, he was on The Apprentice for 10 years. He was in America's living room for 10 years.
Yes.
Like, don't forget that.
My living room. My parents.
Everybody. Yeah. I used to watch The Celebrity Apprentice. I thought it was cool. I remember the Joan Rivers season. I can't remember much more than that, but I remember the Joan Rivers season. So yeah, you had that celebrity, and that's ultimately like what a lot of conservatives want to be, is perceived as a winner.
Yes.
And they're like, yeah, this is my guy. If I get on board with the Trump train, I'm going to feel like a winner. And that's what it's all about, man. Just never give the conservatives too much credit. They haven't gotten there in a lot of these things. They haven't really thought about it. I talk about like stupidity more often than not. When you think of someone as stupid, it's not because they have like neuron firing problems. It's because they don't think enough, or they don't know how to think. Usually both. And learning how to think comes from education, and not thinking enough is just being like a reflective person. Like, you were just saying that conservatives don't read. And the other thing about stupidity too is John Stuart Mill's famous quote, which I'm paraphrasing, is I don't mean to say that all conservatives are stupid, but I do mean to say that most stupid people are conservative.
Now, who is John Stuart Mills?
John Stuart Mill's a famous writer,
Okay.
philosopher. Talked a lot about like philosopher and political economist.
Okay, because I
English.
feel like
He
Joe
was very
Rogan
informed.
here
He was a
interviewing
big-
something very, very smart and educated, and I'm asking the dumb questions for the audience.
Well, what's sad about Rogan, since you brought him up, is that he actually did get through a lot of logical fallacies, like the fallacy of ignorance and the fallacy of authority and the slippery slope fallacy.
Mhm.
And he got to those logical fallacies on his own, which was good. So he's actually not a stupid guy, but he never got the education that would have given him more knowledge, right? Like the motto of my high school is the dead teach the living. And the purpose of knowledge is to add to it so that
Yeah.
the next generation can do better than you did, right? We learn
Always.
from all of those who came before us, and then we build on that. That's why it's so much harder to be a genius in today's world than it ever was in previous centuries or whatever, previous decades, because so much knowledge has already been discovered. Like you need to discover new knowledge and add to that mountain of knowledge in order to be considered a genius, in my opinion.
That's evolution. That's how we survive as a species.
Mhm.
So, but MAGA is Reaganism. I think it is the culmination of Reaganism.
Yeah, it's the devolution of Reaganism. It's Reaganism on cocaine.
Yeah. You said Reaganism died in 2016. I'd say it achieved its final form.
Okay.
You talk about Christian gun owners are Christian people who happen to be Christian who own guns are not necessarily the problem. It is the fundamentalists who are obsessed with guns.
Yes.
And that is.
Did you watch the gun episode?
No.
You didn't
not
watch the
yet.
gun episode yet. Yeah,
But
that's specific there.
You mentioned that this is 2/3 of the GOP voters.
Yes.
You call them blind faith Trumpers and 50 million people.
At the time that I did that video, but I
Yeah.
think it's more than that now. I think it's like 55, maybe 60 million now.
And I think-
it's at least 2/3 of the GOP, maybe more.
And I think that's one of the things that I've been feeling, a lot of people have been feeling since 2015-16, is realizing how many of our neighbors, people who live next to us, maybe we interact with every day, are part of this lunatic cult. And it's like, oh God, the call's coming from inside the house.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's more prevalent in areas, right? Like those that remaining third of Republicans that would probably not call themselves as MAGA, and I think it's probably closer to 20%. But those would be like the upstate New York Republicans that just want a tax cut or something.
Yeah.
But
But they're still willing to hold their nose and vote for him.
The California Republicans, yes, absolutely, because Republicans get in line, Democrats fall in love. That's the Democrats fall in love, Republicans fall in line. Back to Reagan, real quick. I think it's fair to say that the integrity of Reagan died in 2016 because he was actually pretty pro-immigrant at the time.
That's true. He did
The xenophobia, the racism definitely was still there. And obviously the war on drugs and stuff like that. But the xenophobia wasn't really as pronounced as it became really under W. If you want to give credit to the acceleration of xenophobia, pick the guy from Texas. That's really who probably merits credit for that. But the Confederate flag waving, Bible beating gun nuts. I mean, when I hear that, I think the South. But my overall point is that no, it's like you're saying, it's in rural Michigan too. It's in rural Wisconsin.
It's in upstate New York.
Yeah,
they're everywhere.
It's in It's in a very wealthy town next to mine. There's this big old Trump banner in front of this $20 million home, and I'm like, dude, you're asking for it, man. This is California. Like,
I mean, in the city too. I'm surprised, even in like, you know, deep Queens going into like Long Island, especially Long Island, you'll see a lot more Trump shit. You see Trump lawn signs, you see Trump bumper stickers, you see Trump, in the houses for sure.
So that's my big
Long
advocacy.
Island, especially. But
so we're coming in on the we're gonna wrap here in 8 minutes, but this is because you're a New Yorker. I'm very curious to know about this, but like one of the things that I want to see happen is like Boston, New York, Philly, Baltimore, Chicago, all these big blue cities really have a zero tolerance policy towards MAGA and people who are wearing MAGA gear. And it's like you have the right to refuse service if you're a restaurant, bar, or club to anyone for any reason. So use that and say, like, you know, and not promoting political violence or anything like that, but basically, like, I would like to see Zoran be like, if you wear a MAGA hat in this city, like, don't expect to be treated well.
Yeah.
And I'm just telling you the way it is. I'm not in control. I'm not advocating for anybody to change it. I'm just saying, I know this city. I know its people. You're not going to be, I'm doing you a favor by telling you this. You will not,
that would be good.
Not be treated well.
Tourism. Welcome. But watch what you wear.
Leave the MAGA
and
hat.
Act accordingly when in Rome. Speaking of
he
Rome,
probably won't do that. I think he's probably too smart. And that's like people need to stay in there. People need to, like, I guess, you know their lanes, right? Like,
well, you've been saying people have their audiences that they can, their usefulness, their steps. Everyone is their own step towards this greater goal. I got that from Andor, but
well, I mean, think about an archer with a bow, quiver full of arrows, and every one of those arrows is a different progressive politician. That's what I'm thinking of it as. And it's like a team, and everyone's got their basic tasks, and I'm trying to assert myself as the anti-MAGA guy. Like, let me tell you why conservatism sucks. It's not just MAGA. MAGA is the result of, MAGA is Reaganism on cocaine. So let's never try this again. We've got to learn this is a 45-year lesson. This is not a 9-year lesson, right? And I think that that's basically it. Like, just trying to so that's why last night on this space someone said that probably a Jewish voice for peace person needs to step up and call out Israel, call out Netanyahu. And
I think Brad Lander has been really good at being that guy,
right?
At least in staying in his lane, but being the one to sit next to Zoran on Colbert the night before. Like, we were talking about this last night on the election special, folks. Being just him, the visual of him sitting there with Zoran and Colbert asking those obviously leading questions about Israel just made Colbert look stupid.
It did.
To the average viewer.
Just the system, the Zionism interwoven into our entertainment culture.
And that's solidarity.
I want someone to start to use the label anti-Zionist.
Yeah.
I'm pro-Jewish, anti-Zionist. Like,
I'm an anti-Zionist Jew.
Right.
I am.
Are you? Are you Jewish?
I'm half white, half black, half Jewish, half Christian.
Oh, no kidding.
We celebrate Christmas and Hanukkah in this house.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I didn't get Hanukkah. I just got the cultural Jew for a wife, so no Hanukkah for us. But it's an exciting time with Zoran. I think this also kind of hurts the argument for a third party. That's kind of the silver lining for the people who know about political strategy on the left, is the argument for the third party route is kind of destroyed by this. This kind of proves that under the right circumstances, with the right candidate and the political tides, the way that they're going, the Democratic Party is overdue for an evolutionary leap. And that's what's going to happen, I think.
Fully agree with you. I've been saying to myself, watching all these political news shows, I don't think there should be a third party. I think that the progressives should just take over the Democratic Party.
Yes,
because they're so old. They're so
But
old. They're dying off
exactly.
anyway.
And you just got it there. It's the vehicle for that is youth. The vehicle for that is getting rid of the baby boomers. I mean, there's the culture war, dude. Like enough is enough. Like you can take your racism and your homophobia and your xenophobia, and I'll do you one better with ageism. Because is it ageism if it's right? Is it ageism if it's just anybody born before 1963 is just a fucking sociopath politically?
I mean, one of the biggest memes in the early pandemic was the OK Boomer girl,
right?
Who was doing a little
it should
TikTok
have been,
thing,
but
that
I
motivated the Bernie campaign.
I would have tweaked that and said "Burn in hell, Boomer."
Sure. It would be hilarious from some cute little girl doing that.
The thing that I'm trying to popularize. So this is like what for the audience, because we're winding down here. I want to try to get some of these political marketing terms out there. Scapegoat politics is the one that we touched on today. I think that's fucking brilliant. I think it's derivative of my third episode, the right-wing magic trick. Scapegoat politics is the ultimate distraction. Magic is the art of distraction. Please check out my third episode if you haven't already. That's one thing is scapegoat politics. But then the other popular term I'd like to make known to the masses is baby boomer conservative capitalism. This Zoran win is resurrecting the socialism versus capitalism conversation, as we pointed out with the videos. And it's too lazy and overly simplistic to put up a false binary like socialism versus capitalism, right? It's not just capitalism. It's baby boomer conservative capitalism. You can concede that theoretically there was a version of capitalism that maybe could have worked, right? Yeah. Theoretically. Yeah. But the possibility for that has come and gone. The verdict is in, it's over. It's guilty. And we have to learn from our mistakes and move on. So with that, I'll let you have the last word.
I just want to shout out everyone in chat watching. We have 52 people watching. Week 3, this space still going. Gonna keep going. 100 years this space. B-Cat, Soul Life, Jammed, Bo Z, MJ, Johnny Too Late, Looney Tunes. Everybody in chat. I want to shout them all out. Pinkerbell. What can you do? Jake, what up?
So double B, double C. That's what you BBCC. And that's baby boomer conservative capitalism. Take it and run with it.
Yes. That's great. BBCC.
BBCC. Double B, double C.
Yes.
All right. It sounds like we're getting the music off stage. So thank you very much. Always remember that you don't get change in America by asking nicely. For Alex of Devil's Advocate Productions, I am Deter McBizness, America's Wasp. Thank you for watching. Please stick around for the next show.
You don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens.
In just an absolutely wild story and one of the clearest examples of Trump's fascist state yet, New York City mayoral candidate Brad Lander, also the city's controller, was arrested by masked federal agents while inside of an immigration court for people that he was standing up for. To be clear, Brad Lander is a U.S. citizen, U.S. born, and he was snatched up by masked federal agents for trying to defend them while asking for a judicial warrant. So I'll get to more details of the story. Each detail progressively gets more insane. You're going to hear what was overheard leading up to the arrest and the statement from what the officials, the ICE agents, are saying in defense of the arrest. So I'll get to that. First, here is the video of what happened. This was shared on Twitter by journalist Dean Moses.
Where is the warrant? I would like to see the warrant. I would like to see the warrant, and then I will let go. I would like to see the warrant, and then I will let go. Take him in. 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 Let's go. You don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens. Sir, you don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens. You don't have the, I'm not obstructing, I'm standing right here in the hallway. I asked to see the judicial warrant. By asking for a judicial warrant? You don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens asking for a judicial warrant.
We go too. Sorry. No way. I'm safe. Where are you taking him? Hello?
Since you have no authority to arrest U.S. citizens, where are you taking me? And with what authority?
Why are you arresting me?
With what authority?
And where are you taking him?
Number one is going to go with him, all right?
Just a completely insane video. You just watched what happened. He didn't do anything. They arrested him for simply being there to stand up for immigrants at an immigration court. Now, I'm going to get to some more details and what they claim. And again, you watched the video, you saw what happened. What they claim is a complete and obvious lie. Before I get there, just some of the images coming out of this are wild. Shannon Watts sharing this. ICE is the new American Gestapo. No one is safe. So the city has a really good report on this. This is a New York-based website. A reporter from the city had overheard one agent say to another minutes before Lander's arrest, quote, "Do you want to arrest the controller?" They decided on a whim. We have so much power, we get away with whatever the hell we want. Hey, do you want to arrest this guy who's standing up for these immigrants? And then they went on to arrest him. Now, this is their defense. I laughed out loud reading this. Quote, "The New York City controller, Brad Lander, was arrested for assaulting law enforcement and impeding a federal officer." Is that what you saw in that video? Brad Lander assaulting law enforcement? Our heroic ICE law enforcement officers, who are such cowards that they have to cover their face a 413% increase in assaults against them. Oh, poor angels. It is wrong that politicians seeking higher office and undermine law enforcement safety to get a viral moment. Why are they at immigration court? This used to not be a thing. This didn't make headlines. Immigration court didn't make headlines. These are people going to their meetings. And now ICE agents are targeting them to arrest people. No one is above the law. And if you lay a hand on a law enforcement officer, you will face consequences. Just the saddest bunch of children. It is remarkable the absolute bullshit they are trying to claim here and how they are defending their sweet, sweet little babies. So the city goes on to write, Lander was making his third trip to accompany immigrants attending court hearings over the last month as federal agents, often masked, have begun staking out courtrooms to detain people, leaving what had been routine hearings. He's the only mayoral candidate who's done so. So all the credit in the world to Brad Lander for standing up for these people, and now he's a target. Chris Person shared this, which I did not catch. So one of the agents, I guess the one who was not wearing a mask, was wearing this t-shirt that translates to, "If you want peace, prepare for war." What's the argument against this being the Gestapo? Here is Brad Lander's wife after he was arrested.
The hallways are full of volunteers, amazing volunteers standing up for people, and of ICE agents and other agents that are not, their affiliations not indicated. They're in full regalia. They have masks many times pulled up to the bridge of their nose. And it is a place of intimidation. It is a place of fear. It is not, I mean, we are standing near the courts and the other things. This is not a way we do with rule of law. This is not the way people are treated in the United States. And so I feel really rattled and scared. And my husband is a candidate for mayor, is an elected citywide official, is a U.S. citizen, has a U.S. passport, and I know in all likelihood he's going to be okay. And all of the other folks in that building are risking having their families torn apart with inadequate explanation, and it's an abomination, and it is not what we stand for in this country. It is not right.
Credit there to Brad Lander's wife, Meg Barnett, for using a lot of her time as she was speaking to cameras, focusing on the people being targeted, the immigrants being targeted unjustifiably. But she mentioned something really important there. A lot of the agents aren't identifiable. They're just wearing jeans and a shirt. I mean, you saw the shirt I showed you earlier. They're masks. They could be anybody. Just going up and saying, hey, we're arresting you. They could literally be anybody. And this is in many situations where these agents are showing up with unmarked vehicles, unmarked clothing, wearing masks. Who's to say who they even are? So this goes to what Meg Barnett was mentioning there, the level of intimidation that is on display from people who you can't even identify if they were to arrest you, who they actually are. But I want to share this as well from Zoran Mamdani, who has cross-endorsed, him and Brad Lander have cross-endorsed each other because it is a ranked ballot. He goes on to say here on Twitter, New York City Controller Brad Lander was just arrested by Trump's ICE agents because he asked to see a judicial warrant. This is fascism, and all New Yorkers must speak in one voice. Release him now.
That in his ask and in their response, we saw that ICE has no interest in the law. It has no interest in order. It only has an interest in terrorizing people across this country. And in this exact moment, New Yorkers and Americans are looking to leaders to meet this moment, to showcase the courage that is necessary, the stark contrast from the collaboration and the cowardice we have seen. And what Brad did was engage in that very moment of courage. He showed us what leadership can look like. And for that, he was arrested. And we have to be clear about this. This is not about an election. This is about ensuring that we protect the city and the country that we love.
And credit to Gwen Hogan for her piece both in The City and for sharing that clip on Blue Sky. I think it's important now more than ever to support independent media, support independent journalists that are giving you the full story, that are on the ground, telling you what is going on. That is the only way I am able to do commentary covering this kind of thing, is because the actual journalists are on the ground telling you what is happening. So, as Zoran Mamdani points out, this is really a moment where we're seeing the separation between true leadership and everybody else. People like Brad Lander standing up for immigrants in immigration court. Zoran Mamdani has been consistently calling out Donald Trump and his police. On the other hand, you have people like Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, who are practically nowhere to be seen.
Netanyahu is leading the region into yet another war where civilians will pay the price.
I begin by saying Israel has the right absolutely to defend itself.
Should Canada come to the defense of a man already under an ICC arrest warrant for war crimes as he initiates a bombing campaign on a different place? I think there is a clear and obvious answer to the question, but in this video, I'm going to go over some of the reactions from Canadian politicians and what they're saying, which is just remarkable considering the circumstances. I'm also going to get to a couple of clips from the early 2000s that may give us an indication as to who we should be listening to now. So I'm going to first start with this clip from Friday. This was shortly after Israel launched their bombing campaign on Iran, completely unprovoked. And what the NDP were saying, this is Heather McPherson, compared to what the Liberal Party said in response.
Israel has bombed dozens of sites in Iran, including residential homes, causing hundreds of casualties, including children. Netanyahu is leading the region into yet another war where civilians will pay the price. Canadians with loved ones throughout the Middle East are terrified of what comes next. We need de-escalation, diplomacy, and rule of law. Will Canada condemn this latest escalation, finally commit to real nuclear disarmament, or will they stand with the Conservatives against international law?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I thank the honourable member for the question. However, I begin by saying Israel has the right absolutely to defend itself within the bounds of international law. At the same time, at the very same time, we have a responsibility to de-escalate this situation.
Israel had just bombed Iran out of nowhere. The first response, Israel has the right to defend itself. They're the ones that started this. This response from a liberal is almost indistinguishable from Pierre Poilievre on Twitter here with his reaction. Again, keep in mind, this was before Iran even responded. Pierre Poilievre saying Israel has the right to defend itself, including by disarming Tehran's genocidal nuclear program. It's just like, it's so stupid. This, first of all, again, this was before there was a response. They're calling Israel has the right to defend itself when they're the ones doing the bombing. But in terms of the nuclear program, I'll get to this again later since it's part of my Netanyahu conversation. But since at least the early 90s, Netanyahu has been warning about Iran's going to have a nuclear weapon. And what? And now we're supposed to believe him now? After all this, now this time was for real. Weeks away. No, it was because the U.S. was working with Iran on an attempt to try to reach an agreement, which is absurd considering Trump, or I should say Obama, was already in an agreement with Iran, and then Trump came in his first term and ripped that up, and that's why we're all in the situation we're in now. If he had just stayed in that deal, we wouldn't be here. But that said, this whole attempt at trying to paint Iran as the bad guys here, when Israel were the ones that clearly escalated and are trying to start a war with Iran, it's just, seeing this kind of shit where it's so blatant and clear who's in the right, who's in the wrong, and you have this garbage sent out by our prime minister, which I guess you could argue a little better than Pierre Poilievre. Not by much here. Iran's nuclear program has long been a cause of grave concern, and its missile attacks across Israel threaten regional peace. Who started this? Who started this? Today, I convened our National Security Council to receive an update on the situation to ensure that all necessary steps will be taken to protect our nationals and our diplomatic missions in the region. Canada reaffirms Israel's right to defend itself. You know what? Maybe this is worse than Pierre Poilievre's. We call on all parties at this part. This was the part where it's like, if you're looking for anything, we call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint. Oh, thank goodness. Move towards diplomatic resolution. Well, there we go. Finally, at the very end of the message, there's somewhat of acknowledgement that it's not just Israel, or it's not just Iran, but maybe Israel has some blame here. Just wild. This gives you a clear-cut idea of where the Liberal Party currently is. This is Anita Anand. This is the Foreign Affairs Minister. When Israel attacks Iran, Canada is closely following the escalation of tensions between Israel and Iran. When Iran retaliates, Canada condemns Iran's attack on Israel and urges restraint on both sides. Further actions can cause devastating consequences for the broader region. Imagine Iran started it. Imagine they're the ones that out of nowhere bombed Israel. Do you think you would see this response? Canada is closely following the escalation of tensions between Israel. No, you would have seen this one, except this one came after Israel started the attacks. It's just so wild. And, I want to say disappointing. This is the larger post, by the way. I'll link to this below the video in case you want to read through all of this. But I wish I could say it's disappointing, but this is what the Liberal Party now is. When it comes to foreign policy, there are a lot of similarities with the Conservative Party. Now, here's a clip from ICC arrest warrant haver Benjamin Netanyahu and what he was saying today to ABC News. And then I'll get to a clip from a couple of decades ago and what he was saying in the run-up to the war with Iraq.
U.S. officials tell us that the president flatly rejected a plan, an opportunity that the Israelis had to take out the supreme leader. Do you understand his concern? My understanding is his concern is that this would escalate the conflict beyond where it is already.
It's not going to escalate the conflict. It's going to end the conflict. We've had half a century of conflict spread by this regime that terrorizes everyone in the Middle East, has bombed the Aramco oil fields in Saudi Arabia, is spreading terrorism and subversion and sabotage everywhere. That's the forever war is what Iran wants. And they're bringing us to the brink of nuclear war. In fact, what Israel is doing is preventing this, bringing an end to this aggression. And we can only do so by standing up to the forces of evil. Look, democracies have had to learn this lesson. You know, they faced a tyrannical regime, a radical, fanatic regime. For 40 years, I've been saying, actually 3 years after the establishment of this radical Islamist Ayatollah regime in Tehran, I said that the greatest danger, not only to the survival of my country, but to the peace of the world, is Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons. And they are on the brink of achieving that. So imagine what they're doing now without nuclear weapons.
The fear-mongering is off the charts from the guy who initiated this entire thing. Yes, they're on the brink of these nuclear weapons. They're going to bomb us all! Just like in 92, 95, 2002, 2009, 2012, on and on and on. And this article is from 2015, so there's been a few more times since then. But that's just a taste of Netanyahu's bullshit. 4 years before that congressional speech in 92, then parliamentarian Netanyahu advised the Israeli Knesset that Iran was 3 to 5 years away from reaching nuclear weapon capability, and that this threat had to be uprooted by an international front headed by the U.S. He's been calling for a war with Iran since 1992. Nobody has taken him up on the offer, so he is trying right now to start it himself. Before I get to the clip from the early 2000s, this from Chris Hazard, MP, who is an MP in the UK. Useful info. Iran has 0 nuclear weapons. Israel has up to 500. Iran has signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Israel refused to. Iran has welcomed the IAEA, which is the International Atomic Energy Agency, the ones that would oversee any kind of deal. They've welcomed their observers to inspect its program. Israel has refused their oversight. Here's a clip from 2002, Netanyahu arguing for the Iraq War, which of course we all know was a complete disaster.
If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region.
Is that what happened? Is that what happened? Well, how about, because, you know, it was so long ago, nobody knew back then that it was the wrong thing to do. Now, everyone thought the Iraq War was the right thing to do. Actually, let's go back to the Prime Minister of Canada back during this time, what he did. Because often you'll see articles, you know, reminiscing. Maybe that's the wrong word, reminiscing about the Iraq War. But like BBC here, Iraq War 20 years on, how invasion plunged the country into decades of chaos. You'll see images like this, where it's Tony Blair and George Bush. But interestingly, we don't see Jean Chrétien in any of these photos. I wonder why. So here he is being interviewed. More recently, this is a couple of years ago, on the 20th anniversary of the Iraq War, reflecting why he decided not to join the US and the UK.
It was a great indication that we were a very independent nation, that we were not the 51st state of America, that too often some people think we were. And but I made a decision not for that. I made a decision because I thought that it was a big error to go to war in Iraq because there was no proof of weapon of mass destruction. Mm-hmm. And despite of the pressure from George W. and Tony Blair and the business community and so on, we decided that it was to be no.
Canada was not pulled in by the bullshit coming out of the US like the UK was. Canada listened to the United Nations, understood who was full of shit and who wasn't. So the Liberal Party of today would be wise to keep the Liberal Party of the past in mind as we move forward in this very tumultuous situation with the Middle East and the US. Do not capitulate to right-wing propaganda or conservative parties like the Conservative Party back then was trying to do to the Liberals. This was a piece, 2003, from Stephen Harper, who went on to be Prime Minister later on, and Stockwell Day, Canadians stand with you. Today, the world is at war. A coalition of countries under the leadership of the UK and the US is leading a military intervention to disarm Saddam Hussein. Yet the Prime Minister, Jean Chrétien, has left Canada outside this multilateral coalition of nations. This is a serious mistake. History has proven Jean Chrétien right, Stephen Harper and the Conservatives wrong. And today we are seeing a very similar attempt by Conservatives to try and pull Canada into more bullshit. Do not listen to this garbage. Ensure that your government, your MP, is aware that you do not support escalating anything with Iran, and that you also recognize that Netanyahu is a war criminal currently under an ICC arrest warrant, and to listen to the advice of a war criminal in his attempts to start another war with a different place would be absolutely insane.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
Right-wing broadcaster Tucker Carlson of the M&Ms Are Not Sexy Enough fame completely humiliated Ted Cruz on his support for a war with Iran. So in this video, I'm going to play this incredible clip. I'll get to my conflicting thoughts about Tucker here. But I'm also going to get to Ted Cruz's response on Twitter, which is hilarious because it actually makes me more excited for the interview. But first, here is the clip. Keeping in mind, as of recording this, the full interview is not yet out. This is the only clip that has been released, and it was released by Tucker.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay. Yeah. How could you not know that? I don't sit around memorizing population tables. Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government. Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant? Because if you don't know anything about the country... I didn't say I don't know anything about what's the ethnic mix of Iran? They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, this is cute. It's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran. You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government. You're the one who claims anything about the country. No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the one who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad. You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump? Yes, I do. Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that... We're carrying out military strikes today. You said Israel was. Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them. Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity. No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them. You just said we were. We are supporting Israel. High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening. Okay.
All right. This was remarkable. The contempt, the disrespect that Tucker Carlson shows Ted Cruz is what we should expect from the press when they're interviewing bullshitting politicians. That should be the story coming out of this, apart from Ted Cruz obviously being full of shit in his support for Iran and just a complete clown. The takeaway from a media perspective is how low the bar is. This should not really be a viral moment. I mean, it should still be a news story, the fact that Ted Cruz essentially is admitting here the U.S. is supporting these strikes while at the same time doesn't know anything about the country he's bombing. But the takeaway here is just how rare it is to see a politician questioned like this. It's important to understand, these are not kings that we should be bowing to. These are people that are serving the public. If they are not serving the public, as Ted Cruz is not, this is how you should be treating them. So as clownish as Tucker Carlson has been in his entire history as a journalist, and I, as someone who's done media criticism online for about 10 years, I have many a video talking about Tucker Carlson, from Buffalo Extremist Echoes, Tucker Carlson Talking Points and Release Document, to Tucker Goes Too Far Even for Kid Rock. That's Tucker doing a story on the benefits of tanning your balls. The sexy Eminem story, which of course I mentioned. What else we got here? Tucker goes on one of the dumbest rants ever. This is about him comparing vaccination requirements to racial segregation. I mean, it goes on. Tucker goes balls out for Nicki Minaj. I'm not sure what that's about, but you can go search up that video. But while researching this, I did come across this one. Ted Cruz begs for forgiveness as Tucker Carlson drills him on Fox News. It appears that the one relatable thing about Tucker Carlson is that he hates Ted Cruz as much as the rest of us. Now, oddly enough, he's actually criticizing Ted Cruz in that video because Ted Cruz called the Jan 6 rioters terrorists, and Tucker took issue with that. So, in a wild world, that's a rare example of Ted Cruz, I guess, making a correct and accurate statement. But then he goes on to apologize to Tucker Carlson as Tucker's drilling him. It's just, this is why we can't take anything out of this interview just based on, in terms of the individuals here. Let's take Ted Cruz, Tucker out of this. What we are seeing here is an incredible display of what journalists should be doing when they are interviewing absolute clowns. This gets to this series of clips released by CNN here, showing how long Netanyahu has been claiming Iran is close to a nuclear weapon.
The deadline for attaining this goal is getting extremely close. And Iran, by the way, is also outpacing Iraq in the development of ballistic missile systems that they hope will reach the eastern seaboard of the United States within 15 years. By next spring, at most, by next summer, at current enrichment rates, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final stage. From there, it's only a few months, possibly a few weeks, before they get enough enriched uranium for the first bomb. The foremost sponsor of global terrorism could be weeks away from having enough enriched uranium for an entire arsenal of nuclear weapons. That would place a militant Islamic terror regime weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year.
Just an absolute insane display of 30 years of bullshit. So I'm going to get to Ted Cruz's response. I forgot to mention this earlier. His response to Tucker sharing that clip. And again, the full interview is not yet out. It's going to be out today. I am sad to admit I'm looking forward to watching a Tucker Carlson interview. But another clip worth adding to that Netanyahu clip show is this one. So the Daily Show actually, I believe, were the first ones to put together a bunch of clips of Netanyahu claiming this. But this one from '95.
Iran will be capable of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 years. If not stopped.
There's actually another one that isn't on video, but a quote from '92 that I shared, I believe, in my last video. But again, Netanyahu saying the same thing. In 3 to 5 years, they're going to have a nuclear weapon. It's just so much absolute bullshit that you can't, I don't think people are falling for it the way they fell for the Iraq War. Information is out there in ways that it wasn't in the early 2000s. So hopefully the right information gets to the enough people as to try and put enough pressure to not escalate any further. But this is the Ted Cruz response. Did a long interview with Tucker. He released a snippet playing a gotcha on the population of Iran. I declined to play that silly game. Watch the full 2-hour interview where Tucker attacks Trump, attacks the AIPAC lobby, and falsely claims Iran is not trying to assassinate Trump. I gotta say, the full interview sounds even better than the 1.5-minute clip that I saw. I can't wait to see Tucker attack Trump, attacking the AIPAC lobby, which... why is that in quotes? We know here, actually, if you scroll down, AIPAC tracker, Ted Cruz has received almost $2 million from AIPAC, which, of course, in case you don't know, is the pro-Israel lobby. So, how does this not play a factor? Of course, this is a factor. So, let's be very clear. Ted Cruz, what he cares about is money. Whatever avenue he needs to serve, whoever is willing to serve him with cash, that's where he's going to go. The Tucker is, less predictable, though he has more recently been clear about his desire to stay out of any sort of international war or, start any conflict. So, I guess he's good there. But again, for me, this is less about the individuals and more about what this clip shows us. And that is how much more we should be expecting from our press.
They tried to get in, and the Dodgers rejected them. So they were quickly, frankly, boxed in.
As a Jays fan, the Dodgers have managed to do something that they have never done before, and that is put a smile on my face as they kicked ICE off of their property. So in this video, I'm going to break down what happened, including some before and after videos. I'm going to get to the reaction, the public reaction from the Dodgers, the reaction from ICE and CBP, as well as the current polling on how people are feeling around Trump's ICE raids. So lots of great stuff to get to in this video. First, I want to share this clip. This is from Jacob Soboroff, who was at Dodger Stadium while federal agents were trying to gain access to the parking lot.
Take it off! This Dodger Stadium, and behind me, those are federal agents that appear to have been staging here after what have been a series of immigration enforcement actions in Los Angeles this morning. So now you've got protesters, media here at Dodger Stadium outside the parking lot while federal agents are there seemingly blocked in for now. This is an ongoing and developing situation.
And in a rare instance of a corporation standing up for people, the Dodgers kicked out ICE. So they put this message on Twitter saying this morning, ICE agents came to Dodger Stadium and requested permission to access the parking lots. They were denied entry to the grounds by the organization. Tonight's game will be played as scheduled. So I'm going to get to the reaction from ICE and DHS. But here is the video of them being kicked out. So they actually got a police escort out the other way because they were, I don't know, hemmed in a way. They were between the gates to the parking lot and the access to the road. But apparently there was a way out through the other side. So they opened the gates to let them essentially leave and got an LAPD escort out of there. So, Dodgers deserve a lot of credit for doing this. It's certainly not, I wouldn't expect this sort of reaction from a corporation. Oftentimes what we see is the company, the corporation bowing to whatever they're being asked of when it comes to, government pressure being applied on them. But this is a rare instance where you have a entity like the Dodgers actually standing up for people. Now, I thought this was worth mentioning here as well. Councilmember Eunice Hernandez, who was also at the stadium, said, quote, "We've been in communication with the mayor's office, with the Dodgers, with Dodger security, about seeing if they can get them moved off their private property. Public property is different. Private property, businesses and corporations have the power to say not on my property, and so we're waiting to see that movement happen here." I think it's very likely that this played a major role in getting ICE kicked off of Dodgers property. Without the lawmaker being the in-between between the protesters and ICE, you likely would have seen the Dodgers, and again, this is my guess, but this is what we've normally seen with corporations. You would likely have seen the corporation bow to who they consider to be the authoritative figure in this situation. That would have been ICE over the protesters, which is why it is so important to have local lawmakers on your side, as well as, of course, congresspeople, senators, on the side of the people here in this fight against what ICE has been doing. This gets to the reaction from ICE. So to the LA Dodgers account, they said, false, we were never there. All right. Homeland Security saying this had nothing to do with the Dodgers. CBP vehicles were in the stadium parking lot very briefly, unrelated to any operation or enforcement. So a much different account of what happened here from Jacob Soborov on MSNBC.
Those agents showed up here at Dodger Stadium, and they were cornered by protesters because the Dodgers did not let them into the parking lot. Behind me, where people are going in for the game right now, there's a chain link fence that is closed when the games are not being played. And so these federal agents, ICE says it wasn't them, but CBP says it was their agents, so Border Patrol, they tried to get in and the Dodgers rejected them. So they were quickly, frankly, boxed in by protesters, and that's when we showed up on the scene today. And basically this standoff, for lack of a better term, unfolded between those Border Patrol, those federal agents, and the protesters here, who had been out in force every single day because of the scale and the scope of the protests on the streets of Los Angeles and what it means to the people here in Los Angeles, Chris.
Yeah, there's a weird kind of gaslighting here, right? So the Dodgers say, look, ICE came here. There were reporters who were there at the moment. There was video online, right? And then ICE says, false, we were never there. And DHS says CBP vehicles were in the stadium parking lot very briefly, unrelated to any operation or enforcement. But that feels like not that credible.
This all played out before the eyes of our own viewers on MSNBC Live. I've been here virtually the entire day, and I drove here as soon as I heard that this was going on, and we watched those federal agents basically be rescued by the Los Angeles Police Department, who opened the gates here and allowed them to go out a different side of Chavez Ravine. They didn't have to go through the protesters. One thing I want to say about this is why it's particularly raw for the people of Los Angeles, particularly the Latino community, is the relationship between the Dodgers and the Latino community is complicated. When Walter O'Malley brought the Dodgers to Los Angeles in the 50s, Chavez Ravine was three neighborhoods, Palo Verde, Bishop, and La Loma. It was Latino families that were forcibly evicted to create the construction of Dodger Stadium. And over the years, they have won back the trust of the Latino fan base to where I believe it's the majority of the fan base of the Dodgers today.
You mean ICE and CBP were full of shit? Oh my God, I'm stunned. So good reporting there from Jacob Soborov. And it is just I included the part at the end there from his clip because it is an interesting comparison from how the Dodgers in LA started with essentially, a billionaire of the time without being a billionaire, moving them from Brooklyn to LA and evicting all these people to do so. And now, decades and decades later, here is an action on behalf of the people. Again, I don't want to treat like, the Dodgers are a perfect corporation. I don't know enough about them to tell you. I don't know. What I do know is that in this instance, they did the right thing. Whether it's because of a council person standing up for the people, whatever the reason is, they did the right thing, did not let ICE in and kick them off the property. So good on them. I want to get to one last thing here. This is some recent polling this is shared by CNN on how people are now feeling about Trump's ICE raids.
I think we can say that Donald Trump has lost the political battle when it comes to what has happened out in Los Angeles. Donald Trump's net approval rating on the Los Angeles protest. Look at this. Overall, way, way, way underwater at minus 15 points. How about among independents or those who don't identify with either major party? Way even lower. Look at that, minus 24 points on the net approval rating. And of course, this is happening on what should be one of Donald Trump's, in fact, the best issue for Donald Trump, immigration. And yet when it comes to these Los Angeles protests, 15 points underwater overall and 24 points underwater among independents. No good.
What is the broader view of how Trump is
acting and what he's doing when it comes to these arrests of immigrants.
Right. So, you see these numbers with concern to the Los Angeles protests, but let's widen it out a little bit. And I think this sort of paints a picture for you in understanding why Donald Trump's net approval rating on the Los Angeles protests are as low as they are. Take a look. Trump and immigrant arrests. He's gone too far. That's the winner here. 49%. Not too far, only 40%. So you got a 9-point lead here. And again, among those independents or other category, you see 51% of them say Trump's gone too far. And what's so important to note is that this poll was taken after the Los Angeles protests started. So this takes into account everything that's gone on in Los Angeles. At this particular point, if the protesters' idea was to focus the attention on Donald Trump and bring attention to his immigration policies and bring attention to the arrests that have been occurring of immigrants, it seems to me that those protests have been successful because you see here, 49% say Trump's gone too far when it comes to the immigrant arrests compared to just 40% who say he's not gone too far. And you don't have to be a mathematical genius to know 49% is larger than 40%.
So it turns out the protests are working. People are more aware of what is going on and they understand who the threat is, and the threat for at least a plurality or a majority of people are not the protesters. Despite the claims about riots and LA needs to be liberated, the reality is most people know what is going on. Now, of course, that is largely dependent on media, whatever media they're consuming, including mass media. Places like MSNBC have done, as I showed you, a pretty good job at reporting the reality of what's going on, who the actual threat is in ICE and Trump, and not protesters standing up for their communities. So it's been good to see that, and I think that has added to how people are feeling. One last data point worth sharing here, and that is people's thoughts about ICE raids at workplaces. Turns out a majority, by almost 10 points, disapprove of that. Again, I wish that disapproval number was higher. That said, it's still leaning in the right direction, and it shows me, as hard as it is to see sometimes, most people are good.
By telling the truth. Your brand is perfect, Kyle.
I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth, not coddling the nuts of MAGA voters. Yeah.
Cenk Uygur joined Kyle Kulinski and Crystal Ball for a calm and cool debate. Pause for laughter. On the topic of how to win in a moment of Trump and the insanity that is the administration. So in this video, I have a few fun clips from this debate to get to. I'm going to play them for you and try to establish here who is correct, as well as the most amazing clip later on. I got to say, no spoilers, but you got to stay for the best clip of the debate, in my opinion. First up, let's do Cenk's argument here. So Crystal, as you see, will read it out, but this was Cenk post-election, pre-inauguration, and this is the argument that he was trying to make at the time.
So you said in November 29th, 2024, I've been trying to figure out why I'm more optimistic now than I was before the election. Even though I was so against the guy who won, I know now MAGA is not my mortal enemy, neither is the extreme left. My mortal enemy is the establishment, and they have been defeated. So over the course of that conversation, you explained to me that the reason you felt optimistic was really two reasons. Number one, as you say there, the establishment was defeated. And number two, you felt that the elements of the populist right and the bros would hold Trump accountable.
So right-wing populists, it is now your job to prove Crystal wrong.
Go out and do it, y'all.
So she doesn't believe you. And by the way, almost no one on the left, other than me and Anna, believe you guys that you actually want to cut the Pentagon and that you could pressure Elon Musk and Donald Trump to cut the Pentagon. So are you going to prove the left wrong, or are you going to prove them spectacularly right? Am I going to have to come on here and apologize to Crystal for ever believing in any right-wing populist?
So, is the apology coming up? We'll see in the next clip. But first, just a couple of things. That tweet from November after Trump won, Cenk claiming that the establishment was defeated. Yes, the former president Donald Trump defeated the establishment. Who are we fooling here? What is this? And of course, Trump goes on to cut the CFPB, argue for tax cuts for the rich, is now going supporting a war on behalf of AIPAC and defense contractors, put Elon Musk in control of government cuts. Yes, the establishment was defeated. Okay, so how Cenk's argument comes off is that right-wing populists will put pressure on Trump to, in this case, cut the Pentagon budget, which of course did not happen. But the most charitable read is that, okay, Cenk knew that wasn't going to happen, but in an appeal to Trump voters, he wants to put initial faith that it can happen, and then when it doesn't happen, point out the hypocrisy. Because we all know pointing out Trump's hypocrisy is a successful way to defeat him. Pointing out hypocrisy is basically all we've all done. All media that is based in reality. That's all we've done for the past 10 years is point out Trump's hypocrisy. We're talking like back to 2015. So this is not a new strategy. This is the old strategy that is not working. But here is Cenk defending himself here. And does he apologize?
So the tactic of let's work with them and try to cut the Pentagon budget failed. The tactic of let's resist this project outright and make the case and make Elon himself politically toxic succeeded.
So, Crystal, we do live in two different worlds. It's fascinating to see. It's amazing to see. So, number one, the project of saying cut the Pentagon worked. Why did it work? Because they cut the Pentagon, they magically became progressives overnight? No. It worked because it showed and highlighted their hypocrisy.
Just to show you that I was not straw manning Cenk's own argument, he thinks that highlighting Trump's hypocrisy is a successful strategy to win back Trump voters. I don't know what to say. It's like he's living in a time vacuum. This is straight from 2015. These are Chuck Schumer level arguments here. It's amazing. So the Pentagon budget, of course, was not cut. Okay, sure, but Cenk is right because Trump voters have turned on Trump over the Pentagon budget. I must have missed that because that's not what I've seen. But here we go. Cenk knows the MAGA base best. Crystal doesn't know MAGA at all. Let's watch this clip.
You're not seeing it.
So
because
you
you're
won because the Pentagon budget went up, even though you thought that the Pentagon budget would get cut.
Can I finish? Okay. So the reason you're not seeing it is because you're not engaging with MAGA, and that's okay. And you don't want to engage with MAGA. I got it.
Do you know who I am? Do you know the show I host?
I don't know if you know who you are.
Who are you talking to right now? I host a show with Sagar and Jetty and Emily Jasinski every day.
Okay. So Crystal,
no one in this room talks more to MAGA than I do, okay?
Yeah, okay. But so are you saying that none of the MAGA voters were thrilled that they added to the Pentagon? Is that what you're saying?
They don't give a shit because Trump did it.
Crystal literally hosts a show with Trump voters, and Cenk is trying to claim that these people, you don't talk enough to MAGA. It's so stupid. I think I would trust Crystal's opinion here and how MAGA feels over Cenk's thoughts based what appears to be largely on his interactions on Twitter, which not a lot of real people there anymore. I'm not sure if you noticed. It's a lot of trolls, a lot of bots. It's not a place for a realistic worldview. But this gets to, so I'll get to the next clip in a second here, which really gives you a good microcosm of what this entire debate was. But there were three strategies here that I see. So there's the Cenk strategy of reaching out to Trump voters by being kind to them and hoping that they're going to vote your way in the next election. There's Crystal and Kyle who are focusing on the here and now, what can be done with real movements, focusing on the left and liberals and independents, bringing them together. And then there's the Hassan Piker strategy of being in more apolitical spaces, working out, gaming, discussing culture, internet beefs. Like there's a whole other level that I think Hassan does well and fits into what Cenk should be doing. Like if Cenk's focus is getting new people, like different people on board, the real focus should be on people who are apolitical, people that don't want to hear about politics every single day, which I would say is probably at least half of people. They don't want to be that engaged, but they're in other spaces. They're into sports, they're into video games, they're into other things. And that is, in a weird way, what TYT used to do. They had channels that focused on movies and television and culture and other topics, which is what helped to funnel people in, I believe, what helped to funnel people into the main show where they discussed largely politics. But they don't do that anymore. This is why Cenk's arguments are so frustrating. What he is doing is so frustrating because they have or had a massive platform. They still have lots of subscribers on Facebook, YouTube, where they could be using that platform to really try and help to funnel people into this mass movement against Donald Trump. But instead, a lot of it are arguments designed around trying to appeal to Trump voters that simply aren't even watching TYT. Let me get to the next clip here. This is just a hilarious moment where Cenk claims he's being strawmanned, immediately following his own strawmanning of Crystal and Kyle.
You guys just spoke for like 8 minutes doing a straw man. Okay. So you make it sound, and this is what's so harmful. You guys make it sound like I'm pro-Trump and I think that MAGA is just a bunch of angels who are secretly left-wing and they're going to magically agree with us on every issue. And the minute that Trump does something wrong, they're going to all push back 100%. And that's what I believed. I believed in rainbows and unicorns.
That was so much of the debate. Claiming that Crystal and Kyle are doing a straw man and then doing his own straw man about what they're saying about his argument, which is not what they're saying. They didn't call Cenk pro-Trump. They don't think that he thinks that every MAGA person is secretly left-wing. Like, what are these arguments? That's not what's going on. But let me get to now the best moment of this debate, in my opinion. And this is when Kyle absolutely nails it.
Well, if the leader of the movement is a fascist, then the movement is a fascist movement.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, Cenk, we have mass kidnappings and abductions and human traffickings with no due process from ICE Gestapo thugs. They've raided schools, meatpacking facilities, farms, Home Depots, 7-Elevens, deported a 4-year-old with American citizen with cancer, arrested a woman who just gave birth.
I agree.
That's a fascist. If anybody who supports that, Cenk, is a fascist. They're a fascist. Say no due process, throw out the Constitution, that's fascism.
Okay, so Kyle, we agree that all those things are authoritarian in nature, and you can call them fascist, and that's why we all worked so hard to make sure that Trump didn't win, because we saw all of those authoritarian tendencies. But the way you just framed it, attacks the voters, because you said MAGA, not Trump.
Why do I have to coddle their fucking feelings, Cenk? Why can't I just tell the truth?
I'd like to win. And
but that's the problem. You keep reaching to the right, and then you miss the whole ocean to your left, and that's the problem.
I don't miss it. I'm the guy leading the anti-war coalition. What part am I missing? Like, am I pro-war? No, I fucking hate this war, and I'm trying desperately to get us out of it. And by the way, this whole hey, I'm trying not to do it, guys. All right, I'll do the wrong strategy that makes me feel better by yelling at their voters and drive them away. Oh, meanwhile, Palestinians are getting killed every single day. Meanwhile, Israel's starting new wars.
But let's talk about that, though, Cenk.
Because I yelled at MAGA.
Let's talk about that.
This is your old strategy. Cenk,
hey,
what I'm doing is your old strategy.
I'm so pure.
No, stop. No. What I'm doing is your old strategy, Cenk. I'm doing TYT's old strategy.
I'm trying super hard not to say it's a dumb strategy.
Why are you okay with the right playing by different rules, Cenk? Why are you? Because the right, I saw this last election. A speaker at one of Trump's rallies at MSG came out and said the whole party of Democrats are degenerates, Jew haters, and lowlives. Trump calls Democrats the enemy from within and says we should use the military against them, and then he does use the military against them. He called us fascists and communists, and he's sitting in the fucking White House now. He was belligerent as belligerent can be, and he got to the White House. Why can't we be belligerent and have a little bit of swagger back and build a movement? If people want to come over from the right, that's great. They can come over from the right. But I'm trying to get liberals and leftists and independents and build a massive coalition of 60% of the country that way. Fuck them if they're signing on to all the fascist shit that's happening right now. Fuck them.
Okay. Oh my God, Kyle, you're so pure.
No, I'm a truth teller. I'm a truth teller. You'll play hide the ball. If they're actually fascists, you'll pretend like they're not fucking fascists. They are fascists.
Yeah. So Kyle, you've done such a good job at yelling at me.
By telling the truth. By telling the truth. By telling the truth.
Your brand is perfect, Kyle.
I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth, not coddling the nuts of MAGA voters.
Yeah, bullshit.
Totally accurate.
Bullshit.
Totally accurate.
Okay,
no, it's the truth. What part was wrong?
Kyle absolutely nails it here, and Cenk has no argument against what he is saying. I'm not even sure why Cenk is arguing against what Kyle is saying. That's clearly what Cenk is saying. He wants to be nice to Trump voters as a way to try and appeal to them. How is that not what he... That's what he himself has said he is doing. So sure, Kyle puts it a different way, coddling the balls, but it's the same. It's the exact same thing. This is Kyle's point. There is exact. Trump won the election by being belligerent. The entire campaign was insane, criticizing anyone slightly to the left of them as just completely, communist nuts. The entire campaign was like that, and Trump won with that campaign. A lot of this so-called anti-establishment aura that some people think Trump has, it's not because of policy. It's because he's belligerent. It's because he's offensive. It's because he's outspoken. That's why some people view him as a different kind of politics, even though the actual underlying results are even worse than anyone before him. But it's the fact that Trump carries himself differently, which is what Kyle is trying to bring into the Democratic Party, into the left, by he himself being offensive, belligerent. If you see the kind of stuff that kind of memes that Kyle posts online, some people aren't happy about some of the stuff he posts. But he doesn't care, because Kyle understands this ultimately is not going to hurt. It, if anything, helps the left to be a little more insane, a little more wild. Take the chains off. This is how you try and win some of those people back. Because again, a lot of these people aren't focused on the issues. And if they are, they're already moved over. As he said there, if you're supporting what ICE is doing, then you're not winnable. If you know what ICE is doing and you are supporting that, you can't be won back over. But if you're just an apolitical person who likes Trump because of the vibes, because he appears anti-establishment to you because he's offensive, then Kyle can appeal to you by being belligerent himself while also understanding the underlying issues and the politics of it all. While Cenk is trying to coddle the balls of Trump voters, and that clearly has not worked and isn't going to work, because that's all people have been doing the past 10 years. All right. I got a couple more clips, but they're not part of the debate, so I'm not even going to bother sharing them. I think you should go watch the full thing. It's just, one of the clips was Crystal discussing how she, at one point, did what Cenk was doing, trying to appeal to the right on that show, The Hill Rising, and it was now Breaking Points. But she said how that didn't work, so she did the Cenk strategy. It didn't work, and Kyle brings up later on as well how, this is what they have done in the past. They tried to appeal to the Trump voter by being a little more open to maybe why they were confused. And that did not work, which is why they're now being, in my opinion, Kyle's doing some of the best content online in the political space. So, I would say go watch his channel, but you're already watching it. The views he gets are insane, because people understand Kyle cares about the issues. He understands the issues. And he also, at the same time, doesn't care how he may come off to some people, because he watched Trump win the election by being completely insane. There's no risk of losing people by just being yourself.
Hello, my friends. I am the Letterhack. It's good to see you. What is happening on this rainy, stormy Wednesday night? It's storming here. The wind is blowing. Had to batten down hatches right before I came on. I don't even know how you would do that. I don't know what hatches are. I don't know what it means to batten them down. I'm not even sure I'm using the right words with that expression. But it is raining pretty hard outside, which I guess is good, because we've been within a heat dome. But you are watching Hey Funny Book, the show that discusses politics, art, and comics. We got a ton of that. We got a lot of that coming up. Trust me. As I said, I'm your host, the Letterhack. It's the top of the hour, and that means it's time to let the world know that an all-new program is beginning on this space. That's right. You are watching this space. Please share the link, like the stream, And if you haven't already, subscribed. This is all helping us stay engaged, stay motivated, and in the algorithm. Look, we're moving pretty quickly. We're almost at 800 subs, and we're in the middle of week 3. Not even 30 days. Anyone who does this for a living will say, or, even just full time will say, it takes a long time to get that first 1,000 subs. It takes a long time to get to that point. Moving pretty quick. So let's keep it going. A lot of that is because of your support. There are so many familiar and new faces here. I'm always glad to hang out in the chat and just lurk and read what's going on. I do want to talk about politics, art, and comics. Trust me, we're going to be talking about that quite a bit tonight. Some good stuff. Very good stuff. And topics that shouldn't be political, probably, but they are. And I'll tell you why. But first, what I would like to do is, thanks for hanging out yesterday. I almost said last night, but it was really yesterday. We were on air for, 4.5 hours, I think, something like that. I can't even remember. We were on air for a long time with a lot of hosts. At one point, I think we had 10 people on screen. It was our very first all-in covering the New York City mayoral primary election. We think it went very well. We had a great time. And it was so fun to see so many people there, so much engagement. We had our highest number of views yet on this space. So that was, it worked, right? And I did want to talk about that race a little bit because everyone's coming at it from a sort of similar point of view. And I had a different point of view. And I wanted to talk about this just before I get into the main part of the show, if that's okay with you folks. So if you ask me, last night definitely could have gone better for Zoran Mamdani. And I want to talk about how, if he had just followed the pre-established game plan for success, he would now be the Democratic nominee. It's super simple. Number one, embrace Republicans. How are you going to win over Republican voters with the same woke agenda that Kamala Harris lost on? This guy's out here trying to win some sort of a popularity contest on social media, and he may very well have been the darling of Instagram and Twitter for a few months. Okay, I'll give him that. But he never once mentioned the Cheneys. He never once brought Never Trumpers out on stage at rallies and town halls. If you don't win over Republican votes, the Democrats won't win elections. It's that simple. But here's number two. Do not alienate millionaires and billionaires. There are 350,000 people in New York City making over $812,000 a year. They're millionaires. That's 1 in 24 people that Zoran flat out ignored. How are you going to raise money if you alienate the big donors? How are you going to raise money if you alienate super PACs? How are you going to fundraise if you don't welcome in the special interest groups on both sides of the aisles? Does it matter that somebody donated millions of dollars to Trump in the past? No, not if they're donating it to us now. We'll take it. We'll take that money. But it's no wonder Zoran didn't have high-profile musicians performing for his crowds, because he didn't raise enough money to pay them. It's like Ro Khanna keeps saying over and over again, we need Elon Musk on our side. He's a good guy, and we cannot do it without him. Government doesn't work without Elon Musk. And now that he and Trump had a Twitter spat, we're bringing him in. Did Zoran even tweet at Elon during his campaign? Things may have gone differently if he had. And listen, I'm not some political scientist or some politics genius here. This isn't even my plan, okay? This is what we have consultants and strategists for, to tell us how to win. We pay them good money for this. And what does Zoran do? Blatantly disregards the consultant's proven model for winning elections. I mean, look, am I nuts? Because this seems really, really simple. The consultants charge millions of dollars while advising Democrats to embrace millionaires so they can pay the consultants. This is not rocket science. And seriously, embracing LGBTQ, the trans community, so-called working class people, this is the same as embracing no good rabble-rousing activists, just troublemakers. And I mean, why should I personally care about anyone else if those people gaining more rights means I have to put up with it? Saying you want to do free buses or anything free is the same as saying I don't like money or money isn't good or we don't need money in politics. This is insane. Of course we need money in politics. That's what politics is all about. What's next? You start yelling about how the private prison system is only for profit and not for reform. What's next? You want to start saying everyone needs universal health care? I mean, reps and senators made $3 million in the first 6 months of this year by purchasing pharmaceutical stocks. What are our public servants expected to do? Not make money? What good is passing laws if our leaders can't then turn around and invest in the companies that benefit from those laws? Again, it's not rocket science. It's very simple. This is how it works. But I get it. Cuomo is, on a personal level, not the best guy. But that's because he isn't woke. Okay? And when you're not woke, in other words, when you're a real man, you're going to say things and do things that offend people. It's not necessarily a bad thing, though. It's just something that we as voters really need to get past. And I mean, a tough guy who can stand up to Trump, not some softy out there saying we shouldn't have to pay for buses. It's like, some of us might actually like paying for buses. Did you ever think of that? And besides, we have to make sacrifices if we want Democrats to win. Like I said, a woke or progressive agenda is going to push away the Republicans. Keep crying about war and genocide, and you're not going to get the votes of the people that don't agree it's a genocide. What are we saying? That people aren't allowed to think for themselves? And so look, the hard lesson is that as voters, we have to go without if we want the Democratic Party to be in a position where they can continue fundraising. I don't make these rules, but that's the reality. And that's how this country stays strong. That's how we show the rest of the world how it's done and that they're doing it wrong. Rich people are geniuses. Conservatives are people too. And if you ever want a taste of the good life, you're going to have to go without now and then. And look, we're talking about the New York City mayoral election. It's so overblown. For one thing, it's a primary, and obviously nobody cares about primaries. Secondly, we don't even have a majority right now. So it's not the time to make a fuss and be all fight, fight, fight. Let the Republicans do their thing. They won. We lost. Let them do their thing. That's democracy. And that's America. And in all seriousness, it really is that way. But I actually don't approve. But what I just laid out for you is exactly how it is. And the majority of people that are in politics and in government are thinking that exact same way. Sun up to sundown and then some. Last night's victory showed the rest of the country that it doesn't have to be that way. Socialism won. Billionaires lost. Billionaires lost again. And the energy from protesters and activists in recent months paid off. I firmly believe that. The momentum was built. A wave was cresting, and Zoran was on that wave. We are always building momentum. And it's about damn time that we see some results. We don't have to rely on Chuck Schumer. We don't have to rely on Hakeem Jeffries to do what? I don't know. Our expectations should be incredibly low at this point. We don't have to celebrate Cory Booker or anyone who talks for 25 hours straight for, I'm still trying to figure out what the win was there. Grassroots works. We learned this with AOC, and then we sort of forgot it. Politicians need to be actual public servants. That's something they forgot. They are not public servants. They tell you all this great stuff they're going to do. Next thing you know, they're elected on TV saying, well, you guys, a baby brain, we can't do that stuff. See, now that I'm in government, I know things that you'll never understand. Government is complicated. I wonder if maybe there was somebody in government that could uncomplicate things. Oh, well. All these long-term careerists in government, these people who are senators and representatives that stay in that position literally till the day they die. I'm not kidding. You know this. We know this. They can now know one thing for damn sure. They can expect to be primaried. It works. How long? It was the day after the election last November, and up until this morning, people saying, no, you can't win on a woke agenda. Well, I don't really know what you mean by woke. I don't think they know what they mean, but you're wrong. And maybe we should start saying, yeah, but you can win on a socialist agenda. Listen to what the people want, provide them with that service. What's the big deal? You don't want government in your lives. Well, why do I feel like government's always in my fucking life? If you're protecting me from that, you're sheltering me from that. You're not. It sucks. But we can do this again. What happened with Zoran, we can do it again. I'm sorry if I freaked out a little bit there at the beginning. It was all just satire. It's just an act. This is not my first time jumping up here. Hopefully you know where I stand on this stuff. I've heard some people say, hey, he's too conservative for me. I don't really know what you mean by that, but I'm not. Okay. Check this out. This week was, still is, I think it goes through Saturday, American Library Association's conference and exhibit. All you folks out there, with and without kids, the library is one of the best places in your town. And if you don't have one, that's a crying shame. There are people out there who are making it their mission to provide libraries in prisons. We will have somebody on my regular show at youtube.com/theletterhack this Monday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. Casper Sender from ABO Comics out of California will be on the show talking about zines made exclusively by queer inmates. These are pro-abolitionist comics. How cool, right? That's 9 o'clock. Then Boston Brian on the show again at 9:30. Right after that, Boston Brian become kind of a regular. But I could go in a couple of different directions right now. And this is why I love talking about politics, art, and comics. That you might hear that there's a show about that and be like, "Man, I don't read comics." You would, though, if you had the right person recommending them to you. And when I put together a show and I have those 3 points, those 3 themes, I realize I can go in a million different directions. So I kind of want to go in the protest direction first. Check this out. Something I'm passionate about is the U.S. mail and preserving the U.S. Postal Service. So let me show you this. There's an artist activist collective called Just Seeds. One of the artists involved in that is Donovan Bison, and they are constantly putting out templates for you to utilize. These are free. Check this out. Square this up. There we go. All right. So I'll show you the actual template in a moment, but a better picture of it. But let me just read here. Personal protest postage. When Diane Hale sends up the bat signal, stamp signal, you know I'm going to answer the call. Here's a free download of the full protest of your own to fill out how you wish, with some of my personal additions at the bottom. All you need is a printer, a piece of paper, and something to make your signs with. You don't even need a color printer, really. Color it in yourself. Use markers, glitter, cutouts, whatever. This is arts and craft, people. This is art therapy, okay? You don't have to be an artist to do this and have fun. And art heals. It's meditative, gives you a chance to focus. It's creativity. All these things happening at once is a very healing thing for whatever you're going through. Mild headache, stressful day at work, whatever. It's just like making a protest sign, but on a private postal scale. There's a lot out there that we all care about. There's a lot of ways to make your voice heard. This is but one. Please join us. When you fill out your sign, scan, post, and tag this name here on Instagram or mail them to Diane Hale, 7 Lawyers Road, Staunton, VA, 24401 USA. Selvage supporters, your packets this month will have a blank perforated trim. So this is from Donovan's Substack. Now look, we've all been carrying around protest signs lately, right? So what if your next protest sign was on your mail, is what I'm saying. Let me show you the larger, where do I go for this? Here we go. It's 8.5 inch by 11 inch piece of paper. Different templates. When you print these and cut them out, they are the perfect little, they're not actual postage, right? But it's small enough that you can put this on your mail. And you could put whatever, Black Lives Matters, stamp out hate. I don't know how to explain to you that you should care about other people, whatever it is. Free Gaza. You can put your message on, you can put your protest sign on your mail. So I love this. I thought this was super cool. And then at the bottom of that post was a link to make sure that people knew about Project Maelstrom. Have you heard of this? Has anyone heard of Project Maelstrom? I hadn't. And that's wild because I have been on this topic and I have been looking at any artist I can find who is supporting the U.S. Postal Service in some way through postcard campaigns, stamps, whatever it is. And I didn't know about this. This post here is from April, which is shocking. There's always more to know, I guess. So let's check it out. Project Maelstrom, a peaceful protest. I mean, as long as you guys are protesting, let's go. Can't leave your house to protest? No need. A peaceful protest, a postal uprising. We're flooding the system one envelope at a time. The goal? Chaos. As this administration creates chaos for the people are going to create chaos right back. If their goal is to wreak havoc for us, then we're going to do the same in return for them. The plan? Snail mail. Now, I personally prefer universal basic service. That's delivering the mail 7 days a week, anywhere and everywhere. Stand by. Okay. So we'll forgive him for using the term. Emails get deleted, voicemails get ignored, tweets get buried, but physical mail, it stacks, it lingers, it clogs the system. Every letter has to be scanned, sorted, and logged. The system isn't ready for us. White House Daily Mail, 5,000. Okay? Add 10,000 more, disruption. Add 100,000 more, pressure. Add 1 million a day, chaos in envelopes. It's a storm they're not prepared for. There is power in paper, and it's been used before. Civil rights organizers flooded Congress with mail. ACT UP used mail to pressure the FDA. 2020 elections proved the USPS is sacred. This isn't new. It's just time to do it again, but bigger. Simply mail 1 letter per week. I love this part. Every week. As a guide, I've broken it down by generations, though mail any day you choose or mail every day. But it could be Gen Z is on Monday, Millennials Tuesday, Gen X on Wednesday, Boomers Thursday, Silent Generation on Friday. It's about sustained pressure, not perfection. What to write. No perfect words required. Look, you don't even have to write anything. This is hilarious. You could just say, you're failing, enforce the 14th Amendment, we're watching, do your job, right? It's not about the message. It's about the mass. Can't write a full letter? Mail junk. Literally. Add a sticky note. You're doing garbage work, so here's some garbage. This is protest with postage. Envelopes, postcards. Look, envelopes get open, feel more serious, take up more space, create more processing friction. Your envelope is your protest. Want to be extra spicy? Make it impossible to ignore. Use wax seals, odd size or colorful envelopes, bold handwriting, adding glitter to the envelope. Do not discard written in red, right? Annoy them with beauty and creativity. But will it work? 5,000 a day, normal. 25,000 a day, disruptive. 100,000 a day, system strain. 1 million a day, full breakdown. It's not just protest. It's tactical delay. One that drains resources and takes up physical space they cannot ignore. Some tips for your return address. You don't have to put a return address. You can leave it blank. You could just put your city, but you should avoid clever return addresses. Some mail rooms may screen for language that signals protest, so keep it clean so that it gets through. And remember to protect and support postal workers. They'll carry the weight of this, so let's honor them. Drop off water or snacks. Leave a thank you note. Thank you for delivering democracy. Who we're mailing? The White House, Congress, your House rep, and 2 senators. Supreme Court, Department of Government Efficiency, otherwise known as DOGE, Department of Homeland Security. Screenshot this list. Here's all those addresses. This is where you'll be sending it to. I'll give you a second to do that. I think this is this is very creative. It's very smart. Sustained pressure equals strategic impact. We're not yelling and we're not disappearing. We're mailing every week, every generation. We don't stop until they stop destroying democracy. We are the storm. No petition, no protest permit, no paper, passion, or just paper, passion, postage. This is how we fight without shouting. This is how we slow down the machine. There's multiple strategies happening here, and I love this. They say, become a mail stormtrooper, flood the system with accountability, and let Project Mailstorm stand for something they never saw coming. Let's mail like history depends on it, because it does. So screenshot the post, make a note. Pretty cool, though, huh? I love this. I think that's really neat. Project Mailstorm. Sounds kind of cool. Okay. How's everybody doing? What's going on here? Having a good time? Yeah, I really do like looking at the chat and seeing a whole bunch of new people. Good to see everybody hanging out. Okay, let's see here. Let's get into the meat of it, folks. Let's talk about the most book. Let's talk about the most banned book in America. It is called Genderqueer. It is by Maya Kobe. And now there's merchandise. I'll explain. This book came out in 2019, and it is the most banned book in the United States since then. Oni Press declares, fight censorship, read comics, with exclusive genderqueer merchandise from creator Maya Kobe, benefiting the Comic Book Legal Defense Fund and the Florida Freedom to Read Project. The creator and publisher behind one of America's most banned books promote free speech with new pre-order initiative available exclusively at onipress.com. We will get into this. I'll give you some more details. I'll show you exactly how and when you can order this stuff and what you can order. Just quickly, I thought we would hear from Maya Kobe themselves. They do not do interviews, and you could probably guess why. I mean, they have like the most banned book in America, but they did this one a couple years ago, and I just want to show you because this is the best way to learn about who this author is.
Hello, my name is Maya Kobe. I'm the author of Genderqueer, a memoir, one of the most banned books in America. I wrote this book because I was wanting to come out as non-binary to my friends and family and community, and I was having a really hard time explaining what gender means to me in conversation, and in particular to my parents. And in many ways, I wrote this book as a letter to my parents and my extended family, hoping that they would finally understand what I was trying to say and really know me on a deeper level. There were a couple of books that inspired me, Fun Home by Alison Bechdel being one of them, but I also wrote this book because I couldn't find a book like this to give to my family. I spent my teen years searching for queer stories. What I found was crumbs, side characters, tiny little side plots, one-off episodes in TV shows. But I think if I'd been able to find a book like Genderqueer as a teenager, it would have meant the world to me. It would have become my favorite book. I would have been obsessed with it. I would have made everyone read it. I would have probably read a copy of it until it fell to pieces. I was just so desperate to figure out who I was and to find answers to the questions that I had, and I really couldn't find them until I was much older. I have come to have many identities throughout my life. I identify as queer and bi and non-binary and as being on the ace and era spectrum. And this book is partly about trying to figure out where does sort of my gender identity intersect with my sexuality. And it's a tricky question. They're very interwoven. It is a memoir. It's about my life. I'm the only one who has lived it. No one has had the same sort of set of circumstances that I have. But one thing I think is actually unique is that it's a story of queerness and coming out in a very accepting and loving family and a very accepting and loving part of the country. And I actually faced very little external pressures in my life, and all of my sort of conflict was very internal. And a lot of queer stories have dealt with a lot more external struggle than mine, and I think those stories are really important. But I think we need all kinds of stories. So we also need the ones where someone is able to grow and come out very gently in a very safe environment. There are so many kinds of people in this world, and everyone needs a different kind of story. And stories can serve multiple purposes. They can be mirrors in which you see yourself. They can be windows in which you can see a view into another person's lived experience. And even if a book does not seem useful or valuable to one reader, it might be deeply valuable to another. And that's why we need lots of types of books and lots of types of stories. And I don't think my book is for everyone, but I think for the people who need it, it could be a lifeline. I am very against censorship, and I think all books need to stay on the shelves because readers need all kinds of stories. There was almost no negative reaction to the book for the first 2.5 years that it was out. The negative responses didn't really come until the run-up to the 2021 fall midterm election. I was not shocked because I'm definitely aware that queer and trans and non-binary stories often get challenged, but the timing of it surprised me until I realized that multiple politicians were making it a real talking point. I think it's been surprising to me how long book challenges and book bans have stayed present as like a conversation in the media. I'm used to things going viral and sort of fading out of attention more quickly, but we're now heading into like the second full year of genderqueer being one of the most challenged books. The first thing I would say is please read it before you judge it. I started questioning gender and sexuality basically when I hit puberty, when I was like 11, 12, 13 years old. And I was asking these questions by the time I was in high school, and I was searching for this type of information. If I'd had a book to read like this, specifically when I was like a freshman in high school, it would have saved me years of questioning and confusion about my identity. I have had so many beautiful, like heartwarming responses, the kind of responses that an author like lives on. I've had people tell me the book helped them understand themselves better, the book gave them language that they'd never had before to explain their identity. I've had younger people tell me that they gave it to their parents and now their parents like use their pronouns. It has opened conversations they never had before.
How does that feel?
It's wonderful. That's exactly what you want when you write a book like this. I am excited to be working on my second book. It's fictional, but it explores a lot of the same themes of genderqueer, of sexuality, identity, trying to find yourself, but more in the junior high range. And I'm very excited to be working on it with a co-author, Lucky Srikumar, and it is due out from Scholastic Graphics in 2025.
Did you hear anything alarming there? Did you hear anything in that interview that was scary, horrific? Did you see anything in that person that would make you run and hide or think that they need to be censored? My sense is that people see the word queer in the title and they ban the book. I think that could be it in a lot of cases. Otherwise, why would it be the most banned? Because if you actually read it, there's nothing scary in there, unless you're just, outright, homophobic, bigoted, all that good stuff. So what I would like to do is get back into this slideshow here, talk about this a little bit more. In advance of this summer's American Library Association, that's going on this week in Philadelphia, folks. It was this press brief came out last week. They were just trying to get ahead of it for the ALA conference, but also like there's nothing to worry about because what they're advertising here, you can't even like begin ordering until August, but I'll get to that. In advance of this summer's American Library Association conference in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Oni Press is proud to unveil its next pre-order exclusive merch collection celebrating the best-selling graphic novel genderqueer and the work of cartoonist Maya Kobabe as part of the publisher's ongoing Fight Censorship Read Comics initiative. With a portion of all proceeds benefiting the Comic Book Legal Defense Fund and the Florida Freedom to Read Project, Oni's new collection of more than 15 items features multiple all-new, never-before-seen pieces, including a brand-new genderqueer t-shirt designed by Kobabe, available in 3 distinct colorways, curated by the artist, available in sizes extra small through XXL, each hand silk-screened in the United States on super soft comfort color shirts. These are made in the USA. The Fight Censorship Read Comics pre-order exclusive merch collection also features genderqueer patches, enamel pins, and keychains alongside limited edition signed and numbered editions of the genderqueer deluxe edition hardcover bearing signatures by Kobabe and high quality 18 by 24 prints featuring the artist's powerful Fight Censorship Read Comics artwork, available in both signed and unsigned editions. Essentially, once you start banning their books, they ramped it up and created an initiative around it. Here's some of those t-shirts and other merchandise items. Oni will also be making select advance editions for some items available for early sale at the San Diego Comic-Con in July if you're going to that. San Diego International Comic-Con. Available exclusively at onipress.com. Ardent fans and new readers can place pre-orders beginning today through Friday, August 20th. Okay, with fulfillment to begin in September. So you can begin ordering these now at onipress.com. The freedom to read, the freedom to access information, and the freedom to learn are some of the most vital rights in this country, said Maya. Removing books from schools and public libraries cuts off people's access to knowledge about their wider world and about their own lives within it. This is especially true when the books being removed are about minority identities or topics less commonly portrayed in popular culture. A book that might seem pointless to one reader might be life-saving to another. Removing a book because its themes offend one reader is censorship and must be combated at every turn. So please stand up for the freedom to read and the freedom to write. Let's hear from a representative at Oni themselves. For nearly a century, comics as an art form have played a critical role in championing the all-American ideals of free speech, equality, and anti-authoritarianism. That said by Oni Press president and publisher Hunter Goranson. Although Maya's work is one of the first and prominent examples of impactful and important work to be singled out by pro-censorship forces, we can guarantee that it will not be the last. It is the responsibility of creative institutions like Oni Press and our fellow publishers to protect the free expression of cartoonists and our medium as a whole. And we are proud to support the Comic Book Legal Defense Fund and Florida Freedom to Read project with our ongoing Fight Censorship, Read Comics initiative. Since its original publication in 2019, Maya Kobe's Genderqueer, the cartoonist, earnest, heartfelt, and intensely cathartic graphic memoir chronicling their personal journey of self-identity, has been widely heralded as one of the most important and influential graphic novels of the 21st century, earning near universal critical acclaim as a seminal work of LGBTQIA+ nonfiction and American Library Association Alex and Stonewall Book Awards in the process. Simultaneously, Kobe's memoir has also been caught in the conflagration of unprecedented legal challenges to graphic novels and other forms of comic art across more than a dozen states. Kobe's work has repeatedly been placed at the epicenter of many of these challenges at the state and local level, and was previously the subject of a Virginia obscenity law, which was successfully defended by the Comic Book Legal Defense Fund and ruled to be unconstitutional in 2022. Since that time, the Los Angeles Times has dubbed Genderqueer the most banned book in American schools, and in 2025, it was named by the American Library Association as the #2 most challenged title in library systems nationwide. Kobe Benoni Press are proud to reciprocate the CBLDF and FFTRP's support at this critical time in the history of free speech for the comics medium. Later this month, Kobe will be appearing as a special guest of Oni Press at the annual American Library Association conference in Philadelphia, PA from June 26th to the 30th, that's happening now, alongside half a dozen fellow writers and illustrators from Oni's stable of award-winning creators. Just take a look at some of the artwork in this book. You would have to be so insecure and so scared of every single thing that is different from what you perceive to be normal to have to ban this. There's nothing wrong with this book. It's not even a title that challenges it does challenge the status quo in a way that it shouldn't. It's harmless. It's not meant to be provocative. It's meant to be honest. But the ALA conference and exhibit is still going on. And I wanted to show you. Check this out. I know it's like every other day somebody's like, I don't like that guy's politics. I get it. But George Takei will be on hand. He has his own new graphic memoir out. I mean, look, the best, most unconventional yet accessible form of storytelling is comics. It just is. And it's not just because there's pictures and like that makes it easier, right? Because, pictures make it easy. It's the juxtaposition of words and images, okay? Two seemingly separate elements coming together to work in harmony to convey a single concept or idea. That's what we're doing with comics. That's why they're so fun to make and read. He is the featured speaker this Saturday, June 28th, 10:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. His book is called George Takei. It rhymes with Takei. Okay. He's a civil rights activist, social media superstar, Grammy-nominated recording artist, New York Times bestseller, and pioneering actor whose career spans 6 decades. Look, most notably Star Trek, right? Come on. So, anyway, that's this weekend. I think it would be cool to hear him talk. He's appeared in more than 40 feature films and hundreds of television roles, most famously as Sulu in Star Trek, and he has used his success as a platform to fight for social justice, LGBTQ plus rights, and marriage equality. His advocacy is personal. During World War II, Takei spent his childhood unjustly imprisoned in United States incarceration camps, along with 125,000 other Japanese Americans. Takei is the author of 5 books, including his autobiography, To the Stars. His Eisner Award and New York Times best-selling graphic memoir, They Call Us Enemy, was released in July 2019. So he's done it before. He's at it again with the comics. His picture book for children, My Lost Freedom, a Japanese-American World War II story, also became a New York Times bestseller upon its release in April 2024. Following the award-winning bestseller, They Call Us Enemy, George Takei's new full-color graphic novel, memoir, reveals his most personal story of all, told in full for the first time anywhere. Now, George Takei's new full-color graphic memoir, It Rhymes with Takei, reveals his most personal story of all, told in full for the first time anywhere. George Takei has shown the world many faces: actor, author, outspoken activist, helmsman of the Starship Enterprise, living witness to the internment of Japanese Americans, and king of social media. Okay. That's not a thing I'd put on my resume, but whatever. Let him have it. But until October 27, 2005, there was always one piece missing, one face he did not show the world. There was one very intimate fact about George that he never shared, and it rhymes with Takei. Now, for the first time ever, George shares the full story of his life in the closet, his decision to come out as gay at the age of 68, and the way the moment transformed everything. Following the phenomenal success of his first graphic memoir, They Called Us Enemy, George Takei reunites with the team of Harmony Becker, Stephen Scott, and Justin Eisinger for a jaw-dropping New Testament. From his earliest childhood crushes and youthful experiments in the rigidly conformist 1950s, to the global fame as an actor and the terrible fear of exposure, to the watershed moment of speaking his truth and becoming one of the most high-profile gay men on the planet, It Rhymes with Takai offers a sweeping portrait of one iconic American navigating the tides of LGBTQ plus history. Combining historical context with intimate subjectivity, It Rhymes with Takai shows how the personal and the political have always been intertwined. Its richly emotional words and images depict the terror of entrapment, even in gay community spaces, the anguish of speaking up for so many issues while remaining silent on his most personal issue, the grief of losing his friends to AIDS, the joy of finding true love with Brad Altman, and the determination to declare that love openly and legally before the whole world. Looking back on his astonishing life on both sides of the closet door, George Takai presents a charismatic and candid account of how far America has come and how precious that progress is. Oh, I guess, there's another book you can ban. This is what's people are telling their own personal stories. Their stories of love, their stories of finding your place in the world, their stories of a personal journey from within outward. It is a matter of telling yourself who you are as much as telling the world. And I hate it when people see this as, oh, come on, do you have to be so public about it? Fucking yes, they do. For themselves, for their own sake. That's just how it works. And, he said it all right there. His personal life is his political life. It just is. It shows how personal and the political have always been intertwined. So, I want to sit up here and tell you about queer gender. I want to tell you about a comic book just for it being a comic book. I want to tell you that it's about somebody's personal experience, the author. I just want to tell you that. I don't want to have to tell you why it's political. I don't want to have to justify it for a show that's about politics, art, and comics. But it's unavoidable. And so I'm as happy to do it as I am begrudgingly doing it. I don't want to have to do it in that context. I just wish we could talk about stories that are being told. I wish we could talk about the art being made without it always having to be, and this is why it's important, because why? Because people are against it for no good reason? It sickens me, but I'm glad to do it. And so I'll use every and any platform I have to do so, no matter how big or small. But it should not be lost on anyone how difficult it is for people who love to talk. Look, it's like a nerd thing where I ask comic book people this. I go, why is it that we need to make everyone understand how great comics are? Why do we keep doing this? Why are we such big geeks? But it's really difficult to not just be able to talk about it. To have to make the case that it shouldn't be banned, right? I wish I could just talk about it for fun's sake, for having a good time. Okay, that's what I got for you tonight, folks. Thanks for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, the Trevor Project does excellent work. True. I'm always thinking that if my next fundraiser venture, it's been a while, but the next one I do would probably benefit the Trevor Project. Okay, great. Well, you know what? The next show is called Left Past 10. That's how we're going to round out the day here. And my co-hosts are some anxious fuckers. I swear to God. They are just always like hovering. Like I feel like they're always around. And like even being argumentative about it right now, trust me. So I think we did this last week where it was left before 10. I don't give a shit. It's all blur. It's a blur. Why the hell not? Okay, folks, thanks for watching Hey Funny Book. I'm the Letterhack, your host, Matt Strackbein. You're watching This Space. And coming up now, Left Past 10. And I really do mean that whole thing about like, just like, I feel like you guys are always there, like always, like not lurking, but like shadow scenario. You know what I mean by that?
With the term noise pollution, because that is what's happening here.
Oh, my bad. My fault. You're right. We shouldn't talk.
You made the song.
Yeah. Let's not talk during this part. Let's not talk.
Yeah, you're right.
Very lovely. Great song.
It is a good song. It is. I love how frantic it feels. I would hate to talk over it.
Yeah.
Not
so let's not.
Very bad.
Yeah.
Jake's mic is working. This is awesome.
We're almost back to full strength. 75%.
What is this? What is this horseshit garbage you got? This whole
Good
thing.
point. You're right. Let me fix that.
Oh man.
Oh, he's like sitting in front of a billboard. We should broadcast from a billboard.
Yeah. I was thinking it would be fun to make the digital set here look like a Time magazine cover vaguely. And the reason why is because I can't be bothered to make a thumbnail. So I want whatever random thing it selects to look vaguely like I tried.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
That's my reasoning. It's not going to work, but that's what I'm trying to do.
It's a valiant effort.
I think you could do that. I don't know if I call it valiant.
I would definitely.
Yeah. No.
I don't know. Is it saving lives? Is it like, overcoming great obstacles?
You never know who out there is struggling in life, and how something as simple as Jake being a fucking idiot on a live stream could save them from the edge.
You've changed my heart and mind on that one.
Look, from an engineer's point of view, if you build a bridge that saves 8 minutes off a trip and thousands of people use it a year, you're saving thousands of years worth of human effort. If I pioneer a thumbnail making thing, it's conceivable, says the son of a lawyer, that I'm all total, technically, saving a lifetime's worth of time.
I agree.
There was a moment last night
to justify laziness.
There was a moment last night where you were about to start talking, and I was like, I haven't heard him on the mic for a week. I don't know what's going to happen here, but it was fine.
Yeah, we were both wondering.
Okay, I was wondering if you were wondering. Yeah, that's great. That's awesome.
Are we going to show that painting? Because I think that was the biggest thing to come out of the previous program.
Hold on, I gotta check this out.
Excellent. That I am so tickled by that. I'm going to show my mama. It occurs to me I have it. I look like
an interesting
look
collage here. What is?
Well, this looks like
What's at
a
the bottom?
series. This looks like halfway through a news report about my cult and how we all died. I look like I'm about to be like talking into a microphone in Uganda, being all like, "They will never capture you. They will never break your spirit, because you'll be dead from the flavor rate."
It's really good.
I am so shocked. This doesn't seem real to me. The fact that somebody sat down and decided to paint that has tickled me so much. Love it. Thank
You know it's
yeah.
You know what's
I think
funny?
that was Nika, wasn't it?
Yeah, this was
I should know. I think it was Nika.
Yeah, here.
My favorite detail is the button at the bottom. That was a little
It's accurate. Well, yeah, the vest. My looming gut peeks out from under it at any given moment.
Yeah, I didn't take it that way.
I mean, there's documented evidence.
That is funny.
It's good stuff.
I'm trying to find. This is why I hate Instagram. Is you can't just like see it all at once. You have to scroll forever.
Yeah, man, I hate that.
It's not an archive.
Yeah, dude, I hate that, man. It sucks.
I'm the same way. I want, when I have a social media platform, I essentially just want it to be like a shelf for me. That's all.
Right.
Where entertainment is kept. Yeah.
Because I'm going to bring this up. And you're going to be like, why are you showing that? Because
it's like a talent show.
So far gone now.
One act at a time. Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Jesus Christ, that took long enough.
I don't even know.
Am I going to go off screen? Yeah, I had to temporarily make that my my background.
There you go. Now what is
You said make it more like a Time magazine, right?
Yeah, we're on the same page, baby.
Yes,
I like the bottom right part. That's my favorite.
There are other stories inside that don't really.
It's probably true.
This year's only must.
What is that on the fork or spoon? What is
ice cream?
Ice cream.
I'm in the
That looks like
cafeteria.
steak.
I'm in the
Looks like steak on
cafeteria
a
at the Met in Manhattan.
Very fancy.
I was eating ice cream.
That is the fanciest place to eat ice cream.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's true. I think
well,
I think in the middle of the desert would be a pretty fancy place to eat ice cream.
You know what? Yes. Logistically speaking, that's a flex.
I've been to the desert.
Wow.
Fair.
Tell us more.
It felt good to be out of the rain. So,
is that a joke?
It's a song. You don't.
Oh.
Been to the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good.
Well, you delivered it like it was like a fucking joke. The delivery was joking.
Yeah, I don't know. Like people are just like sending me jokes now, and everything's a joke. And I don't know if I want to keep doing jokes all the time.
See,
I was actually
speaking of jokes. Left Past 10 officially begins now.
Ding ding. But I was actually at one point. I had two career paths that, you know, when they're like, what do you want to do? Of course, I was doing art, but I didn't want to do that for a living. I either wanted to be a stand-up comic, which I just didn't have the energy for.
Yeah.
Or like a history teacher, but I just couldn't see any future in it.
That was pretty good.
So.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, because it's all about the past. So.
I mean, I personally disagree. I think history is omnitemporal.
I wish I had a sound effect queued up of a car engine starting in the distance.
Is he coming back? I think I just heard a car start up.
One day I've got to secretly be doing the stream from quite near one of your houses. So I could, when Matt does, anybody but Matt's house. So when Matt does one of these, I can walk in the background and be like, we got to talk about Matt. It's too much. My trust was violated.
Man, the lightning outside is wild right now.
Ooh.
It is
really?
Inside the heat dome?
It is really storming here. I think the heat dome cracked.
Good. I hope there's no damage, but good that you're going to get some sweet, sweet relief. My word.
I mean, I like the heat. I understand.
You like the humidity too? Is that?
So here's the thing. I like it all. I don't mind the heat and humidity. I hate, like, Colorado was a very dry cold. And so it was like,
You're overcorrecting.
And it was so sunny that cold was sort of like not really cold, you know? It was annoying. It would snow and then melt, and then it was dry but wet. And it was So just being in heat and humidity,
but wet.
Yeah, like everything dries up right away because it's so dry, but you have melted snow running in the gutters, like down the street, you know? Like all the trees, it's like raining under the trees because the snow is melting so quickly.
The water sits on the surface and doesn't get absorbed. I know that's like, it feels like the earth is poor when that's happening. It's weird.
But I have inner ear problems, or had inner ear problems when I was a little kid. And so the humidity does mess with me. I'll wake up. So this happened. Remember the one left past 10 where I was like, guys, I'm sick. I can't do it. I don't know what happened. Something just came over me. I went to the doctor. They said you had an ear infection, which I get a lot, but not severe. This was severe, and it traveled to my throat. It got infected down in my throat as well, and then I was just effed. It happened again. I woke up yesterday, felt like somebody had just been like with a squirt gun in my ear all night. When I woke up in the morning, I was like, oh my God, like this is rough in my throat.
A squirt gun, so your ear is wet?
Yeah. So wild because it gets the
bacteria.
Wrong glasses. The water gets trapped and your ear swells. And then it's just sort of like this constant problem. And it's going both ways, out and down.
And it is worse if you wear headphones for a living.
It doesn't help. But then like yesterday I was like, shit, I'm gonna do this election coverage. There's no way I'm missing that. So I'm like popping elderberry gummies.
What is elderberry? What is that?
I think it's just like a really good source of vitamin C. It's a very healthy kind of berry that they make into gummies with zinc, stuff like that.
You
and
gotta get zinc.
And anyway, so I was just like drinking emergency all day, and I was trying to like ignore it, but also address it, you know, and I thought everything went well last night. And then when I went to bed, as soon as I got to bed, I had the chills, and I was like, shit. I think because I was just sitting here doing this.
Would you say you were chilling?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Hardcore chill.
You just did this whole show today, though. How are you feeling?
Well, I went to the doctor this morning.
Yeah, but
steroid, antibiotics. Feel great.
Fair enough.
And I said, look, I was just in here for this in January. I don't want to keep coming back for this. Just reacting. What do I do to prevent it? And they gave me all kinds of things I could do to prevent it. And I was like, all right, great. But
like what? What are some examples?
They said that you could. They said it doesn't seem to be like a nasal thing, but you could use Flonase because that does affect your throat, and that is like a it's sort of a steroid anyway, but not like prednisone or whatever it is. Prednisone, whatever the steroid is you get from the pharmacy. Because I don't, and then just like antihistamine, decongestant. But like, I don't like the steroid thing. Here's the first time I ever did it was in January. They give you 5, 1 a day for 5 days. This is every management role I ever had. I should have been taking this stuff because I would have just showed up A game, ready, alert, functional. And it doesn't feel fake. Like, oh, I feel like I could do anything like that. It's not like a false sense of, ability or capability, but I was like, oh my God, this is what every single CEO is doing. They take one of these a day. I know it. I know they are. Because
you feel like a CEO right now? You feel like Jeff Bezos?
No, but you just feel like I got so much accomplished today where I probably would have just been in bed the rest of the time. But I
got a lot accomplished today too. I did a show earlier. I recorded a pre-tape.
Yeah.
I guess I'll announce it now, but I'm starting a second new show for this space. I don't know when it's popping on yet, but it's going to be a pre-recorded interview show. So I'm recording up some eps. Might start either next week or the week after. But
maybe we can start doing premiere videos, like on
perhaps
the days where we're not programming yet, like a Monday or Friday, and then build
like
around that.
You never know.
This might be too boring for the audience, but genuinely, what do you think of? You know what? No, this is too boring for the audience. Never mind. I'll ask you after the show.
You can't do that?
It can't possibly live up to the suspense. It's just boring.
You've already fucked yourself. The die has been cast. You just have to go for it.
The problem is I forget we have a show together. And I don't, like, literally my wires cross and this is just a video chat. And then I'll look over and be like, oh, the whole gang's here. Now, I was going to say, what do you think about playing syndicated content on a loop overnight? But I don't even know if I like that idea.
We've talked about that. It's come up a lot. Yeah.
It's a great idea. Personally, I think it's a fantastic idea.
We talked about ending the stream and just uploading it as a video and give us 20 minutes to download it and upload it.
It might take 30 minutes.
Take a little longer, but still. Yeah. I mean, not a terrible idea. It sounds like I'm going to say more things, but I'm not. How is it I do this professionally?
What can do, everybody?
What can do?
Oh, live streaming isn't a goal. It's a process.
Yeah.
Speaking of process, I'm still processing the fact that our wonderful fourth member of the show is not able to be here at this moment.
Oh, God.
I'm still processing.
Yeah, so this makes me mad on a regular basis.
Yeah, we got to mention it. I got to get it out of the way, so I got to bring it up early.
Every time I look at the schedule for the week, and every time I'm entertaining bringing on a new show, I keep thinking, no, we had that one slot open. I don't want to fill that slot. But I feel like if we fill that slot, the next day, Sandee's going to say, hey, I'm back up. And so maybe we should do that.
Anywhere?
Oh, you know what? Each of the three of us should try to do her show and just do a bad version of it so that people understand the value of Sandee Shellis.
We can just actually we can just get her material, have her send us a video or a script, and we'll have Jake just read it, and then that's the show.
Literally the opposite of my career goals, but yes.
Yeah, you can just be a newsreader, but for someone who's competent.
Well, yeah, that would be a lovely change.
Well, I was thinking about all her other co-hosts. She had a full-time co-host. She had all kinds of guests on there. Why can't they just take the reins and do environmental tea shop, environmental barbershop?
Oh, because they're not saying
environmental coffee house.
for the same reason, if we did it, it would be an art project. Like she's that show requires her to be. I think she translates for the audience. She's the reason it's a show as opposed to a pamphlet. You know that. But what do I know? Nothing.
That's a good point.
I was considering hiring her to be my voice actor. Like you guys know how we Mr. Ed me a lot. We spread peanut butter on my lips so it looks like I'm talking and have somebody.
What?
What the
Yes.
fuck are
Oh,
you talking
yes.
about?
Now I know what you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah.
Before you said peanut butter, I was like, I'm not sure I know the metaphor. Oh, peanut butter. Yes, I get you.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a show about a horse. Andrea's not 1,000. There was a show about a horse back in the day.
And
it
his
was called
owner,
Mr.
Wilbur.
Ed.
Hello,
Yeah,
Wilbur.
yeah. And they would spread to get the horse actor to talk. They would spread peanut butter on its lips and then start filming, and it would be like going for the whole thing. Well, you know, because it's what I do. You didn't know why we called it Mr. Edding, but
As kids, there was a rumor going around how they did that a different way, and I was like, I remember this kid told us the theory, and I was like,
What's the
there
theory?
must be another way.
Yeah, what's the theory? Tell the rest
That
of the
they would
class.
use a carrot.
And you are very proud of yourself. Just
No, I'm
There's
serious.
shades
That's
of
what
Norm
they said.
Macdonald
Like
here.
they would use a carrot.
Oh
and-
God! Why would the reaction be?
Huh?
But also, yeah, I mean, and also
Yeah,
like as
I don't- what?
even as like a little kid, I was like, why be so intrusive? Just get him to eat straw or some shit. I don't know. There's got to be a million ways other than shoving a carrot up the horse's ass that would allow him to look like he was talking.
Is that what you said? Is that what that meant?
That's
is that what
this was
meant?
the yeah. The
This is
carrot.
ass. This is that what this is? I thought
No.
that I don't even know what this is. I thought
like
you were
a-
just doing something.
Yeah, it's either a lightsaber or a carrot.
What the fuck? I don't think that's an American or international sign language. This means carrot in the ass. I don't think
I
that's what it
immediately
means.
knew.
Well, that's I
Not that
think
hard to figure
I
out,
think
though.
That I don't think that's surprising, but
Well,
I
to be
think
fair,
what is surprising is
garden
that I mean this whole thing is surprising.
That's how we came up with the peanut butter for Jake. We were like, how should we do it? And he's like, peanut butter, trust me.
First, you wrestled the carrot out of my hand, and then gave me the.
There's a lot of failed concepts out there.
There's quite a bit.
Took a couple of tries.
I think peanut butter is where they landed with the horse.
You realize that this show out of context is just madness.
This show is out of context.
This
Wait, what
show
is the
in
context?
context is even worse.
What is the context, I ask you. I mean, I'm on steroids.
Yeah.
I'm not really that sort of
I mean, technically, in a technical sense,
not in the professional wrestling manner.
Well, in an amateur wrestling sort of situation.
Just trying to like prevent an ear infection. It's pretty. What do you have the steroids for, son? My ear hurts. Oh, okay. I want to be a wrestler.
I would love that idea. Like that you start with the steroids, not a single class. No, you're just starting like, well, obviously I'm gonna need steroids. Yeah,
You know what's funny? This I actually had a chance to do this in real life. They were like, "Do you want to hop on the scale?" And I was like, "Okay." And I gained 7 pounds, and they were like,
all
"Oh,
hair?"
They said hot air. No, they were
No, I
like
said
you.
hair.
And I said hot air.
Oh, okay.
But no, that's my. It's mostly hot air, but the nurse was like, "Up 7 pounds. What do you think?" And I said, "This is gonna sound made up, but I bought a new set of weights in March, and I've been pumping iron at home. That's muscle. And
She was sound made up.
She fucking stepped back and looked at me. Stepped back and when she did one of these, she was like, "Yeah, you don't look like you gained 7 pounds." And I was like, "Okay, thanks."
I mean, 7 is not that much. Let's be honest. I don't even
since
notice
March. I don't know.
anything. To me, 15 is the limit. I swing up and down 15 every couple weeks, honestly. So, who knows? Who can tell the difference?
I like that she goslinged Matt for this. That she stepped back and did the full.
Yeah, she's like, "You don't look overweight." But see, this is why the body mass index, is that what it is? Body mass? It's all bullshit.
It's all
like,
dumbassery.
If you're this tall or short, you should weigh this much. And I'm like, in what context? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I'm in the same shape I was, except I'm stronger. And all they're doing is going, "Oh, this number went up." And I'm like, you're not
everyone
asking
is dumb.
me. But like you just
Everyone's
asked, what am I allergic to? Nothing. What am I addicted to? Nothing. How's my heart? How's my breathing? It's all fine, right? Everything's fine. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs.
Well, I don't know. I've seen you smoke
I'm smoking.
something.
I'm smoking, but
I think I've seen you smoke something.
But it's not like smoking cigarettes. You know what I mean? It's
not like smoking that shit.
I can't be more. Okay, I do feel like, and this is like ever since I turned 45, I feel like I could be stranded on an island with nothing but coconut milk and little fish that die on the beach, and I eat them, and I would still look like I have a diet of birthday cake and beer. You know what I mean? Like I can't seem to combat the effects of aging in terms of dad bod. You know what I mean? It's not fair. But so I work out. So I exercise. Yeah. And like, even still, the doctor's like, this number is bad.
We have very different doctor's visits. Like just hearing you report what it was like for you today. For me, the conversations usually start with, well, you know what I'm going to say. And then I got to be like, yeah. No, I'm okay. Well, keep it up.
I just don't go to the doctor. It's a lot easier.
There you go. That's the smart way.
How do you get your steroids?
That's a whole different conversation. We'll talk about it off air.
From a guy that reeks of spray tan in the locker room of a shady gym where God intended.
You're right. With a mullet.
Somewhere in that approximation.
Blonde mullet. His name is Platinum.
His name.
He wears cowboy boots and bikini briefs.
They go together. That's right.
Oh, God.
He doesn't own a shirt without tassels. And he's always saying,
why would you?
"Oh, yeah." And stuff like that.
All right. Actually, I'm back on board. If Macho Man Randy Savage is giving me steroids, we're like, I'll take some. Yeah. All right. Come on, Randy.
Those guys. I watched the Nature Boy Ric Flair documentary. And the original wrestling training camp was he quit, and it involved like carrying bags of cement up flights of stairs and stuff like that in like a multi-floor building. And it was just the way he was describing it. It was more like torture. It wasn't.
Yeah.
Because of the endurance, and it wasn't like, okay, today we're doing the cement bags. It's like, holy shit, we're still doing the cement bags. This is crazy. But like, it was a wonder why they moved on to steroids.
Yeah, because Vince McMahon had no actual plan. Like, he didn't have any coherent plans for how he wanted to accomplish the crazy things he wanted to accomplish. like having the biggest wrestlers anywhere. It was all like, I have this unrealistic goal and we're going to get there. And the way we're going to get there is this thing I drew with crayon on the back of a mat when I was hammered. And then everybody tries and it fails spectacularly. And then inevitably, as you described, they do something like everybody takes steroids. But truthfully, I kind of love that element. It needs to stop. There needs to be a better, like, we have to improve that entertainment thing because it's human beings' lives. But I do love how crazy it is. Like there was a coked up mad guy in the 70s being like, carry these bags of cement up 5 flights of stairs for 9 hours or you're fired.
I mean, that probably would make you like really strong, though. Like when you think that does sound like good training to me.
Have you seen that?
Well, that's the thing. It will get you strong, but at an undue cost to your joints and your heart health. And like,
well,
like it's not an efficient way to get strong. You get strong by bench pressing Volkswagens, but that's not a good plan.
Well, it depends on how heavy the bags of cement were. You know, like you think about bag of cement and you think, oh, that's got to be heavy, but it could be like, you know, just a backpack half full of cement. You know, that's not too bad.
How does that translate to doing live stunts? I'm sorry, never mind. It's a tangent. What were you saying?
Well, that's a whole different setup.
That's the business they're in. That's the whole business. It's live starring.
No.
And acting.
You got to get strong first. It's order of operations.
Yeah, it's endurance. You're building certain muscles that so when you land hard, there's no impact.
There's absolutely no cartilage left in your knees whatsoever. It's pure bone to bone, the most secure way you can land.
Have you seen this movie?
No.
With Zac Efron?
No, I have not.
It's about
no, but I saw trailers.
Okay, so
That's
in this
weird.
movie, oh, it's kind of a spoiler, I guess.
Ooh, don't spoil it. Wait.
I'm not.
Just put your hands up when you're ready.
Let's just take this moment to gossip then, since Andrea is not going to listen. Tell
I'm not spoiling anything, but it
Okay.
shows the addictive nature of the competition. And even though it isn't completely unscripted, it is the lengths these people go to. It's their brothers, so they're trying to like impress their dad. They're trying to earn their dad's respect and all this. And it's a really weird kind of relationship. But on the other hand,
laugh at your description. I'm just looking at the chat. I can't.
why
All right,
they want me to
I will
spoil
look
it?
at the chat. I don't. I'm lost. I was with you.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. The fucking profile picture. I can't.
Oh, gee, I just saw what she's talking about.
What?
The person who gifted 5 Letterhack memberships.
Oh. Oh, whoa. What?
It's a very different.
For your channel,
What
Letterhack, so
the
please say thank you.
Biden's ass cancer. Oh my God. Hold on. This person's not even a mod.
The picture, you're right. The picture really is what does it. Oh, I'm not proud of
that picture. What is that picture? He's like looking at his ass like,
Oh, God.
It's too serious. Thank you for the memberships. It's very generous.
So
I hope
Iron
that clears up soon. Damn it. It's okay. What camp are you in? Is it okay to laugh at somebody's disease? Did we already talk about this?
Oh, the fact that the A and the C were not capitalized. That's my favorite part.
All right, yeah. So look, Iron Claw. It's about the family of wrestlers. It is intriguing how they focus on how competitive that performance scene was, even though it was technically scripted matches. Those scripts changed based on audience approval, frankly.
But they would
It's intriguing.
push themselves to be able to get hurt. They would push themselves to be able to be thrown out of the ring and that kind of stuff. And there's one, the editing in this one moment of the movie is so odd where you're like, wait, did I fucking miss something? Do I have to back this up and look again? What did I just miss? But like, there is a physical manifestation of the lengths they will go to.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, and it doesn't
That's
change
intriguing.
a thing. It doesn't hold them back. And I was like, okay, is this real? I think it was partially real.
Dude, I think I always knew. I think I always knew that wrestling was not like an actual sport competition, even though it's called a sport. But I'll tell you, after I saw or learned about how Mankind really got famous and straight up lost an ear, it changed the way I view it.
How did he get famous? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, he was an up-and-coming wrestler, and then he had a match with The Undertaker, I believe. And during it, they did some they did some stunt where he was thrown off of a very high thing, but his ear got caught in something and got basically just scraped off his head. And he finished the match.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, here, controversy.
I had to go get some water. I apologize.
I was on the wrong stream because Matt isn't promoting this space better. For shame, Matt.
Well, that's because
Shame.
Matt is a selfish capitalist right-wing pig who wants to stream on his own
And
account so
lazy.
he can farm. That's also true. Wants to farm super chats from poor and defenseless viewers like what pitchforks.
You'll notice I haven't asked for a single one, and I do read them anyway. And LeftPass 10 has been a part of the Letterhack YouTube lineup for years now.
Yeah, but you could just upload the video after the fact.
Be.
You know, you could just upload it.
Nobody's watching. I
Nobody
was.
Breaking news. Breaking news. Maxie, we got Max the dog. He's here. Everybody, he's wandered in. He's visiting for a rare moment.
Well, he just came into the room like
Max.
he's like, "Hey,
Hello,
Andrea,
Max.
what are you doing?"
Good boy. Yeah.
He's
That's
like,
what
"Hey, I
happened.
haven't seen you in 20 minutes."
Yeah. Pretty much.
Hey, Max, you good boy.
Look at this guy.
Look, Pitchfork Dragon's like, I was kidding, Matt. Yeah, I know.
That's what someone with a gun to their head would say.
When I said controversy, I wasn't like, "Ooh, we're gonna get clicks."
I mean, you kind of wish we did though.
I wish these were more fun.
I don't have any shades on this desk. No need.
They're just, well, look, occasionally people throw it at me. All I can do is catch it and make it look good. There does need to be this space swag. I do want to start. We should do a Redbubble or something.
Did you say that again?
We need tchotchkes, swag. This space swag. Because I want to have a little coffee cup. But that says this space.
Okay.
We could do that easily.
I did one
Yeah,
for
we're
that
gonna
wrestling.
start farming out our fucking logo onto these shitty fucking slavery-driven economic shitfuck websites.
Oh,
Is that
no.
what we're gonna start doing? We're gonna start. How about we get someone to handcraft the coffee mugs, and we make like 20 of them, and they're a limited commodity. Hey, is there any artist in the audience that can make coffee mugs? You know, yourself at home.
Surprisingly practical.
Yeah.
Well, I don't understand, and I don't understand what is the objection to a site that would make coffee, like put a label on a coffee mug and mail it out. What's the problem? Genuine.
Where do they get those coffee mugs? They probably get them from fucking Vietnam.
The mug itself.
Possibly. Yeah. I guess I didn't consider the source of the actual mug. Fair enough.
Yeah, if you there are ways to do it in the US, but not through like a mainstream point of service. A fulfillment site.
Do think it would be fun if I actually made the mugs, like painted this space on mugs. I would do a stream where I'm just making mugs. Like, hello,
Do it.
you
I'll buy them.
All right, you know what? I will look into the feasibility of an actual mug that people would still want to use in like a year.
Okay.
That is labeled for us.
Pitchfork's daughter, tell your dad he hurt my feelings, please.
And now Jake and I are gonna have to deal with this. Every time someone insults this motherfucker, Matt, like we have to have like a 65-minute meeting after the show ends where he's like, man, it was really fucked up, guys. And then we have to go, I know.
Do you know how hard it was to sit there for an hour and a half and pretend I wasn't upset?
Yeah, we know. It's really fucking difficult. You're having a really hard time. You're shaking and trembling just thinking about it. That's why you're wearing the Miller High Life hat. You're just craving. You just want to get drunk and cry yourself into the sheets at night, because Pitchfork's Dragon was just really mean to you. But frankly, it wasn't really even that mean. It was just honest. It was, some would say, a difficult truth.
Well, some people think that for one very specific reason, that I am cold-blooded. And
cold-blooded, okay?
Yeah,
like a reptile?
Because
I got a low resting body temperature. My resting body temperature is like 98.4 Fahrenheit, so it's lower than average.
Mine was 99.1 today at the doctor, which was down from last night. But they I hesitate to even bring this up because it's going to make people look at me differently, but I get so annoyed when people cry on the news. Not when a news person is telling a story and it hits them. I get that. I'm not, even if sometimes it feels like they zoom in a little at that moment. But like when people are talking to a news camera and they start to cry and they can't finish talking, I get annoyed because the camera just is loving it. They just sit there.
Yeah.
And it's like, we don't need. And so I started to kind of like do an impression of that. And I'll never forget my mom being like, that is very, very uncool, right? Like, don't do that. And I was like, well, now I'm going to do it a lot because it seems like maybe it's funny, but like.
But it also, just for clarity, it is very cool. It's awesome. It's totally rad.
I'd say, and there was this one time that they just couldn't and that's how people cry on the news.
It's just like, editor, give them another take. I don't even blame the camera person. Camera person's got to stay live. There, film whatever. Yeah, but it's like, if it's not live, which it normally isn't, because they're talking to someone who's just been through a tragedy, can edit that out. I know it's better content for clicks or whatever because they're crying, but also it's sick, dude. I am with.
What is it? It's something sick. You kind of broke up for a second there.
I said it's sick, dude.
What?
and I just really don't.
My ears are clogged. You ever get your ears clogged with wax?
Just one.
Letterhack, you?
Not wax, but yeah.
No, you never. You don't have your wax.
I had tubes in my ears as a kid, a little kid.
Clean them.
I had a clogged up ear not too long ago, like a month ago. My ear was all clogged up. And then dig out the wax. Turns out a little max hair was binding the wax together. This fucking.
Wait, what? Oh, max hair. Okay.
Max hair. That's right.
Okay. I mean, as long as it's healthy,
sounds avoidable.
Fine. Totally.
I mean, I could probably have avoided it, but
my brother used to get earaches, and they were so bad that I literally, I don't even think about it these days. But I started when I was a kid cleaning my ears every day with like a little. I'll twist up toilet paper and do the. because what Matt is describing sounds like hell. I would not enjoy that. This show has hit rock bottom. Power down and retool the letter.
Why would we retool this? What you're seeing now, or rumor, is
this show started out in rock bottom because we started before 10 o'clock. This is the thing with Letterhack, and I didn't mention this earlier, but now I'm going to unleash my anger, my wrath. Is that I joined into the show because I early with my camera and microphone off because I'm punctual. I'm a punctual individual. I don't want to forget. I don't want to run up against the last minute. I want to make sure I'm ready and prepared. That does not mean that I want to go on at 9:53 for my show that takes place at 10 o'clock. I didn't say, I did not consent to going on, and frankly, you know, I don't know why we did that. So
on the other hand, I hang out and make faces at Letterhack and generally try to distract him.
Okay. Well,
very unhelpful.
I couldn't see you because I'm logged in as a guest. So all I'm doing here is my camera's off. And Jake, if you were logged in, you could probably see me, and I was off. I was not interacting. I was just watching the show. I'm trying to support Letterhack show. He's got that Hey Funnybook show where he's like crying about like how he doesn't want to talk about it, but he just made a whole show about it, but he doesn't want to do a show about it. It's a really strange ending. But like, you know, I'm trying to support my friend's show, and he's like, oh, I'm just going to cancel my show in the middle of it just to bring on these bumbling buffoons.
The middle of it. Yeah, there was like 3 minutes, I think. But look.
Well, it's 9:53.
So
we
here's,
so it was about 7 minutes.
The most. Here's what we should be focusing on.
Okay.
I mean, in all honesty, Orb Rumor, if that is your real name.
I hope that's true. I hope that's real.
Show has never been not rock bottom.
Oh, here we go.
We never had a bullet point list of what the show would be.
I've had that a couple times. I had
sometimes Sandee will like prep things ahead of time and go, we should do this. And I think we're all basically like, just do it if you want to in the moment. Don't make us work. We're not going to do anything to prepare. We are going to hit go, and that'll be that. The only thing that we do religiously is that. You know what I mean? Like just
I don't do much religiously, to be fair. I don't, but that's an exception.
Faithfully, traditionally, but like what I'm saying is there's no rock bottom in that scenario. There's no ceiling, there's no stairs, ladder.
It's kind of like
no
one
hill.
of those like hyperbolic parallelogram.
Yeah, we're just out
situations.
in the
you hit the bottom gravity. And then you underflow back into this weird limbo state, and then you can't really get back, and then all of a sudden you realize you don't even really exist anymore, and that the existence itself doesn't really even exist, and then what are we even doing here?
So if we were going to retool, what we would actually do is tool, because there's nothing to retool. We haven't tooled at all.
I can't tell you how other shows should work. I can just tell you why this show works for your old pal Jake, and it is because that is our one sacred thing.
And we'll
be like, yeah, you do whatever you want. We'll be pals. We'll hang out with you. We'll join you in the thing. Don't make me do work.
We will sit here till midnight talking about how this show isn't meant to be anything more than it is.
Personally, I don't know about y'all, and it seems like you're really showing your true colors in this instance. You really don't care for the show, but I have high hopes for the show. Personally, I think we're doing something magnificent here. I think that we're building a project here that will transcend.
Are you
both
talking
time
about
and
Left Past
space.
10?
I'm talking
This
about
is
Left
why
Past
you
10
lose.
specifically. Yes. Left Past 10 specifically is a show where I perform frequently psychological operations on the audience, and Matt, he talks about that toy store that he loves so much, and Jake wears a suit and tie, and I think that builds a very interesting dynamic, and Sandee will eventually be back at some point to talk about some about her motorcycles and how she loves them, and give us way too many details that we don't need about how her daughter's life is going, and other stuff like that. So this is it's a crucial dynamic, and I have high hopes that we can achieve greatness here. But it seems that you people, and yes, that is right, I say you people, Matt's not even looking at the camera. He's like, oh, I'm past this. I don't care about this, man. I'm looking away. I don't need to hear this. But it is true. You need to hear this. We have great things going on here. And frankly, I think that your disrespect of this group dynamic, I think it's uncalled for. Personally, I think we're doing a great job.
Andrea's out of the show.
I just think we need, maybe we do need a tooling meeting where we can.
No, don't make me do stuff.
Where we can keep writing down ideas and going, nah, it's too much. It's like, okay, we start out with a recap of the day's news. Nah, I don't want to do that. Okay, we start out with jokes. No, let's just do jokes as they come up. Okay. Yeah. This tooling meeting is dead in the water, right? Like how soon before we just put a big X through the whole page?
Welcome back. I take it back. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's exactly how it would go.
What were you saying? I didn't get that last.
Let's have a tooling meeting where every time somebody says, write this down, we all agree not to. Like, okay, we start out by introducing I don't want to introduce ourselves. We have our names on the screen. That's already taken care of. We introduce a topic that we're on. Nah. How about a secret word? Nah. I don't want to do any of this.
Word?
Every now and then we'll do a bit, which I love.
Not true.
The bits. Yeah, we have done bits on this show
before. We have
done
no bits. Everything we've done here is extremely serious. This is a deadly serious program.
I premiered time travel technology on this program. I can't believe it's not.
I do remember that. That was a scientific breakthrough of monumentous proportions.
I don't remember it, but I saw footage and I was very impressed.
Yep, it was
pretty
cool.
It was cool.
Well, it hasn't happened yet for you, right? You haven't.
Maybe. I had a pretty bad concussion.
I'm
not sure that was a legitimate time travel machine that I bought.
Here, I gotta share this.
And then we wait 17 seconds for him to actually figure out how to put it on screen.
Wait. Let's all stare at him awkwardly.
Wow.
You have no idea how to talk amongst yourselves. I had to time it.
How about this? Maybe you wait until you're fucking ready to put it on screen before you fucking talk about it. How about that?
Because then you gotta talk while you're clicking.
I mean,
look at this members only video. Like,
you didn't like the video?
I can't even believe that this guy has these secret. What is this? Blunt Politics podcast where they smoke
Boston Brian.
Holy shit! I didn't smoke drugs. What the fuck?
There was a members only version of that video where we all talked at once for a minute. But do you remember?
Down because Sandee was on screen.
Do you remember when I was explaining that to you guys? It was like a minute before we went live, and I said, "Here's what I want to do. We all talk at once." And I think Jake was like, "We're not going to be able to do that." And I was like,
I was positive we wouldn't be.
I said, "Yeah, we'll all just start talking about something randomly at once." And then I think Sandee was like, "For how long?" And I was like, "As long as possible."
Yeah, it was very simple, very easy. The instructions were clear. The assignment was ready to be accomplished, and I think we did it. It was the first try. It wasn't even hard at all. It was very simple, and frankly, I don't think we could pull it off again. It was a one in a lifetime.
There was one where we had Ben on, and I can't believe I made him do this. Right before we went live, I said, "Ben, we're gonna do like a cold open where I pretend to be doing something, like getting a video ready, and you have to get annoyed. Everyone has to get annoyed." And he was good at it. He was sitting
I
there.
Didn't feel like he was acting at all.
He was like, "What time does this show start?" And I was like, good.
I think maybe he had some audio issues and didn't hear the assignment. It was just
I got
genuinely upset with your lack of I was going to say technological prowess, but just prowess generally speaking.
Jesus.
We have a best of, a Left Past 10 best of. If you want to see all the times that we
Best of, according to the
attempted-
Letterhack, I imagine the gas station episode is in that compilation.
Well, the compilation was put together prior to that, I think.
Well, we need to update it.
That might not even be true. But if you want to see all the times where this show attempted to retool or become more of a
You gotta
concept
play
show,
some of those clips on this space. You know that thing we're doing that no one's ever heard of, this space. Remember that? I think we're doing that right now. We got to just play some of these old clips on there for some free watch time.
I want to have, first of all, yes, a clip episode. We should do a clip episode. Literally that.
Yeah, I could take some time off. I don't have to, that's why everyone does a clip.
Oh, we still got to be there to go, yeah. And do you remember when? Yeah.
Oh, so you want to do a very special episode of Left Past 10?
Yeah, where we all pretend like we got locked in a room together, and
Yeah.
we're like, "Oh, how are we gonna
Yeah.
pass the time?"
Yeah, we're all locked in a basement or a fallout shelter, and we're like, "Hey, Jake, do you remember that time when you wore a hoodie instead of a suit?" And it's like, "Do I?" And then, right, it gets all like blurry.
That was
and
a very
dreamy.
strange time. Yeah, what the hell?
And then
And
they
it should just
see the clip.
It should just be like part of it where it's nobody's talking, like we're waiting to set something up, and it's just me going like, and then it cuts back. Like, that was wild. Yeah, that was so crazy.
Okay, we can do that. That would be very easy
right now.
to do.
We could probably do that live.
I don't know. Well, I don't have clips like that.
You don't have clips queued up?
Special message. Get well soon, Galactic Streamlord. Yeah.
What's
get well
wrong with
soon.
Galactic Streamlord?
I don't know.
I'm out of the loop. That's my late night guy.
Sounds like
All
you
right.
need some steroids.
Yeah, get a little steroids.
I endorse steroids in almost any context.
All right, let's name a few. Getting jacked, just for yourself. Yeah, okay.
Getting jacked to win at sports in an unfair way. I'm also open to that.
Okay. Health reasons.
Sure,
Like-
health
like
reasons
for-
are fine.
Okay. Defeating your enemies.
In a combat scenario, absolutely.
Okay. Just defeating your enemies in a social scenario, so they see how much. So getting jacked for others, I guess.
I'm lukewarm on that. I think you could do better.
Lukewarm. All right, we're getting a better sense of these things. Noted.
Yep.
There is another kind of Left Past 10 that I want to do with y'all one of these times. Wait a minute. And
I'm
Matt
ripping
being as cool as you was one of the
motherfucker.
highlights. Yeah, Andrea rips. If you were to look at the three of us and guess who's the meanest, like who's the best at being mean?
Oh, I'm not mean. I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's correct. I think that is a
Who's
little
the
bit
most
of a
savage.
There was a time.
I don't think I'm savage either. I think I'm the most civilized out of everyone here. I wear no plastic generally in my clothes. I use a fork and a knife that's made out of metal. I don't put my elbows on the table, and so on and so forth. So I think I'm the least savage in the group.
She's a good person, no doubt. But if I'm ever getting bullied by the mean girls at a place, I'm gonna call her and put her on speakerphone. And
I'd be able to win any battle. Any battle.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was funny the way you were saying at the beginning of the show, Jake, that like we talk in the same setting, like off air, and sometimes you're like, when did we talk about that? Was that on a show or not? So, and that's sort of like what's a downside to having a show this informal is that it easily could have been discussed off air. But
just for clarity, I am like this off air as well. I think anyone
and
can
that's what
confirm
I'm getting to. There was a time where it was Andrea and I and Ben sitting here, Ben Dixon, and he was like, damn, Andrea, because she was just like laying into me, and I was just sitting there like, okay, I'm waiting for you to be done so I can go on with my point, right? Like
Yeah.
I'm just
I try to go as long as
this is like a
possible, so
dark
it's
cloud
very well.
passing. Now it's gone. Here comes the sun. I can keep going. But like Ben was like, he said something along the lines of, I can't tell if this is like if upsetting Matt or not. And I was like, not. It's not.
And you can tell because he's apparently remembered this. I didn't remember any of this, but he has because he's holding a grudge, and
No,
he's
it's
now
funny as shit.
airing grievances
It
on
was
the
so
stream
funny.
because he was extremely offended. And frankly, I don't remember it at all. It didn't register for me. It was just another Tuesday, but for him, it changed his entire life view. So.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, it changed my entire. After that, I was like, I went to my wife and said, "Sit down," and she was like, "What?" And I was like, "It's."
I didn't even hear this
I
part.
said, "I don't know what you're thinking, but it's more serious than that."
Oh fuck! Lay down. You can't
There
just
was
sit
this.
down. You got to get all
There
the way
was
on the ground.
this like heavy, life-altering moment that just happened to me, and she was like, "Tell me," and I said, "You know what? I can't do it right unless I got to get my mom on the phone. I need my mom on the phone at the same time. I got to hold on. I got to also write this down. But I'm too emotional. I'm going to need somebody to write it down for me. I'm going to need somebody to take dictation. So I had to do that. And I said, you know, actually I want this notarized. So there's mobile notaries. So I got somebody to come over. It's like $15, not bad.
I think it's called
so
Mobile.
once everything was right with the candles and the correct scents going and lighting and all that, they were like, fuck, tell us. I said, Andrea was pretending to be mean to me and Ben didn't know if she was serious or not. And they were like, wow, what are you going to do now? And I was like,
yes,
anything I want. I'm free. The world just opened up to me like a magic door, and this bright glowing light is shining on me. And I just wanted you all to be here for this. And they're like, so who's Ben and Andrea again? Why are we here? My mom's like, I've been on the phone for 20 minutes. Who's that lady in the background writing this down? And anyway.
Now this is the first I'm hearing about this. This is a new story for me. I haven't heard this before. But I'm glad that just scraps, for me, I barely remember it, if at all. I probably wasn't even here. It was probably just one of my doppelgangers. But it has propelled you into greatness. So
I'm going to spend the rest of my life making a comic book about that moment.
I would love to see it.
It will require a great deal of context and backstory for like everything that happened in my life up to that moment, so people can see how literally insignificant everything that ever happened to me or anyone around me was until that moment where Ben was like, I can't tell if you're being serious or not. That was, and then it would just be like, the reader would be like, I'm halfway through the book. I have to put this down. And just take a break.
Just immediately
maybe I'll
cuts
even
to
put
Matt
it
standing, looking at a sunset.
I'll put a page break in there that goes, dear reader, please feel free to take a break at this point.
Yeah, please get some water. Just go out for a short stroll outside, get some fresh air, because you're going to want to strap in for this next part.
We got to retool this show. It has hit rock bottom. We gotta shut it down. Is that what it was? Shut it down.
We gotta shut it down. I don't know if that's what it was. I'm also not sure what it is in reference to, but we definitely should shut it down.
Shut it down.
We should at the very least consider shutting it down.
That would be like going home Friday afternoon and saying, I got to think about this. And then coming in Monday morning and go, we got to shut it down. We got to retool. And everyone being like, whoa, how long is that going to take? I don't know.
5-10 minutes. We're going to have to commit. I would very much like
I love
to
that
do,
Jake
I like the
Signal is
idea.
crapping out. Like he's like fucking, the video is like 17 seconds ahead of the audio. And it's like, he's working a 144p situation. It's pretty great, actually. And then now he's getting angry because he's... Oh, wow. Oh, are you seeing this dude, Letterhack? Or
yeah.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Noticed.
Is this like a time travel scenario? Like it's a quantum universe?
No, it seems okay. You got it.
It's making me furious because it does go in and out, and I cannot un-F it. It just is what it is.
I see all the squares.
Those are called pixels.
Yeah, well, it's because I wore a dark.
They are not called pixels. Those are collections of those. I would say that they're artifacts.
I like when we do one-offs. Like I would love for
Is
us
this
to
a
just
one-off?
sit around.
I think this is a one-off. I think this is
Sort
a
of.
write-off. We can write this one off.
All the ones without Sandee are definitely in the category of weird episodes for sure. But I'd like to have us just sit around and do random voice lines that I can later maybe cut into something funny. Like if you had Sandee, Matt, Andrea, and myself as cartoons, and it was like with my power, or it would be like Sandee being like facts, Matt, charisma, Andrea, what's your main thing? Doomerism? Cruelty? No. It would be like confidence, bravery. Mine would be mustache. And then with our powers combined, we form Captain Progressive. And then it's just like this deformed, hideous creature, like the mustache growing out of its neck or something.
We
That
should
would be good.
we
I
should
like the
have
hideous creature part.
we should have a weekly retool where we come in with a brand new concept.
Yes!
One week we're all in white robes like a cult and being
Yes.
super like mystical, and then like
We're
the
gonna
next
color
week,
code the episodes now.
yeah, the next week it's all like beatnik style where we just clap or snap our fingers instead of laughing and stuff, and we're all smoking cigarettes.
I love snapping
I
my
love
fingers instead of laughing, because sometimes you're chewing on something, your mouth is occupied, but you really enjoy that thing, so you gotta let them know. Maybe your other hand's a little messy. You don't want to kind of get some sauce on both your. The snapping, it's very efficient. I can only snap with my right hand. I can't really snap with my left hand. It's really difficult. I can snap with my right hand just fine. It's very strange.
I can snap with my ring fingers. Isn't that weird?
There was a moment last week where Farron Cousins was talking about taking a step back to avoid burnout.
Smart.
Yeah.
I prefer Need for Speed anyway.
I thought it would be worth looking at a clip of that because
Just got that, Andrea.
On this space, we are always encouraging people to come on and to do more, but we're always like, do what you want, no pressure, because we don't want people to avoid burnout. So I thought it's just about 11 o'clock. Maybe we could play this clip and it might be too serious for the show. I don't know, but I wanted to play this clip just to give people an idea.
I think that it's good that you mentioned that it's almost 11 o'clock, because we started when it was almost 10 o'clock. So that means we've been going for over an hour. And that means that this is a relative moment for the halfway point. I'm not going anywhere. And I think what it means is we should now transition into the serious portion of the show, because I think we got the humorous portion out of the way. I think we spent the first half just kind of enjoying ourselves, trying to get a little loosened up and stuff. But yeah, I'm totally down to enter the serious section of the video where we talk about depression, anxiety, the average amount of drugs that you're
like telling people yes when they ask me to do. I like being the go-to guy. I like being the guy that's able to help out my friends.
What a nice.
But it does come at a price. And at the start of this year, I kind of told myself, I was like, I can't do it. I have done one other show this year. No? We're halfway through the year. I've done one interview.
What show was that? What
and
show
that
was
that? With Matt Strackbein, the Letterhack. I have unfortunately had to turn down a lot of things that I ordinarily would say yes to and that I wanted to say yes to. I have turned down multiple appearances on Piers Morgan's show this year because I simply didn't have the time to do it.
Matt, can you top
very
me off?
important. What kind of what?
Can you top me off? Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Pink.
Yeah.
So it's important
Very
to take breaks.
desynchronized. That was
Don't
not good.
overcommit. Don't overcommit.
Well, that's why I have taken that advice, because I shut all my shit down for a while. I had to retool. Just a little 8-month break, and then there was 4 days that I did a show, and then that was another 5-month break, and then now we're back and retooled, and I'm doing better than ever with my program.
Yeah.
So I agree. Sometimes you got to take a break. But that's the thing about YouTubers is they don't take breaks. They got to grind. They got to go on the content train, So the average YouTuber, they're huffing down Adderall. They're fucking drinking 17 cups of coffee. They're smoking 15 blunts to get to sleep. They're probably getting drunk on the weekends. They probably even work on the weekends. They probably even work drunk on the weekends just to get the content
All right.
out.
Let's talk about someone else, please. Reading my diary.
Myself? Oh, no, I was just describing me. Okay.
So Farron is an editor for a national law magazine.
And then here's Letterhack. With,
works in a law firm. He's on Ring of Fire. And he does Fair and Balanced. And his numbers on Fair and Balanced and Ring of Fire are as good as you'd want, right?
Yeah. It doesn't help anything. Once you're past the point where somebody can literally cancel you, as in a network can cancel you, don't bend over backwards just to make worse content than you're making. If you don't have good content in you in a particular time, don't make anything. It doesn't help to have more bad content.
More fucking garbage, slop,
yeah,
shit, fuckery, cocksuckery, motherfucking garbage. That's what a lot of you people are making out there. You just got to hone down, laser focus on the good stuff instead of. You ever see these guys that do these 19-hour streams where they're just like, hey guys.
Yes.
And that's the whole stream.
Yes. And some of them,
they're fucking tired. They're trying to go to sleep, but they got to stay up. They got to get some more content in. The subs just came in. This is the world we live in.
I think when you're starting, it's different. I think you can and maybe even should do some of those. Maybe not the 19-hour.
No, when you're starting, you got to just go all out. You got to figure out everything you got to learn.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Jamboree.
Oh, yeah. That's why. Yeah, I love starting new YouTube channels just over and over again. I love it's like New Game Plus. You just start over, but you got all the previous
like that. I will throw this out there to anybody who's considering, if you're where I was a little bit ago, or a lot of other people get to, there is nothing illegal.
Are you referring to the hoodie days where you're talking about shooting people? Is that what you're referring to? Okay.
There's nothing wrong with making content and, crucially, not releasing it. I have about 6 or 7 terrible videos in my recycle bin right now.
No, put them in a folder. Save them.
Nope. They're going to die.
You don't want to look at them in 38 years?
What are they about? Are you just doing a retooling experiment?
Can you just restore one of them and play 5 seconds for us? Just give us 5 seconds. Just 5 seconds.
Why?
Can we get some super chats? Jake, are you streaming? Can we get some super chats on Jake's channel?
What are they about?
Just how about $5 for 5 seconds? How about that? $1 per second of unreleased brown background material.
Yeah, I have interviews. I have a couple of interviews where the person is somebody I should have prepped better for being in front of a camera. They hadn't been before. And I have just hot takes that I look back and I'm like, that's fucking dumb. I don't know.
What's one of the hot takes? Let's get into a hot take conversation. I was
going to say, I'm curious about the guest because I got to a point where I was like, I have no idea if the person I just invited does video. And then I'm like, but everyone does a Zoom working remotely, right? Everyone's kind of used to that now, right? And so far, it's been pretty good.
So there's some people where when you tell them it's just like a Zoom call, they take your word for it, and that's fine. There's other people when you tell them it's just like a Zoom call, they get up and make a sandwich in the middle of it. And now this is coming from somebody who ate a sandwich on this very channel.
That is art. No. That's good. That's good shit, man. You got. Oh man, love that shit. I love when guests throw you for a curveball or where you get invited on someone else's show and some fucked up shit happens. Oh, that's my favorite.
I've had guests who do a lot of shows, and I'd seen all their work or all their guest appearances, and I was like, wow, they are very low key. They don't care what the background is. And even still, when they were on my show, they took it to an all new level. And I was like, where the fuck is this person? They were like flicking a lighter the whole time. Right? And I was like, you have to know that's getting picked up, but like the interview was great, though. It didn't matter, I guess.
That's awesome,
but
yeah.
If it works, it works. And
I was already lowering my standards. Like, this is going to be less than what I hoped for.
Right,
no
you're
problem.
lowering your standards.
And then it
so
was
this-
lower than that. And I was like, oh shit. There was somebody recently who looked at who I invited on. They said, hey, I looked at some of your other videos. And I thought they were going to say, I don't think you're ready for interviews. You shouldn't be doing interviews or something. And they said, I will not be able to match the quality of your previous interviews. And I was like, well, I don't agree with that. And then we haven't even tried it yet. And I was like, okay, well, I mean, if you ever want to test it, let me know. But we could just
they
record
got
something
fucking
for
scared.
fun.
So okay, with
Well,
this
but what did
telespace,
they
you
see?
You should do a couple interviews with someone like Jake. You know, ones that are just of low quality.
But they didn't.
Yes,
But
just
just
to
think
come
about
in just to make it feel a little bit more approachable for others.
just think about what that person looked at though on my channel.
They probably
to
saw the
see
interview
that,
with me. That was probably because that's the first one you did. So they
that it
probably
was
were like,
high.
wow.
This was like a month ago, and I would just imagine them looking at the last, I don't know, 4 or 5, choosing from those. I don't know.
There's also it's not just about entertainment. It's about irresponsibly fucking up too. Like if you have a person on who's saying this will do this, 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 and this, and this, and this, and you don't in the moment question anything they say, it would be better if you release the video and also put in a correction afterwards. Would have been best if you said it in the moment. But also, if you don't even know at the end of the interview what they were trying to say, it's not going to help anybody. And it's not good content. But that's specifically for interviews. I will show you just a screenshot. By the way, I have way more videos than I realized.
No, yeah, you got to keep them.
Here's just one screenshot from what I'm talking about. Me on the other end of the thing talking to somebody.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now this is good.
Okay. That wasn't
is
a hot
good.
take. That was an interview, right?
Yeah.
And that was you going, why is this happening? This is
No, that was
I should
me
stop it now.
realizing I didn't understand the topic I had deigned to tell this person to give me their time to talk about at all.
Was
What
this
was the topic?
The ranked choice voting one? Because you were really struggling with that the other day too.
Fucking struggling so hard with everybody I talked to.
Would you want to
but
try
at least
again?
That guy was good.
I did not think you were struggling.
Try it just 5 minutes. Give it 90 seconds. Ranked choice
Andrea,
voting. Go.
when
90
Andrea says this is the best episode ever, it's because it's the worst episode ever. And
No.
she's trying to achieve
All right.
a new best episode by getting you to play content that you have literally thrown away.
Entirely literally. Look at that.
Delete it.
Look at that.
It's great. Ooh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Wow, that's great. Is this during an interview or what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man. Oh
Brutal.
man. If I am on someone's show and they're interviewing me and they make that face, that is not good. Man, this is a good app. All right, ranked choice voting. Go. You didn't escape. 90 seconds.
In what way? I was the interviewer.
Just explain it.
Okay, ranked choice voting allows you to not just pick one candidate, but in fact rank the entire field of candidates from best to worst. The benefit of it is that you are already ranking your choice because you have to not just decide who would be the best according to politics, your personal politics, but who's most likely to win. This takes that concern away. It allows you to say, I would choose one person ideally, but if not, so and so and so. It's a reaction to the sort of anti-politics of the day, where you're only voting based on hate.
That was good. That was good. I'm impressed.
I was a little too philosophical and not technical enough for me as far as an explanation.
So,
I want to look under the hood. I get that
what
you need
happens
gas
if
to get the
you-
car to work, but then
if I
what?
vote for someone in third place and they get approximately 13% of the vote, but then they get 29% of the vote in fourth place, does that beat the guy who got
That's
17%
overcomplicating it. You get in round one, if you don't get 50%, the person with the most votes, or the people and then in round 2, there's other choices come into play percentage wise, and if you don't reach that, like I know they don't call it pinnacle, but if you don't pinnacle out at that right percentage, then the next round there's 5 rounds.
So do you vote every round, or is it just recalculating the same votes?
No, if you don't get 50%, then it's +1. 50% +1, then it's round 2.
50% plus 1 as in like 51%, or just +1 as in the vote tally?
Plus another.
Okay.
There was one time I was in the chat on Above It All and made Andrea laugh so hard that I showed it to my wife, said, look how hard I made Andrea laugh right here. And she was like, yeah, that's pretty good.
What is there proof of this? What did you say?
It was a Cinco de Mayo episode, probably 2022. And you were pounding the desk to explain the delay. And you were like, in YouTube, tell me when you heard it. And I said, I heard it as soon as you pounded the desk.
Yeah, I know, that was very descriptive.
And you were like, you read it and you were like, you did like the ultimate double take and read it again and then lost it.
Yeah, no, that was a good answer. That was a good answer.
So you remember that. So that was like a life-changing moment for you. And you've been harboring this.
Core memory. Yeah, no, for sure.
It's not fair that somebody else gave
frankly,
you joy.
Frankly, I only remember it because I was laughing because I set up a bit and you fell for it. You hook, line, and sinker fell for the exact the bit that I was trying to get someone to do in the chat. So I was laughing mostly at the fact that I'm such a successful master manipulator that I was able to
That's why
get
I
you to do
said it. Because I was being, there's no sarcasm font.
That's right.
So,
and I'm just laughing at yet another job well done on my behalf.
Let's quickly retool this segment. You know how I put together a best of compilation?
Let's go back to that one. All right.
I fucking watch an episode on 2X and wait to hear or see something that makes me laugh, and then just I'm not looking for specific shit. Let's go up right there.
That is that's not very fair and balanced, I don't think.
Well, it would be a lot better if we scripted it so we were all like locked in meat cooler, meat locker.
We're down a character.
Like we're all locked.
Oh, Jake said in the private chat that he is desperate to urinate.
He's taking a bio break.
I know he said that in the private chat, and I shouldn't have revealed that, but I thought it was funny.
Oh, the Angry Ginger's in the chat. What's up, Angry Ginger?
We got Angry Ginger in the chat. Is he back from the beach?
What's up, AG?
What kind of beach was that? Was that like a lake beach, like an ocean beach? What
if
kind of
people
beach?
are going to a lake beach, first of all, never heard it. Never heard that term. People just say, I'm going to the lake. Because it's not like if I said I'm going to the lake, you would go, is there sand around the lake? Like a beach? Nobody does that. So you can
like
let that go.
The Great Lakes, though. I don't fucking know where this guy lives. What the fuck?
When people say I'm going to the beach, they're going to a beach. Like
a lot of people live in the middle of the fucking country. How the fuck do I know? Maybe this guy's going to a fake beach. Lake Beach is wild. No, stop with this fucking wild. This is a perfectly well understandable topic that almost anyone would be able to grasp. Okay, it's a fucking lake that has a fucking goddamn slope. Okay, it's not that fucking.
The other day,
lakes are slopey. Okay,
I was tanning on a pond beach. I was lying back and tanning and on a pond beach, and then
what the fuck is Jake saying in the private chat? What is he talking about?
Where is he chatting from?
And why? What the fuck? What is going on here?
So Yeah, I think.
Look at everyone in the chat, by the way. Notice that you're only bringing up Angry Ginger because he agrees with you. We got our lake has a beach. It's on Lake Michigan. That's another one, right? You're in California, says Angry Ginger. So people are backing me up here. Gary says we have a beach here. So, I think.
Yeah, but Gary isn't the name of a lake. Do you know what I'm saying? He's saying we have a beach here doesn't mean.
Well, Gary's on the moon, according to the profile.
If somebody said we have a beach here, I wouldn't go, oh, how big is the lake? You see what I'm saying?
Mm. Gary says you would specify beach because there are a lot of ways to visit the lake. Exactly. Not every corner of the lake is going to have a beach. Maybe it's only one part that has a beach. The rest is like a cliffside. So I think overall, I think I win on the whole beach, lake versus ocean. Both are totally valid in my opinion. And I'd like to chalk another one up for me. So,
well, you sure make a great point. Get it? Sure. Anyway, whenever I run into a friend at the beach, I say, what are you doing at the beach? And when somebody does make a good point, if you can't beach them, join them. That's a bad one. Sorry. I shouldn't have done that one. This is why I don't like beach jokes. I prefer elevator jokes.
As they work on many levels, you say that one like fucking once every 2 or 3.
I didn't even have to finish it. See how I set you up for that? It's a comedy duo.
It's some would say it's a duopoly of some kind.
Jake is lighting up the private chat.
Yeah, what the fuck are you doing, Jake? Get the fuck back in here.
Hey, looks
what are
good.
You doing?
Nice and crisp.
As Jake would say, what can you do?
What can do? You know what? The next interview I have, I'm going to be like, well, let's go to the name of the show, folks. So tell me, sir, what can do?
That's the thing is the U is optional.
Now, that brings me to what can do. That is funny as shit. You got to do that. What can do?
I have to say, I miss the double green screen.
Can we get Jake effect back up on the right top and get me back on the bottom?
I don't know how David does that. It was giving me like
here, just pull me down, pull me down. Now bring me. All right, okay. There we go. Oh, nope. Nope. Wrong. Okay, wait. Oh, Jesus. This is okay. This is exactly how it should be.
All right. I missed the jack-o'-lantern effect thing.
The what?
That I did with the green screen where I had like a suit where I could make it the opposite. That was fun, but it was too busy.
Do you know, like, now that you bring up jack-o'-lanterns, do you know how to fix a hole in a pumpkin?
No, how?
Pumpkin patch. Yeah.
Actually, that's a good point. Because if you go to the pumpkin patch, you can get another pumpkin and carve a piece out of that and then kind of just graft it onto the other one with some super glue.
Okay, and then the other one needs one. So you would.
Well, not every pumpkin is destined to be a jack-o'-lantern. Maybe the other one you could cook up in some capacity. Maybe make a stew.
Okay. Stew's the first place you go? He's checking to see if he had a seizure.
Ghosts. Oh, there's a ghost. Is that a ghost? No, that's not a ghost.
No, wind.
Oh, I didn't think the mic was picking that up. My bad.
It's really windy. Jeez. It's got a little Monty Python for a second there. No, it gets really, really windy here. It's
the heat dome.
It's when a cold front reaches a warm front and they collide. This is in Colorado. I cannot tell you how many people were it's disgusting how willing they are to launch into meteorologists when they aren't. You would be in anytime you're in a line, and they were calling for bad weather, inclement weather, like snow or something. There was always somebody going, you know why we don't get snow here? Because we're in a valley, and then the moisture doesn't get low enough to turn into snow, and that's why it comes in from. That's when whenever you smell cow manure, that's coming in from the east, which is where cold fronts come in from. Like, I cannot tell you how many times I've heard that same Farmer's Almanac bullshit line over and over about why if it doesn't get low enough, it doesn't turn into snow. And then the other one is always we have a microclimate up here where we live. If you walk 10 feet away from your house, you'll notice a temperature shift, and drives me crazy. And then if it does snow or rain, like I worked in an office for years, and it was unbelievable how many people in one day would say, we really need this moisture, you guys. We really need this moisture.
No, I feel it though. Sometimes when it gets really dry,
but you
my
don't
skin
need to
starts
say
cracking.
it. You don't
You know,
need to say
sometimes
you
you
guys.
do.
They
Hey
say
guys,
you
I
guys.
really, you guys. I think this moisture is going to be very beneficial
very
for my
weird
skin complexion.
script.
I get like sometimes I get like a cold sore when it's super dry. My lips crack open. I'm not getting enough zinc.
What's up, Boston Brian?
You know about zinc?
What's going on, Brian?
No, I don't.
Good to
How
see
does
ya.
that relate to lips? Because I have
Keeps
lips
your,
of a
it
lizard.
keeps your lips from cracking if you get more zinc.
Elderberry. Elderberry gummies, highly recommended. Don't take more than a couple
This
of
guy's knee deep in the gummies, so I wouldn't know. I don't know
as
if I
knee deep as you can get. But
this guy is waist deep in the gummies. He's
There-
not getting out
it-
anytime soon. He's stuck in there.
it would be one thing to go, oh, it's finally raining. This is awesome, because it rains
awesome.
once a year in Colorado. Or, oh, we're getting snow longer than a few hours. It's been going all day. This is really nice. Like, this is good. But no, it's always, we really need this moisture, you guys. First of all, why are you informing everyone like we don't fucking know, right? Who made you the expert? Why are you
They're not
deeming
claiming-
yourself the person who needs to
They're
let
just trying to
us
get something
guys
out of
know?
their chest. They're trying to just, trying to make a connection with a fellow human,
Yeah. They're
And
just
yet
trying
they're
to talk
shitting
and
on
say
their
something.
parade. They're just
So,
trying to have a good.
you know what
nice
my
human
version of
moment,
that
and then
is?
Matt's
Telling them
like,
to
oh my
shut
God,
up.
I can't believe you just said that. Oh my God, shut the fuck up.
No, I'm in
Go
both
home and
camps
cut
on this.
themselves later.
I acknowledge why they're doing it, but I'm with Matt. We got to find something else. You can't. The weather can't be.
Oh yeah, well the
forever
weather
crutch.
is it's the lowest common denominator for sure. But in the sense of like sometimes you just need the moisture. Like that's a valid thing to say in my opinion.
There was one guy who would always, on the hottest day, he goes, if it gets any cooler, I'm moving to Phoenix. Like always. And we're like, dude, that is.
Is it the same
that was
guy every
dumb.
time?
This guy, okay, we worked in a bullpen of artists, which was really fun. But
A bullpen or pen?
well, bullpen, I
He's-
guess technically,
he's
but
from the
that's
South now.
you're what is this? It's some form of ableism that you're directing.
Is
at
that
me here?
ableism?
Yeah.
I think actually I don't think so because I think it's ableist
Oh.
to assume that I would know which one you're talking about because bullpens are different from bullpins.
Are you a
You know?
grammar teacher? Are you
I'm
like
not a grammar teacher. It's,
pronunciation teacher?
it's-
Are you an
I-
expert in the
Sounds
English
ableist to me.
language?
It's not ableist. It's
No, it's
actually
you just
ableist
taking
for
upon
you.
yourself to being really like pedantic about how
It's not
I
pedantic.
talk.
It's not. It's called
But
clarification.
you knew what I meant.
You could
I
use
don't
context
think so.
clues.
I
You
don't
had
know
to
what
try
you
to
meant because I've never
understand.
worked in an office.
So our
he's not-
boss-
I'm
Southern
not,
tones.
Our boss
very
would,
correct or whatever. So
the
I've
guy
never
who
worked-
managed us would always come in after we got there, right? Because he's the boss. He doesn't need to be there on time. He would come in, put his bag down, sit in his chair, and he's in like the next room, but there was like a window, right? And into the bullpen. And he would say,
I hate it.
and that was like our cue to be like, is everything okay? What's going on? You know? But if you didn't do that, and this is, I used to love, I would always kind of like look around and be like, don't say anything, right? And then he would go, like louder and more exaggerated. And then to go, what's up, man? Is everything cool? He goes, I don't know. And he would get up and come around and sit on somebody's desk and just unload on bullshit.
Don't put your hands where I put my hands.
So
there's bullshit in the bullpen? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he would just unload. He'd be like, my neighbor's wife is cheating on her. You know, it's like, well, what is this?
Why are you telling me?
Just the way he would initiate it.
So his neighbor is there's a lesbian couple and then one of them is cheating?
He would just
I don't want to
there
know.
was an ongoing sister-in-law saga where he would come in like every day and say, and I guess this was a while. It was like 2007. So I can talk about this, right? This doesn't matter.
Yeah, they haven't broken up by
limitations.
now.
It's the statute of limitations on.
So he was always like
sitting on the desk. You don't want to sit on the desk.
My sister-in-law, this whole thing with my sister-in-law. Oh my God. And I kept saying, I kept wanting to say, like, I have actual problems right now for me. And you're burdening us with your sister-in-law's bullshit.
But that's the thing with men is men don't know how to fucking express themselves. They think that, you know, they need to get some weird fucking social validation from other men that are just as dumb as they are. So they're not actually going to talk about the problem in depth. It's easy to talk about someone else's problems, you know.
I just
this guy's probably got more important shit going on in his own personal life, but he's not going to talk about that. No sirree bub, but he's going to gossip about his shit fuck family.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. He's using that like
it's a
this
proxy.
guy he's using that very real crutch that you're right, men do have, where they don't actually want to talk about their own problems. But he's not doing it to talk about his problems. He's just a gossip. That's all.
He's a little gossy bossy,
He's a
you
little
know.
gossy. He's a little gossy. Yeah.
He's there's my sister-in-law's a goddamn bitch, you know. She got cheating on her lesbian wife, you know. Like, brother, I'm trying to get some work done over here. That's what Matt's saying. You know, I got my own problems. I broke my ankle and I got 13 ear infections, and you're sitting here talking about your sister-in-law. That's what Matt
my calf
He's
muscle.
from the South. You tore your calf muscle that week? Week?
At that job, yeah. Both of them.
Did you ever get compensation?
Carrying the conversation?
No, it was we'd play basketball at lunch. I tore my calf muscle when I had 10 of 12 points and 5-on-5. I was killing it, and I tore my calf muscle. And then
how long did that take to recover?
A while. It took a while.
Like
and
6
then
months, 8 months, a year?
No, like you can still I needed crutches, but they don't fix anything. It heals. And it took, I don't know, 6 weeks. But then I did it again because I was skateboarding and snowboarding one day. It's in my 30s. And I was doing both of those in one day, and and I didn't stretch. And I was probably dehydrated. And the next day I was just walking and tore my calf muscle.
Wait, you were dehydrated, but you're skiing. So there's like water everywhere, but somehow you're dehydrated?
It's not water, and it could be fake. And
the snow is fake. What, you're living in Colorado?
No, it's not based on like actual moisture.
What the fuck?
It's manufactured, but like, but Andrea, you get that it could be snowy and also a dry climate, right?
Not if you have a spoon.
What
the fuck?
So I tore my calf muscle walking across the street. The light turned. I stepped into the street, and when you tear your calf muscle, you hear a pop, and it's like somebody came up and smacked you in the back of the leg with a stick.
Is that what that was that I had that happen?
And I immediately went down, and the pain went like radiated through my body, and I immediately got sick. So here I am. I had on like a tie and a overcoat, and I had like a laptop bag.
What kind of laptop? Was there a laptop in the bag?
Nice shoes. Like I didn't look like, I guess I could have looked like a drunk or something. But anyway, I collapsed.
That's going to be the most likely. Someone in a suit, they're probably having.
I collapsed in the middle of the fucking road all of a sudden and got sick, and everyone is just going.
Oh.
No one stopped.
Can you tell me what got sick means?
Yeah, that's confusing to me. Oh, so you because all right.
Yeah, I was like, ow, and then I fell, and I was like, oh, and then I kind of like dragged myself over to the gutter and was like, "Bleh." And nobody did anything.
Well, that's because
And
everyone's
then
trained to ignore people in peril.
a houseless guy was like, "Hey man, are you okay?" And he like helped me up and took me over to like this is in Boulder, Colorado. So when I say he took me over to an alley, nice alley. So he took me over to like the corner of this alley. He's like, "Just take a breath, sit down. Where's it hurt?" And I was like, "I'm okay. I think I tore my calf muscle. It all came back to me. I should have stretched, blah, blah, blah. I'm dehydrated." And
Why are you chronically dehydrated? Drink some fucking water, dude. What the fuck?
at elevation, right? A mile above sea level, you cannot drink enough fucking water. And it's very easy to be like, "Oh, I skipped a couple of hours."
How is that easy? Get a fucking timer on your watch.
Andrea.
I drink 1 cup of water every hour. I'll tell you this. I'm very meticulous.
What is
Except for when I do this show. Actually,
what is it called when you have an answer for everything?
What is that? Over
Not know it all. Check it out. New member.
I'm too gun shy. Bing Van Gordon became a YouTube member. Yeah, congrats.
This is an old friend of mine who lived. He was a neighbor. So
neighbor?
Cool.
He can attest to everything.
Right side, back
hey,
side?
Bing, how many times in your life have you heard somebody say, "We really need this moisture, you guys"?
It's true though. Moisture.
Bing is rolling his eyes as we speak. Guarantee it. But no. Anyway, the only person to help me was a guy who lives on the street. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
All these,
it's the
privileged
apartheid.
fucks just walked on by. Boulder is full of fake people, J-Rock, but is that J-Rock that said that? Yeah. But there's like, Boulder, Colorado is annually voted the most tolerant place to live, also the least diverse.
Yep, it's a bunch of virtue signalers.
They're like, "We think everyone has a right to live here.
98%
if you can afford it, and we've got HOAs, so yeah." Neil Gorsuch from Boulder, Colorado.
Oh boy.
Now I've got to tell you something. I can't tell you how many people I personally knew who were normies, but were like, "Oh, he's from Colorado. He's from Boulder," and I was like, I don't know why that's exciting to you, but anyway.
People get excited at the simplest of things,
I've met Trump supporting deadheads. I've met right-wing Star Trek fans. It's such a paradox.
That's always a wild one.
Who are you rooting for? Who do you think the bad guys are?
That's the thing. When you teach children that everyone has a right to an opinion on anything and nothing's off the table, a couple generations later, people come up with some crazy ass shit.
So what I would do when I first moved to Boulder, when my family would visit, I'd go, "Hey, see that house? That's Mark and Mindy's house right there."
Oh,
they worked
I'm sorry.
They worked in a music store on the Pearl Street Mall. The house was like a block or two off the mall. So very geographically accurate.
I am very jealous because Mork and Mindy is like one of those shows that actually has some historic value. It'd be like if you were living outside of the bar where they film Always Sunny. Like, that's cool, dude.
Yeah, I still think we need to shut it down and retool this thing. I feel like this show has hit rock bottom. Even though we started at rock bottom and we've only tried to go deeper, we should admit to ourselves that we need to shut this down.
That's my favorite episode of SpongeBob, Rock Bottom.
Why did I live in Boulder when Denver was right there? My wife moved to Denver before we were married, and I was about to move there, and then she relocated to Boulder. I don't know what to tell you. But and then I left Boulder and went to live in Longmont, which was better than both Denver and Boulder.
The next time I yawn, look at my eyeballs right after.
Okay, why? Are you a lizard person for real?
Yeah.
And that's when we can see.
Yeah, it's because that's when I blink from the side. But no, I don't know. I've never really seen anybody else that has this, but my eyes water when I yawn, like a lot. And it makes for weird experiences when someone's like, oh, hey, you okay? And I gotta be like, no, but not for any external reasons you should know. That's just because I'm a sleepy boy.
You should say, I just
realized I could get out of work early.
Sometimes
I didn't drink my hourly water.
I drink water very meticulously. It's important for you. Reverse osmosis, remineralized. You get the most clean, healthy hydration. Hydration is the key to keeping yourself young. It's an important thing because water, we've never really had water quality as good as we had like maybe 25, 20 years ago. It's a lot worse now than it was back then. But still, the point is you can still get some decent water quality, live a longer life, 5 to 10 more years if you drink enough water plenty of times. A lot of people, they don't drink enough water. They drink soda, they drink juice. They drink. You ever hear these people that drink water, quote unquote, but it's actually just those like shit that they put in the water, like this powderized shit, but they think it's water. What do you think Gatorade is? Would you call it Gatorade water? That's water by the same definition.
Have you seen Idiocracy, Andrea?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Okay. When they're using Gatorade for
Surge or whatever the fuck it's
fields. Or
yeah, no, it's good.
Surge.
Honestly, though, it's a good idea. Has anyone actually tried that? Because it might work.
Electrolytes.
Yeah.
But this chatter named J-Rock is making me think of Trailer Park Boys. How familiar?
I think that every week.
Yeah. I fucking love his outtakes.
Andrea, I feel like both you haven't watched Trailer Park Boys, and you would enjoy it a great deal.
Oh yeah, you gotta see that.
Yeah.
All right, I'll check it out. I'm gonna go watch it right after this.
Ironically, it's the best depiction I've ever seen. It's totally farcical comedy. It's not meant to be grounded at all, but it's the best depiction I've seen of the reasoning of actual criminals. Like people who are like really sincerely trying to start a criminal enterprise, not they've been labeled cruelly a criminal. It's basically just like Trailer Park Boys conversations. It's amazing.
There was a episode, so it was a series. Then they started making movies.
Yeah.
I remember the first movie, and they all ended up being this way, but I remember the first movie, I was like, yeah, it's funny, but it's the movie version. Whereas the show is like a mockumentary, like The Office. Like it's supposed to feel like a documentary, and they interact with the camera crew and stuff. But the movie, I was like, yeah, it feels a little too polished. By the end of the movie, I'm sitting there going, this is the most surreal, abstract, insane shit I have ever seen. He is trying to pee on that guy from a moving car, drunk off his ass. It is amazing where they de-evolve the plot into complete mayhem.
So
like
they're
it
peeing
starts out
off of cars on other cars.
It was.
Well, sometimes you gotta
weaponize
about? Trucker piss. You gotta. This is separate.
Why did you say it like that? Trucker piss. Why did you give it the code name type?
Remember the bank heist movie where they make an armored car in Julian's garage or something?
Unfortunately, no. I wish I did.
Who's Julian?
It sounds delightful.
Leahy busts them in the bank.
Patrick Leahy,
the former
Senator
cop. Now he's the trailer park manager. He busts them, and then Julian's like, "Look, Leahy, I love you," and he's like, "You do?" And he's like, "Yeah, just let me do this bank heist, and then we can be together." Remember that? It's so and I'm just sitting there going, "What is happening?" Like like it starts out. I don't know how you plan a storyline like this. But it's like for every 10 minutes, something kind of funny happens. By the last 30 minutes, every minute it gets more like off the rails. I don't know how they do it.
if I had to put like the book jacket version of it, I would say it is a parody of every one of your friends that you've had throughout your life who only had bad ideas. And it's also where Elliot Page got their start as an actor. That's fun.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Ricky's daughter. Or no, Leahy's daughter, actually. But then it was
but basically Ricky's daughter. Sorry, we're done. It's too inside baseball. You got to watch it. Well, I'll watch it with you.
I
Pirate
prefer
it together.
outside baseball. I've never been one to be inside the ring.
I think it's
like
all
to,
on Netflix.
I like to shoot the ball outside. Do you shoot the ball in baseball or do you hit the ball?
I think you hit
What's
it.
the
You throw it
difference?
and you hit it.
But you,
I mean,
you
it
would
goes
love
really
this
fast. It's like
show.
a bullet. You shoot it like a gun because they've hit it so hard. It goes.
What
really
was
fast.
Bubbles'
Yeah.
wrestler persona? The green
something bastard. I think the green bastard.
The green
That's
bastard is that
Yeah.
what it was? Snoop Dogg was in that one whole season, and Tom Arnold and Snoop Dogg come to the trailer park for one whole season,
Just hang out.
and they're like trying to hit up Snoop Dogg for money, and they're like
Oh,
trying to
sure.
get like a lot of money, and he's like, well, "How much you talking about?" And they're like, $5,000. He goes, "I got that on me," and he like just gives them $5,000, no problem. But anyway.
Good.
I do
Sounds
think
like a good show.
We're killing the potential joy she could have by talking about it, but it's good. I promise.
Oh yeah. Now I can't ever be surprised when Snoop Dogg shows up. So that's.
But
been
here we
permanently
are
destroyed.
talking about Trailer Park Boys and Tom Arnold and Snoop Dogg. We need to shut this down and retool it.
Yeah, we got to
Honestly.
Andrea, do you have any ideas for what kind of show we could do?
With something more serious where we have like a point to it.
Maybe we
I would
pilot
like
it right
to
now.
do. I would like to do a show where we sit here and discuss the stakes of what we're
I don't
dealing
need
with
meat.
as
I don't
a
need meat.
collective. And when I say collective, I don't mean just as a human species, as a collective consciousness of organisms across the planet that we call Earth. But what I mean is a collective of individuals to do a show called Left Past 10 that happens to also be a part of this space. So is it like, it's a space that exists temporally speaking past 10. And as that collective of three, formerly four individuals, soon to be four once again, hopefully. And, as that collective, we should really sit here and thank you, Jake, for taking the gravity of the situation seriously. Unlike Letterhack, who's whenever I go on a soliloquy, he's like, I'm going to look at the chat, just looking over here, looking at the chat.
Jake's all old timey.
Yep. But I think that in the retooling is going to be something that requires just rethinking everything from the ground up. We need to just burn what we have and start over. Maybe even we need to start mixing metals in unique ways to create new types of tools. Because frankly, steel, it's not cutting it anymore. We need to come up with something else. We need to come up with something better. And we've got the ceiling is way out there. The space and stars are always expanding.
Wow.
It's always getting further away.
Wow,
And we're staying
really?
here. Yeah, I know. It's crazy
Wow.
when you think about it.
Okay.
We're still here, except we're not actually in a localized position. We're actually singing around space, and not only in our solar system, but also in the galaxy. And then the galaxy's in a supercluster that's spinning around. So we're actually not very
Okay.
stationary. But the point being
I
is that
think
the
I heard
ceiling
that
is
once.
always farther away. It's never closer. Although there
that
could be
right?
some points in time when the ceiling is closer due to some
I know.
abstract anomalies. But
I know.
I think that that's
Andrea,
something that
I
we should
know.
really.
If
I
I
know.
may
I get
offer
it.
some constructive criticism, I feel like the scope of this show might be a little bit broad.
I think that's offensive.
Oh, we
personally,
need
but-
to focus
Sorry.
more.
I mean, the show is
I know
made
you
by
went
a
black
thought.
and white, but this ain't the 1950s. You can't be throwing
If
those words around
look,
here.
look, Dorothy's right. If we're gonna retool the show, it's gotta be focused.
Gotta be
Not
focused.
retool and make it broader, because then we get back to where we are now, where like literally anything can happen, and that's not working. That's why we got to shut it down and retool it.
All right.
And so what we're going to do is we're going to come in here on Monday morning. I want everyone to bring their A game. We're going to make a bullet point list of what this show should be, what our mission statement is, what our individual and collective goals will be. No, that already sounds like too much work. Let's just keep it the way it is.
Yeah.
So I would
Look,
like
we just retooled it. We just did retool it though.
I would like
so
to
give us some credit.
I would like to bring in the concept of quantum physics into this show because when you think about it, what we're doing here is we're rolling the dice. Every week there's a new series
No
of
such thing as
universes
quantum.
that are created as many worlds, if you will,
human
that are
constructs.
spawned out of this show, because this is not a focused scripted show. This is a Letterhack controlled show, and Letterhack is actually the epicenter of the quantum universe. And so every time Letterhack gets on camera and does a show,
of the universe.
the nexus of the universe, that's correct. And it creates these branching pathways that can be, it's like it ripples in time and space. And you know what we're doing here is we're trying to create as many different universes as possible. A lot of other people, like, you know, shows like What You Can Do, they just kind of have a formula. They rehash the same thing all the time. Not here at Left Past 10. We don't do that. We come up with something new and interesting. We really spelunk into the depths of our self-conscious.
We do spelunk into the depths.
The chat is sitting here saying I'm the most Republican when my version of retooling is saying that we should and then backing away from it. No, that is kind of Republican.
Yeah.
I mean,
anyway,
the most Republican in this case being centrist Democrat.
I would say let's vote that we aren't going to retool, but that's a little too organized for this show. Let's not do that.
I'm saying micropilots, you know?
Oh.
We come up with an idea, do it right here, and see how long we, you know.
All right, Jake, you start.
Wow.
Go. 5,
All
4,
right,
3, 2, 1.
All right. New kind of show we're doing here at this space. It's
all mugs all the time.
All mugs. In fact, you can only talk as long as you've
got a mug?
more mugs than somebody else on screen. So if you have less mugs than somebody else on screen, you actually can't talk. That's the whole concept.
Why did the hot coffee call the police?
Now, do you have?
Because it got mugged.
You son of a...
We can do this. We can do this. We barely changed the format. We just introduced mugs.
Call it mugging for the camera.
I was left out of the conversation because I don't have mugs. I don't have mugs at my desk because, you know, what does that do? That attracts bugs. It's
filthy
grime,
vermin.
it's filth. You know, where when you get the mug, you put it next to the coffee pot on the counter. What else was on the counter recently? When's the last time you cleaned the counter? And you bring whatever is on the bottom of that mug up into your desk, up into your living space. Contamination everywhere. It starts emanating like an aura. You can just see it spreading like fungi on the time
that's
lapse,
debatable.
You know,
that's debatable.
But plasmic, you know, fucking, you know, stretching across the fucking physical
more
terrain.
Importantly,
so you're saying there's not enough mugs in your life?
Yeah, should we call
I've got
it
plenty of mugs.
past
They're just
mug?
they're in the sink right now, and I wash them.
Is it mug past 10? Left past?
I think it's mugging for the camera.
I think what the show amounts to is the fact that we just mugged about 2 hours of your life that you'll never get back, and we're planning on doing a little bit more too. So,
how about
luck.
this?
Stick
mean
with us.
mugging. Mean mugging. That was a really sweet smile, Andrea. That was the genuinely, yeah. Look at that. When I smile, that's what I think. That's what I think I look like.
Oh yeah.
What I actually look like is.
How come pictures of me don't look like me in the mirror? What the fuck? I look at me in the mirror and I'm like, that's me.
Yourself in the mirror, actually, it's like technically you're seeing like a slightly distorted version of yourself.
No, but like right now,
light reflection.
Right now, this guy can go out in the public. That's fine. No
this
embarrassment.
This is not a mirror. This is a webcam.
If somebody took a picture of me in public and then I saw that picture, I'd be like,
fucking shit.
Why did I leave that?
And people wonder why I don't go in public. People are like, why does Andrea stay at home? I've left the house once or twice in the entirety of the year. And it's because I don't want anyone taking pictures of me in public. I don't need to see myself from another point of view unless it's me doing something awesome, which is going to be very carefully calculated, of course. And yeah, I'm going to spend at least 3 to 6 months getting into shape before I do that thing.
This has
So
been
any
mug
given
past
moment
10.
in my life. All right.
This has been mug. What if Sandee comes back and
We
we're
just
all
have a new
mugs
format.
all the time?
Yeah.
And we're all like, okay, Jake, you first. Did you bring a new mug? And then
Yeah.
We got show and mug. Is that the metallic inside over there? Is that what that is?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
We should. Looney Tunes said we should call it Wake and Jake.
Yep, Wake and Jake is going to be coming
ready
soon.
for that.
Actually, I think Tuesday at approximately what we're starting at 11:38 is when you wake up.
We cannot
Jake
1
can
p.m.
show
We
up,
cannot
1 p.m. Start ripping dingers live on camera, and then hey,
it
guys,
cannot. I have a show on Tuesday. It cannot be the same day I have a real
all right,
show.
Wednesday to next week. Wednesday.
Wednesday,
Wake
I
and Jake?
also have a show.
Thursday tomorrow, as actually because that we don't have to wait until next week for Thursday. Tomorrow at 1 is not going to be Wake and Jake because someone else is going to be streaming, but maybe you can come on a little bit earlier, like 12:27. You can wake up, Jake it up, and go from there.
What was with the concept of the show that in theory I upon waking rip into a joint and then attempt to follow a recipe? Was that the idea? Because I think I kind of like that.
I mean, you could just do whatever you want. It can just, as long as you wake up and get high, it can be anything else after that.
That's
It can
the
be,
only appeal.
Yeah, that's pretty much all you need.
Problem is, like, when I get high, we talked about this. When I get high, I don't get like televised high. I get like
You got to train the skill. I've been high on camera many. I'm high right now. I have had about, if I remember correctly, about 50 something milligrams of tetrahydrocannabinol in the last 2 hours. So I'm feeling pretty great.
Am I high? Am I high?
Yes.
Well, you just turned your camera off for an unknown amount of time, so I imagine that you've done something.
No, I'm just
illegal.
saying, like over the course of the night, from 9 o'clock when I came on air, what does everyone think? Am I stoned tonight?
Certainly not. I don't think so.
Yes.
I just can't fathom being able to do stuff that casually. How about, all right, what's the answer? Oh, well, we're going to let the audience guess. All right.
When was the last time I puffed tough?
Gonna puff, and I'm gonna get tough. I'm gonna go out there and go get some tough volcanic ash,
I don't know. Yeah, high and stoned are different things. I don't remember the last time I was like
kind of, I guess,
blasted. Like, I don't remember. That would have been Colorado probably before I moved to South Carolina, just because it was legal.
The other day,
easy to do.
I did 150 milligrams of tetrahydrocannabinol and had 75% of a bottle of wine, and I played Pokemon for 9 hours. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I would
that
just
actually sounds like a hell of a day.
I would smoke hash for like days at a time, and just there really is a difference between high and stoned. But yeah, I smoked all day today.
Christ.
Smoked all day today. Smoked all day tonight. Playing on
Hey,
the bed,
professional.
smoke a little bit more. I like to wake up at 3:18 a.m. every day, smoke a little bit more, get back to bed, wake up at 6:17, and then wake up, mouthwash my mouthwash with my tetrahydrocannabinol infused mouthwash. It's good for you. It's good for your gums.
That feels like too much Southern Andrea.
It's too much Southern?
No. I feel like I'm talking to Southern Andrea. I feel like that's too much THC.
It's down there. It's just enough. It's just enough.
Just less
Pickle yourself.
less flour, more bug spray.
Is it really? Does it pickle me?
Balance it out.
I don't like bug spray. It makes me. It smells
Lysol.
weird.
Use Lysol.
Use Lysol. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll give it a shot.
Make your product last longer.
How many views have we lost in the last couple?
We're gaining. Honestly, I'm waiting. Oh no, yeah, we did lose some.
Okay.
You know what? Let's do a sick experiment. I'm gonna bleed the lizard real quick. Watch the view count. Watch the view count. Yeah, it's a concern.
I just went up one.
I just drank a lot of sody pop. I'll see you in a second, and we're gonna gain.
I just consumed some spironolactone. So
what in the world is that?
That's bubblegum. So the theory is that people are just tuning in periodically to see if Jake is on screen. If he's not, they're like, "Oh, I'll stay."
Oh yeah, I'll watch.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Well, it's also like when Jake goes away, like people are like they go into their Discord server and they're like, "Hey guys, Jake left. Come in and check this out." Because it's like when you're
We've
showing,
gone up
hey,
3.
get the fuck out of here, mute your mic. When you're trying to show something to your friends, you want to make sure it's like a good ep. You don't want to show them an episode and it's like the gas station episode, because it's just, how do you even explain that, right?
That deserves an Emmy.
This guy is still here. Are you peeing right now? Are you peeing in a bottle or something at your desk?
Yeah, in the bottle. Why?
In the bottle? Could you show us?
I guess I'll go into another room. Bye.
It's a joke.
We've gone up. $10
5 views.
super chats.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
$10
Now we went
super chats for Jake.
We went from 77 to 86 since Jake. What'd you do, Jake? Fire up a bunch of burner accounts?
I think if everyone goes to Jake's channel and gives him $10 in super chats, we can see the piss bottle, I think, that he is currently urinating into.
It's called a jug.
The piss jug, if that sounds better. But this is once again, when you're trying to share something, you want to make sure it's a sanitized show. And as you know, urinating is sterile. It's very, very healthy in some way.
We need a new format here. We need a format.
Well, what we have here is we have one mat, and that's just not enough. So we need 4.
We never draw any conclusions.
That's not true.
I remember that guy got really upset. Who was that? Somebody was like, they haven't drawn one conclusion tonight.
I keep telling I started.
Or did they say, are you going to draw even one conclusion tonight? They said something like that. I just remember being like, okay, we have to let people know we're not here for that. Like, there was one time where I was on the Majority Report. I got like 1,500 new subscribers, and the very next show was Left Past 10. And I was like, I have to say something at the beginning that this has nothing to do with what I talked about on the Majority Report.
Really, what you had to do is issue a warning, because Jake was going to appear on screen, and you never know what could happen. With
there was a comment.
We had Jake on stream one time, and he was talking about he had something about guns, and it was really horrifying stuff. But Matt had to unlist the video. It was very scared.
I had a comment one time on my video where it said, the Majority Report sent me here. I subscribed. I watched your episode last night, which would have been Left Past 10. And I don't understand why. Oh, wow. He goes, I don't understand what this is supposed to be, but it's not what I was promised. Unsubbed. And I was like, really damn, okay. Give me a break. Dude.
I love the idea that you can't have fun on your channel. Like, it has to just.
But like, you saw me on the Majority Report and thought, that guy has a serious news show. I'm watching it right now. I'm gonna learn news from him.
Click on Devil's Advocate Productions' latest chat message. I'm getting deja vu. Just pop that. And the reason why you may feel like you have deja vu is because Letterhack, this is really just an elaborate exercise for Letterhack to talk about the Majority Report. It just talks about it all the time. He plays clips of the Majority Report whenever they talk about him. He's kind of obsessed, and he's really, really desperately trying to get their attention. So that's why Matt really did all of this that you're watching now. And so far it's been working. It's been paying off pretty well. But still, that's why you've heard this before, because he just doesn't shut the fuck up about the Majority Report. It's kind of a problem.
If he didn't, I would.
I have
And Jake, you got is that a medical condition? What is that?
I've solved my design problem. I think I've got it sorted now in a way that is going to work in the long term.
This actually might be one of the best skits you've done, I must say.
It's pretty clever.
This is really good. Is it possible that if I pretended to shoot you with a cannonball, that you could get a big gulp of tape or whatever that is on your chest or whatever, like the cartoon when they have the open belly when the cannonball goes through? Is that possible? Also, don't think we forgot about the piss jug, because that's definitely gotta happen.
Could you pretend? Look, it's a precariously perched soda can. I really don't.
Really,
we're right at the rim.
Could you show us the rim so we could determine the color?
Dehydrated severely.
I think we'll get kicked off Twitter for that.
Give me a finger
or YouTube.
Okay.
Pretend to shoot me real quick.
Boom. And then leans over, and then you got to secretly apply the tape.
That's how you would do it.
That is pretty good. Oh, is that what that is? Oh shit!
Yeah.
Shot. It's blue. The background came through.
Oh yeah.
He shot. Oh, I see. You were confused because it's a square. He shot me with a bullet meant for the Turks. That's a real deep cut. If you got that, congratulations. And I'm sorry.
A deep cut is going to be similar to what I'm going to be doing after the show is over, based on the performance of everybody.
Jesus Christ.
When I say that, I mean I'm going to be cutting up some vegetables and frying them in a stir
I thought you
fry.
meant editing the show, not
Yeah,
Jeez.
that's right. Well, I meant stir fry. I'm going to make some stir fry.
It's 12 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Left Past 10 on this space. I'm the Letterhack. With me, as always, is your old pal Jake, Andrea Rovenski. We're not drawing any conclusions, although at any moment we may shut this thing down and retweet.
I would argue that first, before we retool it, we need to really explore, and maybe we can get a committee based on this.
That's some industry speak, though,
we have
right?
To detool
Shut it down
first.
and retool it.
We got
That's
to
somebody
detool it.
who's like.
That's the thing. Well, that's
detool.
someone who's knee deep.
We haven't tooled
They're
it
like
at
in
all.
the shadow industry. You know, has the shadow government, the deep state. They're in the deep industry, like the industry that controls the industry. You know, it's some really it's a deep cut of some
Bo
kind.
Z, we all want to know.
Jake is this is an outward manifestation of Jake's inner emptiness inside the core of his being that you can tell that really kind of it presents itself in ways that are not this obvious, but today we're just showing it for what it is.
Yeah, just letting you know that I'm thinking about you.
Thinking about yo.
You can watch Left Past 10 every Wednesday at about 10 p.m. Eastern on this space. Don't worry, this time next week we'll have shut it down and retooled it.
Don't
get better from here, folks.
Don't hold your hat on that one, because we probably will forget that we ever said any of this and just show up next week and do it all over again.
Yeah.
And halfway through, somebody will be like, "My God, you've hit rock bottom." He said, "You've hit rock bottom. Shut it down and retool it." We totally should. Oh, well, I don't have the energy. Sorry.
I, on the other hand, do have the energy. It's just I refuse to expend it on something like this. So I'm gonna keep the energy for myself, put it in a battery bank, hold on to it.
One of the only things we ever like put in writing about format was anybody can talk about anything they want. We don't need to, though. Like, we can just free form it, right?
Absolutely.
You're watching Left Past 10, our unscripted free-form panel show, weekly group show, all new weekly group panel show, Left Past 10, where literally anything can happen. If you're expecting conclusions to get drawn, I'd like to remind you of the title of the show, Left Past 10, not where conclusions are drawn. So,
Left Past 10, very interestingly, started at 9:53 today due to a technical difficulty with Matt's ability to read a clock.
remember when Andrea renamed the show because she like crossed out the 10 and wrote the 9?
Well, I forget which one of you dumb motherfuckers wanted to do that, but one of you got
I had to do it. I had a day job.
I had to get up in the morning. I had to be a working boy. I got to do this, this show that I did. And I didn't even want to do it at 10 o'clock.
So
you know what I do? I destroy my sleep schedule every Wednesday night for this. I like to be in bed by 9 every night, except for this fucking show. But I decided, Matt came over to me like a year and a half, 2 years ago, and said, "Hey, we have to do a show called Left Past 10, and it's at 10 o'clock.
Andrea was like, "I'm in."
And I said, "I'm in," but I was very skeptical at first. I think I said, "I'll think about it," and then I thought,
I'll tell you exactly what you said. You were like, "I'm in. It's only a matter of time before you don't want me on the show." And I said, "That's not going to happen." You go, "It always happens." And I said, "It's not going to happen."
Well, we're still waiting. And
darn it if you don't
Sandee
try
got kicked off the
every
show
week.
first. So I didn't see that coming. That's a plot twist.
Who got kicked off?
Sandee got kicked off the show first.
Technically, no. But every week you do try to get kicked off the show.
Whether or not I try.
Jake's trying to get kicked off the show right now. I've been trying to get kicked off the show since episode 1.
I actually think that would
Jake
be a
makes
great
you
show.
unlist the stream when he threatens to do certain sorts of things.
Hold on, Jake.
think
Are
it
you
would be great.
retooling the show right now?
Yeah, let's retool real quick.
Okay, step one, shut it down. So real quick,
Shut it down.
Shut it down. All right,
Shut it all
show is
down.
shut. Retool.
Make sure you don't hit restart and you hit shut down, because when you hit restart, it doesn't do a full shutdown. You got to do a full shutdown.
Oh boy.
Hold your button down for 3 to 5 seconds. Shut that bitch down. I would even go to the back of your computer, hit that little, that little switch. That horizontal switch that was also on the PlayStation 2. I love that, and I love reaching in the back. You get your arms stuck in there, and you click the switch, and then it goes.
How do you ever blow on video games?
Oh yeah, I do it all the time. Yeah.
So that's spitting on computer.
Yeah,
stuff.
I'm gonna
Don't
do it right now.
Stupid. Nope, that's you're
I'm doing it right
spitting
now.
on. You're spitting on. That's counterproductive.
That's why you get
They
a
sell
mouthful
little.
of rice.
They spell.
You're telling me this doesn't work?
They sell those little. They sell those little compressed air canisters with the straw, so you can.
Yeah, but those have refrigerants that are bad for the environment.
You're
So
just you're just spreading germs to a video game. What video game
Andrea,
is that?
I am impressed.
You're not
with your
allowed to
card.
see. If you don't already know based on this little snippet that you're
Well,
seeing.
you gotta
you're
hold
not
it
allowed to
still.
see.
Hey, Jake,
Anyone who's
nice
a real
mug.
gamer, they're able to see what this game is. If you're a real gamer, but
Tell us
Jake's not
about
a
your
real
mug,
gamer.
Jake. What was that mug you just held up? Tell us all about it. We're not doing the mug. Did we?
We're not doing the mug.
Kill the mug.
No, this
We're
is
not doing
we had to
mugs.
Are we
retool.
retooling the
We had
mugs?
to retool. Yeah.
So
I just think
Could
it'd be
I?
fun to
I
do a
want
show where
to
we see-
sincerely request. I'm going to use the bathroom for a moment. Please do not end the
Okay.
show in my absence. Just so you know.
Why would we end this? We're
wouldn't dream
killing
of
it right now. What are you talking about? This is one of the most enthusiastic shows I've ever done.
I think it would be ballsy to do
To
a
shut
show
it down
where,
and just
where we try to
retool.
get canceled.
Oh,
Because we are on the progressive left, and the big thing people kvetch about lefties is that they cancel people irrationally. And I think it would be fun to have fun with that concept where we try to get canceled, either because we're talking about something genuinely controversial, or more I think likely we give our particular foibles, our particular opinions that we know other people won't share.
Did you hear the beginning of Hey Funny Book tonight?
No, that I actually missed the beginning, and I was here for the rest.
I wasn't looking at the chat, so I don't know what people were thinking, but I was saying a lot of stuff I don't believe. And ahead of time, I was like, I wonder if I could get canceled for this. If people don't know me or don't listen all the way through.
That's fair.
I was acting like Zoran lost. And I was saying, well, here's why. Right? And I was like, he was too woke. And yeah, so, but, I was
Is that
saying
what
a
you're
lot
saying
of,
on your fucking show?
I
You're saying
was like,
Zoran's woke?
I said, it's super simple. Number one, embrace Republicans. How are you going to win over Republican voters with the same woke agenda that Kamala Harris lost with? Right? And I
Would
was,
you mind? So go ahead.
you want me to copy and paste it for you somewhere?
No. In fact,
Give us the
I
script.
will just, yeah. I think that's funny as hell.
Yeah, I was talking about how you don't want to alienate the donors because raising money is actually, there was one part in here where I kind of do want to circle back on this one part because this was fucking real. I was saying like, I guess
Time to get serious?
First it's free buses, and now you're going to want to do universal health care. Well, politicians are making laws that benefit the pharmaceutical company. In the first 6 months of this year, representatives and senators made $3 million off buying pharmaceutical stocks. Now, what do you expect them to do? Make laws and then not invest in the companies that benefit from those laws? Why else would they be in Congress? Right? So, but that's real. There was like $2.9 million that, like, this is right out in the open, that members of Congress made off the pharmaceutical stocks. What the fuck is this?
A lot of them made money off of the Iran bombing too.
Yeah, So I'm saying, what was Pelosi's response when asked about this at one time? She goes, "Are we not capitalists?" And was like, "Damn."
Kind of letting it out.
It
letting
always,
all hang out.
Yeah.
I always think of the guy who took over as CEO for United Health. And they're like, "So what's your plan?" He goes, "I'm going to pick up where the last guy left off." And we're like, "Really? You're saying that publicly?"
Yep.
Do you know what happened to the last guy? Like, why are you crazy?
It's kind of like the JD Vance situation.
There's
What do
going to
you
be
mean?
no.
What happened to the last guy, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's really not going to be any question about, like, there's some things in history where you just know looking back, it's going to be so hard to communicate who was in the right and who was in the wrong and why people did what they did. Looking at the reactions to Mamdani, where they're like, 20 years ago, Muslims got the Trade Center, and now a Muslims in New York. Can we talk about immigration? Not going to be hard at all to see where people stood.
What?
I'm not so sure about that because people are really fucking dumb when it comes to history. You know?
They're always retooling history too. But
Yeah,
watch.
that's the thing.
We're going to play this tomorrow, I believe.
Oh, we are? Is that true? Can we get
I'm
a
not
quick-
sure, but either way, everyone needs to watch the latest Humanist Report video.
Yeah.
There is a guy. I don't know. I turned it off because I was like, I don't have time to watch the whole thing. I don't want to watch the whole thing. This guy is talking. He's like a news guy talking about class warfare, as in the war is the poor going after the rich because they're rich. But isn't the definition of class warfare the reverse of that? Like, you don't have class warfare without people hoarding the money.
The poor people are really dumb and they're jealous, and they're a mob of dumb, ignorant slobs that are jealous of the successful rich people, and they just want to get all the money without having to work for it.
So a bunch of people who are too lazy to make any money said, "We're going to start class warfare." And everyone around them knew that that meant violently going after rich people. Like, that's so absurd. The class warfare is the gap in wealth. It's not people hating the other guy for having more money. It's why he has more money, and how for him to have more money, everyone else has to have less.
And when that rich guy is dealt with through class warfare, it doesn't mean they get tossed in a gulag. It means they go from being the ultra rich to well-to-do.
More taxes.
Whereas poor people, when they get attacked and class warfare happens to them, they do die because they don't get medical treatment. They don't fix their brakes. They et cetera, et cetera. They live in the street. So it's class warfare going up or down. It's not a directional thing to say the phrase class warfare. It's understood in America to mean the poor get their asses kicked. But what it should mean is, it's class warfare. Yeah, it's on, motherfuckers.
I
And
think
we're going to do it at the
apartheid
ballot
is
box.
also a reasonable term.
What now?
Apartheid. The rich can do whatever they want. They can go anywhere in society. They can violate any law and just pay the fine. You know, it's
All
a
right.
totally different legal system
put.
for the rich people.
Yeah,
There's,
100% yes.
Yeah. But this guy referenced, he goes, "I hate to go here, but it's Gotham." And I was like, it's Gotham City, like Batman? He's talking about, for a second there, I thought he was talking about finally the evil villain didn't win, like making a comparison to Cuomo or something. I was like, where's he going with this? He goes, it's Gotham. It's like the Batman movie where they're walking all the rich people out over the ice in the hopes that it'll crack and they'll die. And I was like, what? So I kind of remember that scene. I don't really remember being just the rich people.
That's good. No, that's really good.
Like,
It's really good.
That's how he illustrated class warfare. So it's like the poor people just can't wait to get some thin ice for those rich fuckers to walk out on. What are you talking about? Because Zoran Mamdani won the mayor primary? That's insane, man. That is wild.
That's one thing that I do gotta say. I gotta hand it to the electoralists. You know, like they are able to make people on TV cry and whine in quite exciting ways. One of my favorite meltdowns, of course, was Chris Matthews worried that Bernie would hang people up in Central Park or whatever, just start stringing them up by the trees, all the rich people. Any minute now. We're still waiting on that one. Oh, Chris, you know, we're still waiting. But
that's what happened to Chris Matthews, right?
Yeah, then he quit his show after that. That was like his last hurrah.
In disgrace.
He was going to string it. Bernie's going to string everyone up by the trees in Central Park. All the rich people just hang
he
them
was so
upside
good.
down, let their pockets flow down to the ground. You know,
I didn't agree with Chris Matthews, but he was on the McLaughlin Hour. Like that's where he started, like as a young guy, and I didn't always agree with him, but he was very like unique. Like, okay, that's Chris Matthews. Anybody can do that, or not anybody can do that. That is his thing, right? He is his personality was so like unique.
He sounds like he smokes 17 packs a day and he just keeps screaming in the same monotone.
Yeah, but then it was like,
and anytime you pause the video, he just looks like this.
You could tell when Hardball had been going on for a while. Yeah, he had a real bad like resting facial expression. Yep. But when Hardball had been going on for a while, you could tell there just came a point where it was like, I don't know, it might be better off if he just shut it down and retooled it. But instead, he let it go too long and burned some bridges. Yeah, would have been real easy to just
tweak around the edges with some tools.
He felt no obligation to truth, which is what happens to everybody at that level.
That's exactly it.
And so you age faster that way. You become less detached from reality, and it was rough. I do want to give some I want to brace the audience a little bit.
Oh wait, real quick. What's up, T-Bone? Hey, T-Bone.
Hey.
What's happening, T-Bone?
Is that T-Bone I see?
Side of life in the chat. What is going on?
If a stranger analyzed your routine, they might think your top priorities are surviving on caffeine, avoiding exercise like it's a contagious disease, and scrolling endlessly as if it's an Olympic sport. Well put. Yeah. I would caution this whole audience in this rare moment where we get to be happy about something, though. We need to. Mamdani has now got to run in the general election, and he's got to win over a lot of people that you don't like. You don't agree with their opinions.
Who did not vote in the primary.
Who did not vote in the primary, and some who did not vote for him and will consider voting for a Republican over a progressive. He's got to win them over. Here is the crucial moment where we really find out who Mamdani is. Don't be by default angry when he starts trying to appeal to those people, because he has to. What you should listen for is the way in which he appeals to those people. Does he give away things that he said he was going for? He might talk less about government-owned grocery stores, for example, but does he outright say, well, we're not sure we're going to do that? There's a huge difference there. If he believes what he said on the race, he will say, well, we do have plans to do that, and we believe it is going to be, and he'll make a case to them. Don't be angry about he's making a case to them, but make sure.
But no compromise.
Be on the lookout. Lean into it,
if anything.
Yes, absolutely. Be proud of what got him there, I hope. But just be on the lookout for him suddenly flip-flopping. That's how we'll know his actual character. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I have faith this time around in many things. I think if the activism in this country in 2025 had anything to do with building momentum for his primary victory, then that activism isn't going anywhere, and that momentum will only increase. That's how I'm looking at the situation. But we are always going to be in that situation where any achievement requires continued fighting to maintain that achievement, right? To retain it. but also to like, it's not going to be good enough. We have to keep going because one guy who gets elected as the mayor of New York isn't really enough, but it's the best example. It's proven method, however you want to describe it. But like as voters and people who fire up a webcam and talk about this shit all the time, we do have to remember that it's a constant struggle. We achieve something, you start fighting for the next thing. It's not, and it's not like, you know, these people hold term limits sometimes, right? So like, how long before, you know, with the president, it's like in 4 years, somebody could come in and undo all this shit. And it turns out half the stuff that president wanted to do in one term would have taken like 4 terms to actually do, right? Like, good luck. So
sure,
it's a constant, as progressives, I think that we have to constantly be fighting for, like you said, now we got to keep our eye on this guy. Like, we can't just let him wander off and change overnight or over the course
and now
of the
we
summer.
have to grow up about politics, which you used to mean don't complain when we flip flop. That's what growing up used to mean. It shouldn't, because we got, I mean, that was always bad.
Right.
But it does mean all the folks that you saw out there who, you know, can't wait to dress like a punk and talk like a punk and participate in this stuff just to feel radical, but doesn't actually think about it very much. We have plenty of them too. When you have millions in a group, you have some. All those folks, as soon as they hear Mamdani talking to middle-aged Jewish voters who think he hates Israel, not Israel, thinks he hates all Jews. When he talks to them, don't turn on him instantly. Actually listen to the what he's saying and think about how it results in policy, specifically the implications.
You're right. And I'm not trying to be pedantic, but it's worth mentioning that it's not that people are like, he hates Jews. The specific thing that people are saying, it's not a real concern, but their supposed concern is that with his success in government, there will be a rise in anti-Semitism, which is, I don't see how you make that connection, but
unless you're a dumb fuck motherfucker.
But Colbert said it just perfectly the other night when he was like, there's a lot of voters who think that when you if you get elected, there will be a rise in anti-Semitism. Why?
There's a lot of voters that think
like,
when you add 2 and 2 that it equals 75. And I was just thinking, how do you feel about that? Do you think that we should compromise on what 2 + 2 is? You know, just you seem to have a little bit of a darker skin complexion. So what do you think? Does that mean you hate the Jewish people, the Jewish population in New York City? God bless Israel.
Oh yeah, they were.
This message brought to you by the Israeli Defense Force. Hoorah, everybody. We love Israel. We love Jews.
The Cuomo campaign modified his beard and skin tone.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh
it made his beard like fucking like 10% larger for no reason.
But I like how Jake says it's a matter of being mature about politics and not. And this is another thing I was kind of joking about earlier tonight when I was like, look, if you want a taste of the good life, you're going to have to go without on a lot of things. Right. And like, you know, I was saying we've got to make sacrifices as voters and we're not always going to get what we want, but we got to get these guys elected. Like, come on, you guys, we got to get it done. So I do like that there's I like that phrasing in that we have to be mature about it in terms of letting the politician run on some shit. Look, I mean, if he was on MSNBC today, he was everywhere. But I saw him on an interview with, I always forget her name, Biden's former press secretary.
Redhead bitch.
yeah, her.
Jen Psaki.
Yeah, Psaki, that's it. So I saw him on there with her.
Shit, bitch,
and I was like, if she like joined his campaign, I would just immediately be like, that's it. It's over. That's not, this is all bullshit now.
That's the problem. People like that are going to join his campaign, and there's nothing you or he can do about it.
I know, and I think it's total. I think that's what's wrong is that people like that are joining campaigns. Like, why should she be on a campaign? What qualifies her? Because she was on one before?
She's
on MSNBC.
No, because she's
which is
not
the same as being a press secretary for president.
Because she is not an advisor. So when you see the folks that get added to his staff, you're not necessarily wrong to be skeptical of them, but understand the difference between an advisory role where you're advising them on policy, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, but why Jen Psaki over literally anybody else? You know what I'm saying? Why does it have to be somebody who's just
what are you
high
talking
profile?
about? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, this is
Did
how
she say she wants to join the campaign, or
no,
what?
this is they generally what was her name? Simone, who was a surrogate for Biden.
Sanders,
yeah, good man.
Yeah. She goes right from, MSNBC to surrogate to MSNBC again. And it was like, yeah, why you? I don't understand. What makes you qualified to do this? And basically, it's just talking, just like a mouthpiece. Like that's what I think when I say if Psaki joined that campaign. It's not as an advisor like that. That's what you described it as. I was describing.
No,
it
I
as
said
a mouthpiece or something.
You said, why is she there? And I said, because she is, or she's not even being discussed for the record. But like hypothetically, why would she even be there? And my answer is, well, because she would not be an advisor, meaning she would not affect the politics. She does have experience at the absolute highest level of communication. And this is the kind of thing we've got to brace for, because he's going to want to signal to people that do not pay close attention to this stuff that he's not a crazy whatever. He's going to use some of their people. Some of the old guard will be there. And what we need to look for is, are they advising on policy, or are they talking to the media on his behalf where they have a message he gave them to give? And that is their job. Because there's a crucial difference. And if we get angry about the people who are there to appease the people that don't really pay attention, we're going to get caught in our own clever traps, basically. It sucks that we have to do this, though.
I don't know if we do have to do it. It's the way it's always been done. I've yet to see somebody try it another way. I mean, shut it down. Retool it. It doesn't have to be this way. But in all seriousness, I do want the policy to speak for itself. And it's the fact that you can't trust politicians or like, oh, I don't think he has enough experience. Well, what are the qualifications you're listing? What experience? What are you talking about?
Well, you see, they have to go to Israel at least 7 times a year.
You can't be mayor. You've never even been mayor. How could you?
You've never taken a single bribe.
Yeah, you can't have a credit card. You don't have any credit.
This guy's never taken one bribe in his whole life. How can he be mayor already? He hasn't even taken a bribe at the county level. My God, how is he going to take bribes that are meant for the city of New York?
He did some pretty cool things as oh man, somebody hid a comment in my chat. It was a rude comment. Their username is Dirk Diggler, so I don't know how serious we should be taking them.
What's the rude comment? Tell me.
Said these 3 guys are idiots.
And dang stupid.
Well, at least
as soon as we start drawing conclusions.
I'm trying to get on this show to see what kind of thing. I thought this channel was about the stars. I thought we were going to be talking about exoplanets on this space. And here we go.
Pretending.
We got these people with fonts in the background with beer caps and some dumbass. What even is that in the corner of the screen? I don't know what the hell. I'm gonna subscribe just so that I can unsubscribe, because I feel like this show is an insult to the internet. I'm gonna be telling the vice president about this show so that they can shut it down and retool it, because there's something going on there.
Please hit subscribe, Dirk.
I did want to say New York has the population of some countries, and everything happens much faster there. And the eyes of the world are on New York. And if he passes even a few socialist style policies that are very successful, that is going to have a major effect on the whole country. But on the other hand, he's just one guy. People up all the time.
But I think
Not a saint.
voters, this is the thing is, and you can kind of feel this happening where voters are like, okay, that's good. This is going to be great. Everything's going to be okay. This'll make a difference. It can't make a difference. It's one person. We need to look at how this was achieved and go, all right, that's the plan. Improve it if you can, whatever that means. But like, he had the most public matched funds. You know what I mean? Donations. Like,
yeah,
he didn't back away from his policies. He started listening more than he was talking. Like, all these things really, really, like, this is what we want out of public servants. You know, and politicians, if they refer to themselves as public servants, you almost have to be like suspicious. Like, what? Are you just trying to remind us of what you should be? I heard Chuck Schumer went to the hospital
for dehydration.
Funny as shit. It's only funny because we were just talking about that.
No, there's another layer of comedy in that it's Chuck Schumer, and specifically it's funny when he's not feeling well because we don't like him and we think he sucks.
Think of the chances this could happen. Like, the people working on him, like the nurses and stuff.
Yeah, there's a heat dome though, so that's the thing. You got to make sure you're drinking water.
But they could be like, oh my God, fucking Chuck Schumer. I got to go in there and give this guy more fluids. Oh my God. Who wants, can we flip a coin to see who's going to give useless fucking Chuck Schumer more fluids, please?
No, you know what? They should just go in there and be like, Chuck, what you need is more fluids, which means you got to get out in the street and demand it. You know, when my boss comes around and says, should I keep my job or not? You got to make sure I keep my job. You have to fight, Chuck Schumer. You have to fight so you can get those fluids.
And
I'll be here.
We got over 800 subs on this space. We're at 802.
Yo.
But are they nuclear subs?
We haven't even been on for 3 weeks.
Well, I didn't see a lot of them come in, so some of them are stealth subs.
We got a lot yesterday.
Yeah, so
yesterday was good.
I want to spend some moments here to discuss this space. That's right, everybody. This space.
Time to retool.
This is the
Shut it down.
third week of this space. And frankly, I think that we've pretty much done all we can. We're kind of running out of material. And so I'd like to announce that I think we're going to take a little bit of time, just shut it down temporarily, retool it a little bit. Maybe we'll be back in July. And if you're lucky, if you're lucky, we'll be back in July. But after this, after tomorrow, that's it for the month of June. We're going to be taking the rest of the month off.
That's not true. That's not true.
That is
no,
true.
we're going to have hosts listening going, oh, I don't have to be here.
That is not true. I mean, it is true because next Tuesday is July 1st. So you fucking idiot. You don't know the calendar. You don't know why it's funny. So now I have to explain it to you, thus ruining the joke. But we are going to be taking the rest of the month off and to shut it down and of course, insert our apparandi into the crevices and whatnot in order to rearrange.
There's still a show tomorrow.
There's still a show tomorrow, of course, but after that, that's it for the rest of the month.
Yeah, then we're going to shut it down for the month.
We're going to shut it down for the rest of the month.
After Thursday, absolutely. And just retool, just look at it, big picture stuff. New York Post's reaction on the right is right after AOC one. And by the way,
I love the ice cream at the top there.
Yeah, oh, that's lovely. And also a good little pun there with red alert. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
Commie joke. And then NYC SOS. I'm Muslim. Oh.
They didn't even know who AOC was.
No.
Like I remember Joy Reid tweeting out, I'll never forget this. Now we all have to learn who Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is. And I'm like, she's been making a name for herself. like this campaign has been like on fire. Where have you been? There's been controversy when Ro Khanna backed her or endorsed her opponent, and they were like, we're both Justice Democrats. What are you doing? And he goes, oh, right. I endorse both of them. That was his fix. Do you remember this? Ro Khanna's lame.
Ro Khanna, let's be honest, fucking sucks. This guy's garbage. He's sucking on his finger and shoving it into the atmosphere type of motherfucker. He's trying to figure out where the wind's blowing. And frankly, he's living in some sort of Midwestern location, I think, because there's a tornado going on and the wind's blowing in circles. That's why 1 minute he's meeting with the techno-fascist. The next minute he's like, Bernie's great. Then he's sitting down with Peter Thiel for a nice cup of tea. Then he's like, oh, I love universal healthcare. And then he's going to say Elon Musk is awesome. And then he's going to say, oh, yeah, but you know what else is awesome? Peace and love, brothers and sisters and everyone else. I'm from California. And then the next minute he's like, this guy doesn't know what, he doesn't know what's up. He doesn't know what's down. And he's also, his family makes a lot of money from war and pharmaceutical stocks and all that kind of stuff. Not a good character. Let's be honest. I don't like him, but he goes on people's podcasts. And that's the thing. You see a lot of shows that pretend Ro Khanna is good because he calls into their podcast. And that's Ro Khanna's skill. He knows you can call into a couple lefty shows, do like a 30-minute segment once or twice a year. And then they'll suck his dick every time he pops up in the news. So that's pretty much how that goes.
Here's the benefit I see to Ro Khanna, because there is something I like about him. He understands us well enough to pretend to be in agreement with us.
That's right.
And
wait, what was that?
He understands us and what we care about well enough that he can pretend to be one of us.
You like that about him? That he's like faking it? That he's not serious?
No.
That he's like a chameleon?
No.
What did you describe then?
I like that he understands the people he's trying to deceive, at least well enough. Because Chuck Schumer, his idea of what our political views are is like drawn with crayon. Whereas Ro Khanna at least will do head nods to the kind of stuff we're talking about and let other people vote for it always. But the reason I like that is because
I don't find that admirable at all.
I don't find it admirable either. But the reason I like it is because of the other half of this sentence. Because I worry that in this era, and I've mentioned this before, where it's really obvious who the bad guys are.
What? You're breaking up.
Real. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's
no,
really
not
obvious who the bad guys are.
Hello?
That we're gonna be unable to tell in 5-10 years.
Oh, so you like that you can see how
it's like challenge
blatant
mode.
It is. Yeah.
And there's few enough of them that we'd be like, okay, so you see that guy right there? You see how he sounded like he was for Medicare for all?
I thought you were saying this is why we need him around. And I was like, no. I'm lost.
That's because Letterhack, frankly, is always combative whenever Jake's trying to make a point. Because 90% of the
I
time,
make weird points.
Yeah, Jake usually tries to just, say some fucked up horse shit just for the sake of it. So then Letterhack develops this overcorrection attitude where he's like, oh, Jake's talking? What? What are you saying?
In fairness to Letterhack, about 2/3 of the time I'm talking, it's unclear what's being said or where I am.
What can do, frankly, is all we really need to remind ourselves of.
Andrea, you son of a bitch.
Hey, son of a bitch. What can do? Why? What and do? What and do?
But I truly do.
And do.
I truly do worry that once, God apparently takes care of Donald Trump, when the next snake comes around, we're gonna be totally taken in because we're gonna be expecting things to be so cartoonish, and they're just not. Most of the evil that's here was actually installed by George W. Bush. Ice on the streets. George Bush made ice. It just seemed real friendly,
I just love to remind everyone in this moment that Al Gore won the 2000 election, and there was a coup d'etat, an illegal overthrowing of the government to install a shadow government under the control, quote unquote, of a stupid dumb fuck motherfucker who doesn't even know how to add 2 and 2. And it was a coup d'etat, and ever since this republic has not been the same. I wouldn't even consider it a republic.
politics is just psychological warfare. But the act, like, I keep thinking about the next who comes after Donald Trump, right? And like, oh, that's probably going to be some like, super corporate guy, right? It's one of two things to me. Either like somebody
Cuomo.
who's like the scary Project 2025 guys, right? Like, oh shit, like somebody who just is like, no, we don't do press conferences anymore.
Yep.
No need, right? There's press secretary for what? Go fuck yourself. We're doing work, right? But I think that the cartoonish aspects, whereas I kind of, just speaking personally, expect them to go away after Trump. I think that's what they want. I think that's what the base and the voters want. It's like he's this larger than life thing that's been built up throughout, he has this manufactured legacy throughout history in this country.
God saved me on my staged fascination attempt.
But like even before
God
that,
is on the throne, and
when
he
he was
curved
such a-
that bullet into my supporter who sat
He's-
behind me into his cranium.
he's painted himself and dyed himself
Splattering the
and
blood all
changed
over the
himself
place.
and lies endlessly.
And gray matter stuck to the bleachers of a dumb Trumper.
But you know what I mean?
And
Like,
that's
I think
fine to sacrifice. I agree with you, though.
they want the cartoonish, larger than life aspects. They don't. It's obviously not about voting for policy.
These
Like, they
motherfuckers
may
haven't
be
voted for
parroting
policy since
some of
the
the.
goddamn Eisenhower administration.
When these people say Trump's going to do the wall, CRT, what are you
I love
talking
the
about?
cathode ray tube.
He's doing, like, they said it on the news tonight. It was or recently it was MSNBC. It's a guy looking at some stats, and he goes, Trump is actually pretty low in the popularity when it comes to immigration, which is like, you would be surprised because he's all about immigration. And we're like, hey, asshole, this isn't immigration.
Yeah.
Why are you still calling it that? Why aren't you saying, oh, and that's because he's building a Gestapo. He's building a secret police force. We don't even know if these are bounty hunters or federal agents half the time. Their tactics are horrible. They deported 70 American citizens since since 2015 or something like that. Like, it's now you don't even have to have a crime. They just go, you out. And you could be anywhere. And the Supreme Court's like, yeah, send them wherever you want. Send them to a third
Send
country.
that motherfucker to Cat down in El Salvador. Well, actually, no, turn that plane around. Well, no, I'm just kidding. You don't have to turn that plane around. I don't know if we have authority over anything. I love the Supreme Court.
So I don't think voters are any better than that guy on the news who should know better, just calling it immigration, saying this is immigration. This is what immigration looks like.
It's really a chicken or the egg situation. Like, are the voters dumb because everyone is programmed to be dumb by those in charge?
I think Trump
or
makes
are the
them feel
people that
smart.
we put in charge dumb? And
Trump makes them feel not dumb. This is my big theory: is that people from day one don't want to feel dumb. And that's a lot different than wanting to be smart.
They don't want to read.
Wanting to be
They don't want to
intelligent.
actually learn. They just want to not feel dumb.
They just don't want to be embarrassed. That's why, like, in the South, nobody does sarcasm down here. And it's because they're like, you're trying to make me look dumb? Are you saying something you're not actually saying?
Sarcastic. Well, you get your smart on ass back up into New York City, you Yankee Doodle dandy ass motherfucker. We
They
down
call us
here in the
Northerners.
South, we'll
Northerners.
get our shotgun and I'll burn you on a cross if you're sarcastic to me ever again.
So that's, I mean, it's not too far off, but when it comes to voting for the guy after Trump, I don't think those same voters are going to be, we love what's his name, who is basically your average CEO. I think they're going to want, and so then you're going to end up with somebody trying to be like Trump, like that conservative in Canada who was trying to be like all blue collar. It's so obvious he wasn't. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting his name, but he kicked off the truck.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Pierre
But it was
Paolo.
like, yeah, it was like, dude, you are not that guy, right? But like, I feel like we're going to get that with Trump, or somebody like Ron DeSantis or someone thinks they can come in and be loud and boisterous, and it's not going to land the same. So I wonder what's going to happen there. It might get a bunch of people to sit it out instead of continuing to vote for them, for the Republicans.
Oh God,
I don't know, man. Once you get 70 million people to sign on the stamp of endorsement to Epstein Island associate best friend of Child Sex Crimes Incorporated, I don't know.
It's going to go back to boring ass.
I think
like,
what we need to do
Bill
with
Clinton,
this country,
George
frankly, is
Bush.
shut it down, retool it. Just get the whole population, shut them all down, just get a new one.
I'm less concerned about what the Republicans will do because they can't possibly perform any worse as a voting populace than I am with the stuff that the well-meaning family members of progressives will support. I just think we all need some progressives as well need some inoculation against people. Like, all right, Tim Walz the other day was on stage and he got a big applause from a group of left-leaning folks because he was talking bad about Trump, and he said, and we're going to do X for you and Y for you and guarantee healthcare access for all, and we're going to do blah. Exactly. The way he snuck it in there, if you're just casually listening, sounded like he said healthcare for all, right? Medicare for all, even if you're poor, right? That's what it sounded like. But what he said means the same system, health insurance.
That's the thing. Now that Tim Walz is no longer on the ticket, I think I've been skeptical of this guy for a while just because of him unleashing the National Guard and then in his state in the 2020 situation. So I've been a little bit skeptical of him. I think, for a Democrat, I think he's decent for a Democrat. He's funny, he's folksy, whatever, man. But I don't trust him as far as I can throw him when it comes to overall politicians. But that's my opinion. I got opinions. I don't know.
I wholly agree. And exactly what you were saying for the time and place that he was the vice presidential nominee, I had no complaints. But we don't have time. If you're going to try to deceive the audience, which is what he was doing when he said healthcare access for all, if you're going to try to play those games, we don't have use for you in the Democratic Party anymore. You're out. That's it. You don't even have to agree to Medicare for all. I wish you would, but I would prefer somebody who straight up tells me that they are not going to introduce such a bill than I would somebody who tries to sneak past me like that.
That was it.
Oh, God, Canada, you're going through such a weird time with your conservatives right now.
You know what that reminds me of?
We are too. What?
This one.
I don't even remember. Oh my God! Yeah, we wore it backwards.
Yeah, and they were like, "That's backwards." He goes, "This is how I wear it."
Idiot. Oh God!
It is 12:48 a.m. on the eastern seaboard of the United States of America. You are currently watching This Space, a wonderful independent working class media collective of the smartest, funniest, and most talented humans and humanoids that you have seen on the planet that we all call Earth, or at least some people here call it Earth, other people call it other things. And we are getting to the wire here at This Space. This is the last show of the evening, everybody. I hope you have a wonderful night when you choose to finally go the fuck to sleep, because it's getting very late and tomorrow is a school day. It is a school night, and you motherfuckers are here at 12:49 on the eastern seafront, the coastal North American,
the lake beaches of the East
seaboard, the left side of the Atlantic Ocean here in the United States of America. At left past 10 on the left side of the Atlantic Ocean. We are in the new world, everybody.
She's waiting for me to just roll the outro, and I'm not doing it.
We are here at 12:50.
all seriousness, we do need to shut this down and retool it.
Yeah,
Like,
it's about
immediately.
that time.
There's like I don't.
Terrible.
We might need to start with all new hosts. We'll just
should
leave
do
it
that
to
one
somebody
week.
else.
Would
Just
you
get
in all new?
who would you have play you?
Oh.
What's sitcom actor?
Oh yeah. I don't know. I'll think about it.
Ross from Friends, maybe. No, wait. Who's the guy? Who's the guy from Who's the Boss? Tony
Yeah, you-
Danza. That's who I want. Danza.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Wait.
What is this? I didn't consent.
We're gonna do
Huh?
Tony Danza current, or are you picking actors from their prime? Because that opens the playing field.
Current.
Oh, current. Okay. Well, I don't know then. Nevertheless, shutting down is warranted. A retooling is imperative. And I don't know. I've got a lot of tools here. I don't know how to use most of them, but I'm sure they'll come in handy.
Oh, I just found out every time we said retool, my Alexa accidentally ordered a toolbox from Amazon.
Oh, so
Can I
you
borrow
got
money?
a lot of those.
Yeah.
Hit cancel.
Same day
All right.
delivery. Can't cancel it.
You guys
Already in
in-
and out.
No.
See you in July.